Oh, we're back, baby. Better than ever. Joe Spadoni, Joe Shasky, on a thirsty Thursday here, downtown San Francisco, live from the Laughing Monk Studios. I say good morning to all of you just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for school. No rain. It was actually nice. I enjoyed a nice stroll this morning in the streets of San Francisco. Went to go grab a coffee with one Joe Shasky. I say good morning to you, Carter, Sam. We're back in action. Shout out Evan Giddings for holding it down for me yesterday. My allergies were insane, to say the least. I was just a mess and needed a good night's sleep. Got it. I'm back. I'm refreshed. I'm better than ever. Just like the Warriors who bounced back in a big way, Joe Shasky. I, too, am bouncing back in a big way today. We got a lot to get into. 49ers, by the way, according to John Lynch, general manager, they have a plan. And my plan today, after the show's over, is to sit on my couch and watch March Madness, because that starts today, officially. Not those play-in scenarios, not the Mount St. Mary's of the world. No. Not the Alabama States, no. The round of 64 starts today. Where's my music? I got it somewhere here, Joe Shasky. Good morning to you. How you doing?
I mean, I'm doing great. Who's your team?
There it is. It does something to me still. I needed it. Well, you can figure it out.
Louder. No. Next time, louder.
Just make it louder.
Just make it louder. Do you have an allegiance?
Okay. It's not surprising if you look at the hue of my skin, who I'm going to root for. It's Duke. I love Duke. I'm sorry. I love Duke. All right? JJ Redick was my boy. Duke? I love the Kyle Singlers of the world. I've always loved Duke University.
Gene Wozowski?
My cousin Paul actually played soccer there collegiately once upon a time. Not that make me have an affinity for them, but it was another excuse. Hey, my cousin played there. He actually tried out there. It was like, they have walk-ons and stuff like that. My cousin Paul's like 6'10", big guy. They have walk-on tryouts. He didn't make the team, obviously. But I've always liked Duke. I have. Is that a crime?
No, it's not a crime.
Because I feel like it is for these days. I hate Christian Leitner, the whole 30 for 30. If you like Duke.
Bobby Hurley.
I love those guys.
I mean, Shaq deserved to be on the dream team over Christian Leitner. But Christian Leitner was a huge star.
He was.
Huge star. Grant Hill, there's no doubt about it. But
No,
whatever.
You hate him?
I don't hate them. They remind me of SI here in the city.
Okay.
They're just too perfect. You know what I mean? You get what I'm saying? To me, Duke and SI, very, very, very comparable.
Really?
I've got a niece that goes to SI. I've got a lot of friends that went to SI.
Okay.
But there's a particular type of person that would go to Duke.
Oh,
and
interesting. I always thought that was like De La Salle because they dominated certain things.
For the East Bay,
yeah. I think De La Salle when I think Duke, just teams that dominate all the time. You just get tired of it.
Yeah.
But they dominated my whole life. Coach K and all those guys. Yeah, I loved it.
There's a kid at Duke. There's a kid at De La Salle right now. I've heard nothing but great things about. Basketball player and who's also a baseball player. I believe going to Oklahoma. And one of my buddies was like, this kid literally reminds me of Bo Jackson. I was like, whoa!
Wow.
And he doesn't just say that flippantly. Joey Taboni and his whole family, brother Paul, works for the Red Sox. Yeah.
Might be my cousin.
And he knows sports, and he was like, dude, I'm telling you, this kid is legit. So I'm going to be definitely tracking him. And so, it'll be a fun day today with the college basketball. I just don't really have diehard college allegiances outside of Notre Dame.
Did they qualify? Is there a Notre Dame this year? No, they didn't qualify. Oh,
so when I did the brackets this year, I went, a little bit me, and then I was going around the room. I was like, all right, Michelle, Michigan or whoever,
right?
All right, Auburn or whoever, and then it was basically her, me, and LJ kind of determining my bracket. And guess who I have as the champion?
Duke.
After all that, I got Duke.
There you go. It's just not St. John's, not Houston, not Clemson. Gonzaga, the Zags.
I can't go for the Vampire.
No? Patino?
Yeah.
Come on.
They should be the Minutemen, not the...
Relax. I heard they're going to be running out the Gold Club. Who knows? Oh, I'm kidding. Shout out to those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We got a lot of good stuff today. And I did want to start here, and we could touch on March Madness throughout the show because it's a fun time. And just the tradition of watching all these games and having a bracket filled out, and you just mentioned it, LJ and Michelle know nothing about college basketball. Probably know as much as about you and I, because outside of Cooper Flagg and maybe a couple of other players, we're really not locked into college basketball like we used to be maybe a decade plus ago. There's just whatever it is, whether it's the NBA, the feeder leagues, the Europeans getting drafted all in the top 10 now, the transfer portal, I don't gravitate to players like I used to, like the Draymond Greens of the world, who was playing at Michigan State, was playing there for years and years, right? you don't see those players as often anymore coming to the league, or they're not celebrated as much when they are playing college sports. And maybe it's the style of play, Joe Shasky. That's just because when I watch these games, the amount of free baskets I see in the paint that just they refuse to take sometimes. And again, I always go to your coach. Like, as a coach, that must drive you nuts. Just
what drives me nuts?
The chucking of the 3-point ball and the brand of basketball that's played at the collegiate level, it just drives me insane.
About 15 years ago, this is where my line of demarcation was. When I watched the point guard bring the ball up the court and the entire team look over to the coach waiting for the play call and then just trying to drain the shot clock
like it's
down.
Oregon Duck football.
I'm like, what are we doing, dude? Can we just play back? They're like two different sports at times, the NBA and college basketball. And I would also argue that, right now with the popularity of the college game for the women, they've probably got two of the bigger stars. Like, I know Cooper Flagg's a star, and I'm not here to say that he's not. He absolutely is.
Hopefully he's healthy.
Paige and Juju are as recognizable to me as a casual sports fan of that entire sport on both the men and women's side as even Cooper Flagg is.
And mentioning the women's side, shout out Cal women's basketball taking on Mississippi State, I believe, on Saturday. We'll be rooting for the Cal Bears, obviously, so can't wait for that. The only local team to make it in the tourney, men's or women's, Joe Shasky.
Yeah, but this will be interesting. And like you've got basically the SEC in every single corner of the bracket. And
Oh, St. Mary's. You're right.
St. Mary's got screwed.
St. Mary's is always in there. Yeah, they look like they're on a collision course. Don't sleep on Vandy, by the way. Bama, potentially if they can get out of that matchup.
First round,
right? So, but to your point, and thank you, Sam Levin, correct, because I always just shoe in, because, again, shoehorning something in there. I'm shoeing in, obviously, St. Mary's, and then Gonzaga winning the tourney.
If I say Omar Samhan, do you guys remember that name?
I think so.
Great tourney run in 2010.
There you go.
Look at you.
I wanted the Warriors to get him so bad.
Really?
Back when they didn't have a center, and I didn't think we could get better.
You guys didn't want Dellavedova?
I could not stand Dellavedova.
What?
I don't like the Australian pipeline that they have.
No?
So I think the first guy
Patty
was
Mills?
kicker.
Patty Mills?
None of them.
No?
No.
Diamond Simpson? It's a real St. Mary's player, by the way.
It is. I think kicker was the
Sounds
first
like an exotic dancer.
of the many Australians. And then they just had this crazy pipeline. It's like, you can't recruit local? Come on.
Speaking of pipeline, and speaking of the draft, it's coming up here, the NFL draft, Joe Shasky, in about a month's time.
Super fired up.
We're going to be fired up for that. John Lynch was at Stanford's Pro Day yesterday. Matt Barrows, The Athletic, did a good article talking to John Lynch and kind of picking his brain in regards to, the future of this team. And the word plan was uttered by John Lynch. And I want to begin with that, because this looks like a team, the 49ers, if you just pulled the fan base right now and you said, what's the plan for this team? I think you'd get 1,000 different answers. I think some people think they're blowing it up. I think other people think they're resetting the books. I think there's some people that say they don't have a plan. So it was interesting when I read this article, and I'm pulling it up right now because I want to get the exact verbiage of what John Lynch had to say. But just to make a long story short, there's been a lot made about Ayuk, Debo, Trent Williams, and everything that's taken place basically from this time last year to now that's gotten to the team to this point. And this is what John Lynch had to say yesterday. Quote, "We've got this thing called the draft, and we've got a lot of picks. And I think the thing the fans should know is we have a plan, and we're going to execute that plan, and we're excited about the opportunity." When you hear that, Joe Shasky, does that calm you down at all as a fan, or is that just lip service from the general manager to try to calm everything down, which has been a tumultuous offseason for the fans? Albeit they brought back Kyle Juszczyk, so that really should, calm everyone down at this point, right?
The Niners. We have a plan. I mean, is it organized chaos? Is that what
Jeff
it is?
Garcia.
I look at all the best businesses in the world, sports or not. They have a go-to-market strategy, right? When you go to get a loan and you want to start a business, you have to put together a business plan. Their business plan has shifted and evolved so dramatically, I would argue, I think you're winging it. Like, to me, you're not planning anything. And it's not any one individual move. I could justify in a vacuum all of the decisions within each individual player and how they came to either keep or cut or trade or whatever each player. But when you look at the totality of it, like let's go back a couple years. We're going to trade Debo. We're not going to trade Debo. We're going to keep Debo. We're not going to trade Debo. I don't know. It's draft day. I don't know. Should we extend Brandon Ayuk? Maybe, kind of. Here's our number. We have a number. We're not going to budge. Are we going to trade him on draft day? We don't know. And they go back and forth and back and forth. And then you take a receiver. You take a receiver, number one. It's like, well, next year's the year. We're going to be able to go to this guy. And then we've got a plan. We're going to re-sign McCaffrey, which great plan. Like that one felt like a plan. Yeah, but Trent doesn't have any guaranteed money. But we know we'll figure that out. But we're going to drag our feet till the very end, even though the year prior, we dragged our feet to the very end with Nick Bosa. And then I look at the entire season and everything that they did that year, and it's like, all of their decisions came home to roost, and their indecisions came home to roost. Like, everybody was off schedule. The Trent never looked right. Brandon Ayuk didn't look right. Debo was just a tick off all year. The quarterback didn't feel comfortable all year. The offensive line never got into sync. CMC was hurt, so I'll give him somewhat of a pass. Hey, we're expecting Dre Greenlaw to be ready to go at some point. We're only going to sign Devondre Campbell for a short period of time. It ended up being almost the whole season.
It was a disaster.
It was a complete disaster. Then you go into this offseason. We're going to get the Brock deal done. We've been telling you for 2 years, he's our quarterback. We're going to get it done. And what's the first thing we heard before the season even ended? Yeah, they're kind of far apart. Yeah. What? I thought you had a plan. I thought you were going to prioritize this. I thought you learned from the past, and you told me this was the quarterback. The owner told me we're going to reset the market with this guy. And now you're dragging your feet? I don't know. Anybody can have Brandon Ayuk. We're really ticked that we ended up retaining him. What? You went back and forth 15 times? We're going to get younger. That's what they said. We're going to get younger. Why did you cut your long snapper and sign a 39-year-old long snapper? What?
Got to have the leadership in there.
Why did you bring back a 34-year-old fullback after cutting him only to take a dead cap hit to re-sign him for almost the same amount of money?
For the vibes.
Okay, why did you bring in a tight end who's never caught any passes in the league, it feels like, has had no impact, and you gave him $20 million guaranteed and said goodbye to Dre Greenlaw, only to have it come out a day and a half later that actually at the 25th hour, you tried to bring Greenlaw back?
Well, Luke Farrell's a lunch pail guy. You got to have him. Just hard-nosed, gets after
it. Give him twice what the Denver Broncos gave Dre Greenlaw. And again, each individual decision I could justify, but when you weigh all of these things in totality, it makes no sense. It makes no sense. Last year, we're going to fire Steve Wilkes. We're going to bring in the best candidate. We don't really want Vic Fangio. We want to hire Nick Sorensen from our own. Yeah, Vic Fangio went on to win the Super Bowl, and Nick Sorensen was ready to be fired by week 5. Okay? Let's just call it what it is. All right? So your plan, A, has not been executed. Your plan tells me you're kind of all over the place. And then B, I want to ask them, what exactly is that plan? Is it to get younger? Is it to get more nimble? Is it to get less expensive? What specifically is it? Because you aren't younger. You brought back a 34-year-old fullback. You brought in a 27-year-old tight end in a deep tight end class where I could get a blocking tight end in the 5th round. See Charlie Warner, okay? You're definitely not going to get less expensive when you're hanging on to certain players on this team, and you pay $5 million for a fullback when there's only 7 or 8 starting fullbacks in the league. Like, I don't know what the plan is. And the Niners should be thanking their lucky stars that the Warriors have been on the run that they're on, because we've been hammering the organization, the owner, Parag Marathe, when it comes to the finances, the GM and John Lynch poking holes in all of his drafts, and Kyle Shanahan being all over the place when it comes to player management. And then on top of all of that, the biggest name you bring in is Mac Jones, the guy that you told me all along, no, we didn't want him, but actually we did want him in the draft, but we didn't, but we did. But you tried to trade for him a year ago? I can't even keep up. Don't tell me you have a plan. And then it comes out, and your plan looks like Charlie from Always Sunny in Philadelphia, the meme with 1,000 different points and markers all over the place. You look crazy.
Okay. All of that said, Joe Shasky.
Am I wrong?
Well, we'll see if they have a plan or not. Is it too simplistic to say, and what John Lynch, those were his words, like, there's this thing called the draft, and there's a lot of picks. I know that's not doing anything for you right now because the draft is a wait and see. And we are an instant gratification society.
I love the draft.
And I understand. No, I know you do. It's hard to sell that to a fan base, though, when you have whiffed a lot in the draft in the first round.
On 8 third-rounders in the last 5 years.
Okay.
8.
Okay. Would you call last year's draft a success overall? The totality of it?
Early on, right now, Dominic Pooney, plug-and-play starter.
Yes.
That's one.
That's a hit.
Renardo Green, we'll see. Like, I like him. I do. I really like him. You know what I mean? But, like, I don't know. Traverse was really good for this team. He's going to replace a really good player.
He was.
You know, like,
Malik Mustafa.
Malik Mustafa. Again, got hurt multiple times after playing only a short period. I like the player. But also, let's also acknowledge, Kyle Shanahan struggles to trust rookies. Okay. That is kind of baked into the whole Kyle Shanahan experience. I liked their draft last year. But if you're selling me on, man, we found a bunch of starters. You found one starter right now. Now, we'll see what Ricky Pearsall. It was very promising at the end of the year. But I have the same concerns as everyone else. Can he stay healthy? You know, replacing Deebo Samuel. Like, I know Deebo hasn't been great like lately, but Deebo was a touchdown machine. You know, like he really was. And he was a guy that in a big-time game, I knew I could go to war with, right? Metaphorically. So you could sell me on the draft, and I hear that. But I would also like to have them acknowledge, you know, we've kind of sucked at the draft.
Yeah. Well, I say this, the more we inch closer and closer and the Purdy deal's not done, this draft class is, dare I say, the most important in the entirety of the Lynch Shanahan era. Like, judging where this team is at right now, you have all this money you're going to be allocating to the quarterback position. Mm-hmm. You have a lot of guys locked up and a lot of guys that are getting a little older now. Like, so you need to start doing that refresh button, kind of like the great teams always do, right? The Kansas City Chiefs of the world, the Patriots, like, they nail these picks in the draft. Now you got to do some free agency like hits as well. You're going to have to do that. And you're not really doing that as much this offseason. It's going to be more so what the Rams did, right? You're going to try to do that blueprint of what Les Snead, of what Sean McVay were able to do last year, landing on the Fisks of the Verses of the world, right? The offensive line, I can't name any offensive linemen on the Rams, but they looked hell of a lot better last season than they did the year prior. So shoring up the trenches, albeit it doesn't sound as sexy when you see the picks come draft time because it's not a wide receiver, it's not a running back, it's not a tight end. Mm-hmm. Well, you have a great and elite tight end. You have a great and elite running back. So what I saw what the Eagles do last year, Joe Shasky, was dominate both sides of the ball, particularly in that Super Bowl where they didn't even need to blitz once. Defensive tackle, defensive lineman, offensive lineman, that needs to be the priority.
But right now, you have Nick Bosa, and you literally have a bunch of people that no one's ever heard of.
No one else.
And so you're asking, you're trying to get 3 impact defensive linemen in this draft? Like that's a tall task. We can all acknowledge that. Like that's asking a lot. Only expansion teams find 3 starters because they have nothing else behind them in one draft. That's asking a lot. I don't know where D. Winters is as an off-ball linebacker to replace Dre Greenlaw. That's a big hole too. We need a free safety. They probably need a center and a right tackle. They need a left guard right now. There's a lot of holes on this team. Now, CMC coming back would shore up a lot of people's skepticism.
So there's 2 questions that I have right now. I want to pick it up on the other side. 888-957-9570 is right now. John Lynch, if you're just joining us, Spinoni and Chasky, General Manager of the San Francisco 49ers, John Lynch, saying, we have a plan in place. I'm paraphrasing here. What is that plan? And also, what should the plan be? That's what I want to ask Joe Shasky on the other side. I'll ask myself and you, the callers and listeners, 888-957-9570. And that's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Hey, this is MSR from San Ramon, and you are listening to Joe Shasky and I already forgot. Spadoni on 95.7 The Game.
Ah, love that. Spadoni, Shasky, we're rolling. It's Thursday, baby. March Madness. 49ers, they got a plan. Warriors back in action tonight, taking on the Toronto Raptors. Coverage of that right here on 95.7 The Game starts at 6 o'clock. 6? Yes. Warriors live, 6 o'clock. Tip-off at 7. By the way, Dave Fleming joining us at 8:30. Joe Shasky, voice of the San Francisco Giants, and also one of the voices for ESPN college basketball season. So I'm sure he has many thoughts on the brackets today. Obviously,
Shut up.
I love that drop. He was calling, obviously, the WCC tourney. He called some for Ivy League. And I believe his daughters go to Yale. And I heard him on the call for the semifinal where Yale won like on a last-second or last-minute shot. So I'm sure that was a lot of fun for him as well. So Dave Fleming, 8:30, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, is it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop?
So the way I view sports, and when it comes to like team building, is similar to climbing a mountain, right? And every year you
Big rock climbing guy, by the way. You ever done that?
No,
Don't have any
I'm
desire.
out on that.
Okay,
Yeah.
like heights, no.
I'm out.
Okay,
I'm out.
it's kind of fun. Like a bonding thing, maybe like on a first date or something.
More
Maybe
of a lazy river guy.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Place where I can just hang.
The
and
plantar
chill.
fasciitis won't allow you to do the.
Well,
yeah,
no,
the
it's
rock
just,
climbing.
it's dangerous.
Yeah.
And so,
You need the right shoes.
but I view it very simple. That's a great point. So you're kind of bringing me right to it. I view each year you're at the bottom of
The summit.
the mountain,
Yeah.
if you will, right?
Or
And you're
whatever
going to
the
have to
summit's
climb
the
your
top,
way to
yeah.
the top.
Yeah.
And sometimes you get as close to the top as you possibly can, and then you got to fall back down every single year. But some teams have more equipment, which make that journey easier, right? Their roster is significantly more comprehensive. Take the Dodgers, for example. The Dodgers versus the Giants, they're starting at the same base of the mountain. The Dodgers have all the fancy equipment that one would need, all of the ration packs.
No, they have the big ass tent with a
Exactly.
fireplace in there, and they're chilling with couches and filet mignon.
Exactly. And they're probably going to get somewhere close to the top of the mountain.
Yes.
Meaning the playoffs, and then probably get somewhere near the NLCS. I don't know if they're going to get all the way to the top and be able to put the flag at the top of the peak, but they've got all of the equipment necessary. Meanwhile, I mean, the Giants, they've got like a butter knife, and maybe they've got some nice hiking shoes, but they're a long way away.
They got some North Faces.
That doesn't mean that they can't get there, but we would all argue that their toolbox isn't as comprehensive.
Yes.
Their survival pack. I look at the 49ers in the last couple of years, it's like their survival pack was equivalent to what the Dodgers have had, right? It gave them a leg up before the season started. That doesn't mean they didn't have to go through the regular season and the same gauntlets, and maybe you drop a few things along that journey of the way. You lose a Hufanga for the year. You lose Dre Greenlaw in the Super Bowl. Like, stuff does happen, but they were knocking at the top of that mountain year after year after year. And now it just feels like, to me, they got kind of knocked all the way back down to the bottom of the mountain, and we're going to get ready on this journey again. And I feel like a lot of the tools that they have are either very dull, meaning the butter knife analogy, or the spike, or whatever you're using to climb, like a Kyle Juszczyk, or I don't know what their shopping list is to get them the tools required to be able to climb back to the mountain. They kept telling me, hey, we are in this to get to the top, to get to the summit. And we've been knocking and knocking and knocking. And maybe it's just hard for me to grasp that their opportunity to get the top of the summit is just probably not going to be here for a couple of years. Maybe I just need to come to grips with that. But it's tough given the things that they're doing this offseason for me to wrap my arms around them actually completing the task.
You using this analogy, would you feel like this time last year the Rams were in a similar boat to the San Francisco 49ers?
Yeah, but I would say that they've got they've got a hiker, or they've got a climber who's gotten to the summit before, and they've got a leader who's gotten to the top of that summit. And so they kind of have a little more like wherewithal and know-how.
Kyle's been there twice, though. He didn't plant the flag, but he saw the flag. Like, he's gotten close.
But I think having the coach and the quarterback, that's a pretty good guide. you know, that's a pretty good lead person in any kind of party getting to the top of the mountain. So I'm not saying that, like, I saw the vision with the Rams, but they clearly have something that you don't have which is a Super Bowl caliber quarterback who has proven it in various situations, boy, he can really make the most out of dire circumstances around him.
888-957-9570. John Lynch says the 49ers have a plan in place. What is that plan? And also, what should the plan be? That's what I want to ask the fans. Like, if you were John Lynch, put your John Lynch hat on, your Stanford cap, because John Lynch was at Stanford's pro day yesterday. He was chopping up with Andrew Luck, by the way. There's I'm sure a lot of 49ers fans like, hey, John, can you let's try to recruit Andrew Luck a little bit?
I would take Andrew Luck out of football. It's not a knock on Brock, but that's how much I think of Andrew Luck.
Yes.
If Andrew Luck was been out 5 years,
I think something like that, which is crazy.
I would take him right now to play on my team.
I was saying, how old?
That's how highly I always thought of Andrew Luck.
35. Yeah, God, that's still one of the careers where we're going to look back. I'm like, man, he ended it too quickly. Well, he's going to be a Hall of Famer. Like
similar to Kaepernick, but very different. The organization around him deteriorated.
Yeah.
And the guy almost lost his life because of a spleen, bursting on the sidelines.
I mean, I look at both him, that draft class, him and RG3 were spectacular.
I know.
And their organizations let them down. Mm-hmm. And their head coaches and the infrastructure 100%. Around them.
It's a marvel that Peyton Manning did what he did for as long as he did.
Right.
In that organization.
Well, they lucked out. They literally went from Peyton Manning to Andrew Luck, and they still couldn't they made Andrew Luck retire, which is insane. Like you had literally the blueprint. You just tanked for the entire year. You lost Peyton Manning. You had the neck surgery, and then you got gifted Andrew Luck, and you still couldn't make that guy happy, who literally is the happiest go lucky quarterback I've ever seen in my life. He literally says good job when he gets sacked, and you couldn't make that guy happy. It's insane. Absolutely. And then they were booing him in a preseason game because he had the wherewithal to, say, I want to protect my health, and I'm not happy playing this game anymore. Anyways, I say all that to say this. If I had my John Lynch hat on right now, Joe Shasky, and I said, what should the 49ers plan be? I asked that to you. What should the 49ers do? You tell me what. If you had John Lynch's powers right now, you could talk to Kyle, you could talk to Jed, talk to Parag. The deal's not done yet with Brock. You can still do other things out there if you need to. The draft is in a month. Yeah, is there any moves out there to be made? Maybe trade for someone. What is it?
The first move that I would make is, all right, guys, here's the number. It's $120 million guaranteed over 3 years. And with the incentives and the ability to make 150, 160, whatever that number is. But it starts at 120 over 3. $40 million guaranteed locked in for Brock Purdy. I'd throw that in front of the guy. Either take it or leave it. This is our final offer. We're giving you this. If you want to play on next year's number, fine. We have the franchise tag in our back pocket. They've got to get the quarterback thing figured out. They need to know exactly what they're doing with the quarterback. Start there. Okay. And if you can get Brock locked up, which I'm hoping that they can, you don't have the extreme long-term commitments. I think it's a fair deal for all parties involved. You put in the Pro Bowl incentives, you put in the playoff incentives, you put in all those things, right? But you guarantee him over $120 million over 3 years. And I think I'd front load a lot of that if I could. I start there. Let's get the quarterback in play. Because if the quarterback's not in play, your opportunities and your chances and everything, you're playing against the 8 ball. Then the next thing is I gotta break it down with Kyle Shanahan. Kyle, do you want Ayuk on this team? Because we got to repair this relationship. Do you want him on the team? Because if you don't, then I'm going to move him. If you do, well, then I'm going to do everything I can to wrap both my arms around him during the rehab process and let him know that, we love him and we need him. Because I think all of this leaking and this talking and all that stuff, that goes a long way in the locker room. All these other guys have watched what you've done this offseason, all right, with the indecisions and the back and forth. And, you cleared out Tabor Pepper. You cleared out Deebo Samuel. You wanted Drake Greenlaw, but you didn't want Drake Greenlaw. I think you need to make sure that you shore up this Ayuk thing one way or the other. And that's where I would go to Kyle. Kyle, do you want him or do you not want him? Because if you want him, then we need to stop talking bad about him because he's making a lot of money and we're going to need him. And it makes my draft a lot easier because I know, all right, I got the 2 receivers in Jennings and in Pearsall, and I got Ayuk coming back into the fold. Wide receiver's not an issue for me to draft this year, And then the third thing, it's pretty straightforward to me. I'd go to Robert Saleh. How can we get you someone who can be a difference maker and help you in day one? Day one, I need to find whether if he says it's D tackle, all right then. My first 2 picks, one of them's got to be a D tackle. If it's D end, one of my first 2 picks has to be D end. If it's outside linebacker, Okay, one of my 2 picks needs to be outside linebacker. You have got to set up Robert Saleh for success and help this defense. That's my 3-pronged approach.
888-957-9570. John Lynch says the 49ers have a plan. What should their plan be? I want to hear from the fans on what they think the 49ers should be doing in these next couple of months. 888-957-9570. It's Spadoni. It's Shasky. We're going to pick this up on the other side. Plus, coming up around 7:20-ish, we're going to be doing a new segment. You've heard of Chat GPT? We're going to go to YouTube. Yes, we're going to the infamous YouTube chat here at 95.7 The Game. We're going to be calling it Chat TMR. TMR, the morning roast. We're going to be doing that around 7:20. So just be listening, YouTube chat. It's going to be your time to shine. And that's coming up next. Brought to you by Ceremony Ford.
for a track to explode on. And my tracks have been so long. I don't even know how it goes.
Who is this?
This is 50 and Eminem.
Oh, there you go. It's not a 50 cent.
It's a seamstress.
It's not a 50 cent Friday.
Fitted my pain. Eminem destroys this one.
Well, this must have been early 2000s.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, so there you go.
Hey, 50. Hey, I'll tell you. Get Rich or Die Trying.
All-time album.
Like 11 bangers.
It might be. No, it's up there for one of the greatest albums in like coming into a music scene of all time is 50 Cent. Like
Many Men.
Yeah.
Wish death upon me.
Oh,
Stay there. They're calling that the JFK song.
Oh my God. Well, they didn't wish it. They succeeded.
Oh my God.
Spoiler alert.
Is it too soon? Too soon to bust that one out? My algorithm on social media is all JFK stuff.
Sounds mind-blowing.
That was too far.
I was going to do the read here, but I don't think the sponsor wants me to do the read after a JFK joke, so I'll let that breathe for a little bit. I just say good morning to all of you. Just getting off work, getting ready for school, the weekend. We've been talking about plans this morning. If you got any weekend plans, it's great. An extended weekend. I don't know. It's Thursday, but maybe people take Friday off. I know John Lynch is working very hard. He has a plan in place, Joe Shasky, for the 49ers. I don't know what the plan is other than, get the quarterback signed and nail the draft.
What was the plan the last couple years?
The plan was
keep the band together,
yes,
roll it back,
yes,
maybe make a couple subtle moves to add to it.
He used the term push their chips all in last year.
So okay.
And they crapped out.
Okay. So then what are they doing this year?
Trimming the fat. They're getting rid of some of the bloated contracts they can't afford anymore. He mentioned Leonard Floyd's of the world, the Malik Collins of the world.
Then why would you cut
Javon
the
Hargrave.
fullback, take the $4 million dead cap hit, and then sign him to a $4 million deal over 2 years, meaning $8 million over 2?
Well, I mean, the dead cap hit, it all ends up just being money spent on the fullback anyways. That's how I look at it.
But it was a wasted exercise.
Well,
why are you spending $20 million? If you're trimming the fat, why are you spending $20 million on a blocking tight end?
Well, it's the vibes, Joe Shasky. He's very important to the locker room and the blocking scheme.
Who's more important vibe-wise? Dre Greenlaw making $12 million guaranteed over 3 years for the Denver Broncos, or a backup tight end who may or may not see the field because you brought back the fullback?
I guess there's injury concerns, though. There's not injury concerns with Luke Farrell. There's injury concerns with Dre Greenlaw.
Oh, yeah, of course there's no injury concerns with Luke Farrell. He doesn't play.
Well, he does.
He's a backup tight end.
He does. He's gutsy.
12 catches in his career.
You know what? He's a blocking tight end.
But you could see where, like, a fan...
He's taking over for the Charlie Warners of the world, Joe Shasky. What do you want?
Okay,
like this is a blocking team. Like, they're going to run first. So,
but when you tell me year after year, we're all in, it is hard to digest that we're taking a step back.
Well, you mentioned the fullback. Kyle Juszczyk talked about his decision to return to the San Francisco 49ers. Sound courtesy of Sirius XM Radio.
I had discussions with them throughout the offseason that, maybe it was a possibility that I was going to have to take a pay cut or we're going to have to rework some things in my contract. But it was never anything definite. It was just something that they put on my radar and something that, I needed to be prepared for. And just as things went on, I just the optimist in me started telling myself that, man, I don't think we're going to have to do this. It's getting close to the actual free agency period. Haven't heard too much. Things are kind of looking good. But then, they finally, a couple days before that, were like, yeah, this is a real thing. The financial restrictions we're under are a real thing. And, they kind of put it in my court of whether, I wanted to be released or if we wanted to continue to try and negotiate a pay cut. But I think, like anybody, it's good to see what your market is. And so they gave me the opportunity to do that. And so me and my agent, went to work. We had some interested teams and, we explored those possibilities because I feel like that's just fair to me and my family. You got to explore those possibilities, even if it's something that deep down maybe you don't want to do. We looked into it, and just to put it in the simplest terms, at the end of the day, it was too much to leave home. I wanted to be a Niner, and we were able to get to a number that I was comfortable with, and then, we were able to make the deal, and I couldn't be happier, and I'm trying not to look back at all. Like, I'm just happy to be there and know I'm locked in for 2 more years.
Kyle Juszczyk on Sirius XM NFL Radio, Joe Shasky. He said, there's some nibblers out there maybe. And
there are 8 teams that use the fullback in the league right now.
8? That many?
Yeah, that have.
I'm actually shocked. I'm legitimately not even being sarcastic. I'm shocked it's that many.
I mean,
because it feels like when I watch a game, there's maybe like 2.
I would agree with
3.
you. There's
Alec Ingold, Patrick Ricard, and Kyle Juszczyk. That's literally all I can think of.
That's what most people can do. And so, like, look, Kyle's a solid player. But the reality is that I think he represents stunted growth. meaning we were all expecting them. Oh, wow, we're going to evolve a little on offense. He's going to go 2 tight end sets and be more of a threat. Like Kyle Juszczyk, he's not a breakaway guy. I mean, what's he got? Like 8, 9 touchdowns in his Niner career over 9 years?
That's it?
And they felt very force-fed over the entire period of the time. I bet it's no more than 12. How many is it?
Let's see. I'm pulling it up right meow. Kyle Juszczyk, San Francisco 49ers fullback. In his career, I'm pulling up his stats right now. Okay. Starting with the 49ers, he had 2 touchdowns in 2020. 21, 1, 2, 4, 6 in his career? Is that right? 6 touchdowns in his career? 1 with Baltimore? That can't be right. That's rushing. Okay, there we go. All right. 18 in total for
of
receiving.
Of his
whole career. So 24 in total, rushing and receiving. He's had at least a touchdown a year receiving for the 49ers. At least.
I guess where I'm going
2020, he had 4.
Wow.
Yeah.
I guess where I'm going with this is what he signifies, which is like, you're just going to run it back? The same thing that didn't really work that well last year? He's not a threat. He's just not. I like the guy. He's a good guy, and I get why they use him, but it represents that the offense is going to look almost identical, and we're not going to get 3 wide receiver sets. We're not going to get more of those 2 tight end sets. So why did you bring in this backup tight end? It's baffling. And then, obviously, there's the Jordan Mason move, which we haven't even discussed today, which was kind of like a swap of late round picks. They didn't want to pay him. They had put a second round, tender on him, but he's not worth the second round. I mean, he couldn't stay healthy. I've always been a big Jordan Mason fan. He had his opportunity this year.
He was unbelievable. He was unbelievable in the first few games of the season. We were literally talking about him, Saquon Barkley, and Derrick Henry.
But going back to the running back market, you're not going to net much on it, and you're definitely not going to net much on a guy who got 5 or 6 starts this year and got hurt. Like that. It is what it is. I'm not losing sleep over the Jordan Mason thing, though I like the player, but I understand that move. But in a vacuum, that makes sense. When you step back and you look at all these other moves, it's like, man, moving forward, I'd probably rather have Jordan Mason than Kyle Juszczyk.
Well, it's a good point you bring up right now, and I keep going back and forth on this as we're talking about the plans for the San Francisco 49ers, 888-957-9570. John Lynch spoke with Matt Barrows yesterday of The Athletic and was saying, yeah, we have a plan in place. Don't worry, Niners fans. We have a lot of draft picks. We're going to be using them. We got to pay the quarterback. We had to trim some fat this offseason, and we'll be back. That was his. He says we have a plan. And then I'm asking the fan base right now, what should the plan be? And by the way, coming up in about 15 minutes or so, about 20 minutes, I should say, we're going to have Chat TMR. It's a new segment we're doing. So if you're in the YouTube chat, you know what? Stay ready. All right. And if you're not in the YouTube chat, go ahead and hop in there around 7:20 because we're going to be going to you guys for a new game called Chat TMR. You're going to want to be listening for the next 20 minutes for more on that. By the way, Dave Fleming, 8:30. I say all that to say this. I've been going back and forth, Joe Shasky, on the future of this team right now coming down to one player. And it scares the hell out of me that we're kind of doubling down on all of this as you move on from Jordan Mason. There is so much riding on Christian McCaffrey's health next year.
It's not even funny.
That scares the hell out of me.
Out of everyone.
Isaac Guerendo's the backup right now. Do you feel good about that?
Another guy who had flashes and got hurt multiple times.
Exactly. So there's part of me that says what I'm about to say might sound outrageous, but I keep coming back to it. If the kid from Boise State, Ashton Genty, starts falling and you're there 11,
I just don't think it's a luxury they can take.
No, but I strongly consider it.
No, I hear you.
I strongly consider that because there's a good chance that Christian McCaffrey, maybe he is damaged goods at this point.
But Joe, I would say to you this: defense and O-line are such holes. I don't think they can afford to take any other position but those. Look, I love skill position guys. I love them.
Maybe trade McCaffrey on draft day. Does that sound insane?
Yes.
Does that sound insane?
Yeah.
What if you get a third-round pick for him?
Who's trading for a guy who played, 3 games last year?
Maybe a team like the Kansas City Chiefs. I don't know. I'm just throwing a team out there.
He's got the third highest, salary for next year of running backs. Look, again, I do think they're going to draft another running back. I don't know when. It'll probably be the Shanahan special, 3rd, 4th, 5th round, right? And that guy could either be amazing or awful and cut before the season even started. But they have... Joe, who is on their defensive line right now?
There's Nick Bosa and them boys. That's what it is.
Okawanu?
Yeah, he was a fun story, but that was it. They got Malik Collins gone, Leonard Floyd gone, Javon Hargrave gone. They don't. Drake Jackson, he's still there, right? He didn't play last year, but
he played for 2 years.
I mean, is he still there?
He literally hasn't played for 2 years.
He had
a Pittsburgh game.
He had the Pittsburgh game where he had 3 sacks.
For 2 years.
And then,
so
are they baking up? No, I'm laughing, but I'm also like kind of serious. Like that's a guy that was one of your high draft picks. Like, no, he has to be able to produce this year. Like that's another whiff for them. By the way, the segment brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Like, yeah, they don't have anyone, and they're going to need bodies to step up here. So yeah, again, I hear you on and I'm with you. The offensive and defensive line. I know they're not going to draft an offensive lineman in the first round. We've heard from Kyle Shanahan. They're just not going to do that. So if I had to bet, it's definitely defensive tackle or defensive end in the first round. I'm just saying if Genty falls, I'm strongly considering it because I am a run heavy first. My first thing I do is run heavy in this offense. And I just don't trust the running back that's healthy right now. He's just not. I don't trust Christian McCaffrey to stay healthy. If that's what I'm baking the season on, that scares the hell out of me. Like, I understand what the Rams did last year, and it made sense to me. Like, they had Kyron Williams, and they drafted Blake Corum in the third round or something. Like, so maybe they find their Blake Corum in the third round or something like this year. Maybe. But you need a plan in place post McCaffrey because it could be it this year. Well, it could be it.
They've also, over the years, they found Jeff Wilson Jr., Matt Breida. They found, obviously, Raheem Mostert. There's been guys that they found that have been really good for
them. They also have whiffed a lot, too.
I know, no doubt. But Elijah Mitchell is a great example of a 6th-round pick that, like, you squeeze the lemon on that bad boy. I know he didn't play the last year, but he was a good player before he got injured, and then he stayed injured. But this team desperately needs to be able to get stops on defense. If they're going to run the ball, no matter who's the running back, you got to be able to play complementary defense and get off the field at times. And I think the biggest problem with this team is stopping the run and getting after the quarterback.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. And now we are broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Good morning to all of you. Spadoni, Chasky, back. Shout out Evan Giddings for holding it down yesterday. Wasn't feeling very good. I am recovered now. I'm feeling better than ever. We got Dave Fleming coming up at 8:30, voice of the San Francisco Giants and our 95.7 The Game Giants insider for another year. So can't wait to talk to Flem about all things Giants, but also it's the round of 64, baby. Starting today. Let's go. Can't wait. We're going to be talking about that as the show goes on. Maybe we do a little snake draft here, Carter.
Joe, can we do an exercise?
A little bit later, we're going to be doing that. Maybe we'll all pick a team that we're going to be rooting for.
All right,
in each bracket.
Can we just do an exercise?
Sure. What's the exercise?
It's pretty simple. Pass or fail.
Okay. Well, in regards to what?
Their draft history. Because if you're going to do the whole, like, hey, trust us, bro, we're going to draft it. It's like, all right. Like, and I like Kyle Shanahan. I like John Lynch. But their draft history is kind of spotty.
Okay. Do I need NFL theme music for this?
You can do that.
Yeah, give me the NFL. Yeah, give me some prime time. We'll get that.
If we just, 2024, I'm not trying to dismiss it. But right now, I think the only player that you could say full pass on is Dominic Pooney. Started every single game for you. He was awesome.
He was awesome. He was good.
Okay, everybody else is kind of a work in progress.
We'll see.
I think it's too early to even try to make determinations. But I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. I think it was a good draft class. I think it has a potential to be much better. Last year's 2023. Your first pick was Jair Brown, Jake Moody, Cameron Latu, Darrell Luter, Robert Beal, D. Winters, Braden Willis, Ronnie Bell, Jalen Graham. Pass or fail on that draft class?
Fail. And I like Jair Brown. He showed flashes, but last season kind of regressed a little bit.
Okay. 2022's draft class. Drake Jackson was your first pick.
Yikes.
Tyron Davis-Price, Danny Gray, Spencer Burford,
oh my God,
Sammy Womack, Nick Zakel, Kalia Davis, Tariq Castro-Fields, and Brock Purdy. Pass or fail?
Fail. I like Burford, but it's a fail.
Purdy?
Oh, well, yes, you're right. Again, Mr. Irrelevant.
Really one player out of that draft. So that's one player of almost 2 full seasons of drafts.
Because I'd say like the Brady draft was a success. Yeah.
Okay.
So yes.
Now let's go to this one.
Although Drake Jackson's been so awful. He was the first pick in that draft.
No, he hasn't played. He has been. 2021. Trey Lance, Aaron Banks, Trey Sermon, Aubrey Thomas, Jalen Moore, Diamonor Lenore, Hufunga, Elijah Mitchell. That's a hit.
That's a good draft.
That's a good draft. But Trey Lance is one of the biggest misses in the history of the NFL.
So, yeah, exactly. So we're doing it's like the inverse of the Brock Purdy draft in a way, where it's like the quarterback was so awful, but you had some actually like key players that helped you out. So maybe we're calling it net neutral for both of them. How about that?
Okay. 2020. Kinlaw, Ayuk, McKivitz, Warner, Jennings.
Ayuk and Jennings, they've been hits.
I agree. So it's a pass.
So it's a pass.
All right. This is their best draft by far. 2019. Bosa, Debo, Jalen Hurd, Mitch Wisnowski.
Jalen Hurd.
Mitch Wisnowski in the 4th round is just an absurd draft. I mean,
with the team.
It's as absurd as the kicker in the 3rd round.
Still with
Dre
the team.
Greenlaw, Caden Smith, Justin School, Tim Harris. It's a clear pass.
Yes.
Okay. 2018. This is, God, they're so lucky.
I haven't heard of Jalen Hurd in a minute.
Yeah, no one has. Mike McGlinchey, Dante Pettis, Fred Warner, Tavarius Moore, Kentavious Street, DJ Reed, who's played on a million teams, Marcel Harris, Julian Taylor, Richie James.
Yeah, it's a hit.
Just because of Warner.
Yes. He's a Hall of Famer.
First draft. Solomon Thomas, Reuben Foster, Akello Witherspoon, CJ Beathard, Joe Williams, George Kittle, Trent Taylor, DJ Jones, some guy whose name I can't pronounce, and Adrian Colbert.
I like DJ Jones and I like George Kittle. It's about it.
I mean, they're living off of like one Grand Slam pick every 2 or 3 years. And there's a lot of like nothing burgers.
That's kind of what the draft is, though, right? Like a little bit.
But you can't say we're trying to emulate the Rams, trust us, bro, when like the proof is in the pudding. Like, let's call it what it is. The Rams have made some good picks, and it's tough. You just said it. The draft is really hard. I agree. It is hard. 30% hit rate. You're like a great GM.
Yes.
Okay? To find 4 starters in one draft, either you must be the 2017 Niners, meaning you're so awful, guys are just going to walk into starting jobs, or you're one of the greatest talent evaluators the game has ever seen. It is very, very difficult. So when I look at their roster today and they say, hey, we'll find 3 starters on the D-line, we'll find a linebacker, we'll find an offensive lineman, it's like, trust that plan.
Well, what's frustrating for me is like looking at what the Rams have been doing, because, and again, we're comparing them to the Rams because the Rams have, notoriously been the team that says F them picks. Like it's a joke. It's Les Snead's trading all the 1st and 2nd round picks and getting all the big name players, giving them fat contracts, the Jalen Ramseys, the Von Millers of the world, doing that. And then all of a sudden they take a year or 2 off, and then they in just those 2 off seasons, they reset the books and they reset their players and everything, and they're still competing at a high level. They had one down year a couple years ago after the Super Bowl, but since then they've been a playoff team every single time, and I feel like their talent level was not near the San Francisco 49ers, and yet they were still able to compete at a high level. So I look at that team and I tell myself, like, why can't the 49ers do that? I have trust in Kyle Shanahan. I have trust in John Lynch. I have trust in the Hall of Famers that are on this team currently right now. Why can't they be the Rams? And again, it starts with the 1st and 2nd rounds. And to your point, as you just listed them all off, it's just so crucial to me to nail the defensive player. Because outside of Bosa and Fred Warner, they really haven't nailed the top of those drafts. Like Solomon Thomas's, the Drake Jacksons, the Javon Kinlaws. So many whiffs there. I mean, they had Eric Armstead for a long time, but that wasn't this regime.
No.
That was a previous regime.
And so is DeForest Buckner.
Yes.
I look at what's really did them in this year with the 6 and 11, the fact you didn't have 1st and 2nd round picks for basically 2 years. It's just, you needed, like, even if one of those guys is a player, you're hitting. So that brings me back to the 11th pick. I want to trade down. Like, I need multiple picks.
Takes 2 to tango.
I don't think that's
always
plausible.
In theory, it's always nice, but we've always learned
it's so hard.
Yes.
That being said, if not, you take the best defensive lineman or outside linebacker possible, or I'm taking the tackle to replace Trent Williams. And you're hoping that you're not drafting this high up in the 1st round ever again.
There's a blessing and a curse with this, right? It's like, it's a blessing that you have the 11th pick, but it's also like, it means you weren't a very good team last year. But like you just alluded to it, you might not be in this position again, so you better nail this pick, because you might not be in a position going forward to get a quality player like this in the top 12, top 11 picks, whatever you're picking at. They just don't draft offensive linemen.
The importance of this 11th pick.
Why don't they draft, like, I heard Kyle Shanahan last year at Tim Cowell commenting, it like kind of drove me nuts. Like this philosophy that he thinks he's like too good to draft. My scheme doesn't need to draft offensive linemen in the 11th. Like,
it's hubris in what he does. It's like a Don Nelson. He
It's
reminds
kind of
me of Don
ridiculous,
Nelson.
though. Like, you can't draft an offensive lineman in the
Well, he did draft Trent
unless
Williams
they're a
with his
bona
dad.
fide Hall of Famer. I was like, okay, well, we all think they're going to be bona fide Hall of Famers if you believe
Mike
in the guy.
McGlinchey 10th overall, and it was a huge mistake. It's a huge mistake.
Wasn't
Passed
the
on
biggest
Derwin
mistake
James.
ever. He was serviceable. It's not like he was
You didn't even re-sign
god-awful.
him.
Okay, but I'm not saying he was god-awful.
If you don't re-sign a first-round pick, that's a bad pick.
Okay, but he did get paid somewhere else and got a fat contract.
I walked around Levi Stadium and said, Mike McGlinchey to a Niner fan. They're like, that guy sucks.
Just because he didn't live up to the expectation of a top 10 pick doesn't mean it was a bust to me.
He was not a great football player by any stretch.
Would you say he was solid?
I think he was a liability.
Oh,
That's what I think he was.
Okay.
He's the main reason George Kittle doesn't get 110 catches during that era because he has to stand next to him and help him out, holding his hand, blocking.
I don't think he was as awful as we all want to think
The
he was that
guy
bad.
is a meme. He was thrown by Micah Parsons across the field like a sack of potatoes.
A lot of people get thrown around by Micah Parsons. There's no shame in that. It's a big man. He's very good. All I'm saying is this. Just because Mike McGlinchey didn't resign, that's going to scare you off from drafting another line.
No.
You
I'm saying you're saying they never drafted
that.
anyone. You're saying they never drafted anyone high, and I'm saying
He
they
said
did.
it last year. I'm saying Kyle Shanahan basically alluded to saying, I don't want to draft offensive linemen in the first round.
Well, I do think that the McGlinchey pick is one of those picks. Like when you do stuff like that, it's like, oh, I better not do that again. It's like the Trey Lance thing. I don't see them ever packaging all that stuff to move up ever again.
Just because he drafted Jamarcus Russell doesn't mean you go back and not draft a quarterback in the first round again.
No, but to trade up and do all that.
I get it. But you're in this
things that you
position
do
right now.
stick with you.
You're not trading up at this point. Like if you're trading down and maybe you do it. But 11th pick, yeah, I think it's absolutely in the realm of possibility that you should be looking into helping out the offensive line, specifically the right tackle.
But the other part of McGlinchey, and I don't want to.
No.
They had Trent Brown. They had Trent Brown, and then they let him go, and he immediately won a Super Bowl with Tom Brady.
Yeah, but after that, like Trent Brown's been. Is he even in the league still? Is Trent Brown still like? Is he? What is he doing? He's a free agent. No, he's 31. Like I hear you on that, and he was solid, and he was a Pro Bowl, I think, with the Raiders in his first year. But outside of that, really didn't do a whole hell of a lot. 888-957-9570 is the number we're up against. So we're going to take a quick break. Come on back. More of your calls, more of your texts. And our new segment, Joe Shasky, we're going to do on the other side. It is 49ers related. It's Chat TMR.
Okay.
Get to the YouTube chat right now. We are streaming there live on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, but specifically YouTube. You're going to want to be involved in this chat. So go ahead and download the YouTube app, or if you have it up, pull it up. You're going to want to be a part of this. It's going to be fun, and it's going to be brought to you by the College Basketball Tournament, because the College Basketball Tournament is here, and stay up to date on all the tournament action via our bracket challenge on 957thegame.com. And be sure to tune in to KPIX Channel 5 for tournament highlights, live updates, and to see your favorite 957 The Game hosts share their thoughts on the tournament. And that's what's coming up next, brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
It's your boy Ricky Antonio, the winner of the Listener Knockout Champion. You feel me? Shout out to Spadoni and Chats, man, on 95.7 The Game. Could I get a water though?
God, I love that. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Love me some Laughing Monk. Love me some Joe Shasky.
Well, we're on an Eminem vibe this morning.
Hey, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. I'm feeling great this morning.
Superman.
Carter's voice isn't sounding great, but that's okay. Don't crack the mic, Carter. Don't do
It makes
that.
you realize how great Dr. Dre was. God.
Well, the beats are all time. Like, there's no greater name for the headphones that he made because he just made some of the greatest beats, if not the greatest in the history of rap.
He is number one all time in the entire category of hip hop as the greatest producer ever, in my opinion.
No, it's not even.
And I don't just mean like making the song, but the beat, the whole thing, the whole production.
I'm not going to argue with that at all. Shout out to those listening on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. And you're going to want to be listening on YouTube and being a part of the chat because we're going to unveil something here in the coming moments. Dave Fleming going to be joining us at 8:30, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Dave Fleming, happy to be joining us for another year. Giants talk some tourney with him as the round of 64 gets started today. Both Shasky and I have taken Duke to win it all, so that means they're probably going to get knocked out in the first round because that's just what happens in the tourney. Chaos happens. Are you one of those people that do like multiple brackets, by the way?
No.
I just do one. Like, I'm not here to just, maybe back in the day, like in high school, I was really into it. Like, we'd have a pool and stuff.
Yeah.
I think we're doing a pool at the station. Lucas asked me to do it.
Oh, yeah, he hit me up. I didn't even
like,
respond.
I didn't. I was like, I'm out. Yeah, I didn't. You didn't even respond?
Nope.
Wow. Just didn't even say no thanks.
No, I don't want to be a part of you trying to get a couple bucks out of me.
Well, I like that. He probably sent the same text. She's like, Kieran won it last year. I was like, oh, great. I was like, that
means nothing to me.
I was like, anyone can win it last year. I was like, I'm not wasting $25.
Can you give me $25? No, can you give me the $25
right.
that you probably owed me for the last 4 years? All the meals I've gotten you? Jesus.
Hey, there was a Taqueria Bonita Taqueria back in the day. Old station. That was great. The Gambinos back in the day. Yeah, we don't have the Gambinos across the street over here. That's the only thing we're missing. That hit the spot.
It makes me jealous because I see Steiny come in with like a ham and croissant sandwich every day.
Every day, huh?
Just about.
It shows.
And he didn't have it yesterday, and I could tell he was a little down.
Well, was that or the Warriors winning? Is that why he was down?
Well, Steiny's been in his bag lately, you know? He's the only guy that could trade away Steph Curry 15 times and just somehow come out golden.
Shout out Todd Golden, head coach of Florida basketball, is one of the number one overall seeds here in the tourney.
Ex-USF coach.
Ex-USF coach. They're Florida basketball. Not since Billy Donovan have they been this good, I don't think. Billy Donovan, also head coach of the Chicago Bulls, who are not a very good team. Speaking of the Warriors, though, I do want to get into them at some point today because Steve Kerr joined the program yesterday, Willard and Dibbs, as he does each and every week. And he had some interesting thoughts on the win, on Stephen Curry missing a game, and a lot baked into that whole equation of Steph, missing the game. And I think that's why it was such a big win. I didn't get to talk about it yesterday, Joe Shasky, but what a win yesterday of one of the most disappointing losses and following it up with one of the best wins of the season on the back end of a back-to-back against Giannis and Milwaukee Bucks team that they're a playoff team. They're a legit player in the Eastern Conference. And to win that game against Giannis and Dame the way you did, Draymond with 4 blocks, it was an incredible win. And you could wrap up this homestand at 6-1 if you take care of business tonight against the Toronto Raptors. Warriors live at 6 o'clock right here, 95.7 The Game.
Pajemski's first game back. He looked great.
Join Willard and Dibbs as well. Can't wait to hear from what Buzz had to say, too. We have some sound from him.
I must have missed that. I'm going to have to go back on YouTube and look that up.
Odds.
And so I thought he was excellent.
God just oozes confidence.
GP2 was excellent. I thought that Jimmy Butler was phenomenal. And now the question is, can we get Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry to kind of go your turn, my turn? And I'm not saying ISO ball, but can we run certain things through Jimmy Butler with 5-6 minutes to go and kind of blend the methodical pacing of Jimmy with the frenetic, all over the place stuff of Steph Curry?
That's kind of the last piece to the puzzle, right? It's seeing these guys both ball out in the same game at the same time. And that would be scary hours for the rest of the league. Because they haven't even clicked together.
How many teams can close in that way?
That's a great question. Like a tandem like that.
LeBron and Luka.
LeBron and Luka, Tatum and Brown.
Okay.
They've done it. They could do it. They saw that in the last game of the season.
Both
last
of
game
them
of the NBA Finals.
are more creators for themselves than they are for others.
Sure.
But I would agree.
But they're so good at doing
Totally
that it works.
Totally agree.
And they can get their own shots off.
Plus, they've got a lot of really nice pieces around, when Derek White's hitting and Pritchard.
Correct.
They've got players. And obviously, Drew Holiday's the guy we always sleep on.
Jokic and Murray, I'll give them that when things are going right because I've seen it win a title. I've seen them do it. It hasn't been consistent this year. There's been injuries, of course, as they lose yesterday. Both of those guys didn't play against the Lakers as the Lakers win that game. What are we at in the Western Conference standings, by the way? Let me pull that up right quick because we're going to be
got it right here.
Got it right there?
So you got OKC, one spot.
Yep.
And then there's a big drop-off, about a 12-game difference.
The Thunder have won 4 in a row. The Rockets have won 8 in a row.
Yeah, so Rockets. You got Houston at 45 wins. The Lakers at 43 wins. They're in the
Rockets coming out to play.
Denver in the 4 spot with 44 wins, but they've got one more loss. Then you got in the 5 spot, Memphis Grizzlies with 43 wins, and then a big drop, 3 games basically, and you've got the Golden State Warriors at the 6. Then the box, Clippers, Minnesota, Kings, Phoenix. Phoenix is probably destined. It's them and the Mavs for the 10 spot. The Kings feel like they're a 9 spot team. And then you've got the 7-8 matchup, could be Warriors, could be Clippers, could be Minnesota. 2 of those.
Clippers have won 4 in a row. They're red hot. They're game back. It wasn't the Timberwolves biting at the heels. Now they've lost 2 in a row. Your Pelicans, they did it yesterday, Joe Shasky. And I told you to trust in Zion.
I just needed a win from them.
Zion's been balling the last few games. Again,
awesome.
0 expectations for him.
He's got a Kyler feel to him right now where he's must watch, but I also don't trust.
He's going to get hurt or something like that. Which sucks to say because I don't want to have to be saying that about a player. It's like you're just waiting for it to happen.
Yeah.
Which I don't like saying about guys, but they got to prove us wrong, right? It's going to be an interesting summer for the Pelicans and what they're going to do going in the future. Maybe Zion's going to be the big piece that gets moved this summer. Brandon Ingram, right? So I'm very, very curious to see what happens there. I'm also very curious to see how this next segment is going to come to fruition.
All right.
We've been spitballing it. How can we get the chat super involved in the show? Because it's always involved, and we're taking bits and pieces from the Jason Mishlers, the Drew Downs, the Ernie Chavez's, all you people on the chat. We love you. We love the YouTube chat. So we have this thing called Chat GPT, which is AI, right? It's AI generated. You go into Chat GPT. Hey, Brock Purdy is going to be paid so-and-so. And then it'll be like, oh, he's an elite quarterback. I'm butchering it here, but you get what I'm saying.
You ask a question.
Say, is Brock Purdy a franchise quarterback? It'll say, oh, he has done so-and-so. This makes him a so-and-so quarterback. So that's what Chat GPT does. Well, Chat TMR, Chat the Morning Roast, is going to be a little different. I want wrong answers only.
Okay.
That's what I want to do today. So you've heard of wrong answers only? A segment like that?
For those that don't know about the internet, how would you describe it?
So I'm going to throw this out to Sam Lubman, to Carter, to Joe Shasky, to the Morning Roast audience. The 49ers' plans should be blank. John Lynch said this to Matt Barrows yesterday. All right, quote, I have it right here. I think the thing the fans should know is we have a plan, and we're going to execute that plan, and we're excited about the opportunity. Wrong answers only.
Okay.
The 49ers plan is what?
I'm going to give you mine, and I want to hear from the chat.
I want the music, too. We got music. There you go. We got the NFL.
Wrong answers
but not
only.
on YouTube, unfortunately.
Oh, it's fine.
Here's the wrong answer. You trade away Brock Purdy right now.
Oh, no.
And you go sign Aaron Rodgers for 1 year, $10 million.
Oh, my God.
Why not? Why not?
No one wants Aaron Rodgers at this point. The Minnesota Vikings said, no, we'd rather go with J.J. McCarthy.
Why not?
Why not?
The other plan is this. They're planning on breaking ground of a new stadium in the heart of San Francisco.
That would actually be
We're getting rid of the 87th best stadium out of 90 by Google, Yelp, all those different things. We'll get into that a little later, but basically Levi's was very poorly rated. So your wrong answers only. You're asking.
Wrong answers only.
The other part of this wrong answers only.
The 49ers' plans are what?
Here's one of their plans. To strip down the team like Major League so that they could finance their soccer teams in Europe.
You are obsessed with Leeds FC. You're obsessed with them over there.
And the Rangers. They bought some soccer team called the Rangers.
Yeah, they're from Glasgow or Scotland or whatever. And Glasgow's in Scotland, I know. But Get off the soccer team, all right? Just stop worrying about it.
From the chat,
Thank
Jedi
you.
says, the plan is,
Jedi.
wrong answers only, to not pay Brock Purdy and draft Jackson Dart to sit behind the Mac attack. That's pretty funny.
The Mac attack?
I bet you there are people out there that really want to do that.
Hey, Jackson Dart's got a sweet flow, I'll say that. That guy looks like he models for Abercrombie and Fitch.
Alan Neal, the Niners should be planning to save all of their money to put a roof on that stadium.
Oh, my God.
Come on, that's funny.
Hey, we got one. Oh, Niner Gang. Is it Niner Gang 4? Start Mac Jones was the secret plan all along. We're going to Mac. The Mac, just Brock.
Bring back Trey Lance to back up Mac Jones.
Just making it open competition.
It'll be hilarious.
Oh my God. Well, that's what they're doing with Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones. I was like, oh, so you just don't even care about this upcoming season. That's what you're telling me.
Never
Colts.
Ready 11 in the YouTube chat. Bring back Jim Tom Sula.
Oh,
that would be hilarious.
Now that's the name.
That's the plan. We're getting rid
Jim
of Chris
Tom
Kocurek. We're bringing in Tom Sula.
I don't hate that for the offensive line. He's a good offensive line coach. He always
He's a
was.
D-line coach.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, hey, maybe that's the plan.
offensive
Have
line.
Jim Tom Sula do the
He was a
D-line.
D-line coach.
Remember, Ray McDonald swore by him.
He's won the NFL Europe. He won an NFL Europe. He's a champion.
Oh, there's so many good ones.
Jimmy T. Wrong answers only. We're doing it. It's called Chat TMR. The 49ers plans. John Lynch said the 49ers have a plan in place. Well, what should it be? Wrong answers
Billy Joe,
only.
redo the parking lot at Levi's.
That's a good one.
There we go. That's what we're saving
I'm
up
not
for.
mad at that. That should be a plan. That's more of like the city of Santa Clara. Can we have the city of Santa Clara have concerts past 10 o'clock at Levi's Stadium? How about that?
The plan is to make Great America great again.
Mac America great again.
That is
Sidecar Tommy, Mac America great again.
Mac. There's a lot of Mac Jones ones. People, guys are laughing. If Mac Jones gets an opportunity next year, let's just see. Let's just see how he looks. There's going to be a contingent of fans saying, you know what? This was Kyle's guy all along, Joe Shasky. This is what he was doing all along.
The plan is to hand out sunscreen for all 1 o'clock starts.
That's actually a good
That's
plan.
hilarious.
408, cut Brock Purdy, signed Johnny freaking Football Manziel. Johnny! Hey, he played with Kyle before. Cleveland.
Don't get him close to the ink.
650, trade Brock to the Titans, get their pick, and we pick Abdul Carter with the first pick, then draft with the 11th pick, Jackson Dart.
I would do that in a heartbeat.
So wait, it's
Are you
Brock
high?
straight up
What
for
do
the
you
number
mean?
one pick?
What do you mean, am I high?
You're trading Brock to the Titans to get the
For the number one
overall
pick, I think Abdul Carter is going to be ridiculous.
He has a foot injury.
I don't care. I don't care.
He has a stress fracture in his foot.
Those heal so quickly.
He could break every finger on his hand right now, and
Joe,
I would
you
take
get
him
sore. Your
yesterday.
foot's sore, and you just walking.
And I played a doubleheader yesterday and coached a practice. What? He is an elite athlete.
Yes,
He's not even me. I'm 42, and I'm broken down. Did you watch him? Abdul Carter is ridiculous. He's a freak.
I'm not touching anyone with a stress fracture in their foot with the number one overall pick.
Wrong answers only.
Austin San Jose wants to make Bosa the GM.
I like
Yeah,
that.
I think we're just gonna maybe draft some running backs.
I like that.
and
That's actually
figure out
really
our
good.
plan, and I don't know. I'm just gonna not do any moves in the
We're going to
second
make the
half of
Niners
draft.
great again. 49ers fire Lynch. This is from the 510. I like that we're getting both YouTube and the text line. That's fine. 888-957-9570. Quite frankly, you could call in if you want to. But I do like that we're going just to the YouTube chat as well. But I got a lot going on here. 49ers fire Lynch and hire Daryl Morey. Trust the process. Niner gang.
Parag. Can you imagine Parag and Daryl Morey running spreadsheets together? That's pretty funny.
I actually kind of love Daryl Morey.
We rename our team to the San Francisco XLs.
Could you imagine, like John Lynch is like a player, like he's like intense. Can you imagine Daryl Morey sitting up there with his blazer and T-shirt on, sitting next to Kyle
Audit the
Shanahan?
overtime rules.
Oh my God! He has a spreadsheet printed out of all the missed calls for the illegal contacts and defensive holdings. Oh my God! What's the equivalent of missing 28 3-pointers in a row, whatever it was? What's the equivalent?
It's Jake Moody kicking in 2024.
Oh no!
That's the equivalent. Jimmy G in the fourth quarter of playoff games.
Fran underscore Stagram. Bring back dollar beer Sundays to numb the pain from watching a mid-Niners team. These are the wrong answers only for the 49ers plan in the offseason.
The plan is to allow Brandon Ayuk to run the social media account for the 49ers.
Oh, no.
That's funny.
That's pretty good, actually. 510. The plan is to trade Ayuk and the 11th pick to trade up and draft Travis Hunter.
Sidecar Tommy,
know
Draymond
about
Green to
Travis
offer
Hunter.
positivity training for the 49ers.
Oh,
That's pretty good. That's pretty
That would be
good.
great when Debo was there.
That's pretty
oh my
good.
God. That's pretty good. 415. Listen to the last one. 49er fans are being so weak that they'll complain about sunny weather games. LOL. Goes back to the roof. Like, that is a thing, though. People don't like the sunny weather. You get cooked out there.
That's not exclusive to Santa Clara. In Miami, they had to put a roof on because it's too hot.
Especially
Hard
with
Rock
humidity too,
Hard
it
Rock
would
Stadium,
be pretty
yeah.
bad.
Yeah,
Hard Rock,
I know we're getting picked on here, but like I dare anyone. I'm dead serious on this. I dare you for an October game, go sit on the sun side without a hat.
You guys remember last year when they tried because it was like the 100-degree game and everyone was like anticipating it, and they tried to do the white jerseys and the league said, no, you have to like install that before the season
That was
starts.
the game they lost to the Arizona Cardinals.
They couldn't win that. Yeah, they didn't win that game because it was so hot. They tried to do the all whites. They couldn't at home. That was fun. Chat TMR.
The wrong plans only to actually finish off a team and win a Super Bowl.
Oh no, that's
That's a pretty good
that
one to
hurts.
finish
That's
on.
a good way to finish on.
That brings me to this. You and I have
That was
discussed
good. Let's keep doing that going forward. That was fun. That was fun.
polarizing players in the Bay Area. Jimmy Garoppolo was as polarizing as I've ever seen. Ever.
There was so much baked into the Jimmy Garoppolo thing.
But okay, it's similar to Brock. I think Brock is better than Jimmy.
But I don't think Brock is as polarizing as Jimmy.
I do, actually.
Really?
Yeah, quietly, though. We're afraid to say it out loud.
See, I think Jimmy Garoppolo, like the way it all started and the team was just miserable and it was depressing, and like the firestorm that came when him winning all those games towards the end, he gets paid, he starts going on dates with porn stars named Kiara Mia. Like, there was a lot baked into the Jimmy. He was handsome. He backed up Tom Brady. He won Super Bowls there.
The way we talked about him, though, Joe, was two extremes. He sucks.
It didn't start that way, though.
I know, but it was he sucks. Or he's one of the best quarterbacks in the league. It felt like there was no
In between.
middle ground.
Yeah.
A happy medium. When I think most people were like, he's solid, a good player, not one of the best in the league, certainly not one of the worst.
Yeah.
But we thought he was good. You know, Brandon Belt was extremely polarizing.
For a guy that
People like Sam Lubman.
For a guy that doesn't say a whole hell of a lot, kind of similar to Jimmy Garoppolo, who like they don't say anything. These guys that are so polarizing and they're just such nothing burgers when it comes to quotes are so funny to me.
Like if you ask a Brandon Belt fan in the heart of the Brandon Belt Wars, they were ready to go to war. He's as good as Goldschmidt.
I remember you guys arguing about JT Snow versus Brandon Belt, yelling at each other.
It's not even close. JT's the better player.
We'll ask Dave Fleming at 8:30.
But I also acknowledge he doesn't suck. He's an above average starting first baseman, right? Yeah. But everybody talk about he's terrible. He's not even a starter. Blah blah blah. It's wild. Brings me to Jonathan Kaminga.
Oh,
Jonathan Kaminga on a possession by possession account. We are literally debating amongst friend chats, social media, amongst each other on the couch. Is he good? Is he great?
What?
Is he awful?
I was out yesterday. Obviously, the Warriors had a very strange game, by the way. They have a big lead. They blow it. They get down double digits. Then they come back and win by double digits. A very odd tone to the game. Obviously, Steph not there. The fourth game back that Jonathan Kaminga's here, okay? It was game number 4 since returning.
Yeah, but he's very polarizing.
He's very, what was the tone? I'm just curious yesterday. It was a huge win.
Oh, people are excited, but I think we're waiting. Okay, again, because of Jonathan Kaminga.
Were there a lot of calls I'm asking about JK?
He's a lightning rod. Some people think, hey, this guy has star potential, right? Superstar potential. He's the guy that you give the baton to. That's a little strong for me right now. And then other people, he's not an NBA player that deserves $30 million a year. He sucks. There's a happy medium. I think he's a solid player. He's ascending. I think he's young. I think the team that he's come back to is clearly not the exact same team that he left 2 months ago. They've changed. I think his role has changed. I think he's been up and down in terms of production. I do think he's a solid rotation piece with opportunities to maybe be a high-impact starter. I don't know if he'll ever be an all-star. Like, to be an all-star is really hard.
It's very difficult.
It's really hard in the NBA. I think we throw that around. I don't know. We'll see. But I don't think he sucks. And I think he's extremely useful. But you bring up the name Jonathan Kaminga, you get wildly different opinions. Okay, very few people are giving you the happy medium like a Jimmy Garoppolo. Yeah, he's a solid player. We really need him. He's good. He's not the best. He's not the worst. He's good. He has a lot of potential. What is it about Kaminga that makes him so darn polarizing?
Every single team has to have a built-in scapegoat. I truly believe this with any fan base. It doesn't matter. Give me a team. Give me any team. There's going to be a player that can't get any blame, and there's going to be a player that gets all the blame, no matter what. Steph is never going to get blamed.
Sure.
And he had a bad game the other day against the Nuggets.
It was really bad.
It was really bad. Jimmy Butler, I think, has done so well with this team. They've only lost once when he plays, or twice now. Is that what it is? He's not going to get blamed. Jimmy could do no. At this point, Jimmy could do no wrong.
Why do we have to do the blame game?
Draymond, at times, and then more often, lately, he's not going to get blamed. So,
but even the biggest Draymond critic would acknowledge, he's really good on defense.
He's got the built-up equity, is what I'm saying, Joe Shasky, and that matters to these certain icons and brands. It could never have been Kobe's fault. It could never have been Mike's fault. You got to find someone, and it's easy to gravitate towards the younger players that haven't been established, that haven't proven their worth in the playoffs. So you know what? It's easier for me to poke and push down that guy because you know what? He hasn't shown me yet that he's capable of doing it. Albeit, with the first half of the season, he was your team's second best scorer. When the team wasn't, very good and they were mired and they were up and down. And I do think there is this preconceived notion about the attitude of a Jonathan Kaminga. And I think
what do you mean? What do you mean?
Well, a couple years ago, Joe Shasky, I think a lot of people, he still rubs people the wrong way because of him voicing his frustrations in that playoff series going up against the Los Angeles Lakers when he was going to C.J. Holmes, the San Francisco Chronicle. We saw all the reports from Shams Charania of ESPN where he was saying, Kaminga's camp, he's frustrated with Steve Kerr. We had that graphic early on in the season. Remember, it was benched. It was all in big. He was benched.
But wasn't he polarizing even before that? Not that, I agree.
But it's heightened even more since the last couple seasons where you've kind of pigeonholed yourself into it's Steph, and then we need Jonathan Kaminga to start stepping up because they didn't get Lauri Markkanen. They didn't get Paul George.
Yeah, but he did step up. He was good. But
he was good, but the team wasn't doing very well. It was kind of, I think a lot of fans were having a hard time rationalizing Jonathan Kaminga, being the team's second best scorer, but it wasn't translating to a lot of wins.
Is it because he represents maybe not a threat, but hey, this guy is supposed to prolong Steph's career and he's not good enough yet. And what he represents is them not moving picks to help Steph more now.
Correct. I think a lot of people are waiting for Jonathan Kaminga to be that next big piece to a championship run. And I just have to caution them and say, listen, he's not going to be the first reason or second reason you're going to win a title. If anything.
But did you think about Wiggins?
No, I didn't.
I didn't.
But at the same time, he was an all-star that season. He proved himself to be an all-star caliber player.
But at 22 years old, I don't think he should be the second best player on this team.
No, I don't either.
And just like Jordan Poole wasn't the second best player on the 2022 championship, though at times he could play like their second best player.
But when I have an Anthony Slater, who you respect, I respect, the fan base respects, who covers the team for The Athletic and for 95.7 The Game. He joined you and Evan yesterday. Hell of an interview. If you missed any of it, find it on YouTube or the free Odyssey app. Anthony Slater, he's telling us in the fan base that, you know what? You're going to need Jonathan Kaminga if you want to beat Oklahoma City.
Draymond said it. Draymond came out and said,
so that's why
we need this guy.
That's why people are frustrated, and that's why it's polarizing, because you keep telling us we need this guy, and I agree, you need this guy. Well, 2 of 10's not going to get it done.
Yeah, but he's not playing. Okay, but he's not playing 40 minutes a game, and he's
You're
playing
asking me why he's polarizing. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, but I hear you. He's also not starting. He's coming off the bench. He's playing with guys that don't pass well. The combinations that he's playing alongside, there's no nuance with him. And I just don't understand why every possession should not be a referendum on whether you're good or not. It felt like we did this. Every Brandon Belt at bat was a referendum on, see, he sucks. See, he's good.
Yeah, but
right? The same thing with Jimmy G. Every touchdown. Told you he's good. Every pick. Same old Jimmy. There are some guys, I don't know what it is.
Let's keep it to basketball.
Okay.
Because, and it's going to be hard.
Did we do it with Jordan Poole?
That's exactly who I was going to bring up. Well, I feel like we did do this to
But
Jordan
not early
Poole.
on.
No, but it was after the Draymond punch. So maybe that's baked into it. Maybe that's a little...
Yeah, you're probably right.
No, we definitely did.
Did we do it with Klay Thompson?
Last year we did. Last year we had a lot
and he had way more equity than Jonathan's ever.
Of it. No, absolutely.
So what about body language? Is it body language?
Body language matters a lot.
I don't think his body language is that bad.
I don't either. I think he smiles a lot. I think he's a happy-go-lucky guy. I think, actually, quietly, the way he's been speaking to the media recently, he's been very eloquent in what he's had to say. I think he's matured a lot. The way I've just heard him speaking about Jimmy Butler and reacquisitioning to the team and just talking about the leadership on this team and being a head-down guy and just staying narrowly focused. I've been very impressed with JK and just what I've heard from his snippets talking to the media.
Is it the money? Because I do believe with Jordan Poole, the day he signed the money, it
that's
changed.
part. No, that's part of it.
And I think like the talk about him rejecting the $30 million conversation, whether real or not, I think for a segment of fans, like, oh, he's not worth $30 million.
Same with Ayuk, right?
Yeah, wow, that's a really good one.
Jordan Poole.
That's a really good one.
And he hasn't even signed the money with Jonathan Kaminga. It's just where you're getting these numbers floating out.
How's that fair?
It's not. It's not like these guys like he's going to get paid. Like whether by the Warriors or not, like he's going to get paid.
I just don't understand like why. Because if we just say, I want to hear from the audience. 888-957.
I told you
what is it?
Why is he polarizing? 888-957-9570.
Because the flashes of brilliance to me are the enticing things that keep me going. Like, dude, like we just got to stay patient. Development's not linear. Like, but again, I also understand like me saying flashes of brilliance doesn't mean like, oh, he's an old time. He has potential to be Giannis. I'm not that absurd. I'm saying like this guy can be the third or fourth best player on this team this year if they want to win a championship. That's a great accomplishment.
I think so, too.
That's a hell of a basketball player.
Will and Marin wants to join in the conversation on what makes Jonathan Kaminga so polarizing to the fan base. 888-957-9570. What's up, Will? You're on with Spinoni and Shasky.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. So I think it kind of brings up a point that you brought about Brandon Belt. Just I think hype, misled hype around players makes them polarizing, and this is why. Because when Buster Posey came up, you know, he was supposed to be this two-way talent guy, and he answered the nod. And then I remember, and I know you remember this, Joe, was that Brandon Belt was honestly supposed to be better. He was supposed to be like JT Snow with the glove, and he was going to end the drought of balls not reaching McCovey Cove, but he never answered that. So it made Brandon Belt very polarizing because there were times in the league where he would look very good, and you'd be like, okay, he turned the leaf, and it's like, no, he's still struggling with the inside fastball. So what I'm alluding to is I think the same thing happens with Jonathan Kaminga, and you brought this up on the show, I think it was yesterday or the day before, Shafty, is that a lot of the times the Warriors don't have the patience with the youngsters going through growing pains, so they don't allow them to learn and get better during the fire. So when you have Jonathan Kaminga, when he first comes back and he's cutting to the basket, he's slamming, you're like, oh, my God, all right. He's chill. Butler's in the house. He is learning on the sidelines. He does have a higher IQ, blah, 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 blah. He's great, right? But then it just seems like when he has a bad game, it's just like, oh, well, he wasn't consistent enough, or, you know, he didn't do the same thing over and over again. I just feel like in sports these days with young talent and the new toys that everyone's so surprised about is that they forget about growing pains, and they forget that at the professional level, that consistency is very difficult for someone that's young. I mean, people still forget that Jonathan Kaminga is in like his younger 20s, and you want to like already give up on him on one of the most difficult games to play. It's like, just let the guy grow. I think they need to let him like play through his pains more. So what makes him polarizing is there was a ton of hype around him coming up. He does show flashes of brilliance, and you're right. He's probably not going to end up this like legitimate, like, you know, like stalwart all-star, but I think he could be an amazing player. And who's not to say he couldn't become that? But I just think that they have to let him grow more, let him play through his tough times. And that's honestly what makes him polarizing. It's not Kaminga. It was false hype that's around him, or lack of him giving inconsistency and letting him grow through the pains of the fire.
It's a good point. No, it's a good point. And I'm sure there's other opinions, but like I go back to the old Warriors, right? Joe Smith, ACC Player of the Year. And I was like, no, he's not the guy to pick. They took him, and he actually had a great rookie year, and he just never lived up to the hype. The hype thing is real. I agree with him there. The other guy that I'm going to bring up is Mike Dunleavy. Mike Dunleavy, when he was drafted, we were supposed to get Yao Ming. That was the number one pick that year. We were awful. Dunleavy had a great tournament and a couple of final games. And the number one pick was Yao. The number two pick was Jason Williams. I think people forget Jason Williams was very coveted coming out of Duke. And he had the horrible car accident, motorcycle accident.
Jay Williams.
Yeah, what did I say, Jason?
You said Jason Williams.
Jay, okay.
Sorry. Yeah, Jay Williams different, but you see him on ESPN. He does a lot of college football. No, or college basketball. But yeah, you're right. He was supposed to be that guy, and then he got hurt.
I think the hype around Dunleavy was unfair. Like, and I'm going back to like how I felt. You know what I mean? Like, Jay Rich didn't have the hype of Dunleavy, and he put in a lot of work and everything, and he was always a beloved guy. Dunleavy never got over on the audience.
Never.
It just never at
like
any
you
point.
Go to WWE, he never got over
he
on
never
him,
did. And there's a part of JK where I feel like the half the crowd is just they're just waiting for him to explode, and the other half of the crowd is just waiting on the very next mistake. Yeah. It's wild to me. And he wasn't the second or third pick; he was the 7th pick.
It was wild to me,
right?
He was a top 10 pick. And again, it's not all the same, right? Because in a top 10 pick in football is not the same as a top 10 pick in basketball. Like a lottery pick, like the first couple of them is usually the cream of the crop. And then if you got 5, 6, 7, it's like
maybe
there's tiers. Maybe it works, right? But having said that, being a victim of your own draft stock or where you were selected in the draft is a real thing because we see it in the NFL all the time. Trey Lance is always going to be labeled a bust because he was a top 3 pick.
And what they traded for him.
Correct.
And the team that he inherited.
Yep.
And that coach, with all his cachet, hand-selected him.
Yep.
To replace a very polarizing player.
And you know what? Maybe things were different if he hadn't gotten hurt. There's always a trickle-down effect of everything when it comes to that. Now, it's similar with James Wiseman, right? James Wiseman, we're never going to know. He was, the number 2 overall pick. Number 2, right? Number 2 overall pick. Maybe if he doesn't hurt his meniscus, everything's different. Yeah, exactly. You never know.
I don't know.
But with Jonathan Kaminga, you did win a title. In the James Wiseman pick, it didn't end up working, but you always have that title look back on it. Now, you would have liked to have a player of that caliber still to be with this team, and maybe it changes everything. But it was weird watching the game, even when I was kind of feeling like I was as sick as a dog, and I was watching the game, and I was on social. I was like, what? Everyone's just like, the timeline's like going nuts on Kaminga right now. I was like, that wasn't even on my mindset. It just was. I was like, okay, he's struggling. This is his 4th game back, but are we really going to do this? Are we really just going to be crushing this guy every single game if he's not? They won the game by double digits. I was more interested in what Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green was doing, but for some reason, we always have to harp on a single player that's not doing what he's supposed to do. Kind of like the offensive line in football, right? Like the team might be winning, but it's just, the right tackle whiffed on there. Oh, I don't know. But
it's not the NFL. The NFL, you have 3 years of college, and so it's more plug and play. The NBA...
And we knew he was raw, though, heading into the league.
He was 18 years old coming out of the G League.
See, I'm actually going to do this comp instead. It's kind of what's driving me nuts with what's going on with Anthony Richardson and the Indianapolis Colts. You knew this guy was a project. You drafted him in the top 5, and then he gets hurt, his rookie in the second or third game, whatever it was with the Colts, has to basically redshirt his entire rookie season. So he's basically a rookie last year, if you want to bake all of that into it. He has some ups and downs, a lot of downs, and then you pivot off him after, halfway through the season to go to 40-year-old Joe Flacco, when you knew all along he was a project. He should have been going through the growing pains. No one's expecting the Indianapolis Colts to be a real contender last year. You need to be, seasoning this quarterback and getting him these live game reps, this guy that you all considered a project, and you can't live with the downs, so you pivot to 40-year-old Joe Flacco for God knows why. He stinks. He turns back into a pumpkin. Then you go back to your rookie, who actually wins you a game in Foxborough and has a great comeback win, and you get some positive momentum. And then what do you do this season? You bring in Daniel Jones and you say it's an open competition. So you're just setting yourself up to fail if you're Shane Steichen and co. What are you doing? It's not that level, but it reminds me of that. It reminds me of the whole Anthony Richardson thing where you knew he's a project, but your only thing you're going to be doing is going through the growing pains of a player. And that's what you're going to need to be doing with Jonathan Kaminga, albeit there's actually expectations now. So fans are getting upset because there are quote unquote championship expectations with Jimmy, with Draymond, and obviously with Stephen Curry. You got Steve Kerr, who's won 4 titles as a head coach. So any single mistake is going to get heightened because fans are thinking this is a championship window now, Joe Shasky. So any mistake he moves, all right, well, we've got to yank him. This is a championship team. We can't be living with these mistakes. I would caution that to say, instead of tearing this guy down, you're going to want to be building him up going forward because you're going to need him having a positive mental outlook come playoff time. I say all that to say, I've said a lot and I've thrown a lot at your plate, Joe Shasky. I'm just saying all of this, just give him some time to get back involved with this team. He hasn't had a month or two like some of these other players have had to play with Jimmy Butler. And they've barely even played together as it is. They've been staggering the minutes with those guys because they're trying to ease him back in. Can we just give him some breathing room? Can we do that, please?
Well, I'm with you. But again, he's very polarizing. I think what he represents could have been a veteran player that would help them win a championship. It's like, all right, well, who's that player? That's number one.
And are they going to give you the upside that Jonathan Kaminga is going to give you?
Well,
and I get it.
Are we going to see the upside? Right?
Yeah.
Like that's
We got to give it time.
I'm trying to play the other side of the coin.
We got to give it time.
So like, here's the guy that you referenced, Richardson, which is a good one. I like that. NFL's a little different because of how quick the jobs.
But he was, if you don't know, Anthony Richardson coming out of Florida, very raw
prospect. What if I gave you Jermaine O'Neal?
Okay.
Do you know Jermaine O'Neal was drafted by the Portland Trail Blazers?
Yes.
Sat behind Rasheed Wallace, Brian Grant. They acquired Sabonis. They brought in Detlef Shrimp at one point later on.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy was buried for like 4 or 5 years on the bench of the Portland Trail Blazers. They were in championship win now mode. But the difference was like Kaminga has contributed. Kaminga's shown more than even what Jermaine O'Neal has shown.
Yeah.
And like you had Rasheed Wallace. Rasheed Wallace was so good.
Yeah.
I don't think people realize. So it was really difficult to find a way to get him on the floor. He didn't become an all-star until year 6. His 5th year in the league, he averaged 12 points a game. When his first full season with the Pacers. Like, that's the kind of development that used to be in the NBA when you took a high school player. And I think now we just expect these 18 and 19-year-olds to come into the league and play right away. Pods has been up and down, and he was more game ready than Kaminga was, correct?
Correct.
Moody's been really up and down, and I think most people thought he was more NBA ready than even where Kaminga's at. And now in year 4, you're starting to see a real big leap forward for Moses Moody. But like Kaminga doesn't get the level of tolerance that those guys get at all. And I don't get it. I don't understand why. Is it because Jonathan, doesn't smile enough? Is that what they want?
I think it's
honestly.
No, it's because of what took place. I think a lot of people are.
You really think people remember him complaining about it?
Yes.
He wasn't the only one.
No, but he was complaining in the fact that he went to the media.
But he was good that year and got benched for a guy that was nowhere to be found.
I understand, but people thought it was, you know what, Rook or second-year player, you need to take a seat back. Like
it was just. I hear you. It's just. I don't know, man.
I also didn't think the organization and the head coach empowered him a lot too. And, the way that Steve Kerr spoke about him to the media at times, it kind of make the fan base feel a little bit like, well, man, Steve Kerr likes to call this guy out a lot, this kid. And maybe that's Steve Kerr's way of motivating him. But the way it comes off to the fan base sometimes is, man, maybe he's in Steve Kerr's doghouse. I don't know. Like, fans listen to that stuff. Like, they gravitate towards the head coach. And if the head coach is saying, you know what, this guy needs to get his act together, I'm going to listen to the head coach on that. We're up against it, Joe Shasky. We're going to take a quick break after the injury report. I want to pick this up on the other side, though, because it is an interesting conversation about what makes certain players so polarizing to a fan base, particularly a guy like Jonathan Kaminga with this Warriors team this year. 888-957-9570 is the number. Plus, we got Dave Fleming coming up at 8:30, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Talk a little Giants, talk a little tourney. It is March Madness, round of 64 starting today. We'll get into that a little bit later as the show goes on. But first, injury report time. Oh, Stephen Curry is not on the Warriors injury report for tonight's game against the Raptors. Gary Payton II is, however. GP2 is listed as a game-time decision due to some soreness in his left knee. Everyone else will be available for the Warriors. The Raptors are expected to be without R.J. Barrett for some load management. Okay. The Raptors are doing load management now, huh? The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm. Helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. More of your calls, more of your text on why Jonathan Kaminga is so polarizing to you. It's Bedoni, it's Jasky, it's the Morning Roast, halfway home on a Thursday, 95.7 The Game. Hey, it's Bedoni here, and I'm here to talk about the Oakland Roots. Yes, that's right. They're home. Damn right it is. Let's go. Halfway home on a Thursday. It's a beautiful day in the Bay. Sun's out. Shining, Joe Shasky. You look great in your leather Giants jacket today.
It's my dad's old one.
I love it. It looks good. That's such a dad jacket, too. The leather. I think Sam Lohman has like a brown one that he wears a lot, too. This peak dad mode whenever you have a leather jacket.
Me and Sam in the same sentence? I don't know.
Yeah, no, I love
My style's so much better than his.
Relax. You guys, come on. Carter's the one styling profiling. He's wearing like a mustard yellow shirt. He's got the sunglasses. He's got the glasses on that like he's not even prescription. He just wears glasses just to be cool. I'm wearing a Gap sweater, so we're very styling and profiling today. And good morning to all of you that are also styling and profiling, watching on Twitch, Twitter, or YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online, or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And by the way, Joe Shasky, I can't say this enough. We're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. I always think of Crush, the turtle from Finding Nemo. Righteously brewed in San Francisco. Watching them.
They have a new beer, by the way.
Wait, whoa.
It's called Willie Maze, Maze.
Oh. Okay.
It looks delicious.
It sounds delicious.
Yeah.
There you go. Willie Mays.
I'm gonna have to hit up Sam and gonna go, check that out.
Sam Gadiri, shout out him.
Follow them on Instagram.
Absolutely. And if you're not following us on Instagram, what are you doing? At 95.7 The Game.
At ButcherBoy405.
At Broso Spadosa for me as well. If you just want to see me and young Benjamin and baby Nora just playing at the park. By the way, I've been at the parks lately, East Oakland. There's like these different like nanny cliques that just like take over the parks, Joe Shasky. I don't know if they do this in the city, but like I swear, like this is a big park we go to. And there's like different like sections of nannies that bring like the 2 to 3 year olds or the 1 year olds, and they have like tents. Like they bring tents to the park.
So there's a tent city?
Kinda, just for the nannies for a couple hours.
Do we need to get the homeless commission out there?
No, it's insane. But they have like different quadrants of the park, and they take over these sports. It was like, what are we doing here? Are we having like picnics? Like all like just every single day. I swear to God. And it's just, I think it's just hilarious that they do this. They have these different nanny cliques. It's the nanny cartel, I'm calling it.
It's kind of like the Warriors.
Kind of.
For many years, they had their own little clique. It was the vets and then the young guys.
And now we're trying to bring them together. By the way, Dave Fleming going to be joining us at 8:30, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. David Fleming, obviously voice of the San Francisco Giants. I want to get a pulse of this Giants team because it's all been quiet on the Western Front, if you will. I know you like those references. It has been quiet with the Giants, a little too quiet. I want to get a little pulse from them, from Dave Fleming, who, by the way, is going to be joining us every single week during this baseball season. Also, March Madness, round of 64, starting today. Get Dave's thoughts on all of that because he is locked in on all things college basketball. We've been talking Niners, but as you just alluded to, the Golden State Warriors are the talk of the town right now. Jonathan Kaminga, we were just talking about what makes him so polarizing to the fan base. And 888-957-9570. We can continue that conversation, but I think you brought it up best, Joe Shasky, and we were talking about it off air. It all goes back to patience. The word patience. And you're learning this as a father, and you're going to be preaching patience to young LJ going on for the rest of his life, probably, because that's all it is. Like, you're 18, 19, 15, 12, 10, whatever it is. Hell, you're 40 years old. Patience level is still hard for us to this day, Joe Shasky. And it's even more difficult to sell patience with the fan base. I think we've been selling patience to the Warriors fans for what? 2 years now? Definitely last year. We were preaching patience all summer long. When it came to Lowry Markkanen, when it came to Paul George, just patience, be patient. You know what? You might not be a championship contender. Just wait. Well, it's hard to wait when the best player on your team is getting older. He's 37 years old. There's no time to wait anymore. Jimmy Butler is over 35. Draymond Green is over 35. Steve Kerr is getting older. Like, the window is now. So patience is what it comes back to. And I don't know if fans can be patient with Jonathan Kaminga anymore. I don't know if they can be.
But what I don't understand why it's such a severe, a reaction when he makes a mistake on defense or misses a shot on offense. How is that exclusive to just him? Why does he represent so much to so many people in terms of is it lack of his promise?
Yes.
He's shown so much promise.
Yes.
Is it that he represents a young player who could be taking the spot of a veteran who might be able to help them a little more? Like, how many veterans have they had who aren't that good that they've brought in here?
A lot.
Yes. A lot. There's many more Kelly Oubre types that people are afraid to talk about than there are even Otto Porter Jr. Like Otto Porter Jr. was everyone loved him. He had a 2.5 month stretch that was atrocious.
Awful.
Like atrocious. And I liked him.
Yeah.
You know, he never got even remotely the amount of criticism and hate. Now, look, there's an element of he's on a 1-year deal and he was on a mid contract or whatever. Jonathan Kaminga wants over $35 million. Well, A, we don't know that. Yeah. We don't know exactly what he wants. And B, you know, he hasn't signed that deal just yet. There's a lot of bad deals that are all across the league. And I don't know. I feel like there's so much back into it. Is it the Steph Curry element? How much of this is about Steph Curry? Meaning how you view Jonathan Kaminga is through the prism of, can he help Steph Curry immediately right now or not?
It's kind of like the LeBron.
That's so unfair.
That's the LeBron thing, though, right? Like, can this guy help me right now? Andrew Wiggins? Nope, see you later. Bring in Kevin Love. Like, is that where we're at already with Jonathan Kaminga? Has he built up any equity with Golden State Warriors
fans? Why can't he? He's been here for 4 years, and I feel like he's been a great player for them. Like, for the most part, like when called upon, I think he's been more good than bad.
I question how much he's ingratiated himself into this team. Like, is JK like a beloved figure with the Golden State Warriors fan base?
I think when JK does stuff, the arena really comes to life when he plays well. I do think that they come to life. I think a lot of Warrior fans are pulling for him. I think there's also a huge segment of Warrior fans that have zero tolerance for any of his mistakes.
I think that voice, and maybe I'm too much on social media, and that's probably part of it. Right, I hear a lot of negativity because that's just what we hear in today's mediums, and maybe that is outweighing a lot in my mind. That I hear more negativity than positivity when it comes to one Jonathan Kaminga, because he does a lot of things that no one else on the team can do. He does some things that are athletically like, wow, like that is like a top 5 dunk in the moment kind of a year. Like he does that occasionally. Well, it's like, okay, but I guess I'm questioning the patience level from the fan base when it comes to this kid. Because, and maybe that's it. Maybe that's me. I just called him a kid. He's 22 years old. He's been around for a couple years now. So maybe that's my own bias coming into this, where it's just like, no, Joe, maybe you need to start thinking to yourself, like, he's been here for a couple years now, and when is the consistency level going to be there? I would push back and say to that, like, this is a whole new team, basically. I look at this team as a whole new team since he's joined, and he's had 4 games here. Let's give him some benefit of the doubt. Now,
well, can I jump in there?
Okay, real quick. Come playoff time, though, Joe Shasky, if there's still going to be this inconsistency and it doesn't look good, then I understand the fan base's frustration, because the window is now for this team. The window is right now, this year and next year.
Yeah, but like he helped you get into the play-in and into the playoffs 2 years in a row, only to get put on ice in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
So put yourself in his shoes. Hey, I helped get us here.
Well, look,
no, time out. Like, I helped us get us here. I get a player wanting to go in the game because he thinks he can contribute. And then if you go back to that playing game last year against the Kings, the 3 consecutive baskets he made were the most exciting part of that game.
Well, that was standing the year prior when they actually went to the playoffs. Like, he didn't play very well in that Kings series.
But for the 2.5 months that Wiggins was out, he was dynamic. He helped put you in a position to make the playoffs.
Head coach didn't trust him, though. Why?
Well, I think that a guy came back.
That signals something to the fan base, though.
And then they traded for GP2, who was hurt, and then he came back and healthy, and he jumped him in the rotation. So, like, a player being frustrated with playing time is not exclusive to Jonathan Kaminga. Like, let me ask this. Michael Porter Jr. Do you think Michael Porter Jr. is this lightning rod for the Denver Nuggets?
No.
You know how much money he makes?
A lot.
$37 million a year. Look, You're shaking your head, right? But is it a referendum when he is a turnstile on defense every possession and he's bombs away and doesn't pass at all, and he only averages a couple of more points than what Kaminga's averaged the last couple of years, and he's making $38 million a year?
The difference is, though, he was a starter on a championship team. Kaminga wasn't. He wasn't part of that championship.
He wasn't afforded that opportunity.
No, he wasn't. But you're doing the comparison. I'm just telling you the difference. Michael Porter Jr. was a star. Like, the same way we view Andrew Wiggins, the guy started as a championship player. He's a championship player. Like, that's how Denver Nuggets fans
would give you better numbers than Michael Porter Jr. offensively.
That's fine.
In terms of points per game and effective field goal percentage. And that's the price point for these players nowadays.
I'm just telling you that there's some built-up equity within a fan base when you are a starter and you won a championship.
But he was hurt for multiple years, too. Like,
I understand.
He also represents missed promise, Michael Porter Jr., and he's part of why they couldn't afford other championship pieces on that team. And I just don't see people on a possession-by-possession basis nitpicking his game that way. The Warrior fans nitpick his game, good or bad, to the extremes.
We got some callers that want to join in the Kaminga conversation. Joe Shasky, let's go to them. 888-957-9570. Why is Jonathan Kaminga, I almost went Stephen A there. Jonathan Kaminga. Why is he so polarizing?
Kaminga.
Not Kamingo. I do appreciate that guy, though. Where is that? What's his name? I want him calling back. He's one of the, I think he's from like Virginia. Casey's in Marin, though. That's 2 callers in Marin thus far. What's up, Casey? What you got on Kaminga?
Gentlemen, good morning. The thing I have about Kaminga, and let's start first, money is arbitrary in the NBA and professional sports. Mm-hmm. So below average players are getting paid immense amounts of money.
Yep.
The problem I have with Kaminga is he's not really great at anything. He's not a great passer. He's not a great rebounder. He's not a great off-the-ball scorer, help defender. He's a good jumper and a sometimes good finisher. And I compare this to San Francisco Bay Area fans and the Giants when they have so much love for Brandon Belt, and he's going to have such a great year next year, and it just keeps going and going and going. Kaminga was drafted to the wrong team. He never should have been on the Warriors. They should have traded the pick for somebody more veteran who could have helped them and their system. One thing I do trust is Steve's Kerr evaluation of talent for the offense that he's running. Kerr doesn't really like to play him, and he's having to play him now. I hope they don't pay him. I hope they can get an immense return for him, a la Harden when he was with Oklahoma City. But he's an average NBA player who can get on some highlights because of his jumping ability.
So you brought up like 5 different things there, and one of them that I don't think,
thanks,
again,
Casey.
like we talk about these trades, like you should have traded him for a veteran. Before the pick was executed.
Did you just say you can trade him for a Harden-type package from like Oklahoma City? Like, what are we doing here?
You have to match money.
Harden was a 6th man of the year.
Picks don't, just trading future picks doesn't match up money. So if everyone wanted to keep all their favorite players a couple of years ago, right? Even if you stapled just the picks, you would have had to add players to get these said veterans, okay? Like, and then once he's drafted, he's making $8 million a year. Go around the league and you show me the $8 million a year difference makers.
That's a good point. There's not a lot of them.
I've done the exercise year after year after year. Actually, if you look at bang for the buck, you're actually he's made good bang for the buck, and he's produced for you. If you look relative to the financial money that you've allotted to him, he wasn't getting you some Pascal Siakam, who you had to pay $40 million a year for. You had to staple other things to it to be able to get those players. So it really bugs me when people bring up you should have traded him for a veteran. All right, who? And at what price point? And then what other player that you like were you going to add to that package to make it equal?
It's not a like for like thing, right? Like the Jimmy Butler thing where you got rid of him for an Andrew Wiggins and a 1st-round pick and
Kyle Anderson. You had to throw in a bunch of things. You had to throw
in a bunch of things, and it was a big team deal. Schroeder, there was a bunch in there. Like that just doesn't happen easily. Like things like this, and then we make fun of the trades are hard thing. Trades are hard.
Yes.
Like, it takes 2 to tango. We were talking about the NFL draft.
Trades are hard.
Thank you, Joe. Like,
in the NBA, they're ridiculous.
They're very hard. And we were talking about the NFL draft. It's even hard just to trade back a couple picks. Like someone has to call up for you to say like, hey, like, I'm thinking about drafting. You want to draft this, or like you're thinking about that? Like there's so much baked into it. That's why I love like the behind enemy lines, or like when they go to the war room. Like I love watching those, like the Arizona Cardinals do it, or like the Howie Roseman doing it over with the Philadelphia. I love seeing the insides out and out when it comes to that stuff. By the way, quarterback doc. You see that real quick? Quarterback doc, Netflix. I'm excited. Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, and Kirk Cousins back for quarterback season 2. We'll get to that another point today. Also, NFL rule changes potentially coming up in the next hour. But right now, we're focused on NBA. Just want to get that real quick. Dennis is in San Francisco. We're talking Jonathan Kaminga and what makes him so polarizing.
Hi, Dennis.
We're asking the fan base, Dennis, what's up with JK? Why is he so polarizing?
I love JK. And I don't know why you seem to be down on him, Spadone. I don't understand it. I understand that people were nervous about him coming back after missing 31 games and upsetting the apple cart. You were mentioning that before he came back. You were worried about him coming back. Now I don't know how you could worry about somebody who can possibly be an asset. And we all know how he was playing when he got a chance to play. I have a problem with Steve Kerr. I think Steve Kerr's a great coach, but at the same time, if I was Moody and Kaminga, I would have told my agent to get me the hell out of here a long time ago, because he wasn't playing them. He wasn't playing them even when they were playing well. When Kaminga was a rookie, I remember one game they were in Miami and they sent Wiggins and Steph and Draymond and whoever, and Clay. Clay was back at that time in 2022, and they sent them all up to New York. I think they were playing the Nets after Miami. And the only two guys, the guys on the court, and they beat Miami. They beat Miami with Jordan Poole, who scored 32 points, and Jonathan Kaminga scored 25. You can look it up.
I remember that.
I thought they were the two best players on the floor at the time. But Kaminga can sometimes just be inconsistent. But what my eyes are looking at, when that kid gets a chance to play and play consistently, he gets better. We saw that before the trade.
Yes, before he got hurt,
he was playing better.
He was the second best player on the team. There was an argument to be made.
Thank you, Dennis.
Second best player on the team.
Well, I don't know why he was coming at me there. I've been saying preach patience with Jonathan Kaminga all morning. Okay. I said it's his fourth game. Let's all relax. But again, we're presenting both sides to this, because there is part of the fan base, and I think this goes back to the P word, patience. There's the patience levels run out with Jonathan Kaminga for a lot of the fan base, because they finally have been tasting, championship type of they feel is a championship level type of basketball team the last month and a half or so. Since the Jimmy Butler acquisition, they've only lost 2 games when Jimmy Butler is suited up as a Golden State Warrior. Like, they're feeling it now. And if Jonathan Kaminga is going to continue to be inconsistent for them going forward, they're going to crush him. Well, and just like they're crushing Buddy Hield, because who has a good games and he has a couple bad ones.
But going back to playing time and earning, and this, when he's been afforded the opportunities, he has earned it. Yeah. But what has happened is guys return back from injuries and because of equity with the coach, he gets knocked down in the pecking order. And I think it's really difficult to find your footing when you go from playing 28 minutes a night down to 19. And the combinations that you play with when you're not a ball handler really matter. They really do matter. And I a lot of this that we're afraid to touch is Wiggins came back and he wasn't as good as he was in 2022. And I get why they rolled with him, because you won a championship with him. But he's not a playmaker, and he doesn't pass the ball, and he stood out on the three-point line. And so playing Kaminga alongside Wiggins at times was very, very clunky. That's baked into it. And then GP2 is a guy that is very trusted, not just by the veteran players, but by the veteran head coach. And I get it. But at the same time, Kaminga brings stuff to the table, and he got kind of put on ice. So I get his frustration, but I also see both sides of the coin, and I see where Kerr's coming from. He's 22.
22.
I come back to that, and this is where I get back to the happy middle ground. There is none in the Kaminga conversation. Has anyone who's called in to support Kaminga said superstar?
No.
Has anyone even said the word all-star?
No.
No. But we think he could be a really important player and good bang for the buck. And maybe down the line, he becomes more than that. But for now, he's a guy you're going to need. But people talk about him like he's useless, like he shouldn't be playing. And I think that's also egregious.
Franz Wagner is a guy that was drafted right after Jonathan Kaminga, the 8th overall pick back in the 2021 NBA draft. Went to the Orlando Magic. And he's... I think if you polled a lot of people, if you polled a lot of Warriors fans, who would you rather have? A lot of them would take Franz Wagner over him.
But he's been afforded, and I did the minute allocation, twice as many minutes in his NBA career, and he plays on a team where he gets to be one of the primary ball handlers.
And you'd think, after all that, he was an all-star. He's no all-star.
No, but he's a really good player.
He's a good player.
But he's gotten an opportunity to play twice as many career minutes as both Moody and Jonathan Kaminga. And then on this team, we know Draymond Green is going to handle the ball. All right. What would it have looked like for Franz Wagner on a team with Jordan Poole or CP3, pick either one, Steph Curry and Draymond Green all handling the ball? Would he be as effective and have the ball in his hand as much? Probably not.
Probably not. He's not a three-point shooter. So there's a lot baked into that. And I agree with you.
I like him. I would love him on my team. I'm saying, would he have developed the same way? No.
I do think as well,
he wouldn't have.
We're underselling how difficult it is to play in this system.
Yes.
Dennis Schroeder who's played on a bajillion teams and who's looked like pretty solid on a lot of teams.
Another ball-dominant player.
Who got to this team and was just lost immediately. It didn't work. It didn't fit at all. At all.
Kaminga has fit more than Dennis Schroeder.
Yes, and that's a testament to him and a testament, again, Steve Kerr, the coaching staff, and some of these older players. And I do love what I hear from Draymond and Jimmy and Steph when it comes to Jonathan Kaminga, and just keep continuing to tell him to play your own game and it'll work out. They haven't really played together, Jimmy and JK on the floor together. Will we see that at some point going forward? Maybe. We got a couple calls here before we get to Dave Fleming at the top of the... Let's
rat-a-tat-tat him.
Let's rat-a-tat-tat him. Let's go to Trevor in Rohnert Park, wants to join the conversation on Jonathan Kaminga. What's up, Trev? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Trevor, Sideline Bay Area Sports Podcast. Wanted to give my 2 cents about this. Now, I don't think that it's really the play that is putting fans off a little bit about Jonathan Kaminga, although the inconsistencies are there. He is young, and unfortunately, whether it's fair or not, he's going to be judged. And the NBA isn't about fair. It's about winning, especially with this team now. They still have Curry, so they're going to be in that win mode now, trying to find the right rotation. So it's not always fair, but his production is not really there. I think what puts fans off is that when they hear that number that he's asking for, and we don't know, I heard you guys earlier, we don't know what that number truly really is. It's just being reported. And when he's asking for that kind of money, you want to give that money to somebody who's earned it, right? And I personally don't feel like he's earned it yet. Now, it may not be fair that he's taken in and out of the lineup a little bit too much. And I know Kerr likes to mess around with the lineup more than most people like, me included. But at the end of the day, if you haven't earned that paycheck to that extent, it's very hard for fans to get behind a player like that. But Jonathan Kaminga, for sure, is a player that can be a very good, supportive 2-3 man in any team. I'm not sure how well he fits in with Kerr's offense also. I've talked about that a little bit on my podcast. Awesome. I think he'd be great on a lot of teams. Maybe he does fit in this offense.
Can I ask you this question? Did Jordan Poole earn his contract before he got it?
No, and I didn't agree with it either. So we don't always have to agree with everything they get. I think Jordan Poole got that contract for a lot of different reasons, PR reasons, probably. You don't think?
Wait, time out. You don't think in a world where Emmanuel Quickley is getting $36 million a year? Yeah, Emmanuel Quickley. You don't think Jordan Poole earned that contract?
Yeah.
Tyler Hero and Jordan Poole and Tyrese Maxey all got the same deal around the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Now Maxey's been able to play and be really good, and Tyler Hero's been really up and down.
Yeah.
Really up and down. Extreme highs and extreme lows. Got benched at one point.
Mm-hmm.
So it is what it is. This is the market. I don't love it. It's crazy numbers. They're astronomical, but that's kind of the going rate for players in these categories.
Real quick on Jordan Poole, he's averaging 20 points this season on 42% shooting. He had yesterday against the Jazz, 2 points, 1 of 11, 0 of 9 from beyond the arc. That's a horrible performance. I just had to look at it up real quick. I love Jordan Poole too, and he's had some big shots. He had a big shot over the weekend. But I hear you, Joe Shasky, on the comp there, because I do think I think we're jaded a lot when it comes to paying these young players, that we just think they don't deserve this. So I was like, no, well, the market dictates everything. We talk about in the NFL all the time.
Google Kelly Oubre's contract currently.
Exactly. It's just, it is what it is when it comes to the NBA.
Miles Bridges, there's a zillion guys. Just go around the league. There are a zillion guys making crazy numbers that you are unaware of.
Let's talk to Dave Fleming about it coming up next. We're going to talk some Giants. We're going to talk some March Madness. We can talk some Warriors with them on. I actually am curious to hear what Dave has to say about the Jimmy Butler acquisition as well and how it's changed the forecast of this team. AJ, BPA, Leroy in Oakland. We'll get to you on the other side as well. You can hang tight through the interview or give us a call back. That's what's coming next. Brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Spring into action at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Stay in your car while friendly technicians check oil, batteries, lights, tires, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. All vehicle types, welcome.
This is Big Pun from South City. You're now listening to Original Joe and the one and only Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
I kind of like that Original Joe. Big Pun. Let's go.
Have you ever been there?
No. Is it good?
Well, there's one in North Beach.
You and Bonte talk about it all the time.
Well, the Dugan families are they're the best. They're the absolute best. And
they own it, I'm assuming, the Dugan family. Okay.
And they've got a whole conglomerate of restaurants, if you will.
Okay.
There's Little Joe's on West Portal, which is like to go. It's the pizzas. They're unbelievable. And then I'm doing like a read here. Then there's like Elena's,
right,
which is their Mexican food place, which is awesome. My grandfather loves that place.
Totally.
Margaritas go off there.
Okay.
One of the cooler bars. And you got the Daly City location and the North Beach location.
Okay.
I eat there 1 to 2 times a week.
That's
I hate
incredible.
to say out loud.
Wow. You know where I go 1 to 2 times a week? Laughing Monk. That's where I go. Sunnyvale, San Francisco.
Look at you.
We're coming at you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, baby. Hey, AJ in LA, BPA, Leroy. I see all you guys. Hang tight. I promise we will get to you. And if I don't get to you after Dave Fleming, please call back. But I promise I will get to you.
Yeah, because there's a text that came in.
Yes.
And I want to read it, and I want to say how absurd that text is out loud.
And I kind of want to get into it with Dave Fleming here as Dave Fleming joins us on the River Islands guest line. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, is it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Dave Fleming, our Giants insider, Giants broadcaster, one of our favorites. Hey, Dave, so happy we get to do this again this season. Good morning to you. And good morning. Officially, it's tourney time is finally here. Round of 64 starts today. I know you're fired up with that. Giants regular season, I know it technically started, but opening day really for around the league starting pretty soon here. But good morning to you. It's Spadoni. It's Shasky. How you doing this morning, man?
I'm doing great. I was trying to explain to my son this morning when we were getting ready for him to go to school that on this day when I was his age, with no phones, with no internet, I mean, it makes me sound so old. But, you know, college basketball it's still big. College basketball was huge when I was a high school kid. And especially the age that I am, you know, when I was in high school, Christian Laettner, Alonzo Mourning, I mean, like the big stars of college hoops. And we would sneak a little, like the kind of TV that you'd bring to Candlestick for a Niners game with an antenna, like to watch another game in the parking lot or something with some batteries. We would bring that to school on this day because we just so wanted to watch the first, you know, at noon Eastern when the thing would come on and the music would play and the first game would tip. We would find a corner in school and watch the first game. That's how big college hoops was when I was his age.
All right, so who do you got winning it all? Let's hear it, Dave. Nobody knows the game better than you. I'm putting you on the spot.
I got Duke winning it all. I think
too.
I think they're the best team. You know, obviously that's health dependent. I think there are about 5 or 6 teams that I really can see winning it. So it's definitely, you know, it's a 6-game tournament. So even a heavy favorite still has a real chance to lose. But I think Duke is the best team. If Flag is healthy and ready to go full bore for the second weekend, Duke will not have a problem getting to the second weekend, even if he doesn't play at all. So I think they're the best team. You know, I have never been a huge Duke fan, but I find this Duke team a lot more likable than usual. And I think a lot of it is Flag. He's just a super fun player to watch and seems like a great kid. So that's my pick to win it all.
I know. I love that. And I think Cooper Flag is a good jumping off point.
Yeah.
We were having a conversation about young players and how polarizing they can be. And, you know, Jonathan Kaminga on the Warriors, for example, some people are like, oh my God, superstar potential. Other people, he's not even an NBA player. It's like, well, there's a happy medium here where he could be a really good rotation piece for the time being, and we'll see what he ends up becoming. Cooper Flag for some team is going to represent like, oh my God, he could save the franchise. And I've seen it with like Brandon Belt is a great example. So polarizing. It's like, guys, he's an above average, good first baseman. No one's saying he's Willie McCovey, and no one's saying that he's a AAA player. I seen this with Marco Luciano, for example. He can't play baseball at all. It's like, all right, well, like, pump the brakes here. He's also not the savior of the organization. Why are some guys so polarizing from your vantage point when it comes to the fans? Like, what is it about certain players that there's either zero tolerance or an inflated sense of who they are as a player? Why is it so polarizing for some guys?
Yeah, hard question to answer. I mean, it is probably different case to case, but I think it's definitely true that it happens. I think, the main thing I think is that young players are so fun to dream about. You see a kid, I remember watching Marco Luciano, like a clip from A-Ball of him smoking a home run and thinking, oh my God, look at that. Look at that kid. He's 18 years old. And so then your mind starts to think what he can be. And you almost always, in almost every instance with something like that, or Kaminga, I think is a good example. Like you go to the best case scenario immediately. Like, so your brain immediately thinks, well, there's your next guy. There's your next NBA title winner, Jonathan Kaminga. He's our next guy. And then if it doesn't happen, which it almost never does, like the best case scenario almost never happens for even the best athletes in the world, then you just inevitably are disappointed. And then that creates a feeling of this guy did not maximize. When the reality is not that. So I do think there's just a psychology of young guys are so enticing to dream about the future, and you just have to always temper with all of them. Almost none of them are going to become Buster Posey or Steph Curry or, even Brock Purdy, certainly Lincecum. So you just have to keep telling yourself that so you don't face the disappointment. You don't start to hold it against these guys that they're good but not great, or great but not all-time great, because that's no fun. You want to be a fan of your guys, but it's easy to have happen. It's really easy.
No, it's a good point. We're talking to Dave Fleming, Giants broadcaster and our Giants insider for 95.7 The Game. He's going to be joining us all season long. Can't wait. A week away, Joe Shasky, from opening day in Cincinnati. And Dave, you bring it right there. The expectations for young players these days, just coming straight out of high school or college, it's pretty insane. And social media is a big part of that. NIL, everything's baked into it now. And just, fast forward now to spring training, Bryce Eldridge is the guy, right? Everyone's just a big Bryce. The guy's just a physical specimen. He's huge. He hits the long ball. Like, he's the talk of spring training. He was the talk of spring training. I think of some of the young guys, Kyle Harrison. There was a lot of hype involved in Kyle Harrison last year. He started out strong at times and he showed some flashes, but, up and down in a rookie season, a full rookie year for him, obviously. What's jumped out to you in spring training thus far, Dave? Just, talking to players, covering this team, because, it's interesting, right? Because you have a lot of young players to be excited about. And then you got, oh, by the way, old man Justin Verlander, oldest player in Major League Baseball, looking pretty good, right? So there's a lot built in with the team. Willy Adames, obviously the highest paid player in Giants history. You're bringing him over. A lot of swag, a lot of power, excitement, the glove, all of that. So I say all that to say, what's jumped out to you most in spring training thus far, Dave?
I would say the thing that's jumped out the most is the starting pitcher group. That's what's jumped out the most. And Verlander's a part of that, and the young guys are part of that. So it is kind of a cool contrast with them. So I think that's what, to me, has stood out, and what people are watching down there have talked to me about. Like, they are buzzing about the starting pitching group. Now, that's not to say that that's a guarantee that it'll, when the season starts, that it'll be the best starting rotation in baseball. But that's what has stood out to me. And it's Verlander on the one hand, like, oh my gosh, the Giants might have gotten the real Justin Verlander, which, if they did, is a game changer for this team. Like, I mean, he's not going to win the MVP this year, I don't think. But if he's even close to the best version of himself, even at age 42 or whatever he is now, he's got a chance to have a really good year, and that's pretty fun. Like, it's going to be fun to watch him, just a genius at what he's done for a long time. In a Giants uniform, late in his career, it's going to be fun to watch him try to figure this out. And you can just even dream about Verlander if he's having a good year, and how does he fare against the Dodgers and that lineup, and can the old guy kind of figure his way through that team? I mean, that sounds fun to me. But the other thing, it's not just Verlander. I mean, Robbie Ray's part of it. Robbie Ray's had a good camp and is a guy with a really high ceiling. So the best version of Robbie Ray could be really good. But I think it's also been Birdsong and Roop and others. I mean, there are others. Kyle Harrison took a nice step forward recently, but both those guys, I was down there the other day and somebody pulled me aside and he goes, this guy Birdsong, the way he's looked, it's like he's making the decision like you can't send him to the minor leagues. So that's a good problem to have. They have probably too many guys. But I think that's the upside for this Giants team. The upside for the Giants is if those guys have good years, not all of them, but some of them, then the Giants can feel like, hey, we got a really good pitching staff and we can win games that way.
You bring up Hayden Birdsong. I've only seen a couple of games on TV, right? And congratulations on your new contract extension. I wanted to say that on behalf of us
That's
and
awesome.
Everybody at 95.7 The Game. It's not Giants baseball without you, and I'm really happy for you and your family. But watching Birdsong the other day, I mean, the ball just flies out of his arm, and it's got the downward movement. He's got command of multiple pitches. He throws a heavy ball, and that's kind of a thing in baseball. It's hard to explain. He doesn't get barreled up. I love this kid. I think he's got lights out potential, and I don't say that flippantly.
No, Dave, he literally talks about Hayden Birdsong every single day at the station to me.
I
swear to God,
Dave,
I
think he's special. And the way we talked about Harrison a couple of years ago, I think Hayden Birdsong is flying under the radar right now. I think he's special. I really do, Dave.
I do too. I do. I will say this. I had a conversation last year with Patrick Bailey, and Patrick was not dogging his guy. He loves Birdsong. He thinks Birdsong can be great. But I said something to him about that, oh my God, this guy, I had no idea. And he just tempered it a little bit. He was like, yeah, he's got some stuff still to work on. He's still, and he had dominated the Rockies a couple times. And I think Patrick proved correct. We saw him finish the year with more. Now he had that amazing start at the very end of the year, where he struck out almost every guy that he faced in his last start. But it wasn't a totally smooth path for Birdsong after the incredible first couple starts. And I think what Bailey was saying, and at the end of the year, if you look back on it, the numbers against his fastball were ugly. Guys hit his fastball. And so I think when you're watching him this year, that's what to watch for. We know he's got explosive velocity. The guy makes it look easy. He's throwing 98 and it looks easy. And that's a gift. He's got a true gift of just that arm talent is awesome. And it's what makes him so fun to think about what he could become. I'm with you. I think he can become a upper echelon guy. And Verlander is a great role model for him. There are similarities between those two, body type and arm slot and stuff. And there are some similarities. So I think Verlander's great for Birdsong to have around. But I'm going to be, the thing I'll be watching is early in the year, did he make enough adjustment? His project for the offseason was try to, whether it's with the technology and adjusting your grip a little bit or just, focusing more on command as opposed to velocity or whatever it is for him. Can that fastball be an effective pitch? Because the other stuff, nobody could hit the other stuff. And you don't have to blow everybody. You don't have to be Nolan Ryan. You don't have to blow everybody away with your fastball. You just can't let that be your weakness. And if he solves that problem, look out. I mean, I really think he can be one of the top guys in the league.
Talking with Dave Fleming here on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Chasky. And Dave, we opened up this conversation with talking about polarizing players, right? I think a guy that absolutely has a chance to be very polarizing one way or the other this year is Jung-Hoo Lee. I mean, the guy has a flair for the dramatic, whether it's good or bad at times. We didn't really get to see a lot of him last year, obviously, dealing with an injury and being out for most of the season. But, I'm hoping this back injury is just what they said. We just slept wrong and they don't think it's too serious. So hoping there that everything's okay. But what can we expect out of Jung-Hoo Lee this season? A guy that the Giants signed to some big money. And like I said, he shows flashes of, wow, this could be really fun, but also he does some of the other stuff last year where he was getting picked off at first base. It looked like an adventure out in center field at times. So what are the expectations for you this season when it comes to one Jung-Hoo Lee, Dave?
Yeah, I unfortunately, I think this year is what last year should have been for him. Like there's still learning for him to do. He is a very talented player. And I was really impressed last year with his just raw ability. He's got way more tools and athleticism than I think we were, if you read what people were saying about him who had scouted him when the Giants first signed him, it was kind of a mixed bag. Like, oh, he's great player, but will he be overwhelmed physically in the big leagues? And I don't think so at all. This guy is built to physically handle a major league season. I think that is not going to be a problem for him. He's got the strength level. He's got the quick twitch, the tools that, to use just the old scouting term, to be a really good player. The problem is he missed so many reps last year that I do still think there's going to be a period of adjustment where he's learning pitching at this level. He's learning individual pitchers, seeing them for the first time. Once he gets through that, I think he can be a really good player. And I think he's probably the most important player for the Giants this year in terms of their team upside. I mean, I think if he plays well, the Giants can be a playoff team and maybe even aspire to be more than that. And if he struggles, then the position group is not so deep that, it's going to be hard for them to overcome that. So we'll see. I can't wait to watch him. He's super fun to watch play. High energy guy. I think his defense is going to be good. I know you're right. There were a few kind of squirrely moments as he had never played in outdoor stadiums. Almost every stadium that he played in Korea was a dome. Not exclusively, but he said he struggled at times with sun, with wind, just because he hasn't done that since he was like a kid. And so I think little weird things like that, like he probably needs just some more reps, but I think he's going to be really good.
So you're saying that me and him should grab a bucket of balls, a fungo, and head out to West Sunset on a windy afternoon, and I should just lace some to him, huh?
Yeah, except for the sun part.
That is true. That is definitely true.
If you bring your heavy jacket and get out there and learn how to catch a ball in the wind, yeah, I think you should.
I want to bring up, because I'm going to text you at some point about this Rintaro Sasaki kid, the Japanese player for Stanford. But today's not the day. Today's not the day. Last year, I asked you a similar question, and we know, like, hey, every team wants to win the championship, but along the way, there's levels to successes. And as the season went on last year, you said, hey, we feel like the organization thinks that you got to make the playoffs, that was what they determined success or failure. What do you think success or failure would be this year if you had to have a litmus test?
Yeah, to me, the litmus test this year is about, this is not to say, I mean, Buster Posey wants to be in the playoffs. Like, Bob Melvin wants to be in the playoffs. These are not guys who signed up for or are planning for, just like, let's roll the balls out there and have some fun. Like, that's not what those guys are about. But to me, success this year means that going into next year, you've got 2 or 3 of those young pitchers, including maybe Carson Whisenhunt, who's their best pitching prospect up at the top levels of the minor leagues. You've got those young pitchers who are now established. Like, those guys are going to be good, and we can start to plan our future around those guys. And even if it's just one of the two of Tyler Fitzgerald and Elliot Ramos, you've got those one of those guys says, okay, I'm a big leaguer and I'm here to stay. And Patrick Bailey is more consistent offensively to go along with his great defense. And Bryce Eldridge continues his development path. And if that happens for the Giants this year, I'm going to consider it a success, even if the veterans, have some ups and downs and struggles. And even if the Giants as a team don't get ultimately to where they want to go, I think this is a foundation building year, because so many of their young players now are not minor leaguers anymore. They're young big leaguers. And this franchise has to start building their championship core with that group of players. Has to.
Yeah, I want my Gunnar Henderson. I want my Bobby Witt.
Exactly. And that's how all the great teams do it. All the hand wringing and moaning about the Dodgers, but the Dodgers got this whole thing going by doing it themselves. And then they started, and then once you have a baseline of we are a playoff team, then you target those high impact guys that you bring in, whether it's trade or signings, but they got to do it with their own guys. And they have enough of those players now where I think they can feel like we can build a core out of this group. The first steps of really establishing that, I think, have to happen this year. And look, I don't want to put too much pressure on the young guy, but Eldridge is a difference-making kind of talent. And I love the fact that Buster's not going to, the Giants are not going to push him too hard this year. They're going to push him. They're going to challenge him, but they're not demanding that he's here in July. They're going to let the development happen naturally. But if he continues on the path he's on, that is a big, big thing for this Giants franchise. Big.
There's no guarantees. We trust me. We know this. I mean, we've done this with Luciano. We've done this over and over again. I mean, I go all the way back, way back in the day to the Brad Hennessy's and the Correas and the Desi Wilsons and whatnot. Do you think you see him this year, Bryce Eldridge? If you had to bet, do you think we see him this year?
My bet is no. And I think it's 50-50. I mean, I think it's about even odds. But my bet is that unless, he could really force the issue where it's just like, but the kid is 20. He just turned 20, and he's had a week at AAA and a week before that at AA. Like he's been an A-ball player, and he's 20. And so I just feel like this level is so hard. And I think even if he's having success, I think the default should be, let's give him one more year of building confidence and learning and mashing and feeling like he's going to be totally ready for this, as opposed to the sort of, it's not panic button, but as opposed to like, we got to get this guy here now. Let's prioritize him and his development and go from there. So my guess is that a full year down there and then come to spring next year and see if he's ready and really give him a real chance next year to win the job to start the year.
Hey, Dave, we really appreciate the time. You're so good to us. We can't wait to do this all season long, a week away from opening day in Cincinnati, and a lot to be excited about, obviously, at the San Francisco Giants. And baseball just being back, I wanted to ask you a Masters question because we, we're getting close to Masters when we get the social media tweet about the
commercial.
The dinner menu from one Scotty Scheffler.
What's on Dave's dinner menu? If you won the Masters, what would be your dinner menu?
There you go.
Huh. That's a really good question. I understand like these guys who sort of give a nod to their heritage or where they grew up, right, like regional cuisine and whatnot. I grew up in Virginia.
What do they got over there, Dave? What's in Virginia? What do you guys have? Sweet tea?
I would have an Italian themed dinner, I believe. Just if it was just based on what I like to eat, that's what I like to eat most of all. So that's what I would do, but it would be kind of strange. So I'd probably feel some pressure to have some Virginia ham and some, something, a nod to the South, probably where I grew up. All these golfers like to do that as opposed to maybe what they actually would like to eat.
Dave, I'll give you mine. All right. Straight up.
No pass.
You have the whole thing planned out. Huh?
I did in my head. All right. The appetizers are going to be lumpia made by my wife's aunties. Okay.
Shout out to Philippines.
Yes. Shout out to Philippines. Absolutely. All right. And then we're going to go to Tam's in Pacifica and we're going to get some pork fried rice. Got to have that.
Okay.
Got to have the fresh Dungeness crab.
Oh, okay.
Cracked crab. Absolutely. Okay. And you got to have some filet mignon for everyone. Wow. A little surf and turf. So that would be my particular meal. That's what I would have.
And I know Dave really wants to know Scotty Scheffler's. So Scotty Scheffler had the Texas style chili for the first course. Oof. The main course is the wood fire cowboy ribeye or the blackened redfish. And that comes with the side of mac and cheese, jalapeno creamed corn, soy glazed Brussels sprouts, and chipotle lime roasted sweet potatoes. And for dessert, Dave,
Tums.
The warm chocolate chip skillet cookie with vanilla bean ice cream.
The Pizookie. That's the way to go.
That's what you need. So there you go.
I saw the thing. It did look like a gut bomb. I mean, it was like
wasn't there fried ravioli on there
the
too
appetizers.
somewhere?
Yeah, that's the appetizers.
Good God.
Yeah.
And chili and steak and it's like, oh my God.
A lot of jalapeno there.
Lord.
Dave, you're the best.
Thanks,
Congratulations on the new contract.
That's
everything.
awesome, man.
Giants fans love you, and you're just the best. And keep doing what you're doing, man.
Well, thank you for saying that. I'm not sure why that was news yesterday. I had a million text messages. I'm like, what is going on? I'm looking at my phone. I was like, huh? I don't know. Somebody asked about it or something. But anyway, thank you for saying that. And it's a great time of year. Tournament starts today.
Heck yeah.
Music about 40 seconds, I think. It comes on the air, so I'll shut up and everybody can catch a glimpse of that, and then it's opening day and the Masters all in a 2-week period. That's pretty cool, isn't it?
Can't wait. Dave, thank you so much, man. We'll do it all season.
See you, bud.
Talk to you guys soon. Thank you.
There he goes. That's David B. Fleming, courtesy of the River Islands Guest Line, as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app and broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Joe Shasky went long with Dave Fleming there, obviously, but you know what? It sets the tone for the season. I think that was important because the great thing about Dave, and it's Giants-centric, he could talk anything.
Yeah.
He could talk basketball. He's tapped into the Warriors. He's tapped into the San Francisco 49ers. Hell, we could have asked him about Brock Purdy and the plan. He's a Stanford guy, Stanford Pro Day yesterday. Yeah. John Lynch was out there. We were talking about that. The polarizing players, because he talked about it. Cooper Flagg, he's going to be the next polarizing big guy that everyone's going to be gravitating towards. Absolutely.
Did you know who the name was that I dropped? Rentaro?
No. No, actually, I have heard of him for Stanford. Yes.
So he's a Japanese high schooler.
Japanese born.
Yes, Japanese born high school, excuse me. And he went to Stanford and he's hitting bombs. He weighs like 280, 300 pounds.
Yeah.
He's like the Zion of first baseman in terms of physical, like what he looks like. And he's hitting bombs but he's a social media star. And people were like, is he going to live up to it? Like, that's the big thing, you know? Like, is the guy that you see on Instagram and all over TikTok and everything making all these videos, could he really be as good as what we think he is?
He's 6 foot, 275
Yeah, I think he might weigh more. I mean, he really might. He hits tanks. He looks like Kyle Schwarber. But I think it's a relevant conversation because we're kind of talking about like Kaminga and we're talking about Bryce Eldridge. We're talking about,
he set the Japanese high school record with 140 home runs.
Yeah, he's like a superstar.
I don't sleep on it. Japan's had a lot of studs.
Yeah.
Shohei Ohtani being one of them.
Like Trey Lance. Like, I think we've gone down this path. Like, these guys aren't going to save your franchise. Yeah. It takes time. Yeah. It takes a lot of other players. Did Steph Curry save the Warriors all by himself? No, like
it was Klay Thompson.
A huge part of it.
It was Draymond Green. Yeah. It was trading for Andre Iguodala.
Making the big decision to bring in Steve Kerr, not trade away other players, bench David Lee, even though he was extremely valuable getting him to that point. Yeah. Like, there's layers to these things. So, like, Kaminga's not carrying the team. Okay, everyone, take a deep breath. Like, we got a text earlier, okay? The text was something to the effect of this. If Kaminga doesn't know how to set a good screen, then he can't help Steph. Really? Is that, like, are you a Warrior fan or are you just a Steph stan?
That's what it sounds like because we've had this conversation for how many years when it came to one LeBron James. And we talked about it ad nauseum. You know what? If you're not helping LeBron, get him out of here. The LeBron fans, they do that all the time. And there's nothing wrong with being a fan of a player and wanting him to win a title and rooting for that player. But I do think we get bombarded with Stephen Curry fans more than Golden State Warrior fans. And that's where it
blurs the conversation.
It does.
I would agree. And to me, like
remember, and I go back to the LeBron because remember it was the Heatles it was never Chris Bosh.
It was Mario Chalmers' fault.
It was Mario Chalmers.
And
who was a young player who was just drafted out of Memphis or whatever. Kentucky, where was Mario Chalmers playing? But
Kansas.
It was one of those teams. Sorry, Kansas. You're right. Kansas. He was.
But no,
second round pick, but we were blaming Mario Chalmers for everything.
It's ridiculous.
Like, come on, man.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And so, the point about Bryce Eldridge that Dave was making is he's going to, obviously sell him low on us right now. Like, hey, I don't think he's going to play this year. It's probably the best move for the Giants. They sold us high on Marco Luciano, and I'm sure they all kind of regret that.
Yeah.
For a variety of reasons. Like the Kaminga thing, I understand why the owner has a lot of confidence in him. Like the owner has said some things about Jonathan Kaminga. Like, we really love Jonathan Kaminga. I don't think he's ever said, we think he's a superstar, has he? Or as he said, like, we think he can be a star in this league. We think he can be. Maybe you don't want to say that, like, right. But that's kind of who Joe Lacob is.
Well, he said Brandon Podjeski was going to be an all-star last year. So,
and that's not fair either. That's not fair either to the players. But we also have to know, like, everything that comes out of Joe's mouth is, he's going to be a little more excited than we are.
He's like a fan. He's a fan. That's the owner. Like, but that's how I want my owners to be in a weird way. Like, to be an active fan of the team, engage that. And it's really cool that Joe Lacob comes to the studio here. He talks to you and Bonte.
But you put a lot of pressure on a young player when you say those things.
He does.
When you say, like Jed, hey, Brock Purdy's going to reset the market, and then he has a down year, you're putting a lot of pressure on him.
That's fine, but you know what? I'd rather my owner say that about me than not say it. Like Matt Nahigian, when I got this position, he said, I believe in you. You know what? I think you're going to do great. I think you're going to be one of the best in the market. Like, he's putting a lot of pressure on me. Yeah. But you know what? That's good. That means he believes in me. Sure. And I like that as whatever it's a sports talk radio host or a player. Like, I appreciate that belief in me. And if I'm Brandon Podjeski and have the owner's belief, like, that's great. What's up?
No, like in this industry, like, I hate Shasky. He's the worst.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, I love your stuff. I agree with everything you say.
Exactly.
No one ever was like, he's okay.
Exactly.
I never get that.
That's what you don't want. You don't want, like people love me or hate me. That's exactly what I want. Speaking of love or hate, I love this guy more than I hate him. I don't really hate him much. It's Brian in Palo Alto, who's been very patient hanging on the phone lines. Brian, good morning to you, sir.
Don't come clunky like Kaminga.
No, he wants to talk JK. What's up, Brian?
What's up, buddy?
Good morning. Yeah, I think, you talked about why is JK so polarizing. And I think the reason he's so polarizing is because he's sort of, been the mascot of the second timeline, right? Of this sort of like Lakeup's, sort of obsession with this second timeline. And, and I think when it went out, when Kaminga got hurt, that was still sort of a debate, right? About what is the commitment or focus to? And the Warriors were desperately searching for a second option. And obviously Kaminga was trying to fill that, but they weren't winning, right? And now everything's changed, right? So they committed to a timeline. It was the Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond timeline. And everything else will sort of slot in next to that. And so I think it's different now. I don't think Kaminga is going to get $35 million from the Warriors, or I think anyone smart that can sort of read the tea leaves would probably say the same thing, unless he just absolutely balls out over the next couple of months. I mean, it's almost an impossible position for him, by the way. I'm like cognizant of that. But like, yeah, I just don't think it's going to happen. I think they're probably still a piece away, and he's not that piece, in my opinion. I think, Shasky, you evaluate him as a $7 million player, and I evaluate him as a $35 million player, the contract that he wants. And he does want that contract. We all know that. That's not mythical or hypothetical. That's what he wants. And so, yeah, that's my 2 cents. I just think, I don't think he's a $35 million player, and he thinks he is. And, like maybe the Wizards or whoever, right? Not a lot of teams are going to have that kind of cap space, but I just don't think, hopefully we could sign and trade him and get, a stretch big or, whatever that missing piece is. But he's just not that missing piece, right?
Here's what I would say to you, Brian.
Brian.
Part of what I think the Warriors did smartly this time, as opposed to the last time with Jordan Poole, is they couldn't come to an agreement that they felt was a good deal. And they said, all right, play the year out, right? Play the year out. And at the end of the year, whoever tries to throw money at you, we have the opportunity to match that. And I think that's smart business. And then from there, when I finally get some concrete numbers, I can make a determination. It gives me the body of work of the playoffs, which we're going to get this year. And obviously baked into it is, hey, he missed 2 months, which sucks, right? And yeah, the team has dramatically changed. And so we'll see where they're at in 2 or 3 months. And then we can start discussing the finances and the money and everything. He didn't come to an agreement. We don't know the exact numbers. I know Brian thinks that he views himself a certain way. Dude, all these guys think that they're worth $50 million. That's part of how they get to that point.
Yes.
Brock Purdy thinks he's a $70 million quarterback.
They have an agent telling him that all the time. Yes.
I don't think
because the agent wants to get paid first and foremost, but you start comparing it to other players. That's what you do.
Right. I don't think that, but he thinks that. I think there's, a better number that they can come to agreement with.
I think you're worth $50 million a year, Brock. Just want to let you know that if you're listening. I believe in you.
Again, Like, everyone's got their own self-worth, and then there's, what the market dictates, and then there's reality, and then there's like, well, is it good value, right? There's like many different layers to this. I think that the Warriors have put themselves in actually a really good spot here. You get an opportunity to see JK with the version of the team that they're going to have for the next 2 years. And he's either going to earn or not earn the benefit of the doubt or the money that might be coming to him, either from this team or elsewhere. And we'll make all those determinations at the end of the year. But I don't think that's exclusive to him. I think TJD, I think Looney, I think GP2. I think a lot of guys whose either contract is up or has a good salary that can be moved and stapled with other things. All of these guys, like, everyone's auditioning. Everyone.
The Jimmy Butler
except
trade.
Dre, Jimmy, and Steph.
Well, let's revisit. Come summertime, how things end here in the season. It's going to dictate a lot what happens, like Brian was alluding to. Like, what if JK goes crazy the last 2 months? Andrew Wiggins did.
I know.
And you know what happened with Andrew
Wiggins? They rewarded him with a contract.
They rewarded him with a contract. So, like, and I know it sounds crazy, and he even said it, Brian, and I love Brian in Palo Alto. And I think Brian actually does speak for a good portion of the fan base at times, whether you think it's ridiculous or not. But he speaks for a lot of people when they say, the two timeline thing. I don't think there's two timelines anymore, quite frankly.
No, they're one.
It's just one timeline at this point. But what Brian was saying, he thinks he's representative of a second timeline, and that ownership and Joe Lacob, he views this thing as his legacy after Stephen Curry, and he's viewing that, well, not to the same of who's my guy in Chicago, the Jerry Krauses of the world. He had a second timeline post Jordan, and they were all going to be in on that second timeline, and they all knew the Last Dance. This was it, and they're pivoting to this whole different direction. I don't think it's that at all. But I do think there are a portion of fans saying, like, no. We can't be paying this guy to the future. Let's rip this Band-Aid off. Let's go all in on this next season with Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, and Steph Curry. Where I would caution saying that is, again, I don't know what's going to be out there this summer. I don't know if there's another player, given the age and given the upside of a Jonathan Kaminga, that you're even going to get back. Are you going to just go rip the Band-Aid off and go get like a 35-year-old and just go double down on age? Well, is that the smart move?
But it has to be via a sign and trade, right? Because you're flying over the cap. But there's also this element, which
age is a factor here for me, Joe Shasky. No, that's a huge factor.
But there's another factor that everyone's kind of like underselling. We thought the market was more robust last offseason, and I think Klay Thompson found out it was not. I think Caldwell Anthony Pope found out it was not. I think Malik Monk found out it was.
Contavious Caldwell Pope.
What did I say?
Caldwell Anthony Pope.
My bad.
That was a good one.
Contavious Caldwell Pope found out it was not as robust. Malik Monk found out it was not as robust. Like, guys signed well below what we thought they were going to get. So I know we think Jonathan Kaminga can get, I'm just throwing the Wizards to throw him $35 million a year. We'll see.
There's a contract I keep looking at, which is...
We'll see.
There's a contract I keep looking at, Joe Chesky, not to cut you off, and you brought it up to me. Austin Reeves with the Lakers.
He's one of the best bangs for the buck.
He's their second best player right now since LeBron's been out. He's making $12 million a year. He signed a 4-year, $53 million contract. You think Kaminga's doing that? 4 years, $53 million?
No.
And who are you taking right now on your team? Which is
Austin Reeves.
But it was a conversation just a year ago, I think, where you could have a legitimate, like, who would you rather have, Jonathan Kaminga or Austin Reeves?
Look at Moody. Moody signed his deal at the beginning of this year. I think if he would have waited till the end of the year, he'd probably get a couple more bucks.
That's a good point.
Right? So it's all about timing, how well you're playing, the form, who likes you. There's a lot that's baked into it. So that's why I would tell everyone, I know you're all counting the money for Kaminga. Let's let it play out. Let's let the season play out. Let's see how he plays, see how the team plays. Let's see how other teams view him, and we'll go from there.
888-957-9570. We're going to put a bow on this conversation on the other side. Plus, there's some rules potentially being proposed here. New rules, not Bill Maher, but new rule in the NFL, Joe Shasky, that I want to get your thoughts on. There's going to be some league proposals here with the NFL owners meetings happening shortly. Get your thoughts on that. Plus, take a look around March Madness as it starts the round of 64. I think it's starting in a couple minutes officially here with a game starting. I think Louisville's playing whoever, but it's going to be all day long. I'm excited for it. We talked about it a little bit with Dave Fleming. If you missed any of that interview, Dave Fleming, voice of the San Francisco Giants, also works for ESPN, talks a lot of college basketball, talked Warriors with Dave. If you missed any of that, it was a great conversation. Find it on the Odyssey app or on YouTube. All that's coming up next, brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
What's up, Oreo Cookie?
G-Unit. I had to like over accentuate it.
I got to be careful there. You sound like Jimmy from South Park. Cooler than a fool.
I was not going in that direction. My bad.
Down like a clown, Charlie Brown. Spadoni, Chasky, Laughing Monk Studios. We got a lot to get into still today. We got 40 minutes to do it because we got Steiny and Goop coming up at the top of the hour. But we've only just scratched the surface, Joe Shasky, on the Jonathan Kaminga conversation that I think is going to be, it's going to be on the table for the next couple months because this team's going to be a playoff team. I'm very confident in that. I know they're only got a 1-game lead over the 7th seed over the Clippers. It's going to be a fun race. I do believe they are going to be a playoff team at the end of the day, though. And when it comes down to these series, there's going to be moments where Steph might not have it, Jimmy might not have it. Who's going to step up? And I think Jonathan Kaminga is going to have to be that guy in some of these series or a series, if they even get through one, to deliver. Now, I understand if he has a bad game here or there, fans are going to get frustrated because they just want the instant gratification. He's not allowed to have a bad game. He's not allowed to have 2 bad games in a row or 3 in a row.
Who is allowed to have a bad game? I want to make sure we're clear on
Steph,
this.
He's allowed to have bad games.
All right.
Yeah, he's allowed.
Like Looney's had about like 4 bad games in a row.
Yeah, but he's won some titles. It's Kavan. It's Loon Dog. He has a nickname. He's cool. Air Congo, yeah, but it's Loon Dog. All right, let's back him off. Moses Moody, who did not have a great.
Kaminga does have a title.
He does, yeah, but did he really?
He played a little. Very, very sparingly.
So does James Wiseman. He has a title, too.
Well, no, James Wiseman was hurt that entire year and was rehabbing. Like, Bielitsa didn't play for months and had a couple of moments. And, yes, he won a title as well. So we have to be somewhat fair with this.
Okay, sure. He has a ring. Fine. That being said, we're talking about what makes him polarizing to a fan base. And, you've mentioned and we've mentioned and talked about just Steph fans versus Warrior fans and, finding a scapegoat or just the patience level overall. And I think that's ultimately where it comes back to is just our patience level with young athletes just being so out of control. And I think a lot of it has to do with just the time we're living in with social media and instant gratification. Everything has to be now. Like, my 5-year-old can't handle ads. My 5-year-old is like, Dad, can you skip the ads on something? Like, ads.
I'm kind of with him on that.
We don't even... You called them commercials back in the day. We're just going ads.
Well, they're awful on YouTube. When you're like going to show someone something, you're like, oh, check this out. And you go like, oh, God darn it. Yeah. Just wait for this ad and I'll show you.
They have YouTube Kids, which I don't give to Benny anymore because that was the thing. But YouTube Kids ads on there. And it's just, there's toy commercials.
Well, Miss Rachel's cooking.
Miss Rachel, yeah, sure. And she didn't have any ads for a long time. And now, she's...
Well, when you partner up with Elmo.
Well,
when Elmo's doing duets with you.
I love me some Miss Rachel. She's on Netflix now, too. So just stay off
I didn't know that was her husband.
Yeah, the guy that sings in the... Yeah, that's her husband. Yeah. And by the way, tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with the Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff.
Yeah, we're on to Bluey right now.
Bluey's good.
Yeah, I love Bluey.
Based out of Australia.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, the dad. I'm a little out on Bluey at times because they humor the kids way too much. Like, what
do you mean?
They humor them too much. Like they get the neighbors in on the jokes all the time. With they're playing out of control. They pretend to be other animals even though they're dogs.
Okay.
I don't know.
Hey, look, I just started dipping my toe into this Bluey thing.
You're gonna figure it out.
I'm not indoctrinated as deep as you are.
No, I'm very indoctrinated.
Yeah, you're like Inception levels deep there, Leonardo.
It's the Healer family. They're all different dogs. If you're just joining us, yeah, Bluey, it's a thing. It's been a thing for a while, and I don't know how I feel about it these days. They're gonna have a Bluey movie, by the way. I do know that has been announced. So get ready to take baby LJ to the movie theater in maybe a couple of years or so. You don't start taking them until they're like 4 or 5. Really? Because they'll start running around all over the place.
I can't remember the last movie I paid to go see in the theater.
Like in the theater?
I can't remember. And I loved going to the movie theater.
Probably a Marvel one, maybe. Like Endgame?
Since COVID, I don't think I've been to a movie.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, Endgame was before.
I'll just pay the $20 and have it on my TV.
I think Avengers Endgame was like 29, like right before.
I didn't see it in the theaters.
Oh, you didn't? Star Wars?
Star Wars was one I saw, absolutely.
The Rise of Skywalker. Or whatever.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Was that after COVID though?
Rise of Skywalker came out literally right before it started popping up in Wuhan.
Yeah, so
popping off in Wuhan.
Popping up in Wuhan.
Oh, okay.
That's when the popping up. Let's
Sam,
take it easy now.
You are a grab bag of funny.
Popping up.
I mean, my God.
Moments. Okay. Steve Kerr.
Popping off in Wuhan.
I said popping up.
It's
popping
like
up.
Okay, guys.
When you say Wuhan, I think of Wu-Tang, and I'm thinking like, do we get the Method Man out here? What are we going on?
I think of Dave Chappelle, the racial draft, and then just the Wu-Tang.
If we're doing a Wu-Tang draft, I'm taking Ghostface over everyone.
I just like the name Inspector Deck. So.
Yeah, he's okay.
Okay.
Most people are going to go Method Man, and I'm telling you, for me, it's Ghostface.
Okay.
Love don't live here anymore.
What about Steve Kerr?
Got to have an eagle on your arm.
What do you think about one Steve Kerr? Speaking of Willard and Dibbs yesterday, you're locked in every week to Steve Kerr, right?
Yeah. Enter the 36 chambers.
Here's what he had to say in regards to Jonathan Kaminga. And a lot of people had some thoughts on him not closing the game against the Milwaukee Bucks.
I think if you look at our team right now, we have a lot of options to close games. I mean, the three guys who are going to be automatic are Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy. They're going to be out there every game. The other two slots, look, BP was amazing last night. He deserved to be out there. Gary Payton, he has been playing incredible basketball the last couple weeks, and we needed him on Damian Lillard. So he was the obvious choice last night. Buddy Hield played big minutes down the stretch in that game. It could be Moses. Buddy and Moses we need for the shooting. Quentin Post played big minutes in the fourth quarter. If we want to space the floor with our five-man to create the spacing that Jimmy needs, then Quentin makes sense. And then JK fits in there as well. The athleticism, the switching. If the matchups lead to that decision, then JK will be out there like he was against Denver down the stretch. So we've got a lot of options, but I can tell you right now that it's going to be somebody different each night depending on how the game's going.
And Steve Kerr's been pretty consistent with that.
Closer by committee.
A little bit. But again, and not to that extent of like the Giants and Gabe Kapler and Farhan Zaidi, but there's a little bit of just on given matchups, and that changes in the ebb and flow of a given series. Again, fast forwarding to when they actually have to play a playoff team in a playoff series like that, the ebb and flows of a given series, like it might be a Kevon Looney game, or it might be a Trace Jackson Davis or a Quentin Post, depending on matchups. We're going to see that going forward here, and I think we got to be careful of just saying each and every game. It's like, oh, I don't know that he didn't close this one. Oh, but he closed this one. Like, let's wait until an actual series before we get the whole painted picture of what we're going to see from a Jonathan Kaminga on a given night. Like I'm here with Steve Kerr, and there's also an element of just easing him back from an ankle injury with all this, right? Like we're not playing him 40 minutes. We're not doing that. Like that's going to be horrible for his health going forward too. So picking and choosing the spots and being smart about it. I trust Steve Kerr when it comes to that. I do. And I think he's earned that benefit of the doubt. Absolutely.
They got to just keep winning. I think when last year they were win, lose. And
that was a big bounce back win for them.
No, but Huge. I'm saying last year, the reason I think we obsessed over the closing lineups, because they lost a lot.
Yeah.
The
clutch games, like, right?
All of them. It feels like now they're winning. And so
they couldn't be good teams. Like the teams over 500, the stat was horrible last year.
Like Clay didn't want to sit on the bench at the end of the games. I get it. But like that was really tough. It just was.
It was tough watching him getting hunted on defense too.
So all these guys want to close, and I think as long as you win series, everyone will just keep quiet. Once you start losing these games, that's when people are like, oh, well, you should have gone to me, and I get them wanting to feel that way. It's really difficult. They do have a lot of specific, like GP2 is a very specific, I don't want to call him a specialist because I think it's diminishing some of the things he brings to the table. But he's a very specific player.
He's a tenacious defender who has some hops and could knock down the occasional three ball.
Yeah.
That's what he does.
Yeah.
That's a good player. That's a player you need in the playoffs.
And can finish around the rim.
Yes.
And obviously can mask some of the things that Steph can't.
No pun intended with the mask. So
yes. Quentin Post, there's going to be a time and a place where he might close. What if Draymond's in foul trouble?
Mm-hmm.
And you need a big, you got to space the floor.
It was nice to see him have a good bounce back performance after only playing 8 minutes against Denver.
Moses Moody, hey, we need to get some more shooting out there. Buddy Hield, we need to get some more shooting out there. I think there's a lot of guys that throw their hands into the mix here, and I think it gives them the word that everyone hates, which is optionality, which at times actually makes it more difficult for a coach.
What I've seen,
because you start second guessing every decision.
Correct. Not to cut you off there. What I've seen, what I still like though with Jonathan Kaminga, albeit he hasn't really shot the ball very well, he is getting to the line and putting the other team and getting them to foul him. That is something, is an element we've obviously seen with Jimmy Butler, and he's been able to do that to great success. But specifically with JK, because he was the only other guy really doing that outside of Wiggins, prior to his injury and prior to the acquisition of Jimmy Butler. And he's continuing to do that. And he made all his free throws. That is something, again, it's oh, wow, we're going all the way to the free throws.
No,
that's important. That's important.
Yeah.
Especially in tight games when they miss. How many free throws did they miss against the Denver Nuggets the game prior?
9, 10, 11.
It was ridiculous. Yeah. So I'm not going to scoff at something like that. And that's something he needs to continue to do if his shot's not going there. And we've seen that ad nauseum with Jimmy Butler. Now the difference between Jimmy and JK is infinitely different when it comes to defense, when it comes to playmaking. I get that. But, we're not knocking Jimmy for not making a lot of his shots, although he was 6-13, a much better shooting performance percentage-wise for him in a win against Milwaukee. But, we love Jimmy because he gets to the line, and he gets the assist numbers, and he gets the rebounds, and he does the right thing, and he limits the turnovers, although, again, he had 5 turnovers the other day, but he was incredible.
If they're at full
was that the best Jimmy Butler game real quick?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, easily.
And I don't even think it was but a little sliver of what playoff Jimmy can be.
No Steph, they needed that.
To me, it was the methodical way that they attacked with 8 minutes to go.
Yeah.
They took their time instead of doing that frenetic, just chucking, which drives me nuts. I think with their rotations tonight, if it's full strength, I think you're going to get way more Jimmy Butler, Kaminga overlapping, and I bet you we have a big Jonathan Kaminga game today.
Ooh, I like that.
Because I think Pods being back in the mix kind of puts Jimmy back in a different rotation because they were using Jimmy as the second ball handler with no Pajemski on the floor. And I don't think that is a sustainable thing. And I think you're going to see Pods and Jimmy overlap a little more. And I think it's going to open the floor up for Jonathan Kaminga. I actually think tonight's a big night for him.
I'm very curious to see how these next, couple weeks, couple months here shake out, because I know what I'm going to get. I'm pretty sure I know what I'm going to get from Stephen Curry, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green. Those are our championship mindsets, championship caliber players. Draymond Green, I'm not calling him the DPOY like some of you are. He's playing like a DPOY, and he's playing very well. What am I going to be getting from Moody? What am I going to be getting from Post? What am I going to be getting from JK, Brandon Pajemski, Gary Payton, Buddy Hield? There's a lot of question marks there. That's going to be the key. Now, I've seen Gary Payton win a title and be a big piece of a championship type of run. I've seen Moses Moody have a cup of coffee a little bit in a championship run. Even, you mentioned JK, a cup of coffee, if you will. I'm going to be relying on Buddy Hield. I'm going to be relying even more now on JK and Moses, who's been in the starting lineup, and all they do is win when he's in the starting lineup, basically. Quentin Post, this guy's a rookie. Are we sure when I start naming all those names, those are the players you're going to have to rely on? Does that give you a little pause, Joe Shasky, about the team winning a title this year? Does that or going on a championship type of run? Does that concern you at all when I shake it out like that?
How many teams are 9 deep?
Well, you say the depth there, but they're also very young when it comes to the playoff inexperience. Say what you will about the Boston Celtics. They got to the mountaintop and lost, and they got there, and they kept losing. And then they finally got the right formula and players and veterans.
Well, they're
and
all in their prime.
Yes.
Yeah. They have very few younger players.
That's why I question the Cavs still a little bit. That's why I question the Oklahoma City Thunder a little bit, right? I need to see it.
Yeah, but there's a lot of guys case in point, like Austin Reeves, who you referenced earlier. Yeah. He's only had a couple of playoff runs. It's not like he's some battle-tested playoff gladiator.
No, they got to a conference finals.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Though he has been impressive. Yes. And then I look at other teams like Memphis. Part of why I dismiss him is we've got more playoff pedigree with one guy, Draymond Green, than feels like their entire team. And OKC, we'll see how those role players play on the road.
Yeah.
That's
what I'll say the difference is between some of those other teams is their superstars are younger, much younger than yours. So the minute allocation is going to be way different, and the wear and tear from some of these older guys that you have on your team, the Stephs, the Jimmy, the Draymonds, they might be gassed at the end of the game, and you're going to be relying on some of these young guys to make some big shots and big moments. And I'm still questioning whether this team can rely on these young guys for big moments and big stretches of these playoff series. That's going to be the ultimate tail of the tape for me in these coming months. They could do it in individual games against the Bucks, against the Nuggets, or against whoever they play. But in a series, that's going to be the ultimate question for me. And Anthony Slater, he joined you and Evan yesterday. Hell of an interview. Covers the team, Anthony Slater, for 95% of the game, and also The Athletic. And he mentioned the age being the reason to be skeptical potentially of a title run.
This has been kind of a winding season, but they found a chance to spot rest him last night. I think that'll help. But the reality is he has a marathon ahead of him if they're really going to make a deep run. And that's tough on not only his body. Jimmy Butler's 35, Draymond Green's 35. So that is what makes me the most skeptical of the idea that they're now, a true title contender is just the age and accumulation that is ahead for really, a 2-month sprint if you're really going to get into June.
And the guy he's mentioning right there, Anthony Slater, is obviously Stephen Curry.
Yeah, but in the playoffs, you don't play every single day.
No, you don't.
You get like a methodical rest, and there's opportunities to kind of pace yourself through it. And the one thing that you said about Moody and Kaminga, and I think Pods didn't get the same one because they lost in the play-in. Those guys have understood what the calendar looks like in a playoff series. They did it for the year they won it all, and then the very next year when they went to the playoffs and won in the first round against the Kings and then lost to the Lakers. So they have had understanding of the calendar and how to work your body and see everyone around. No, you got to go out and do it, but that's a good chunk of your team. And GP2's been there. So you're saying to me right now, I got 5 guys: Jimmy, Steph,
Burgers,
Draymond, GP2, and Looney. 5 guys with tremendous playoff experience. Yes. Okay. Then I got the 2 youngsters who, though they aren't as, experienced on the court, they were there. And there's something to be said for that, right? And they've been a part of this traveling circus the last 4 years, because it is. I mean, the Warriors' coverage is through the roof, unlike other places. The Cowboys talk about this. You play on the Cowboys, you get covered differently. The Lakers talk about this. And then Pajewski, I don't know. We'll see. Quinn Post, I don't know. We'll see. But I don't need all of those guys to be humming all at once. I need the top 5 guys that are my reliable veterans to give me what I'm expecting from them. And then I'm asking 1 or 2 of those other guys on any given night to just be solid.
All right.
But we know how this works, right? In the playoffs, what happens? Some guys become unplayable in certain series.
That's exactly what I'm afraid of. So,
but the last couple of years, Wiggins was one of those guys. The last couple of years, Dre was one of those guys. So it can happen to your veterans too.
Correct. And I think the Wiggins one, it was more unfortunate because he got hurt. Because he was, you remember he came back from that hiatus in that first round against the Kings, and he was incredible. Mm-hmm. He was amazing. And then he gets hurt in that Lakers series, and it changed everything. You had Moses Moody guarding LeBron. It was night from there in Game 6 down in La La Land. Steve Kerr on yesterday, Willard Dibbs, though, he's saying, don't worry, guys. Steph was out, yesterday. He'll be back today against the Toronto Raptors.
He's doing great. I mean, he's going to play tomorrow. I think, I know Steph so well. He's a guy who puts his heart and soul into everything, and you almost have to protect him from himself at times. And so that rest last night was something that I felt really strongly about. I went to him, the night before after the Denver game. He fought me on it a little bit, but I just told him, I go, look, I know you well, and you need a night off. And to me, it's no different from a baseball player. Those guys play every single night. Every once in a while, hey, just take a seat and take a night off, and you'll come back refreshed, and your at bats will be a little better the following night. I really feel like basketball players need that too. Occasionally, it's just that it's not the norm. We're not supposed to do that, but screw that, we're doing it. And I think Steph needed a night off.
Again, Steve Kerr on yesterday with Willard and Dibbs. Find the entire interview on YouTube or the free Odyssey app. Was that a big deal? We were talking about I wasn't here yesterday, so
what a big deal.
Steph, missing the game. Like they won the game, obviously, so it was fine after that. But were people going to come in really pissed off if they had lost that game and Steph didn't play?
No, I think it would have been more pissed off from the night before and how they executed down the stretch, the Nuggets game. I think the people were pissed in that game.
Okay.
Who the opponent was and how you came out playing, and then how you executed down the stretch.
No Jokic, no Murray. Yeah, absolutely. But again, it was pissed off there because you come back and Steph doesn't play the back end of a back-to-back and you squander that one. Sure. I just was questioning if people had a problem with Steph resting at all. No? Okay. Because these guys, Jimmy's going to need some rest. Draymond's going to need some rest.
Steph can do no wrong. I don't know if you know this, Joe.
Well, I don't know.
He can do no wrong.
I don't know. I mean, People just wanted to build apartment buildings where he's living at. I'm just kidding, people. I know Steph could do no wrong. He's great. He's Captain America. We love Stephen Curry. He's the best.
And he put out a new bourbon, I believe, this week.
Oh, did he? He's getting. What athlete isn't involved in some sort of liqueur? But Draymond Green has the Lobos tequila, right? Him and Braun.
If you were gonna have a liquor,
Charles Woodson has like a bourbon.
He has wine too. Charles Woodson
he
wine.
was.
Yeah.
Chuck's
Elevate Your Tailgate,
That's
season
right.
1.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah.
What would I do? I mean, Spadoni has to go like wine, right? Like it's just the last name, it rolls off the tongue. Nice Cabernet. I don't know.
I think
Sauvignon.
I think you'd be more like a boxed wine.
Wow. That hurts my feelings.
Boxed in one wine.
I already know it.
Actually, that's a great one. Box in one.
That's
You
actually
like that?
a great one.
Let's pivot. Don't panic right there. That's a good opportunity right there. You know, I'm the everyday.
Yeah.
You know who was Big Puma say that was the original Joe?
Yes.
There you go. Just do that.
Carter, because of his exclusivity and his financial status, would be some high-end bourbon, right? Served only on the rocks.
Or not on the rocks, right? Because that waters it down. You don't want anything like that.
No, if you have that like that super squarey
or the
giant cube,
or the giant sphere, one or the other.
It
Right?
takes up like 90% of the glass.
Exactly.
And
So
he
next
sells you
level.
the ice.
Yeah, or wine. Or wine. There you go.
Yeah. What about Sam?
Oh no, you tell me. I'm curious. What do you
No,
think?
he's definitely
He's waiting for me to riff him.
Hard cider. I can see that.
Hard cider?
Hard cider. Yeah, no, see, he likes some hard cider or an IPA.
That or an
What
IPA.
is your drink
IPA.
of
Or a nice
choice?
stout.
No, but what is your drink of choice?
I guess it depends. Beer, wine. I mean, I'll drink.
If
a lot
I
of
walked
things.
up, okay, you and me, hey, we're gonna go to Kezar Pub.
No, we're going
Sam.
to Laughing Monk.
Okay,
Brewery
there you go.
is where we're going.
Even
Laughing
better.
Monk's
Laughing
good.
Monk Brewery. Sam, what do you want?
Well, if I'm getting a beer, my go-to is Guinness. But
Really?
if we're gonna go cocktails, the whiskey I usually go to is Jameson, and then mix it with something there. So those are usually some of the avenues that I'll go to if we're going into a bar to have a drink.
So are you just looking to get in a fight, or like what's going on?
I mean,
there?
I know how Irish do I sound just saying all that right
Jesus.
there. Guinness and
I mean,
Jameson.
my God.
You know where I'm going? I'm going to Happy Hour at Laughing Monk, and I'm getting one of these cranberry mules.
The new Willie Mays.
I'm getting I'm getting a good spiced pear Manhattan. Sounds delicious. A smoking plum, Old Elk whiskey. Ooh, yeah, dude.
I was thinking Sam's would be like its own signature brown bag tall boy.
Oh my God. Relax.
Like a mystery tall boy.
Just brown bag.
It might be beer, it might be wine, it might be something else. Who knows?
We'll see. Yeah, who is it? Zach Taylor? We'll see. We're not there yet. More from Steve Kerr on the conversation yesterday with one Stephen Curry.
Sam, dude, I can't get Guinness with the Jameson. And like,
Look at his hair.
That's a good name though for the bottle.
He's
Like
Jewish.
I'm Irish too.
He's Irish.
Irish, Jewish. I'm a lot of things. Polish.
Yes. He's a mutt. We all are.
I'm a European mutt.
Yes. It's okay. Steve Kerr.
I'm a little Italian as well.
Oh, there you go.
Jameson
There
means
go.
you are here to like get like you don't even
You're gonna throw down, man. Let's go.
You're not dipping your toe. You're cannonballing into the bar.
It's not quite Johnny Walker Blue Label.
I mean, you might as well go straight wild turkey at that point.
Fireball?
No, that what are you, 22? I mean, come on. Jaeger bombs and fireballs, bro.
Come on, bro. Steve Kerr, more on his conversation about Steph and resting.
He is the absolute best guy I can imagine to coach because there's never any pretense. There's never any BS. It's so matter of fact, it's just, hey, here's what I think. And then, he lays out what he thinks and we just come to a conclusion. We make a decision and we move on and we don't even look back. And I can explain it to the media exactly as it is. I think there are a lot of athletes who might have been offended by me saying, hey, he needed an emotional break. Steph's not offended by that because he knows it's true. Like, and it's fine. Like that's part of it. Performance is really about a series of things. It's your physical well-being, but it's also your mental and emotional capacity, where you are, what's going on in your life. Everyone needs a day off once in a while, and that's okay. And I think Steph recognizes that, and the conversation's an easy one, and we just move forward. That's why he's the most amazing guy to coach that I can even imagine.
We know, Steve. We get it. Steph's the best. He's a consummate professional. He's the GOAT. We love some Stephen Curry. And I found his whiskey, Joe Shasky, called Gentleman's Cut. And this is what it says. The name, Gentleman's Cut, speaks to the art of crafting a truly fine spirit, as well as to Curry's skillful movement on and off the court. Our limited edition whiskeys are artfully crafted and aged for the perfect layers of complexity. And I see Stephen Curry here at the brewery, at whatever the foundation of where he goes, and he's wearing his jeans, he's wearing a plain white tee, and he's wearing a gentleman's cut hat.
Does he have the giant baggy jean look, or is it the normal
it feels like I'm watching Wrangler, real comfortable jeans.
Oh.
I feel like I'm looking
Brett
at Drew
Favre
Brees
somewhere in the background.
Brett Favre, Drew Brees.
Stealing money from the state of Mississippi.
Stealing money from
like
Steph.
a bag. He's got like a bag like the old Wild Wild West of like the dollar sign written on it, and he's just running away.
Our whiskeys are crafted to commemorate life's great occasions and will be part of a raised glass toasting moment in the lives of my fans, friends, and families.
Why can't we just say, like with these alcohol ads, like, dude, this tastes really good and it gets you messed up?
Well,
that's awesome.
Well, because they want to cater to the refined palates, Joe Shasky. We're not refined enough to understand the nuances and complexities and layers that a gentleman's cut or some of these fancy ones exude, if you will.
It's a sipping whiskey, not a drinking whiskey.
That's right.
A
There's one that you used to
That's like
mix
when
in.
people tell me, like, hey, that Don Julio, because I like, if I'm going to drink, I'll have the Don Julio, got to have the big bottle. You know, it's like, it's expensive. One or two of those shots, and I'm like floating. Okay?
1942.
Thank you. It's a sipping tequila. No, it's not. It's a take shots tequila. What are you talking about?
Hey, can we get Steph on
There's
here?
no such thing as a sipping anything.
Hey, Steph, we're giving you...
Unless you have like just a cement tongue. What are we talking about?
Steph, I'll plug your whiskey, 888-957-9570. Just send us a bottle, man. Send us a bottle.
How do you not call it splash whiskey?
Because every splash is probably $100.
Exactly. Well, yeah, because you get some of those, like if you splash it, it's going to like get everywhere. We
But you
can't
gotta
be
have 3
wasting that.
splashes.
No. It's gentleman's cup. Because you know what? When I think gentleman, I do think Steph Curry. That's a great name for it. I'm going to be honest. I can't get enough of them wearing this like Carhartt hat and the T-shirt and everything. Steph
The last guy that I would think of wearing Carhartt is Steph
You're up
Curry.
in Carolina, right?
Could you imagine him showing up to the job site wearing all Carhartt? That's a funny visual, is it not?
Well, it's like,
hey guys, I'm here.
Who was
What
it?
do you want me to do? Sweep over there, Steph.
KD was like
the hard hat. That is just all time. Just all time.
Wearing the vest.
Just all time.
And the glasses.
I had to work with my Uncle Matt last week. We were helping my my mother-in-law. They had to put the earthquake straps on, and he's got the overalls and everything. And
right.
I showed up in sweatpants and like my rattiest shoes and my ratty sweatshirt or whatever. But every time I work with a real construction worker and someone who's, my uncle's one of the best plumbers that I know. I mean, he's incredible.
For sure.
I always feel like I'm that KD meme. I feel like that guy helping him. He's like, get me that Phillips. And I know what a Phillips is. I know what a flathead is. I know what all those things
Allen
are.
wrench,
But I'm his gopher. Like, go for that. Go grab me this. Go grab me that. But I always feel like KD in that meme with the construction hat because I don't know what any of them are doing.
Really? Because I feel like you would exude like you're a working man, Joe Shasky, when you need to be. I feel like Golden State Lumber. You can you've built fences. You've done some handiwork.
Poorly.
Right? What?
I will assist those who know what they're doing.
Okay, that's fair
right?
enough.
But I don't consider myself like a hands-on type of
like you can
individual.
hang up like a curtain.
So,
rod
for
or
example,
something.
the cabinet in the kitchen. Okay, we have cabinets in the kitchen. It got taken off of its hinge, and the hinge is broken.
Okay.
I bought new hinges on Amazon, and my buddy Sean, who's a great contractor, is like, dude, you just do this, and you do that, and then you do this, and it's good. And I'm like, yeah, I tried that. It's not working. And so now, I'm kind of scared to call him back. But can you come over to my house and fix this hinge on this cabinet and put it back?
I have no qualms of doing that and just admitting I'm not a good handyman at all.
But this is where my dad did all that stuff.
Right? Like my dad,
love you, Dad. I miss you. He did all that for me.
My dad didn't. We were lucky enough to have like a family friend that knew how to do all this stuff. So he would just come over and do it, and they lived like right down the street
Tim the
from
Toolman
us.
Taylor?
It's basically, yeah. Because my dad was working 2 jobs, so he would never be home to fix any of that stuff. And my mom, she had an at-home business, so she was busy there. So yeah. I learned nothing of that. I learned changing my oil for my older brother. I learned to drive for my older brother too.
Nice.
And I also learned about Fast 5 as well. Carter, did you learn that too? Thank you. Your voice could use an oil change. That is for sure. So, Carter.
Here's my final thought. As we're talking about, this person helped me do this and that. This is why I know what I'm good at.
What are you good at?
Blabbing.
Oh, just talking?
Yeah, and coaching and things like that. Like, those are my chosen professions. That's my calling. My calling is not hanging pictures perfectly square on the wall. And I've told that to my wife. I will pay the professionals to do it the right way. And I'm extremely appreciative of their skill and their craftsmanship.
If you got to pull out that leveler thing.
Dude, my boy Rocco is meticulous.
What are we doing?
My boy Rocco's meticulous with hanging it, and he's really good at it. But, like, I feel guilty because, like, hey, can you help me with this, that? And, like, I'm asking another grown man to do it. But you know what? I also am man enough to realize he's freaking great at it. And I will compensate him for his help. I got a buddy, Rory, for example. He's an electrician. Go, dude, could you go to my mom's house and could you fix the light? And he fixed the light. My mom took care of him, gave him money. I was like, dude, Rory, thank you so much. Pay the professionals. Be appreciative. Don't be cheap. Tip them. And it's not just pay them appropriately and tip them and thank them. It's so when you have the next issue, they think fondly of you.
That's a good question. When is it appropriate to tip with certain things like that? Like, I know people that like tip mechanics. I was like, I'm already paying you an arm and a leg. I don't think I'm tipping you on top of that. Like that's one of them. Like, handyman, am I supposed to like tip them on top of them?
Well, I take care of them. So, like, for example, my uncle, we got him Morgan Wallen tickets to go to Levi Stadium.
Okay.
I think that's a great gift, is it not?
Sure.
Yo, bro. Morgan Wallen, expensive.
Okay.
Expensive.
Country artist, I'm assuming?
It's a sipping concert. Okay. That's how expensive it is.
It's a gentleman's cut kind of a concert?
Gentleman's cut concert.
All right. That's a deep
financially. But Uncle Matt, Morgan Wallen tickets coming your way.
Okay.
August 2nd, Saturday night.
Prime
time, baby.
Can't wait. Sam Lubman.
Yeah, Giants fans, get something to write with because I got some bobblehead dates for you. The Giants announced a lot of their promotions yesterday. April 5th, Matt Chapman Gold Glove bobblehead, the first 15,000 fans. 1,000 of those fans, though, will get a bobblehead that is dipped in gold. So if you're one of those people who loves gold, that'll be a fun one for you to get.
It's not dipped in gold.
It is dipped in gold.
Gold paint?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
July 12th, Barry Bonds bobblehead day. Got to get that one.
I mean, when are they going to do the statue? What are we doing?
They're working on it, I'm sure.
Okay.
July 26th, Steph Curry bobblehead day. Oh, that'll be a fun one to get.
Interesting.
And then August 17th.
Your team is so boring, you had to go to the basketball team.
Well, it's part of the Bay Area Unite Initiative. And then August 17th, Elliot Ramos bobblehead day. I wonder if McCovey Cove Dave was okay with that. So,
what do you mean?
Well, you remember McCovey Cove Dave said that, Elliot didn't earn his splash hit ball last year. I wonder if McCovey Cove Dave feels like he earned
that
his
guy
bobblehead.
Needs to take like a serious deep breath.
Wait.
McCovey Cove Dave, what a dork.
Wait, earn his splash hit?
So last year, Elliot Ramos hit a splash hit. He was the first righty to hit a splash hit.
Get over
McCovey
yourself.
Cove Dave got the ball, and he's like, yeah, I'm going to keep it because I don't think he earned the right to get it back. So I'm curious if, he feels the same way about Elliot's bobblehead.
Oh, God.
I could have delivered that better.
No. I completely remember, like, again, that was one of the fact that was a moment in the Giants season last year tells you all you need to know. Carter, can you power through a final thought?
Oh, yeah, I'll power through. I'm wishing all my luck to all the underdogs today in the 2 best days of sports.
Talking about your throat?
Yeah.
One of the underdogs, your throat?
I guess to my
your vocal
throat.
cords?
Yeah.
My guy had a great time in Cabo
100%.
for his bachelor party.
Missed 3 days at work, came back and still sounded awful.
Yeah. You nailed it. You
that
nailed
Monday was like dying.
I love you, Carter.
Oh, God. The chat was on fire when he said he was going to be out for a few days.
Well, here I am, and I'm happy to be back. Thanks.
Well, the good thing is that rash on your body really cleared up.
Oh, no.
Rash, bruises, scrapes, you name it.
His throat sounds like it has a rash right now. My final thought, just
be good to each other?
No, just why do we leave Jonathan Kaminga? Just back off. Please, just back off. You're fine. Team's fine. Won the game.
Okay.
He's going to be okay.
All right.
All right? Can we all agree on that? Jonathan Kaminga is going to be okay, guys. All right? You don't need to live and die with a Jonathan Kaminga box score every single game. That was Fast 5, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Steiny and Guru are next. Jason Timpf of the Volume Network going to be joining them, and it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Sports, man.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
It's always interesting when I come in to do the show and I can see the text, the leftover text from the previous show.
Residue.
And of course I say, the hell were those guys talking about?
The Joes.
Chef Curry has the best liquor brand of any celebrity. Hey, gents, Steph's bottle isn't tequila, it's whiskey.
I was drunk. Oh, boy.
Those I can live with. What I can't live with is the 925's Fireball is an affront. There's nothing wrong with Fireball.
Boy.
There's nothing wrong with Fireball.
If we had a sponsor, it'd probably be Fireball, this show.
The drink of
champs.
The drink of 19-year-old gals and 160-year-old dude.
What's up, baby? You got a
much.
fresh haircut, long on top, faded, tapered on the side. My man, Fillmore Mike will not steal my joy this morning, baby. What's up?
Not much. A little help Warriors got on the scoreboard last night. Minnesota loses to the Pelicans, and Memphis lost. Who did Memphis lose to? I can't remember off the top of my head. I went down the scores. Lakers won. They beat Denver.
I'll tell you this while I get that information, Stoney. They lost to the Portland Trailblazers.
Ooh.
Yeah. 115-99. No, Ja didn't play.
Didn't he?
He's the new street clothes. Good God.
So Ja's not an alpha?
What's your definition of alpha? I've been thinking that all the way in. I got different variations of it.
Well,
would you consider yourself an alpha?
No, absolutely
on this
not.
show, on
No.
this show, you play with the. Come on,
No.
on this show, your persona is an alpha.
I disagree with that.
99.9.
No. No.
What would you describe yourself, your personality on this show? I'm
It's,
the man of the people, and I'll blow up and check you when I need to, and I do that to you. But you're an alpha, and there's another word for alpha. I don't want to get fired.
I'd like to think that I'm, I try to be representative in here like Steph is to the Warriors. So what is Steph? Is Steph an alpha?
No, he's an ambassador.
Okay, then that's what I am.
Leads by example, not volume.
Yeah, that's what I am then.
All right,
I'd say
take it to the streets.
I'd say,
if that fits, that's like a fat person saying I'm skinny. All right, I got it.
Here's
That's
the
how
thing.
you feel. Right.
I don't want to be called an alpha. I actually think it's got a little negative connotation. What about you?
I think alphas don't care about anything.
I know.
And they wouldn't, so you might be onto something. They don't strive to be, it's just natural, man. Michael Jordan, did you hear Steve Kerr with Willard and Dibbs, another great interview, talk about Jordan and how naturally people, the fans, just everybody, his teammates were scared of him. And I don't know if Mike was striving for that. Draymond Green is an alpha.
What about Jimmy Butler?
He's an alpha.
Well, that could be a problem, right?
Right
Two
now,
alphas,
it's not. Yeah.
Two alphas on the same team?
I think the Pistons had Mahorn, Lambeer, Isaiah Thomas was an alpha. So, everybody has their own definition of it. But right now, I think Draymond needed another alpha to go with his alphaism. And now, by multiplying, Stoney, the team's greater and their nastiness is greater on the court.
All right, let's take a listen to this sound from Steve Kerr because I want to get into it and how it relates to the Warriors and what Butler's done here.
Yeah.
Take a listen.
I think there is a presence to Jimmy that leads to winning. It's a swagger, even, amongst all the alphas in the NBA. I think Jimmy is an alpha among alphas. I really do. And I think Steph and Draymond needed that. They needed somebody like him because they were in some ways, not feeling like they had enough of that next to them like we've had in the past. We've been spoiled, obviously, with the talent that we've had here, but also the maturity and the presence. And so, that was missing earlier in the year. Jimmy he's got presence, he's got swagger, he's got belief. You guys can feel it watching the games. Our teammates feel it. Our fans feel it. The guy wins games, and it's showing.
That was Steve Kerr talking about Jimmy Butler and what he's brought to this team, and there's a lot to get into there, not the least of which is Steve Kerr saying Steph and Draymond needed it.
That is fascinating to me.
And I get the sense that Steph and Draymond needed two things. They needed a player to come in here and instill some confidence, which they did, and then they needed a player to come in here who could actually play.
Yeah.
And they ended up getting Jimmy Butler. And
because you got to be able to play to be an alpha, to me. Like, you got to have some game, right, Steiny?
Well, ideally, yeah, you would have some game, but that's part of the problem is that if you have a personality that kind of outplays your game, then it's not going to work. It's just not going to work. But Jimmy Butler, clearly, so far so good. It's working. But here's more of this because I want to get into something with Butler and then Butler and Draymond Green.
I can tell you this. That's how he feels about himself, and that's hugely important. The number one guy of all time was Michael Jordan. Okay, as his teammate, I would walk into that arena and I would know that the other team was afraid of him, the officials were afraid of him, the fans were afraid of him, and even his own teammates. We were all a little afraid of him. Okay, and we all knew we were going to win, and that was the deal. Michael just dominated the space, and there are very few guys like that. And but when you have guys like that, there's an incredible sense of security and confidence. And I think Jimmy's one of those guys. You can just feel his presence all the time.
Damn, man. And I just got goosebumps thinking about Mike. Like, I don't think that was concocted, nor was he trying, Stoney. It was that's just who he was, man.
Well, the one thing that I think that got me to thinking about what Kerr was saying is, so I was saying this to the boss, believe it or not. And I said, you know what? Come to think of it.
Thank you.
I don't know that they could have gotten anybody in here that would have worked like Jimmy Butler. And I said to him, you know what? I'm not sure Luka Doncic would have worked as well as Jimmy Butler here. Because Jimmy Butler was able to walk into the Warrior locker room and without doing one thing, already commanded the respect of Draymond Green and Steph Curry. I think a guy like Luka would have come in here. Anybody but a guy like Jimmy Butler, Levine, Markkanen, Paul George. Those guys would have come into this locker room and Curry and Draymond would have been more skeptical of them. And the fact that Jimmy Butler is viewed as a champion, essentially, even though he's never won a title, but what he did with Miami was so impressive that Steph Curry and Draymond Green have to acknowledge it. And I'm just going down the list of all the players that the Warriors didn't get, and I'm hard-pressed I mean, obviously, Jokic. Sure, you could put Jokic on this team, and they'd be great. And I'm sure, and Steph and Draymond would respect him because he's already won a title. But of players that haven't won a title, there's nobody that could have come in here and garnered the respect right off the bat of Steph Curry and Draymond Green. And because that came right off the bat, the rest of the team's got to follow.
What about Durant?
No.
Even though he had hooked up with them and they had good times previously. Well, ended on a kind of sour note, but
what I'm saying is Durant would have come back into this locker room and he would have been a two-time champion. Everybody would have known who he was. Steph and Draymond would have respected him, sure. But I'm just saying Jimmy Butler, is if you want to use the term alpha, he's way more of an alpha than Durant.
No doubt.
And what I hear Steve Kerr saying is Durant might not have been able to help us as much as Jimmy Butler because Steph and Draymond needed somebody to push him.
Yeah.
And Durant's not that kind of player or person.
Yeah, and I'm going to say this before we go. I took that soundbite as Steph's never been the audio guy, right? The volume guy, except, from what we hear about before Game 7 against the Kings a couple years ago. But I think Draymond lost something. I could be wrong in that locker room when he hit Poole, and maybe that's why Dre and Jimmy Butler coming in was the guy to be that. And there's no question about it. Jimmy Butler lights the candles, gets into his end. He beats to his own drum. His basketball resume is second to none. So maybe he was, Steiny, the bad cop without doing anything bad just by his presence and aura and who he is. And that's why it's working. Plus, he's balling like all outdoors on the court.
Yeah, I want to get into some Jimmy Butler today and really talk about how he has impacted this team. 888-957-9570. And the other thing I couldn't help but think about is everything's going great right now for the Warriors.
Gotcha.
But isn't Jimmy Butler just Kevin Durant 3 to 5 years later? And the Warriors are going to have to make this work for 2 or 3 years. And it was a little tricky with Kevin Durant. That's another thing I want to get into. But what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment was brought to you by San Francisco International Airport.
Traveling in 2025?
podcast with Bonte, Molin, Festus, the pregame show. Previewed at the Grand Lake Theater yesterday. Rick Tittle was there. Sent me some pictures. And Too Short, Sleepy Floyd were in the house. And I was just saying we should have went to that.
I thought I was the only guy that cared about 1987.
No, there's a movie now in theaters.
All right.
Yep.
We're talking about Jimmy Butler and what he has brought to the Golden State Warriors, and maybe more important, what he's brought to Steph Curry and Draymond Green.
Damn.
Because we know those two guys are super confident, but I think it's obvious at this point that they had lost some confidence this year. And maybe it crept into last year when they didn't make the playoffs, but Steph and Draymond Green are changed players right now, and it's because of Jimmy Butler, period.
And Steph told us to our face he feels like all he ever wanted, Stoney, was a chance, and Jimmy Butler helped that and reflects that to me.
Let's go to let's start out with Deborah and San Leandro, and let her get us into it, and we'll pick up from there. What's up, Deborah?
Hey, guys. Good morning. Good morning.
Hey.
Hey, well, I have to admit, remember, I was skeptical about Jimmy coming over, not because of his talent, but his availability.
Okay.
And he's been injured, but he's still playing because I think now he feels he has something to play for and some teammates to play with, right? So you had said, he's maybe Kevin Durant a few years older and something like that.
Yeah.
I think he's more of an alpha than Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant would not, like I said, wouldn't push these guys. They needed a push also, and Jimmy brings that. And you could have more than one alpha on a team, and I think he and Draymond are a great complement. Since he's been there, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I think you're right. Since Jimmy's been here, Draymond's been incredible.
Right. And he'll help keep those guys in check. He and Draymond, as defensive players, they've been the best, the two of them, since Jimmy's been here in the league. They've been the best, just the two of them. So that performance against Giannis was outstanding.
No, it was incredible. So, thank you, Deborah. Appreciate the call. Here's what I was just thinking, and listen, everything's going great with Jimmy Butler, and I don't anticipate any problems with Butler this year. But what I was starting to think about is when Kevin Durant came here, the Warriors had won a title. And then Durant came here and they won 2 more titles. But I still think that he was considered somewhat of an outsider. And I think to this day that Draymond, let's just keep it to Draymond, that Draymond didn't think they needed Durant. That might be too strong. But what I'm getting at is I think Draymond sometimes holds it over players. I'm a champion, you're not. And I think that had something to do with the Durant departure. Kevin Durant, for whatever reason, didn't commit to the Warriors long term, and Draymond Green was thinking, we were here before you. If you don't want to be here, hit the pike. And, and by the way, I was a champion before you. So we fast forward to Jimmy Butler. And the only danger I would see with Jimmy Butler is, again, not this year, but, what would happen the first time that Jimmy Butler questions something that Draymond is doing? Would Draymond look at Jimmy Butler kind of the way he looked at Kevin Durant? Yeah. Now, I know Butler's an alpha, but Durant had 2 titles when Draymond did that,
by all accounts, real quick, Stoney, by all accounts, Draymond was in the parking lot calling Kevin Durant, letting him in. I hate that story. I don't believe it happened.
I'm talking about when he called him a B word.
Yeah, but my point is, how could you have animosity or under your breath look at somebody like, you know what, I was a champ before you, but then I had to call you to come help save us. So when you described that story, I just thought of that, and that came up. So you might be right. My thing is, Draymond's so smart and cunning, Steiny. We talk about he has a certain type that he gets into it with because he goes to the tail of the tape. So I believe it's something wherever it pop off, it would be respect. When two junkyard dogs know the other one's a junkyard dog.
Fright. It would be fright.
Well, no, it'll be, I'll get it off my chest, and we'll move on. Kevin Durant, to me, was the guy that, I'm no psychologist, Steiny, that would, hold it, and it would fester. And then when he would, something would pop off, he would let us know. I thought we played with joy. I just think Jimmy Butler, especially that night in L.A., had Draymond called him that, Steiny, we might have saw a fight. In front of everybody.
And then what would have happened?
Oh, yeah, all hell would have broke loose. I don't know, but I'm just letting you know, nobody would have wanted that.
Yeah, and I don't know. Like, I don't when Jimmy Butler got traded to the Warriors, I felt like there were some people that were saying, can he play with Draymond Green? And my first thought was that's not really what I'm worried about with Jimmy Butler. Like, I never thought he would come in here and he and Draymond would butt heads and they get into a fight 2 months after, after he arrived. By the same token, they've been winning ever since Jimmy Butler got here, and I'm just wondering if, how they're all going to deal with challenges as challenges get presented to them between now and, in theory, making a playoff run. What happens if they do make the playoffs and, let's say, get beat in the first round in 5 games? How does that change the dynamic in the team with a guy like Jimmy Butler? And would Butler have a right to criticize Steph and Draymond? Or would Draymond look at Jimmy Butler as, see, we know what it takes to win a title, and we still don't have it, Jimmy. Like, that's the only thing that to me is still down the line. But that's one thing I'm thinking about. I mean, who are stronger personalities in the league right now than Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green? Like, stronger combined ability with
LeBron James.
Okay. I'll give you that.
And that's what makes him special. But we're not being negative. But what I love about who Jimmy Butler is and why he's gotten off to a great start, Steiny, is I honestly believe in life. Whatever you do, if you're a part of a team, communication is key. And I believe if something popped off, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green are the type that they'll have a conversation. Now it can involve other players, but I believe Jimmy is the guy that says, hey, Evan, hey, Spadoni, get in here. We need to have this conversation. So from that standpoint, I love that Jimmy's an alpha male. And I'll say this about winning or losing. Jimmy's been in the league a while, and, he's gotten close, but he hasn't won. And they got back on the horse. They've gone through the offseason, and he's come back and tried again. So I'm not saying you're saying this, Donnie, but I just envision a scenario to where if they were to get ousted in the playoffs, it's not Armageddon, but I brought you up on this show because I'm going to do it right now. You have the persona of an alpha male, and I think our show is successful when you're in a zone. But people, Goo, you're a softie. I'm not defending myself here, but you could take it to a certain spot, and then I'm going to go crazy. And, that's just who I am. And I think Jimmy Butler is not that type, nor is Draymond. So I love the communication will be on full blast.
Well, see, and
you know what I mean?
Yeah,
conversations will be had, not nights or weeks, and you're letting it fester. I think it'll be met right away.
Which might not be a good thing. Jason Timpf joining us at 11 o'clock. He of the Volume Network. He does a podcast, and we've had him on before. Knows a lot about the Golden State Warriors. He was high on him even when they were struggling a little bit in the middle of the season. So he's got to be fired up about this team right now. We're going to talk to him at 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock, Jason Timpf. Why did Durant essentially get on Draymond's nerves over the course of 3 years, do you think?
Because he was a different he was an opposite of Durant. Durant was a passive-aggressive. And Draymond Green would let you know what he thought. And I'm going to be honest, Donnie put a rat on the table early, brought to you by Echo Pest Control. I think Kevin Durant is such a steward of the game that I don't think he thought Draymond Green's basketball package was so diversified to where I think that Durant didn't like a guy that, wasn't the 25 to 30 point scorer commanding or giving orders or being boisterous like Draymond Green was. I could be wrong, but I think that means something to Durant. Like,
I hope it does. Well, then I hope it doesn't mean something to Jimmy. I hope it doesn't mean something to Jimmy.
But to be honest, Donnie, and be
Jimmy's
fair,
Jimmy's a much better player than Draymond Green.
But defensively, we're throwing roses, and rightfully so, at the footsteps of Draymond Green to be one of the best all-time defenders. So I'm just saying, I don't know how Jimmy thinks, but that right there is, you're not a scrub by any stretch. Yeah, I ain't a 30-point scorer, but damn, I'm one of the best defenders to ever do it. So I think Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green are almost the same persons, Donnie, in a sense.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering, what's been clicking for him right now, and what the future holds. I mean, it's all great right now, and clearly Draymond Green respects Jimmy Butler, and vice versa, and the Warriors have run that to a 15-3 record with Jimmy Butler. Let's go to Bernard in Antioch. What's up, Bernard? How you doing, man?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing well, man.
Hey, I know you guys heard of the term passive aggressive.
Yes.
So I think that's the thing with Kevin Durant. He's such a great basketball player, but he would kind of say things, subliminally. And Draymond just is straightforward. So I don't think it'd be an issue, kind of like what Guru was saying. Like, he'll say what he got to say, Butler will say what he got to say, and I don't think it'd go no farther than that because they're not going to hold their tongue. Durant was kind of, he was passive aggressive. So like, even everybody wanted to put it on the B word thing, but and Steiny, you said it earlier. Everybody knew kind of Kevin Durant was going to leave, but Draymond just wanted him to just kind of say it, and it ain't his right to say, "Hey, Kevin, you got to tell me." But I think Draymond felt like he had enough equity to say, "Hey, man, if you're going to leave, just say it, and not let everybody around the league know that you're leaving." And we know you leaving. If you're going to leave, that's cool. Just put it out there then. Because Draymond is always thinking about the future. He wants the team to keep getting better. And with them getting Butler, obviously they signed off on it. So, hey, bro, if you're going to leave, we supposed to be boys. Go ahead and do what you got to do. This is the business. But don't be letting everybody around the league know that you're leaving and then you acting like you don't know what you want to do. So I think that just kind of rubbed Draymond the wrong way.
Yeah.
So I just think with them, both of them, they are alphas, but they're going to say what they got to say, and it's going to be what it's going to be. And look at the turnovers. You can see Butler like, hey, I don't like it.
Right.
You got to stop turning over the ball. I don't want to turn. And they improved, and they kind of slipped back a little bit. But I don't think it'd be a problem. They need somebody like that because Draymond can't grade on you. So you need another voice from somebody else. So I think it's going to be fine.
Yeah. And that's kind of where I'm getting at, Bernard, is – again, I'll start from the statement I made to the boss. I'm looking at all these names that the Warriors theoretically were involved with. Paul George III, Markkanen, Levine, Durant coming back. Who else was on that list? We were throwing around Brandon Ingram, Zion if he becomes free. And all I'm saying is the more I think about Jimmy Butler, they could not have acquired a better player and person.
It's real.
Not that he's a great person. I don't know what he's like as a person, but his competitiveness. And that's kind of what I'm thinking is, Draymond, and I do think there's similarities between Durant and Jimmy Butler. But I think that when Durant came here, Draymond Green was in the prime of his career, and he was feeling some kind of way about Durant. I think now, I think if Jimmy Butler would have joined this team 5 years ago with Draymond in his prime, it would have been totally different than it is right now. Like, I think one of the big reasons this is working so far is Draymond Green must know that they weren't going anywhere without Jimmy Butler. And so they got to have Jimmy Butler on this team. But, I mean, can you imagine? I mean, think about this, Warrior fans. Can you imagine if they'd have traded for Zach LaVine? Zach LaVine walks into the Warriors locker room, averaging 27 a game, and there are 2 4-time champions. There's Kevon Looney, a 3-time champion, and Zach LaVine plays like Zach LaVine, and he's not a scrub. We all know that. He can score. He's talented. It never would have worked. Draymond Green would not have been able to tolerate a Zach LaVine. I don't think he would have been able to tolerate a Lauri Markkanen. So that's what I'm getting at is right here, right now, this Jimmy Butler acquisition, I'm telling you, outside of something ridiculous like getting Jokic, there's not a better player they could have gotten to fit with this team right here, right now than Jimmy Butler. And I would have never thought that the day they made the trade.
Yeah, and I'm going to say it because I felt like the Warriors would have no problem with it. I felt like, Steiny, they were desperate. And if LaVine came in here and it didn't work, they knew the risk that was involved because they knew what they currently had wasn't good enough. And you live, you learn, and I think Draymond Green had learned, and Steph Curry was a part of it. That's why he was despondent at times after games, during games, like they don't have enough. They don't have a chance, and that's what he was yearning for. So I'm not saying Zach LaVine would have been combustible or the locker room would have been combustible. I'm just saying it might not have worked, and then you would have had to deal with the fallout, Steiny. But my goodness, I do really wish I could get the X-Files in regard to who was kind of like, Jimmy, we don't know, and we'll never find out. But I got to believe the general manager, Mike Dunleavy, played and knew Jimmy Butler and had to go to the guys and even lake up and Kerr and say, I can vouch for this dude. And I believe that was done, Steiny. And now you're right. That list, I had 8 dudes before Jimmy Butler who I would have welcomed, but I would have thought, they do things different and they'd fit in better. I never saw this grand slam. It is right now, and I know it's early, a grand slam.
Yeah, and like to my way of thinking, we've always talked about when Clay was here, the big 3 and how inclusive they were and whether they were making it really tough on the younger players. And I absolutely think there was something to that. And so when I envision a new player coming onto the Warriors, I do put that into the equation. How are Steph and Draymond and prior Clay, and now it's Looney, going to react to this certain player? Mm-hmm. And I'm telling you, I can't think of a player right now that the team would have fed off of or would have allowed this impact. Man. Because it's been such he came in with championship credentials, even though he hasn't won a title, and nobody gets away with that.
But it's bigger than that, though, Steiny. This is a guy that loves coffee. Pods was telling Willard and Dibbs yesterday, and he even mentioned to us the guys lighting candles before and after games, getting into a zen. So there's a likability component to all this, and I know it's early, whatever you want to dub it, no pun intended. I don't want to say they got lucky, Steiny, but it doesn't matter at this point. The fact that they trusted their instincts and listened to the parties involved. I mean, man, who's to say a 5th championship is off the table, but it's bigger than that. You're talking about the fit, and it has just been incredible.
Let's go to Shooter in Virginia. Hey, Shooter, how you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Going well, man.
Yeah, with the whole, Jimmy and Kevin Durant thing, I just think, Draymond looked at that situation as, I don't think he had the same level of respect that he has, that he has for Jimmy Butler, as he did for Kevin Durant. He probably looked at Kevin Durant a little bit more like kind of emotional and kind of soft. And then, I just feel like Draymond Green, he looks at the whole Jimmy Butler thing, and he looks at the level of respect that he has for him is like off the charts. Even when he came in, he spoke glowingly about him. Jimmy's a dog, and I just feel like Draymond Green, he feels like Jimmy Butler is a leader. He's more of a leader than Kevin Durant was. Kevin Durant, he never really was a leader. Kevin Durant is an awesome scorer. So when Draymond Green is looking at Jimmy Butler, he's looking at a guy that has led the Heat team with a bunch of really, you know, they had a bunch of young guys on the squad at the time. You know, Jimmy Butler led that Heat team to 2 finals.
Right.
So, you know, and all those guys that all those names that we were attached to at the trade deadline, you know, nobody would have been able to work as better as Jimmy Butler has worked with us. You know, I mean, Jimmy Butler's a true leader. He is the alpha. And it's good that y'all got Jason Temps coming on.
Yeah,
because he's going to be able to tell y'all is that Jason Temps knows what he's talking about. Trust me.
There it is.
He's going to break it down. He's going to be able to break it down for y'all and explain to y'all why this has worked so well. And I'm telling you, it's going to be a good conversation. When I follow Jason Temps. He's a Lakers guy, but he knows Warriors basketball.
Cool, man. Appreciate it, Shooter. Man. Well, how to make 2 on the show? I'm just kidding.
How to make 2? Wow.
He's a Lakers guy. Yeah. Just playing off film on Mike.
Yeah, gotcha.
That's all.
Our guy.
You know, hey, good for Draymond Green. He's got a second chance.
Well,
he's got a second chance to be
was a strong personality.
To be respectful of a star that comes in here and helps you win a title.
I'm just looking at the chat. Chris A makes a good point. Stoney, Chris Paul came in with a strong personality. I know his game was at a different locale. He wasn't exactly in his prime, but there were no fireworks. This Warrior culture accepted him, and there was no drama in a year that, was a bad year.
Well, I'd push back on the no drama a little bit. I think they kept a lot of the drama in-house, but, Chris Paul didn't like it here. Come on. Yeah. I mean, can we agree with that?
The compliment to that is it didn't matter. It didn't get out.
But it cost him making the playoffs, probably. Chris Paul
But I would just say to you, Steiny, you don't know that. If you don't know that.
We also don't know that Draymond Green's punch of Jordan Poole ruined the season. We just assume it. I'm just telling you, the Warriors didn't have everybody on the same page last year. And I think that went a long way toward not making the playoffs. But it doesn't have to be a punch in the face.
Yeah. But isn't proof of a good culture, a good family is when you keep problems in-house? Well, you're assuming that Chris Paul wasn't happy here, and I'm not saying you're wrong, but the fact that there was nothing written and no drama in regard to that subject matter
what about at the start of the season?
Everybody was on point.
He didn't want to come off the bench.
No, that's different. I get that.
I'm just saying, they were not together last year. Chris Paul was not invested in this team like Jimmy Butler is. I don't think. Chris Paul got traded here, and I don't think he wanted to be here. His consecutive game streak ended, but I'm just saying, the Warriors are more together now, I think, than they've been in the last 3 or 4 years, and a big part of it's because Draymond Green's been terrific this year, both on and off the court.
He's got some help. They got some help.
Let's go to Antonio in Oakland. Hey, Antonio, what's up, man?
Oh, good. Yeah, actually,
Hey, Antonio. Hang on the phone. I'm up against the break. I blew it, but I'll get you first call on the other side. My bad, man. I didn't realize it was 42. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Jason Timpf of The Volume coming up at 11 o'clock. That segment also brought to you by Honda of Vallejo.
It's your boy Guru, and I'm fired up and excited.
Paul George III, Chris Paul II.
GP3.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Coming up in 10 minutes, Jason Timpf. He's the host of Hoops Tonight for the Volume Sports. Jason's a semi-frequent guest on here, and he's a big Warrior guy, watches them all the time. And according to Shooter in Virginia, we're going to have a great conversation with him.
He was a big fan.
So let's go get Antonio in here. He's been waiting. What's up, Antonio? How you doing, man?
Oh, pretty good. You actually have comments that Draymond's not going to, have an outburst and disrespect Jimmy Butler because at the end of the day, Jimmy Butler, he's kind of like Draymond. He's just a little more scoring version than him. And, as far as, the Warriors' dynasty years, the only guy that really can, check Draymond or that's mean as him has been David West. That's it. Everybody else kind of been a nice guy. So at the end of the day, Dre wants number 5. Trying to get Steph number 5, and Jimmy Butler deserves a ring too, man. He's an underdog. He slid to 31st pick, and Draymond 35th, and Steph was bashed as he was drafted and all that. But we 15-2 with Jimmy. That's what 17 games, and that's the NFL season, 17 games. That's the 49ers being 15-2. Yeah, no, I'm just kidding, guys. But anyway, shout out to the Warriors. We're gonna keep on winning. We title contenders, seriously. BigFacts.com.
All right, Mike. Philmo Mike would say, "Don't jinx it."
Yeah.
No, I mean, look, I don't know whether the chemistry is because they're winning or they're winning because they have chemistry. But, I mean, clear, last year's team, this is, to me, there's been a lot of changes. And, Clay, this is what I mean. Stuff didn't really get out last year, but they weren't together. Clay, we found out, wasn't happy. And he didn't want to be here. And I don't think Chris Paul the second one, what is it, CP3 or 2? CP3. I didn't want George the third. Yeah,
that was great.
I'm, you know what? I'm just using their names.
Technically, it's Jimmy Butler the third.
The hell with the nickname. Chris Paul the second. But no, Clay and Chris Paul, I don't think they were the happiest of cancers. I think Kaminga was a little bit isolated from the group. And I do think there was actually a little something going on with Pods as a rookie where the veterans were like, easy, big fella, easy. I don't see any issues this year. I don't see anybody on that team that doesn't really want to be here. Obviously, to me, the biggest thing is Kaminga and what's going to happen with Kaminga the rest of the year and then into free agency. But I also think that's kind of small potatoes right now in terms of the chemistry. I think things are going great, and it's just led me to believe. I can't believe they got the right player, but the more I think about it, there was no other player who could have come in here and done what Butler did.
Yeah.
And command the locker room.
Yeah, and is currently doing. And this is incredible, and it's why I'm excited, not just for this year. I know you're not into that, Stoney, but the future is now. I get that, but the bottom line is they got him for 2 more years. You just talk about the basketball component of all this. Are we really surprised? But the Warriors did come out to a 12-3 start before Melton went down, so the vibes were good, and then they got bad fast and in a hurry, right? And this dude's been a godsend. And Stoney, I think outside of the Lakers, who's playing better basketball, I know Cleveland, have had some hiccups here losing to the Kings last night, but the Warriors and Lakers both were busy at the trade deadline and got a big fish in town. And it's changed the Warriors' fortunes and how the fans are feeling on and off the court.
Yeah. Let's go to Al in Walnut Creek. Hey, Al, how you doing, man?
Hey, fellas. Thanks for taking the call. I think the last caller kind of nailed it, man. I mean, Jimmy late first, Draymond early second, both grinders. When I was thinking about it, because I was not a Jimmy guy when the trade happened, like a lot of fans. But, when Jimmy's had problems, it's been with, the Embiid and Simmons guys up in Philly before he got down to Miami. Draymond, it's been Poole and Durant. So, it's a little bit of like dissolves like. They are the same guy. The situation I worry about is, we get down the road and not to future trip too much, but if, either of those guys get into it with Kaminga, that's the situation of Steiny. I think you just touched on it before we hopped on, but how's he going to react? So it's more with the younger guys or the guys that, think that they're hot stuff, you know what I mean? Where it's like, No, these two guys have grinded for 15 years, and so I don't see a Draymond and Jimmy head-to-head necessarily being an issue, but it's more so Kaminga's the guy I worry about, to be honest with you guys. I'll take it off the air. Thanks.
I appreciate it.
I was going to ask him in what way, on the court or off the court?
I think on the court. I think he's I'm not worried about anything off the court with Kaminga. Are you? I mean, I don't know enough about it. I think he's a fine person.
Yeah, and if I'm Jonathan Kaminga, Donnie, and I know he's a smart dude, he kind of knows, for the next few years, if he's here, and I expect him to be here after this season, it starts with the chef and now Jimmy Butler, and you got to solidify your role on this team. I don't feel like anybody, and I know the caller wasn't saying that, I don't believe, but nobody's in Kaminga's way of him being a big part of this team. That's all. So I don't see anything on the horizon. Like Jonathan Kaminga, you got to solidify your role on this team, and I don't think Jimmy Butler being here, well, I guess him being here kind of, we don't need you to cook as much, but we need you to cook. We need you to be in the kitchen.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with Al. I'm not worried about Butler and Draymond.
Right.
I am a little concerned with Butler, Draymond, and Kaminga, because
that's what I want to hear.
If Jonathan Kaminga is not perceived by those two teammates as playing the right way or approaching it the right way, then we are going to have an issue. And I said this before, what if Butler doesn't respect Kaminga's game? And he's like, he goes to Draymond, what is this guy all about? Now, he may love Kaminga.
Right.
But
and wouldn't you already know that, though?
No.
Early, I believe so. Like, everything, again, when you're 15-2 and everything's great, everything's good, everything smells good. But, Stoney, my point is, when you hear Jimmy Butler talk about Kaminga and what he can be and the gifts that he has now, and you could say, oh, he's just saying the company line, but I feel like he believes Jonathan Kaminga can be a great NBA player. Or the player they need him to be.
Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, he's only, how many games? Like, Butler hasn't even played with him yet. So, and Butler is a demanding teammate. That's all I'm saying.
Which could be a great thing.
It could, but we also know that Jonathan sometimes gets down on himself, or it feels like it. In fact, I think Draymond talked about that the other night. But let's go to James in Fairfield. Jason Timp coming up in 5 minutes of the Volume Sports. Hey, what's up, James? How you doing?
Hey guys, thanks for having me on. Listen, I mean, it's without question. Jimmy Butler is the leader of this team. Now listen, it's Steph's team, but Jimmy Butler, hands down, is the leader. This man is listen, I knew what to expect from the Warriors this year. I knew in the first quarter we'd be down by 8 or maybe 12. I knew we were going to have a lot of turnovers, a lot of missed free throws. We weren't going to work the ball in the paint. Jimmy has come in from day one and changed this team overnight. Listen, man, the basics. We get other teams in fouls. We're in the bonus. Free throws, because Jimmy, listen, he demands the best out of himself, and he is the leader of this team. Listen, we had Draymond, we had Steph. When we were falling apart, we were spiraling. Jimmy Butler has come in, and because we don't have a strong, aggressive leader, Steve Kerr is not a strong leader. Steph's not a strong leader. Draymond, he talks a lot, but he has no respect. Listen, man, Jimmy Butler has come in, and Jimmy, I'll make a statement. The Golden State Warriors are going to go as Jimmy Butler goes, hands down.
Tough to argue with you, James.
But, and Stoney, I guess I would say to that, he's not actually going out on a limb with that. You know what I mean? Like, he's a fixture and a big part of this team along with Steph and Dre, but I do agree with him that maybe Dre's voice got a little stale, but the fact that Jimmy Butler, the moniker is Jimmy Buckets, playoff Jimmy, he could do it on and off the court, I think that helps. That's the kind of guy I would follow.
I don't disagree with what the caller said. I mean, Butler's come in here, and I mean, maybe what he's done is kind of put Draymond in his place a little bit. And maybe Draymond's a little bit kinder, a little gentler with some of the rookies, our young players.
And Dre probably loves that and has been coveting that, Stoney. Who knows?
Let's go to Ray in Watsonville. What's up, Ray? How you doing, man?
Hey guys, like always, good listen. Hey,
thank you.
Hey, I hope my connection's okay. But hey, I think about Jimmy. I think that one of the things that he first brought in when he came over was that the respect of Steph and for Draymond. But you know what? They don't have to worry about him. They don't have to worry about what type of player he's going to be, the type of passes he's going to make, and I think that takes a lot of pressure off of them. All those other guys that you talked about, Stanley, about bringing over, not one of them would have been able to fit as good as he's fit. Maybe they would have, maybe next year or so, but to do it automatically, I mean, that says something about Jimmy's character. And, and the first thing that I saw when I don't know if it was the first or the second game, when Draymond tried to throw it over the top, right, and then went out of bounds, and Jimmy right away looked at him, and then put his hands down, said, not down, calm down, and it's like that shows, that Draymond saw that, and Jimmy was able to say that to him, and they have a lot of respect for each other. And one of the people that we haven't mentioned today, but Paz, right? I like Paz. I don't like his attitude. He thinks he's more than what he is, and I think he'll get there. And I love his confidence. But you know what? It's almost like, hey, I hope you get what I'm trying to say.
No, I know.
Yeah, because I think that what hindered him early on in the year, and thank God that he was able to overcome that.
Right.
And now he's being the best version of himself, and I think that has a lot to do with just learning his role and fitting in. And Kaminga, it's either you think of Moses, right? Moses he's your ultimate professional, right? I think he's going to play 10 years in the league, and he's gonna make a good niche for himself, get a lot of money for himself. But Kaminga, if he doesn't really get on board, he's going to be moved on. And I hate to say that, but if you can do it and bring back somebody a stretch 5 or a stretch 4, then hey, you know what? Let's do that.
Good stuff, Ray. Appreciate it. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Yeah, Pods has some Byron Scott in him.
Please elaborate.
Well, the Lakers dynasty was fueled by Kareem, Magic, and Worthy.
Yeah.
And Byron Scott happened to be their 2-guard.
Gotcha.
Who was fine, but he puts himself into their group in his own mind. It's kind of like what Pods does.
Were there problems? I don't remember.
No, because he knew back then he would.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
He was the 4th in the pecking order.
Yeah. But confidence is half life, man. And Pods has that for sure.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. Name me a player, Warrior fans, who would have worked better than Jimmy Butler. Is there any realistic player? Now, don't call me and say Jokic, but
I got one.
I got to tell you.
Yeah.
You ready for this? I think I'd rather have Butler on this team than Giannis. I swear to God.
That is not a big swear to God. You don't got to convince me. What about LeBron?
No. Here's why I think Butler's a better fit. Because the minute LeBron puts his foot in that locker room, the dynamic changes. 100%. It just changes. He's such a dominant personality. But I think Butler, even though he's a big boy, when he stepped foot in the locker room for the first time, it was both sides saying, all right, what's this all about here?
Well, one side knows how to win championships because they've done it 4. So we can't, and I'm not saying we can't omit that fact.
No, I think we can, believe it or not.
Like this version of the Dubs was headed the wrong direction. We all saw that. That's why they put off the trade. But Steiny, I love Jimmy Butler, and it's real. But let's not omit Jimmy came here as soon as he got off the airplane, got to the facility, and it's like, oh, this is why they've won. It wasn't this team, but dude, the Warriors have got it done 4 times.
Yeah,
without Jimmy Butler,
right?
So,
but they need Butler, and they know they need him.
This version of him,
and
of the Dubs.
I mean, the other thing about Jimmy Butler is I can't imagine a non-champion walking into that locker room and being any more respected to the guys who have won a title. Like, there is no non-champion who could have come to the Warriors and gotten the level of respect that Jimmy Butler's gotten from the Warriors. All right, let's go get Jason Timpf. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Joining us right now is the host of Hoops Tonight for the Volume Sports, Jason Timpf. We've had him on before, and I got to tell you, Jace, we had a caller from Virginia 15 minutes ago. We teased your name, and he said, "Oh, you're going to have a great conversation with Jason Timpf. He knows what he's talking about." And I said, "Yeah, we know that. That's why we have him on." No, but welcome, Jason. Appreciate it, man.
No, it's good to be here. I'm coming in under much more positive circumstances this time around, so
yeah,
I more fun. There was a lot of negativity last time.
Yeah, for sure. Let's just stick to on the court. What have you seen, and what do your numbers tell you are the biggest differences before Jimmy Butler and with Jimmy Butler on the court?
Well, I think it allowed the team to capitalize on the strengths that they already had. Those being that they were already a great defensive team, and they already had a depth of role player talent that when was slotted into roles that they could actually handle, they could thrive. And I think over the course of the middle chunk of the season there was a combination of factors, some role players being asked to do more than they're capable of. I think Kaminga's injury was really, really hurtful during that stretch when there wasn't as much offensive firepower on the team, too. I think that's an important bit of context. But Jimmy coming in has restored some of the belief because Steph and Draymond themselves were starting to flounder a little bit just under the frustrations of some of the limitations of that team. And I think it was a really smart move in the sense that it traded in some of that absurdity of depth because, like, you guys literally had, like, 15 dudes who could play. And that's overkill to a certain extent, especially when Quentin Post and Guy Santos started coming around. And so turning some of that role player depth into a player that was desperately needed as an archetype and then freeing up some more clear and concise roles, like seeing Pods and Moody just thrive under a more consistent role that, again, they're not being asked to create shots. They're not being asked to do more than they're capable of. I watched the last Lakers-Warriors game before the trade, and Pods is leading a bench group as a ball handler. And he just doesn't have to do that anymore. And there's just so much more achievability in what everyone's being asked to do. And then I think the last bit of it is, like, Jimmy is almost the perfect kind of superstar to partner with Steph because of the fact that he's such a Swiss Army knife that can do so many different things. He kind of reminds me of like a mix of Kevin Durant and Jimmy Butler, not in terms of Kevin Durant and Andre Iguodala, not in the sense that he's that level of player, but just in the sense that he can kind of do both things for the team. Andre Iguodala was such a Swiss Army knife forward that could do so many different things. And then Kevin Durant provided some of that top-end ability. Jimmy brings a little bit of both to the table. And I think it's unlocked a bunch of just different efficiencies for them in the half court that have made things look better. And part of it, too, is they've ratcheted things back up defensively since Jimmy's gotten there. And they've looked just as good defensively as they did at their best earlier this year, which I think was some of the fear surrounding losing Andrew Wiggins. And so all things considered, I think it's gone about as well as it possibly could have gone so far.
Yeah, no doubt, Jason. Great to have you. Let me ask you this, because fans are starting to believe. I want to ask you, Jason, right now, how big of a threat is this team moving forward as the season comes to an end here? Because I told my partner Steiny here, I think they got the goods to go to the Western Conference Finals. Share with us how far you think this team can go.
I think there's a tier at the top of the West that's all more or less at the same level, that being Denver, Golden State, the Lakers, and the Thunder. The Thunder, to me, are a team that is led by an entire rotation of players that are 26 and younger, except for Alex Caruso. So, like, there's a certain amount of, like, youthful exuberance that the other three teams I just mentioned would never be able to match. But that said, I think it's going to be a little bit of conjecture with Golden State because of their schedule. They just had a little bit of a light schedule since the trade, and they don't really have much of a tough schedule remaining. that Denver game was one of their tougher remaining games, and obviously they ended up sitting Jokic and Murray. So we're not going to get too many looks at them against like one of the top tier contender type of teams before the end of the season. So there's a certain amount of conjecture. That said, I'm a big believer in like, don't overthink things. Don't overthink Jimmy Butler with Draymond Green and Steph, with Moses Moody and Pods. It's just a couple of role players who know what they have to do within that group. Don't overthink it. That group's going to be really tough to handle. I think matchups are going to be a big role. There are certain types of teams that I think might cause them issues in terms of just size. But overall, I think they're going to present a lot of challenges to everybody. It's kind of, to me, a coin flip among those four teams as to who comes out of the West.
Jason Tiff joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's the host of Hoops Tonight for the Volume Sports. What are the limitations of this team going into the postseason? And if they do get knocked out in the playoffs, what do you think is going to get them beat?
So I think that there's a certain amount of, like, with Jimmy and Steph, there's still a certain amount of, like, in certain matchups where they're going against really big, really athletic teams where they'll still struggle to create shots from time to time. Where I think they'll counter that is their defense to transition attack. Jimmy's such a good defensive playmaker, and they can generate so much chaos with their speed. Look at them as a team that will occasionally bog down in the half court against certain teams offensively. But again, there's no team in that group that doesn't have a weakness. And I think matchups are going to play a big role for everybody. Like, for instance, like with the Golden State matchup for the Lakers, like the Lakers are struggling a lot with quicker guards. So Steph could present an issue for them in terms of guarding in space, right? He could also present issues for Denver, as he has in years past, by bringing Jokic up to the level. So I think there's a lot of advantages that they present as well. I would imagine their biggest weaknesses, though, will center around size and then just bogging down a little bit offensively in the half court.
Jason, speaking of weakness, we had a discussion about the Warriors' do I dare say lack of three-point shooting. Obviously, you got Steph, Moody, he's been making them, and so has GP2. And Pods. But do you see the three-point shooting that big of a concern for this team moving forward?
There's no doubt that a good chunk of the potential for this team is going to come down to Draymond Green, Gary Payton in particular, knocking down wide open threes. I mean, let's just look at the tail end of, I believe it was the Knicks game or it was the game that just Jimmy played where Steph didn't play. You get two wide open looks at the end for Gary Payton and for Brandon Podziemski. Those are the kinds of looks that teams are going to help off of those guys. Like, it was Milwaukee, that's right, because Brook Lopez was guarding Gary Payton and he was just sitting under the basket. And I think another team, like, we know that Denver's going to do that. The Lakers with JJ have been doing a ton of helping off of non-shooters. And that game plan even extends back to Darvin. They are going to help off of non-shooters. And so there's no doubt that Draymond and Gary Payton are going to, their ability to knock down those wide open threes is going to be a big swing factor. But again, I think you can make similar conversations about Lou Dort, similar conversations about Chet Holmgren, similar conversations about guys like Dorian Finney-Smith, Rui Hachimura. Like those sorts of issues are there for everybody. But yeah, that three-point shooting piece, all of those teams at the top of the West are going to have to deal with guys getting left open and whether or not they can knock them down.
Jason Tiff joining us on 95.7 The Game, host of Hoops Tonight for the Volume Sports. Let me ask you this about the Warriors, their bench, because when I look at how do you kind of assess their bench compared to like an Oklahoma City's bench? I'm looking at Oklahoma City's roster, and, Shai Gilgeous has played in a few playoffs, Caruso, I think Hartenstein's even been in the postseason, but basically the bulk of their teams got into the second round of the playoffs, and it was last year. The Warriors have Podziemski, who's never played in the postseason, Jonathan Kaminga and Moses Moody, you can say played in the postseason, but if you really take a good hard look at their numbers, they've really only played 2 or 3 games over 20 minutes in the last 3 or 4 years. Trace Jackson-Davis, Buddy Hield doesn't have but one playoff series under his belt. Quentin Post. How do you kind of assess the Warriors' inexperience with a team like Oklahoma City, who's got a bunch of players that have gotten to the second round?
It's a fair thing to bring up. I would argue that the experience that Jimmy, Steph, and Draymond bring to the table is so extensive that it will help. There's this thing that happens with young players. It's something that I've believed for a long time. They kind of take on the personality of the star that they're playing with. And so I think there's a certain amount of like, if Draymond, Jimmy, and Steph enter into a series with unwavering confidence and they bring a certain level of, verve early in a series, it instills confidence in guys. And like, at the end of the day, like when it comes to young players that are inexperienced, it's kind of just a crapshoot. Like you're going to get, I'll give you an example just from my rooting interest with the Lakers. The year that the Lakers went to the Western Conference Finals, Rui was incredible. And then in the Denver series last year, he was god-awful. It's one of those things where there's a certain amount of inconsistency that's baked into that equation. That said, once again, I'm going to say exactly what I said last time. If you look at OKC, they're relying on a lot of inexperienced guys. If you look at Denver, even them, they're relying on some guys in their bench. And even just Christian Brown slotting into that starting two-guard spot, there's inexperience there. You look at the Lakers, there's Rui, there's, even as you get like Jackson Hayes, like the Lakers are going to have to depend on Jackson Hayes to play a substantial role in a playoff run. That is a huge wild card, right? Those same question marks exist for everybody, and that's why I'm not really like weighing too heavily inexperience for any of the teams.
Wow. Hey, Jay, let me ask you about Draymond Green. He put together a masterpiece the other night at home as they took down the Bucks, and he just, made the night miserable for Giannis. And after the game, Jay, I don't know if you heard, he said, he's one of the best defensive players to ever do it, and he could, be DPOY. Walk us through your thoughts on Dre as a defender, and do you think there's some validity to that?
It's funny. I was looking at the odds on DraftKings yesterday, and they have Evan Mobley as a substantial favorite. And Evan Mobley's a really good defender. I don't want to try to denigrate him at all. And his growth as an offensive player has been really fun to watch. I just would put it very simply. Like if you were to ask NBA players, or even just you as a fan, and I can speak to this because I root against Draymond. So as I have rooted against Draymond in a playoff series many times in my life, he's the one that scares me. He is the defender that is an absolute wrecking ball that I think legitimately instills fear in opponents in terms of dealing with him in various spots on the floor. And there's a certain bull in a china shop, but controlled bull in a china shop type of behavior from Draymond, where he will put his body on the line over and over again. He had a couple of plays with Giannis in the Bucks game where it's how many guys would be behind Giannis in a roll man situation and be like, I'm going to meet this dude at the rim? that is psychopath behavior, but he's the kind of guy that'll do that. And so when I saw that, I was like, man, Evan Mobley's having a great season, and I don't want to try to denigrate that at all, but to me, Draymond has been the best defender I've watched this year. So I'm not a voter. I'm not sure I ever will be. I'm not sure I want to be, but if I had a vote, I would vote for Draymond.
Jason, who do you see coming out of the West if you had to make a bet on it?
Oh, man. Call me a homer, but I think it's going to be the Lakers. I think they match up really well with a couple of specific teams for specific reasons. They can pick apart Denver no matter who's out on the floor, as they've demonstrated in their last couple matchups with them. The problem is Jokic has to come up to the level, and Luka is just an absolute surgeon in those situations. There is another thing with J.J. Redick and his game planning that is centered around helping off of non-shooters. He's going to be able to do that with Golden State, with Oklahoma City, even with Denver to a certain extent. And the Lakers have demonstrated a pretty high defensive ceiling over the course of the last few months, centering around those defensive game plans. I'm terrified about the Lakers dealing with a team like Boston because their defense is predicated on help, and they're not going to be able to help in that situation. But I think they match up really well out west. And the specific thing with OKC is with OKC, all their perimeter players are small. Their bigs are big, and they can protect the rim, but their perimeter players are small. And Luka, LeBron, and Rui are going to constantly have matchups where they're 4 to 5 inches taller than the guy who's guarding them. And I think that bodes well, especially since OKC leans so much on pull-up shooting from Shea. I actually like defenders that have long arms that are not as mobile against Shea compared to some of the shorter guys that he can just throw up and shoot over. So I know I'm being a little bit of a homer, but right now I'm leaning towards the Lakers. I'll probably end up making the decision closer to the start of the playoffs, but I think if you bring LeBron and Rui back to this version of Luka Doncic that's been lighting everybody on fire lately, that's a pretty scary team to handle in a 7-game series.
And Jay, listen, man, we'll get you out of here on this one. I got a family. I got a bunch of problems, 3 beautiful kids. But I'm fixated on Jimmy Butler at 35, what he's done for the Warriors, right? And we're living it. But I want the 30 for 30 on why Dallas gave a 26-year-old stud to the Los Angeles Lakers. It's just incredible, Jason. I can't get it out my thought process. And for you to sit there, and I know you said a homer, to say that they might go to the finals, like that's a reality. I just can't believe in sports we've seen anything like that mid-season, man. It's incredible.
Every time I watch them, I still can't believe it. It's like I was watching Luka drop 20 in the first quarter against the Denver best defensive group that they have, and none of them can guard him. And I'm literally sitting there thinking, like, I heard Ryan Russillo say on the Simmons pod, like, you could have walked in on him smoking a cigarette at the halftime locker room and you still wouldn't trade him. Couldn't agree more. Like, there's no case, considering his natural ability, to bail on him the way he did. And what's even crazier is every single time one of the Mavs brass comes out and starts talking about it, they just sound stupider and stupider.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. Like, it's one of those things where, like, you know how sometimes there's the Occam's razor theory, like, the horses versus zebras when you hear hoofbeats kind of thing. This is one of the rare situations where the conspiracy theories actually make more sense than the reality.
Yeah, I mean, man, the Lakers got a shot at it. I think a few teams in the West may have a shot at it. Jason, appreciate your time, man.
Thanks.
Thank you so much as always.
Thanks, boys. I'll see you next time.
All right, Jason Timp, all guests on 95.7 The Game up here on the River Islands guest line.
So he's got 4 teams in the West, and the Warriors are one of them, Stoney.
Yeah.
You know,
I sense the new media. Jason's clearly a young guy. You know, it's the young media is always a little afraid of the Warriors, which I get. What the Warriors can make you look bad, so you get very safe.
We just spent an hour about this team's fortune.
Yeah,
they're 4-time champs already, and they've added without even really technically knowing a savant to what they got. Like, why don't they are a player. Nobody's being a homer, I believe, saying the Warriors are going to be a problem.
We'll see.
Come April.
Yeah, we'll see. But what if they're not? What if they're not a problem?
I think it'll be now disappointing. Would you give me that?
Depends on how they go into the playoffs. I mean, if they're a 6 seed, if they're a 6 seed against Denver, I don't think they'll be the favorites.
Yeah, that I'll give you. But I mean, what if that was your first round opponent and you got through them? Then confidence on one foul. Wow.
Well, yeah, but they'll probably take a pound of flesh from you, Denver. And that's,
man,
that's still
exciting, man.
That's still my biggest issue with the Warriors right now is that, we still got to find out if their old players can hold up in 4 grueling playoff series, and their young players with lack of experience can rise to the occasion. They're going to need both their old players to play younger and their young players to play older.
No doubt. And go ahead.
We'll see how that works.
Yeah, but I always wanted to fight you, Stoney. Radio fight you on when they lost in 2023 to the Lakers in 6. I thought they lost because they were not as good as the Lakers. They had no answer for Anthony Davis, but you thought they were tired.
Well, I just go on what Steve Kerr says, and he said we were gassed in that series. And we only had one way to play. We only had one group we could go to. I thought they were absolutely out of gas against the Lakers.
But did you ever once think they had a better team than that Laker team?
Who'd that Laker team have?
They went to the Western Conference Finals.
It was LeBron and who's their second best player?
And who else did they have? Reeves wasn't Reeves yet, but
the Warriors were coming off a title, so theoretically they were the defending champions. I know a lot of Warrior fans thought the Warriors were better than the Lakers that year, but they couldn't get it done.
But the youngsters, you're right. There's a lot on the Warriors. They gotta step up. This will be their first time, having a kind of a major role for them.
And that's really
It's exciting, man.
That's really where I see
problems.
The chemistry issue surfacing, either for the good or for the bad. Like every team's got either good chemistry, bad chemistry, or indifferent chemistry. And I want to see in the playoffs when it is big time basketball how the veterans interact and play with the young players when games are on the line. Because it's fun,
up.
it's great now and they're beating teams they should be.
Yeah.
But like that's where it's going to be up to Butler and Draymond. Not Butler and Draymond butting heads. I don't think they're going to butt heads.
Either do I.
The biggest problem I could possibly see chemistry-wise is those two guys are just too hard on the young players who'd have no experience. And they demand more, and maybe they can't be given more because those players aren't there yet. But we'll see. We'll see down the line. 888-957-9570 is the number. On the other side, I want to get into some of this sound from Brandon Pajemski and from Steve Kerr. But my question to Warrior fans right now, and I'm kind of messing around a little, but not really. Try to name, and we can do it this way. You try to name me a player that would have done or fit in here as well as Jimmy Butler. Any player. And I'm here to tell you, I'll win the argument. I'll win the argument.
But that's how. Go ahead. I know.
No, there's LeBron James would not have been.
But that's all I have. That's
Luka
all I have.
Doncic would not have been as effective.
But no way.
Giannis. Somehow, some way, they found the perfect guy.
Where do you think he was on their list that we'll never see?
I think he was on their list.
Yeah, but where?
I think he was high. I think he was high on their list. But Miami clearly wanted first-round picks down the line. Before the trade deadline got up against them, and the Warriors are like, look, we like Butler, but we're not giving up future first.
Man.
And they played the waiting game, and the next thing you know, Pat Riley's looking at Jimmy Butler not going anywhere, and he had to cut his losses.
Man.
And the Warriors were right there. Funny thing is had the Warriors given up some picks, I still don't think people would be upset with it after the way they've started. 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Spring into action at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Stay in your car while friendly technicians check oil, batteries, lights, tires, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. All vehicles welcome.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just...
You guys got to put some respect on my gambling.
Well, I think that's a real savvy comment.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What was Kaminga's first game back? It was against Sacramento?
I'm going to ask you about what's going on in the nation's capital, Sacramento.
So Pods was hurt then, right? So this is technically the first time in months that the Warriors have nobody on their injury report. They have every player on the roster available.
Pods mentioned that to Willard and Dibbs. Said this would be the first time they've been at the hole.
Well, I figured it out on my own.
I'm assuming Steph doesn't need another emotional day.
I'm mad at you anyway.
At
Hell
Evan?
you right now. You.
Why?
We've been together 8 years, and during the break, I'm right next to you. We're in the same studio. Evan's in the control room. To talk to Evan, folks, Steiny has to hit a button to communicate with Evan. I'm right here, got the games on, and you say to Evan, do you have Zelle or Cash App? But my question is, and my radar, the Guru radar is like, and you can be honest, why didn't you ask me before you went to Evan if I had Zelle?
Because I don't have Zelle right now.
Okay.
I have Venmo.
All right.
And I've already paid Evan through Venmo for something, for house sitting. So I knew I had his address handy.
You know what? That works for me, Steiny. Evan, it was odd, but hey, that's how you find out. Draymond and Jimmy Butler, communication.
Well, you've only, I think, paid me and I've paid you through Cash App, so I thought that's only what you had.
And let's put the right on the table. Tell the people what I mentioned. I refer to as Zelle.
You call it Zelly.
It works for me.
Is it possible I've used Zelle, but I don't have the app?
Oh, my God.
I swear to God, I don't.
How would that? How if you? How would you?
Because it's just somebody's telephone number, right?
Right.
Zelle is just something that you use to transfer money from one bank account to another.
Right.
It's not a bank itself.
We are old, man. Well, I know how to use the stuff, but boy, I'm doing crypto. How about that?
You don't even know what crypto is.
That's how I get paid through my bets.
I don't know if we want to go down.
I could give you a don't talk about that.
What is crypto?
I think it's what the Lakers play.
Nice. Yeah. Evan said, yeah.
So you don't know.
I do. I use it. Steiny, it's currency.
I use a lot of things. I don't know what I'm doing.
It's currency. Oh, boy.
All right. Hey, Pods was on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday, and I want to go through some of this sound.
I love young man.
What do you love?
Just his bravado.
Well, if you remember, Goo, I talked to Brandon Pajemski last year after he missed that little peeper against the Chicago Bulls.
Oh, go tell the people.
And I detected a confidence there that was undeniable. Hey, Pods, does your mindset change when Steph Curry isn't playing?
When 30's out, I tend to lick my chops a little bit, knowing I'll get some more shots, understanding that everybody's play has to elevate because of his absence, and just being ultra-aggressive. I think I was for 3 quarters. I think a little bit in the third quarter I was a little bit passive. And aggressive doesn't always mean scoring. It's just always trying to be assertive and making the right play. And I think we did that for the most part of yesterday's game.
Now, why did you guys start
licking
laughing?
his chops? I love it, but it's like the chef is out, let me cook, and then he brought it back home. It's not just point, you know what I mean? And that's what he does. He does a lot of everything, but I don't know if we have the cut where he said we do things that, maybe Steph and Draymond are deficient in. He's great, man.
I lied.
Who was that?
He said it like,
Go ahead.
Like Curry's out and I'm going for 40 tonight.
Like, the chef is out. Oh boy, let me lock in, dude. Man,
I'm licking my
Steiny,
chops.
This is what. Thank you, 707 and 408. Well, of course, you have to go outside the 415 and 510 to get accurate information. I go to Santa Rosa and San Jose. Zelle can be used with your Bank of America app without having to use the actual Zelle. And this one, Steiny, if you have any type of online banking, you have Zelle already. You can transfer money from your checking account to another account by using the phone number. That's what I did last time.
That's literally what I just said. Zelle is not an app. It's something you use to transfer money between bank accounts.
So you haven't used it. Take your eye rolling and get out of here.
His eye rolling game is up there with the best of
It's
them.
incredible.
I never labeled it that, Evan, but that's what it is.
It's a good thing there's not a camera in here.
Boy, you got me excited, though, seriously. Just about how the others are going to meet this moment. Gary Payton II
they'll be fine. They'll play like veterans, right? They're the Warriors.
No, I'm just saying, Steiny, like, let's talk. Gary Payton II is playing so damn free. It's like, and Moody has been up until the last couple of games, and I'm not making.
Stop it. Stop. See, you confuse. You meld scoring with good games. It's more than that.
No, of course.
Say he hasn't been scoring.
Well, look at you. Anyway, I'm telling you, man, I am excited, Steiny, and it's all coming out in the wash. We're going to find out. And we can't omit, even though they lost to Denver's JV team, they do, Jason mentioned it, they do have a soft schedule, I feel, down the stretch. You got some games.
We can't talk about that, remember?
What happened?
Well, you can only play who's on the schedule. That's where
that's like, my line.
Exactly, and it goes nowhere. You see what I'm saying? Not your line, our conversation. You know, Goo, they haven't really played anybody. You can only play who's on your schedule. Yeah, but they really haven't played anybody. But you really can only play who's on your schedule. No, you're right. No, you're right. No, you're right. No, you're right. They haven't really played anybody. Well, you can only play who's on your schedule. Go ahead, Goo.
No, I don't. Guru, we're changing your name from to Rosemo. Not Guru anymore. What's that mean?
I don't know. I don't know.
Don't act irritated.
I'm a little irritated because
that's your best friend, the text line.
Who?
You.
That's a 4.
Like you were irritated, like I would veer off and read something on the text line, but then when you do it, it's like, hey.
Well, I saw they used a word that I've never heard of in my entire life.
You're Mary's son. That's why I went to you, because
I have no idea what that word means. And that's why I wouldn't read it, because who knows what you're saying. Maybe that could be a word you get fired for.
It means gossip in Spanish.
Okay, well, you know, I'm just saying.
Languages.
I'm just saying, you got to be careful with some of the words you use.
You were looking out for me then.
That's all I do.
Oh my God, dude.
That's all I do. I look out for you. I talk you up with people outside the office. I try to get you a raise with the people inside the office. I'm one step away from being Dan Dibley, and I'm responsible for your career.
Is that a bit, or do you think he put everybody on?
No comment.
We love you, Dibs.
No
Enjoy
comment.
Vegas. Pods can dunk.
Oh, that's right. He's not here.
Yeah, there's Grandy and Willard from Splash.
I didn't realize he's not here. I don't think it's a bit.
Right. Here you go.
I've heard him say it. He says he started my career. He's absolutely said he started Willard's career.
Dude,
I can only assume he thinks he started Shasky, Bonte, Spadoni.
He claims them all.
What about you?
Yeah, he claims it. He tried to ruin me, too.
Oh, please explain.
I told you at the lucky break, it was my turn. I was on Brandon Tierney's team.
He deserved it.
And I wrote some notes, Evan. Why, this 2012, why did Dibs, who was coaching the other team, take a snapshot of what was on my notepad and put it on Twitter? Now, what if it had been my nervous thoughts? I don't know if I'm worthy. I'm nervous. But for Dan Dibley, he tried to ruin me. So I hope he ain't trying to claim me. He ain't here, so I'm letting it out.
I still can't get over the fact that you write down nervous thoughts. Like
that day I hadn't, but I do. You know, yeah. If I'm dealing
like
with
a diary,
like a diary,
Guru's diary,
diary of a black man. Now, why would you? See, this is when I need you
to say what?
And you just let me die of thirst in quietness.
You made him uncomfortable.
Yeah, I know I did.
Black men.
Dude, your haircut's phenomenal. Seriously. Left a little on the top. You are ready. For what? I don't know.
Thank you, Carter.
Now you just need the new glasses that you got.
I know.
Where are they? You would be in.
I lost them.
Oh, stop.
But I'm getting a new pair. They should be here any day.
The worst question is, where did you lose them? Do you have any idea of? If I knew that, smart ass, they wouldn't be lost.
JFK Airport, New York, along with a book. I knew I shouldn't have stopped at the bar. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. I want to get through some of the Steve Kerr sound, but we're talking about some of the things that Steve Kerr said about Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler, and some interesting comparison between the two. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. That segment also brought to you by Safeway. Paul George III.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members.
I owe Curry nothing.
It's always about the show, bro. That mother Evan.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Some things became clear during the break.
Trades are hard.
That was a good break for us, all three of us. I thought we bonded.
Well, there's something we didn't talk about during the break, and I've realized something. The drops are killing me. The drops are killing me. So apparently, there's a drop of me saying imbecile. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Can I hear it, please?
It's here somewhere.
But you played it.
Right.
You imbecile. Okay. That's a drop, people. I don't say that all the time. I said it one time. You imbecile. People thought I just said that to Goo in the middle of a sentence. Yes, they did.
Wow.
And then people are saying, that's not cool, Steiny. It's like, it's inappropriate. I didn't say it.
I could see how they thought you just said that.
This guy is such a D. No wonder, like, people in the text line are like, what a tool. What a tool. He's just a tool.
Man.
No, I'm a tool, but not for that reason.
Yeah.
Shut up, Evan.
Yeah.
See, I didn't say that. Yeah. I didn't say it.
I got a little TV tonight to talk about the bracket with Uncle Vern Glenn.
Yeah, you're right about a little TV.
Vern, I love you. That's tiny. But I can't wait.
Vern, see, here's your problem with all the people you do TV and stuff with, media.
Yeah.
I go way back with them, so I can.
I got you.
Like, Vern will know I'm messing with him.
He's the man.
He's great.
Yep.
He's great.
I met his wife.
Okay.
At the Abanya shindig, and you were in the corner like some loner.
Yeah.
You were just incredible.
You guys showed your true colors that day. Bunch of guys from 95.7 The Game in a group of all different kind of people, but they had to stick together because they don't have anything to offer to anybody who knows anything other than sports.
You look like
I was talking to
what are you
Richard,
talking about?
I was talking to Richard, who's an artist.
Abanya's
I was talking
party.
to music. Yeah.
And
exactly.
Steiny looked like, oh God, those are my coworkers. Let me get them 100 feet away. We're having a good time, man.
Yeah.
Yep. Scott Osler and his beautiful wife.
Yeah, I want to sit with you guys for 4 hours after I've done a 4-hour show with half of you.
Yeah.
Hey, we did have a little funny little conversation. So, of course, if you're wondering why Guru's a little distracted today, the NCAA tournament has started and he's locked into Louisville Creighton. Creighton's going to win that, by the way.
Well, they won it. It's over.
I have 34 seconds left in the game.
Hit F5.
Oh, no, it's a final. It's gone final.
It's been over for some time.
Hit F5.
Okay, this ain't a drop. Shut up, Evan. Okay. So, did you know, and Evan brought this up, this time of year is when the most vasectomies
are you kidding
performed.
Me? Come on.
It is.
For the sole purpose to what?
Well, if you get a vasectomy, you're laid up for about 4 or 5 days, and a lot of men choose to do it today or yesterday because then they can watch 4 days of March Madness by just laying around and they don't have to feel guilty for it.
Yeah, there was actually an article written about this chronicling the number of vasectomies that have been done.
Stop it!
In the last several years, urologists across the country have reported increases of as much as 50% in the number of vasectomies scheduled in the days leading to the NCAA tournament. With a little bit of clever scheduling, it appears men have found a loophole that turns one of life's more unpleasant procedures into a 4-day vacation that coincides perfectly with March Madness.
Wow, man.
I actually know a guy that had one right before this week.
But can you really enjoy yourself?
As much as you can.
They say you need a lot of ice.
It's a little rubber band flick.
Oh.
I tell you what.
Dude, I'm getting chills now thinking,
if that's accurate, then there's got to be somebody or somebodies in the Bay Area,
you think,
who has just had a vasectomy and is watching the tournament. 888.
I don't think we'll get
957-9570.
You think you know a guy, your buddy.
Yes, but it was several years ago.
But still, it counts.
Is there anybody that had a vasectomy in the last day or two specifically to watch?
Here they come.
The NCAA tournament. 888-957-9570. How are we going to get him to prove it?
Well, yeah, man.
They'll be in pain.
Can you think about that procedure?
I don't have to.
Well, me neither.
I'm not in that one.
Yeah.
Okay, now we did have an interesting conversation, though, also during the break. So we're watching, we have March Madness on. We're not watching it. And
I was irritated.
We have, Charles Barkley is on the set. What's the station?
Yeah, CBS.
Okay, CBS.
With Kenny Smith
so they have Barkley with Kenny Smith and Clark Kellogg. Jay Wright, is he there? So they've got Barkley and Kenny Smith, who do pro games, but now they're doing the college games. And you said, I don't like that. And I said, you know what? I like it. I like that Barkley's on this thing. And I actually like the idea of a person who doesn't know the game in terms of watching it all season. I love the idea of somebody like Barkley / Draymond Green sitting on that panel and watching a game for the first time and giving us their thoughts.
That shocks me.
Absolutely. You think I would love to watch.
Destani, I know that would bother you.
I would love, you wouldn't want to watch McNeese State Clemson with Draymond Green. Oh, and he goes, I haven't seen either of those teams before. And I say, neither have I, Dre. Let's watch Clemson and McNeese State.
Now, that's a clever way. That's what hooks you. Yes. I guess I'm going to the foul pole in baseball. It's not fair to the guys that have covered it all year. And, hey, we're bringing Chuck and Kitty in. Just sit this one out. I know you didn't get a vasectomy. My buddy just texted me, Stu Steiny, real quick. Tom, he went to Tri-Valley vasectomy and got his procedure done 3 years ago and had these 4 days off. So shout out to Tri-Valley vasectomy. But I'm shocked that intrigues you, but you're not thinking about the guys they're replacing.
I don't care. I don't care who they're replacing.
But I do.
Who are they?
Got Jay Wright. He's not up there. Jay Wright was normally...
He's boring. Nobody likes Jay Wright.
So you're in it for the clicks.
I'm in it.
I didn't know that about
Charles Barkley's perspective on a team he's never watched. These guys know the game. They can pick stuff up the first time.
Yeah, I think it's unfair.
And by the way, Barkley knows more because he knows basketball, all kinds of basketball. I love the idea. I really do. Yeah. And I think I would love to watch a game that...
I thought you would back me up on that. I'm
shocked. No.
I think about the guys they're replacing. So you're telling me
you don't even know who they're replacing.
2-4 Jay Wright.
Okay, who else?
Up there.
Who else?
What's my guy?
I don't know. That's the point. By the way,
Clark Kellogg's up there, but they got a relationship, and I like him.
Can I ask Evan and Carter a question? Did just tell me the boss didn't come into the studio for anything vasectomy related?
Why else do you think he came in?
Shoot. Did he say lose
It's a great segment.
Oh.
Especially because of Tri-Valley vasectomy.
Put it together.
A partner of Abundant Life, by the way.
We are how come I never have had a Tri-Valley medical read?
Because you mess it up?
That's a 4.
I'm playing Steiny. Don't you get... Look at me. It's show business. He don't know yet, Evan.
We're not.
You don't know what the boss did, huh?
I have no idea what the boss did.
He called to play in the dirt. I ran it, and you still are just clueless.
That's because I'm not fixated on our boss.
You just asked him what was he doing in the control room.
It was one of those plays where it's just Steiny go long and everyone else will run the routes.
My favorite play, Evan. Go deep, Goo. I can catch it.
Steve Kerr on Draymond Green.
I think he's the best defender in the world, and I realize how good Wembanyama is, how good Rudy Gobert is, and others. But Draymond said it himself. Ask the other coaches around the league who they don't want to face. I have personally asked other coaches around the league, my friends, and trust me, there's so much respect for Draymond around the league amongst the coaches. They see the versatility in his defense. These other guys are good defenders. I don't think any of them can do everything. Protect the rim, guard pick and roll out at half court, blow up stuff from the weak side. Draymond he's a defensive genius. He's also a competitive freak of nature. Obviously, his emotion gets the best of him at times, but it's all part of the package, and the package is it's incredibly disruptive to opposing teams. And we're so lucky to have him. He remains an amazing player, even at this stage of his career.
Wow, facts. No,
wow,
I was like,
wow.
Nah, seriously, man. I've forgotten because I'm so fixated on what Dre does off the court. But Steiny, he's right. And Draymond said himself, no one man wrecks an offense more than himself, and I'm giving that to him. And I know this is off the game where he took Giannis out. He took Giannis out. Giannis
stinks.
Steiny, I love it.
Stinks.
He has not worked on his game. Airballing free throws and 5-footers. 8 feet tall. I'm just telling you. He's leaving there.
So what?
Who
cares?
You know how many hours we got logged in on Giannis possibly coming to the Bay over the years? And now who cares? Boy.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. And now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios in downtown San Francisco. We're halfway through the show, and I don't know what it is today, but you have gotten on my nerves a little bit.
And you've gotten on mine.
No, that's not.
It's true.
We're not talking. No, we're talking about you getting on my nerves now because I brought it up first. We can talk about me getting on your nerves, let's say at the 1 o'clock hour.
Yeah, we can. But why do you think that is?
Because I'm a jerk. That's why.
Steve Martin. But you wanted to fight me on the I'm the guy that wanted Jimmy Butler. But do I get a victory lap?
Everybody.
Well, that counts.
Yeah, you know what?
Was in the
Take
net.
a victory lap for Jimmy Butler and then take your medicine with the 9 other guys who now you've acknowledged would have stunk on this
team. But those don't go, they didn't come here and fail. So it doesn't matter. I got the one.
No, you didn't.
I didn't know it would work like this, though.
I did.
Look at you.
I did.
Man.
I wanted Butler from the get-go.
And I know you're worried about 82 games next year.
I'm not worried about it. I don't worry about the Warriors.
Yeah.
I love to observe them and talk about them.
But obstacles.
Well, first of all, yeah, you're right. We should not talk about next year because that's when things are going to get messed up.
See that, but you would think, but I don't know, man.
Jimmy's going to come in here. If the Warriors have a great playoff run and he's the man, he's going to be the leader of the team next year, and he's just going to dominate Steph and Draymond.
But you say that like we're in a high school cafeteria, and that's a bad thing. Well, I think this is Steph's team, no matter who walks through that door. Kevin Durant came, he wasn't a champ, and he was a 2-time champ when he left. I think Steph is so special, Steiny. He is the closer. But now it could be games where Jimmy's the closer.
Hold on a sec. I thought you sent me a text this morning from Rob Parker.
Oh, boy.
Apparently he's not a closer.
I love Rob Parker, but we hadn't heard from him, and he's the guy that says Tom Brady's the GOAT, so take that for what it is. He said Curry's 0 for 14 on the biggest stage in regard to, clutch shots. But come on, Rob, nobody's backing you, man. The chef's resume is impeccable. That's one guy, and I love Rob.
Right.
We should get him on.
So the 0 for 14 is inaccurate?
What about the 4 rings?
Well,
the 2 MVPs.
We know.
One unanimous.
Those things we know. Is the 0 for 14 a fact or not? I don't know.
I don't know what Rob's point with that is. That's haterade.
No, it's not. Stop that.
There's been 4 parades.
Right.
He's on the verge of maybe getting a 5th.
Okay, so there it is. There it is.
No, what's the discussion?
I don't know. I didn't see. All I saw
but you brought it up.
That's because he referenced the statistic.
Because he's thirsty.
We can't reference a statistic.
Oh, no, you can do that all day. But that doesn't supersede the facts. And the facts are Steph's a 4-time champ.
Right.
About to get 5.
Right. So that means you can't bring up that he turns the ball over too much sometimes?
Oh, you can.
Oh, well, that's all he did.
But Rob.
This is the problem.
Rob said he's not the greatest shooter he's ever saw. It's Reggie Miller or Ray Allen.
All right.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be a consensus.
I would love to get Rob on. I'm feeling frisky. I'd be like, Rob, what? You're doing it for clicks. You call Tom Brady the GOAT.
He called Steph the GOAT.
But no, he called Tom Brady the greatest mirage of all time.
All right. Well,
he's got.
But no, this is vintage you, actually.
Tom Brady has 7 rings. When
it's our guys, you cannot bring up stuff like
I'm
that.
doing it for Tom Brady, so I'm being fair.
No, I know you are.
He's not a GOAT. He's got 7 rings.
Right.
This sucker.
Priest, where are you, buddy? I love you, Stoney. I really do.
Save it.
No, I just said it.
Save it.
We haven't taken one call on somebody getting a vasectomy to be on the couch.
Because they're laid up.
Those are scary.
You've never had one. It's like me saying Dodger Stadium's the best stadium in baseball, and then me saying, yeah, I've never been there.
Well, I can tell you this, partner. Open heart surgery is scary. I've never had it.
For what?
It's a come on, Donnie.
If you're not awake, how can it be scary? That's the other thing. I don't know if you are. I'm not talking about it a second.
So somebody's playing with your ticker. That's scary. Anything can go wrong.
530. There's so many lines like that. I can't stop him every time. Curry about to get his 5th.
Yeah. A few people have called in.
Oh, really?
Oh, what happened?
Yeah, they just didn't want to go on the air.
Oh, right.
So really,
that's a part of it.
Yeah. Yeah. One of them said, "quote The key is a bag of frozen vegetables."
That's what I've heard. Peas, ideally.
You eat those. You don't put them on the family jewels. Not me, Steiny.
This from the 415. If this is Steph's team, then he should get the blame for Draymond's antics. I don't know about that.
I would just say, Steiny, what antics outside of the 2016 finals and hitting Jordan Poole? What exactly are we talking about, Steve Kerr? They allow him to be Dre. Don't you get it? I'm talking to everybody. Don't you get it?
Yeah, no. But
this culture can...
What? Stop it. Stop it.
You just don't like me happy.
No, I don't like you talking about a culture that we know nothing about. Like, this is the thing. Like, oh, Warriors have a great culture. Oh, really? Well, how can it be a great culture if Draymond Green runs roughshod over the whole culture?
But they don't look at it as roughshod, Stoney. That's what we're right. That's what I've learned.
But when somebody questions the Warriors culture, that's not a hater. That's just
I would
not
never say that.
Well, yeah, yes, you would. You'd be like, oh, Steiny, they got a great culture. And I'm not saying they don't.
KD questioned it, if we want to be real.
Can who question it?
No, KD did question. I thought we played with
So
Joy.
did Nick Young.
Well,
I'm just saying. Let's get a call in here. I'm out of ammunition.
I'm on cloud 9. So is Dub Nation. Because the team looks like they got some major action. You just did it for an hour.
What?
Talk about...
I'm trying to talk about a specific, and you just... Let's go to Pat in Foster City. It's got to be, Warriors are going to go all the way. All right.
I can't see it.
Go ahead, Pat. Warriors going to go all the way.
Yeah, hey guys, I don't like to be the you
got to call back.
Career.
Pat, you got to call back. You're breaking up. But I really think what's happened is Evan and our staff caught wind that the call may be a little critical of Steph Curry. That can't reach the air.
That was a low blow.
That can't reach the air in the Bay Area.
No, he called from Foster City. That's Willard's hometown. We knew that the connection was going to be off.
Boy.
It's a cul-de-sac.
888-957-9570 is the number. We got 3 more minutes of this segment, and then I'm going to come back, and I'm going to do what they call reset.
All right.
By the way, did you see? It happened again. It happened again with the 49ers.
Give it to me.
Steiny, obviously the 49ers are resetting their books, and, they chose not to pay somebody. They got to pay Purdy, and this is... Oh, Steiny, I don't know if it's a reset. I don't know if it's a reset.
I told you, I think the window's shut, bud.
And John Lynch says, we're resetting.
Okay.
But Steiny, I don't know if it's a reset. Well, what do you call
whose voice is that? That's not me. I told you I think this thing is done. It's ran its course. You got to reinvent yourself.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see as the season approaches.
Okay.
You're going to change. Steiny, I think the 49ers got action. I know you do.
You told Evan and I what was going on with you, but pre-show, and you're taking it out on Evan and I. I get it.
What was it? You can say it.
You said you were tired.
That was to get you off my back.
When you get tired, you get cranky. Evan predicted by 10:40 it would happen. We got to 12:08. So, Stoddy, kudos to you. But now you're taking it out on your boy.
I'm not taking it out on you.
And I don't know what it is. Jim Molay had a vasectomy. Says, Guru, very scary, but best decision he ever made. I just couldn't. Nothing wrong with kids. There's nothing wrong with kids.
Let's go to Eric in Vallejo. Hey, Eric, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good. So I just got on the radio. I heard you talking about vasectomy. So I got one after my last daughter was born, and they put me to sleep.
All right.
You can put to sleep if the doctor allows you to. And so it was fine. I went to the gym 48 hours later.
Wow.
But bag of peas does work.
Thanks for the call.
That's awesome.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, since you were talking about the 49ers real quick, and I don't know what you guys were talking about before this, but I want to tell all the 49ers fans to, chill out, because everyone they let go wasn't performing last year, right? Javon Hargrave, Aaron Banks didn't do too much. Who else they let go?
Yeah.
Everyone they let go, so
Greenlaw, Fonga, Banks, Hargrave, Floyd, Collins, Mason, Debo, Moore, Ward.
You don't want to. Exactly.
Yeah.
So what do you want us to do? Keep all these mediocre players? So chill out, pay Purdy, and we'll go back to the Super Bowl.
Thanks for the call, Eric. Yeah. By the way, I'm getting a lot of texts in here and they're saying you don't need 4 days recovery time.
Oh, he just said 2 days. I wonder how they do it at Tri-Valley Vasectomy, Stoney, because my buddy had a great experience.
Yeah, they're the best at it, from what I've heard. From what I've heard. See, this is... somebody said he's tired from his 4-hour shifts
in golf.
Yeah, if you only knew.
People do get mad when we're in public and when we talk about our job. It happened in Emeryville. You weren't around. They're like, you guys only work 4 hours. That's 4 hours with Steiny. That's dog. You got to do that's like how dog years. So you do that's like 10-hour days.
Was that Willie Brown who texted in?
That was the greatest. He said, son, that's a long time. 4 hours.
Okay, so I'll tell you what. It's hard. Let's do an experiment.
Okay.
Let's do an experiment. I will today, I'm going to leave at 2:10, okay? I'm not watching the Warriors. I'm not watching them. I'm going to come in tomorrow.
I got you.
And I'm going to be like, good, what happened? They win? They lose? Who played well?
All right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you.
In other words...
No, I'm on your side, bud.
Watching the Warriors tonight is work, people.
And some would give them preparation right to do it. And do it anyway. With their jobs and families.
What are we going to do? What are we going to do?
Talk about your new haircut, man. You left it longer on top. You're flowing right now.
You don't have the ha-ha. What is going on here?
Finish strong. You're our quarterback. We're
barely at halftime. And knowing you, we've got no adjustments.
Wow.
All right.
Pound the rock.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Let's spring into action at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. It's your 15-minute drive-through oil change. You can stay in your car while friendly technicians check oil, batteries, lights, tires, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. All vehicles welcome.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where...
Now, the one thing that was great about Saturday was met a lot of guys.
He didn't get it in the hole.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
So, Goose sent me a text of,
hey, hold on now. You didn't run it by me if I want you to.
The Rob Parker thing.
Oh, yeah, gotcha.
Right. Rob Parker of FS1 Sports. And he said he didn't think that Steph Curry was the greatest shooter of all time. I guess my question to you is, why does it bother you so much that is one man's opinion?
It's not that it bothers me because we all have different opinions about different individuals. I just feel like Rob Parker, who I love and I'm a fan of, I take inventory. And I think he's doing this because he lost his partner, Chris Broussard. Still has a show, Stoddy, but it's kind of been quiet on the set to me. And this is how you kind of get clicks. So when you go say something that 97% of the world disagrees with. The 0 for 14 is fact. Hey, go ahead, Rob. Yeah, you got that. But how many times and how many people? And I don't need him to validate what I've seen with my own eyes. He's revolutionized the game.
Well, that's okay. That's different than being the greatest shooter of all time. Okay. And I'm looking at the NBA's three-point percentage of all time. You know who's number one? Steve Kerr. Now, do I think Steve Kerr is a better shooter than Steph? I don't, because he didn't do it. He didn't shoot it as much as Curry.
All right.
But there's a name on here who's shot the three better than Steph Curry, and he shot a fair amount of them.
I think I know who? Mahmoud.
No, Steve Nash. Steve Nash has a better career three-point percentage than Steph Curry.
But again, what? The volume.
Well, Steph, he shot a lot of them. Like Steve Nash shot a lot of them, relatively speaking. So, and I would have
missed that.
I think Steph Curry's the greatest shooter of all time.
Okay, that's all I was.
But you could certainly make a case. Steve Nash is better. Well, why? He's got a higher percentage.
Which I would have missed on the test. Damn.
I think his point also was that if you're looking for the shooter should get any shot at any time, and so he would rather have the ball in the hands of a Michael Jordan or Reggie Miller because he trusts those guys to make the shot that he needs.
And the 0 for 14 was in the playoffs, right?
Yeah, so it didn't matter.
No, I was asking.
That's an interesting question. Who would you... Because to me, there's two different questions. Who do you want taking the last shot, and who do you want with the ball in their hands? Because that doesn't necessarily... I think I would rather have the ball in Curry's hands than Reggie Miller's hands. Now, if you're asking me, who do you want coming off a screen for a game winner? I mean, I would still take Curry, but if you took Reggie Miller, I wouldn't fight you on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like Ray Allen, I think a lot of his clutch shots are coming off of picks. You know, he's not creating for himself. So, yeah, I mean, I'd still rather have Steph, but I guess from that standpoint, maybe you can understand what he's getting at.
Yeah.
Because if I need a bucket for my life, just a bucket, and I know Rob is Jordan, it's Kobe. I might even throw KD in there.
What about
Reggie Miller?
What about right now in the league? You gotta have a bucket.
It's Steph. Oh no, you got. So now we're going bucket. I got you.
Yeah, okay. There's 20 seconds left. It's the last possession of the game.
We being real here,
and you're gonna, it's that old play. Pretend your coach is one of those coaches that just go. Last shot. You dribble remember the old Monte Ellis tie game. You dribble out near half court for 10 seconds, and then go ahead and make a move and see if you can either score or make a play for somebody else. All right. Who would you have in that role?
And again,
tie game?
Yeah, tie game.
Go ahead, Evan.
Top of the circle, last possession.
Curry not on the. Curry can't be named.
No, he can be named.
Oh, all right,
but he won't be in this scenario.
Who am I taking?
Yeah,
Jokic.
All right.
So just to be clear, and I'm not saying he's holding it at the top of the circle.
Yeah,
and he's doing what he does. Yeah. Okay, I can't.
Who's yours?
Fine. It would be Luka, actually.
That was my answer.
All right, I'll go somebody else because I.
All right, who would be after Luka?
Kyrie would be up there. Huh? Shea would be up there.
I'm not mad
because Shea will get that little elbow jumper anytime he wants. I still think LeBron probably belongs.
No Durant?
No Durant.
All right.
No Durant.
There's no loser in this convo, but wow.
Yes, there is.
I'm surprised you didn't name Ant Edwards.
He was 9 for 24 last night. They lost to the Pelicans.
Wow.
By the way,
yeah.
Well, do you want me to save it, or should I just talk about your Wolves?
Go ahead.
I love this.
This is the only reason I would encourage you to get in earlier is to see Steiny the morning after a Timberwolves loss, because it's just like you when the Warriors have a bad loss. He's just better at hiding it by the time you get here.
Dude, I'm about to walk out of here right now.
That is incredible.
Steiny is a fan.
And maybe
this is
I
so
said, why
incorrect.
are you acting weird this morning? Evan, did I say that to Steiny? I go, why are you? I feel like you're acting weird. And I just got the answer.
This is a false narrative. The real issue was I watched the Timberwolves last night, and they lost. And then
again,
I'm sitting preparing, and Evan sits next to me and decided to watch the last quarter of the Timberwolves game with the volume high.
Wow.
And,
I love it.
I keep it. Zion with a left, it's good. And I'm like, hey, Evan,
I love it.
I'm like, hey, Evan.
I love it.
Edwards misses a 3 here, and then Messi dunks on the other end. I mean, I don't have to hear it twice.
Well, you are omitting when they win. We get a Bible verse of Wolves howl at 12 midnight.
Wolves howling.
Whatever it is. But it's funny.
Now, this is where I'm different than you. I wait till they win about 5 or 6 in a row before I say that. I don't do it every game.
If that's not the best thing ever with the volume high, that explains it, man.
I'm watching the fourth quarter.
That does not explain it.
And Steiny looks over and just says, yeah, they stink.
And Zion went up with a left for him to say Zion.
Yeah, but nobody wanted Zion here. Oh, yeah. He's been spry and healthy.
when the pressure's off.
Okay. Yeah.
I love me some Zion.
Stop. Quit piggybacking on everything I say.
Like how? I love me some Zion.
Oh, Steiny.
The pressure's off.
Steiny. I don't think he can stay healthy.
Those are facts.
Okay.
I didn't say I want him in a Warrior uniform. I love him.
It's not your job.
Tell him, Jerry.
Let's take a call.
All right.
Let's go to Jonah in Pacific Hill. I'm sorry, Pacific Hill. I don't give a rat's behind where you're from. Pleasant Hill. What's up, Jonah?
Hello.
Hey.
Hey. So I disagreed with what you were saying about Jimmy Butler earlier. I think a lot of guys could have fit that role. I think he does fit really well, but a lot of it is just the Steph Curry effect. And you saw Andrew Wiggins, who was good, but I'm not sure he would have made become an all-star with any other team. I think a lot of guys just look really, really good in this system if they know how to work it. And Jimmy.
Why'd you hang up on him, Evan?
He's still here.
Are you still there, Jonah?
Can you hear me?
Now I can, yeah.
Oh, my bad. I was saying I disagree with the Jimmy Butler take. I think a lot of guys could have fit that role.
Well,
a lot of it is the Steph Curry effect.
All right, what about, let's say the Warriors had gotten Markkanen last year. You think he could have fit that bill too?
I didn't like Markkanen that much. I don't think he brings as much defensively, but if you look at like Kevin Durant,
all right,
they were saying he fit the system perfectly. And obviously he's a better scorer than Butler, but there's just a lot of guys if they're smart and they can do really well in the paint. There's a lot of even like Giannis could have done pretty similar things to what Butler is doing right now, I think.
All right. Fair enough. Thanks, Jonah. Appreciate the call.
And I'm here like a security guard, Steiny, on a good street, walking the children across. I'm just what do they call that? The cross.
I'm not even helping you anymore.
What is you don't anyway, but
crossing guard.
Thank you, crossing guard. The bottom line is Jimmy's getting all the credit, and rightfully so, but that caller hit it. The Warriors have allowed Durant, Wiggins to come here and become champions, so they get credit too for also allowing this fit to be seamless with one Jimmy Butler.
Okay, so if we're going to say the veterans were just wonderful, allowing Kevin Durant to fit in seamlessly, then as somebody who's trying to be fair, I would say, yeah, they were really accommodating to Kevin Durant. They haven't been very accommodating to young players, the big three, to the young players who have found themselves on the Warriors. They haven't been as accommodating. They haven't been as welcoming as they were to Kevin Durant and Jimmy Butler, because those guys came with pedigree, and those three players don't respect anybody that doesn't have pedigree built in.
I don't think they disrespected Pods at any turn last year in this rookie season, Stoney. So until we get footage or a story written about youngsters, Moody wants to stay here. He's been up and down. That's because of his play. But
okay, so now you would argue with the thought that the Warrior champions are pretty tough to play with, and for young players.
I don't like the fodder of guys making stuff up when there's no example of that.
Well, the example...
That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's not true or there's a possibility, but the fact that nothing's ever crept out...
Well, it has, Goo. Like that's what I mean.
Something I'm asking. For Pods. Let's just go Pods.
No, I'm going with all the young players. Okay. I'm going with Kaminga and Wiseman and Pods and Moody. Some guys were able to handle it. Other guys weren't.
But don't you think that's status quo anywhere?
I think it's exacerbated here because they have titles. And even if somebody goes and plays with Paul George, he doesn't have the gravitas that Steph and the guys do. And they're demanding. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, they don't have a lot of patience for a guy like James Wiseman because they are at a different level.
Well, they had some with Jordan Poole up until he got hit.
But why did he get hit? Because Draymond thought he was too cocky. Draymond thought, like he's the perfect example. Like I'm not saying it's good, bad, or indifferent. I'm just saying I like
the guys being demanding, and I think LeBron, and all the guys that are the older guys, I like that. I don't know why. Like, isn't that how it's supposed to be, Stoney? Throughout sports, like you got to win the respect of the older guys,
right? But that's the problem. When they don't, like, you have to prove it. They're not. I don't think they're. I mean, I just said what I said. Yeah. Like, I think it's tough for a rookie to come onto this team and get the respect from the veterans, because the veterans are champions and they are a different breed. And in some instances with the Warriors, I think some players flourish, young players, with that, and I think some young players don't.
Gotcha. But how would you, because I feel like I know my answer just to that point.
Like, you can say I don't know what I'm talking about, but like,
saying,
there's no chance.
Handle it last year?
Well, let's use James Wiseman. Like, you can say I don't know what I'm talking about, and you're probably right. You think Steph and Draymond had any tolerance for James Wiseman? No, I don't think they did. Doesn't mean they didn't like him, but they didn't respect him as a player. They didn't want to play with James Wiseman. They didn't think he was. Curry and Draymond didn't think he was a champion.
But I don't think that's why it didn't work out for Wiseman, and I think he's proven that with this play on a few different teams. It wasn't like it didn't pan out for him here, Stotty, because they were so difficult or didn't give him a chance.
Right. So that's fine. We disagree. Yeah. You think Curry and Draymond are great teammates for younger players?
I'm not saying great.
Well, I think they present challenges for younger players.
And I'm saying they should.
Okay.
The way that the team is, and I think it's that way across the league.
This is a good point. 925. Don't say they. It's Draymond, the watchdog, the gatekeeper of the Dubs. If he smells weakness, he weeds him out. Buddy Hield is on notice. Okay. So and that's kind of what I mean. Like, who the hell's Draymond to put Buddy Hield on notice for anything?
I
Buddy Hield's been playing for 12, and I'm not saying he is either. Yeah. I'm just saying that, I think, let's put it this way. I don't think it served a lot of the young Warrior players well that they were drafted onto a championship team. And to my way of thinking, it was hard for the veterans to do any favors for the young guys because their standard was so high. Like, Draymond took one look at James Wiseman and probably after a week said he can't play. And then Kerr's trying to, he's kind of the future.
Right.
What about the clip of Draymond just absolutely, he got a technical for yelling at Wiseman. That's kind of what I mean.
I got you.
Like, that's where I think it can get a little tricky for younger players.
But you're not condoning that from Draymond on any other team. I didn't like that.
What do you mean?
Like him doing that out in public like that I didn't like that. But I'm not.
That's what I know. I didn't either.
All right.
I didn't either. I mean, I don't think, for example, Michael Jordan. Okay, we just heard Steve Kerr
is incredible.
Right, but he also said, you had to walk on eggshells around him. Okay, well, that worked for Jordan because he was the greatest player of all time. It might not work for Draymond Green, who is, was a third or fourth option with a guy who thinks he might be better than Draymond Green. Jonathan. Oh, no. Let's go to Grandpa Daddy.
Our man.
Grandpa Daddy, what's going on?
What's up, gentlemen? Been a minute. How you guys doing?
Doing well, baby? Thank you.
Hey, Guru, on your points about getting your, getting snipped.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to tell you my story real quick.
Okay.
So, I'm Grandpa Daddy. You know why? I married a young wife and I had 2 babies.
Gotcha.
Now, at first, when we were trying to get pregnant in 2018, she couldn't get pregnant. She was freaking. She was like, oh, my God, I can't get pregnant. And then I'm like, I went to the doctor. I said, maybe it's me.
Right.
Sure enough, I went to what do they call that when you test yourself?
Fertility clinic. Yeah, fertility clinic.
Yeah. All right. So I had a high sperm count, but I had 99% in motility. The swimmers weren't swimming. I almost cried. I mean, literally. Here I got a young wife, couldn't get it pregnant. So then I'm crying to my friend, and he's the acupuncturist, one of the sports medicine acupuncturists for the Warriors and for the Niners. He goes, don't worry, bro. Wait, I do fertility treatment. Man, he stuck needles in my abdomen. He put smoke and fire on my stomach, and all of a sudden, my wife got here January 1st, 2019.
Let's go.
We went to Vegas on Valentine's Day, and what happened in Vegas didn't stay in Vegas. And then 22 months later, number 2 came, and I went back to my friend, homie, can you turn this stuff on? He would tell me I got to stimulate my chi. He says, turn this stuff off.
Yeah.
My chi too strong. And now I'm about ready to go pull the trigger. I don't need number 3 yet.
Wow. Hey, Grandpa,
what a story.
You're the greatest.
Yeah, he ain't shooting blanks, Tiny.
What is going on here?
I don't know, Fitz.
Remember, you met him and his daughter. You go, that's your granddaughter. No, that's my daughter.
That's why he's Grandpa Daddy.
Yes,
I didn't put 2 and 2 together. Wouldn't be the first time.
Yeah, I've had that test early on. See if I can have kids.
Let's go to Jonathan. He's on his way to work.
Jay!
He disagrees with Jonah.
Hopefully I didn't drive off the road.
Hey, Jonathan.
I was thinking about it, Steiny, but I like my work just a little too much, so they convinced me to just stay on the road this time. But
okay, gotcha.
I was just, like you said, man, sorry, guys. I just wanted to disagree with the caller here. And I was kind of thinking about it, and it's like I just started a new career myself. I'm now an electrical engineer, whole new career, whole new world. And when I first got there, these guys have been there 10, 15 years at this facility, and they're kind of like your warrior champions, okay? You got your Steph, you got your Draymond, and then you got your Steve Kerr, who's my manager. Well, when I got there, Steve Kerr welcomed me and said, we know you don't know anything. We're going to get you on track. And all that good stuff, right? And that seems like, logic. However, every day asking the experienced guys, how do I do this? The simple things, it gets old and it gets tiring real fast, okay? So imagine if you have these other guys like Kaminga coming in, and they're kind of like your Jonathans coming to a brand new facility. And sometimes these guys, they just want another experienced guy. they don't want to have to retrain you and re-go through all this. So I believe the Warriors, they've earned their right to want veteran guys, experienced guys. I don't necessarily agree with Draymond Green's antics, but I do understand you got to comb through the guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
maybe that's a horrible example, but that's just something I thought of.
Hey, real quick, Jonathan. So, what happened? I wanted to ask him how much he made.
Oh, stop! You got to.
What do electrical engineers make? What the hell does an electrical engineer do?
The wiring at your house and whatever. Come on, all these buildings, Donnie.
No, I know it's complicated.
Yeah. You got to be smart.
Okay, tell me what an electrical engineer does. Not that it's hard, because I know it's hard.
What comes to mind?
Wiring.
Intensive, extensive type of wiring. And
isn't a wire a wire?
If you think that, then you can't even fill out an expense report right. Just think about the damn wiring. Donnie, come on now.
Okay,
I shouldn't have said that.
I'm legitimately curious about what an electrical engineer does. Clearly they do more than put in a light bulb thing and then it works when you flip on the switch.
I'll give you that.
And I know Evan's probably Googling it right now.
Well, he probably knows off the top.
No, I'm trying to cut up something I heard from the last caller.
Oh.
But I like shows like this when we talk about real subject matters.
What I just described, it's an electrician.
Yeah, you described changing a light bulb. Oh. So what?
No, I think you're wrong with the wire.
The electrical engineer.
We put a wire in the wall.
Took needles in my abdomen.
That's not.
I don't ask Evan.
We got to get back.
I got nothing to do back here.
We have got to get back to sports on the other side.
For what?
Although if somebody wants to tell me.
I wish you'd have your friend call that had the vasectomy. The guy that you said had, I wish he would call in. I'd just chop it up with us.
Now he works.
Oh, I should get in trouble.
I apologize.
What? What'd Evan do?
For opening up Pandora's box.
No, I like being real. Oh, hey, the Warriors won 113-112. Good. No, this is real. We're real.
Yeah,
We're men of the people.
Yeah. You like to be real. Warriors win 4 games in a row, and they're going to win a title.
At least we got to the bottom of why you were cranky. Nobody howling. I haven't watched the fourth quarter. You don't understand.
You got a lot of nerve. The biggest Laker fan in the Bay Area. You got a lot of nerve. Hey, Filmo, 888-957-9570.
That doesn't hurt me.
Someone did say earlier, I forget, on the text line, I apologize, that we've now found out that we have a Lakers fan and a Timberwolves fan running the show.
Okay. And this is where you don't understand the damage that can do to our listenership. I am not a Timberwolves fan, okay?
Stan?
I am a guy, go ahead and get the drop ready. I'm friends with the head coach. Friends is a little strong, but that's what the minute Finch gets fired, which will be 3 days after the regular season, I won't like the Timberwolves anymore.
Just like you did the Hawks.
Exactly.
Oh, so you're a bandwagon
fair
fan.
weather is what I call it.
For people I like.
Yeah.
Period. End of story.
Must be nice.
It is nice.
Jimmy
It is nice. It is nice as opposed to being a fair weather fan and only like a team when they win.
I grew up at the
You did not grow up at the Coliseum. You lived in Union City.
And what's my home team?
That's a great question. 888-957-9570. Download the free Odyssey app. See, this is when people think I am being serious.
Richard.
Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Warriors Wednesdays, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. That segment also brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
Steiny, I woke up this morning feeling good, and
stuck needles in my abdomen.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, far as I can tell, an electrical engineer, they design how all the stuff's going to work. Oh. And then the electricians actually install it.
I'm not kidding.
But I think the engineer gets paid more, right? Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I'm an electrician. We install and maintain electrical services. The engineer designs the building and does all the calculations, wire size, and what have you for a project. And no string. A wire isn't just a wire. Oh, I think he meant, and no, Steiny. A wire isn't just a wire. You have aluminum wire, copper wire, all different sizes and different capacities. Stick to radio.
Damn.
Now that, you know what? You wonder why.
Don't take it personal.
You wonder why we have the world we live in right now. I simply asked for some knowledge about electrical engineers, and now I got a guy who says,
shut up.
Don't even bother to ask. You know what? To hell with electrical engineers. Well, no, that just one specifically. What's the one? Okay. So yesterday we talked about Kaminga.
Yeah.
And, he didn't play down the stretch of a game, the game against the Bucks. Steve Kerr was asked about Kaminga by the afternoon show, and here's what he said on Kaminga not closing.
I think if you look at our team right now, we have a lot of options to close games. I mean, the three guys who are going to be automatic are Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy. They're going to be out there every game. The other two slots, look, BP was amazing last night. He deserved to be out there. Gary Payton, he has been playing incredible basketball the last couple weeks, and we needed him on Damian Lillard. So he was the obvious choice last night. Buddy Hield played big minutes down the stretch in that game. It could be Moses. Buddy and Moses we need for the shooting. Quentin Post played big minutes in the fourth quarter. If we want to space the floor with our five-man to create the spacing that Jimmy needs, then Quentin makes sense. And then JK fits in there as well. The athleticism, the switching. If the matchups lead to that decision, then JK will be out there like he was against Denver down the stretch. So we've got a lot of options, but I can tell you right now that it's going to be somebody different each night depending on how the game's going.
All right. It's going to be different every night depending, according to Steve Kerr. Is that a good thing or bad thing?
And that's what we discussed in the crossover, Stoney, yesterday. I got to tell you right now, I'm leaning towards it's a bad thing. Because, what if the candidates all are at the same time maybe not bringing it? And then what do you have but second guessing? But to other teams, when you go down swinging, you kind of know this is who it is. So, again, you tell me what you think. I'm just telling you right now, I think that makes me a bit uncomfortable, but it's working for him right now. Because, Steiny, you talk about real quick here. He said great basketball with GP2. It's actually amazing if you think about it. All of a sudden, he's just letting the ball go. He's scoring, he's finishing, and he's playing hellified defense. Moody, same thing. Pods, guys can do no Quentin Post when he gets a shot. Is all that going to evaporate come money time? And that's game one of the playoffs.
What do you mean evaporate?
If I call Gary Payton's number, is he going to be the same Gary Payton in the corner just letting it fly and not thinking it's the playoffs? And for that matter, is the ball going to go in? Because he's having success with whatever he's doing, finishing around the bucket. Will Kaminga answer the bell to where there's not even a question I'm going to be in the finishing lineup? So I guess to your point about, pressure bust pipes, right? Will the moment be too big for some of these young guys? And if you're trying, basically having tryouts, I guess, Donnie, the big three, you assume they're going to do what they do. Could that play into the hands of the other team because maybe there's a bit of inexperience?
I'm not looking at it as will the moment be too big for him. That's going to happen or not happen.
But who's out there?
Podziemski's he's going to respond in a certain way toward his first playoffs. Post, he's going to respond a certain way. To me, I heard Steve Kerr say, it's not about who I think the lights might get too bright for. I think it's what do we actually need this particular game to win it. And my feeling is it a good thing or bad thing? I think it's something they have to do. They have to play.
Because that's who you beat.
They don't have a death lineup. All right. They can't just say at the end of every game we're going to have Curry, Clay, Draymond, Bogut, and Iguodala or whatever the small. Like they don't have that. They have 3 players, and then they have a bunch of guys who don't have a claim to play every crunch time. And I look at Brandon Podziemski and Gary Payton and Moody and even Post. Yeah, that's where I see Kaminga getting squeezed a little bit because I know more about what all those guys are going to get. Like, that's the thing. Like, we know what Gary Payton's going to give you. He's going to give you great defense, and hopefully he'll make some timely threes. Mm-hmm. All right? Is he going to get you beat? Is he going to make a mistake? Is he going to be too aggressive? No. He's going to play his role. And I think that's what's going on with Moody for the last month. He's with Jimmy Butler here, you're asking him to be more of the role player that he truly is, and he's fitting into that role. But when I look at Kaminga, when would they need Kaminga? When they're having trouble scoring. That's when I would think they need Kaminga. But if it's anything else, I think other guys have more to offer than Kaminga.
Well, what if we needed some pressure on the ball, 94 feet? I'm not saying he's Gary Payton Sr., but Steiner, he's going to be out there to be able to do those things, though. There's not
He said Gary Payton did a great job on Lillard, so he's not going to cover Lillard if Gary Payton's doing a great job on the guy he's guarding. That's all.
Look, I'm not here to argue that. My point is, Steiny, I think there's a mental to-do list, and Jonathan Kaminga, just like any other Warrior player or reserve, is going out there to be the best version of himself. And on that night, I believe, and the night will be another example, you can work on adding to that, whatever you're deficient in or whatever they want you to do something or improve, you got that opportunity to do it. It's not just, hey, Jonathan, go master what we know you're good at. And that's what's making me I'm so proud of Moody and GP2 over this last month is they've expanded their portfolios to me, Steiny.
But have they?
Jerry Payton II, when he shoots the ball now, I think it's going in.
Well, but he always had that. He was a defender and 3-point shooter. And that's what he's excelling at. I look at it. But
now he's finishing too, Steiny.
He might be their best finisher.
But I feel like there's more of a confidence or bravado in him doing that now. It's not,
Right, but if the Warriors need 3-point shooting, they're not putting Payton in the game.
Yeah, my point is the game's so fast and natural sometimes, Steiny. He's not overthinking it.
888-957-9570 is the number. How do you guys think that Steve Kerr should handle the crunch time minutes, the last 4 or 5? The way he's doing it right now, he's going to go with Butler, Curry, and Green. Mm-hmm. And then he said, Podziemski was amazing the other night. He had to be on the floor because he was creating stuff offensively and he made some big shots. Gary Payton II, he said he was incredible on Lillard. So that's why he kept those 2 guys as part of the closing lineup.
Right.
And he seemed to say, he's saying, depending on what we need night to night, it might be 2 different players. It might be one player the same and another one different. And I think that's the only way he can do it. So I don't really look at it as that's a good thing or bad thing. I mean,
but if you're one of the guys out there that are in that category, Steiny, I think that's a good thing, right? Like if I'm on my A game.
Right, but if there's a pecking order right now, Kaminga's at the bottom of it in terms of those things. And he's got to figure out a way to kind of rise up in in that pecking order. But when I think about those, the 2 players, it's like, okay, it was Brandon Podziemski and Gary Payton. Like,
Gotcha.
I guess here's what I'm saying. I feel like he's always going to have a reason to go to those two guys. You know what I mean? Like, because he's always going to be able to say, we need a connector and we need a guy that plays defense.
But he's not married to that, though. Could be right.
We'll see. I mean, we'll see.
Because I expect to see Kaminga in the finishing lineup, Stoney, by the time they get to, again, not every damn time, and it will be predicated on how he's playing, but I think they want that. They want his size. They want what he can do, and obviously they want him to board more. But Stoney, if it were me, I would want that as well.
888-957-9570 is the number. The last 5 minutes of a game. Who do you want to be in the closing lineup? Now, I know it's going to change and be different depending on the opponent and depending on the score of the game. See, I'll tell you what I think in a second. Right. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. I just think, and again, this is just my read of Kerr, he's always going to be able to say, I need a defender in there, and I also need Podziemski for his playmaking. In other words, yes, he does have options. I don't believe it's going to be different every single game. I think it's going to take on some kind of standard. It doesn't mean Kaminga's not going to play down the stretch, but
you don't believe that performance that night will have something to do with it, like in game? Because everybody knows, Stein's got it going tonight. Evans got it going, or he doesn't. You know what I mean? Like, decisions will have to be made, and you might get 13 minutes to show what kind of night you're having. You know what I mean? If you got it that night, or if you're standing in front of your man, or if you're boarding.
Right, but consistent, like that's where I think Kaminga has got to figure something out. Because it's like, okay, if Kaminga's rolling, well, what does Kaminga rolling look like? Kaminga rolling is about one thing and one thing only. He's putting the ball in the basket, pretty much.
Going to the free throw line.
Sure, he's scoring points.
Yeah.
But I just look at a guy like Steve Kerr, and he's going to say, well, it's late in the game. We want to get a defender in there. Well, it's late in the game. Let's get somebody that doesn't turn it over in there. Well, it's late in the game. I need a connector. I need a guy who can make a play for somebody else in addition to Butler and Curry. So I need pods. I just think
that's a lot of. You can never have a lot of
matchups. Are to me. Matchups. I get it. There are matchups that matter, but for a pro coach, matchups is also a way to rationalize not playing a guy. Hey, how come you didn't play matchups?
No,
how come you didn't play pot matchups?
I don't see that.
Okay, I guess that's what it was.
What do you give me for this, though? Now with Butler here, Steiny, I got to be honest. I feel like the decision-making thing that you just talk about with him, Dre, and Butler now, and Curry, it doesn't reduce the need, but I do wonder if they got a surplus of that. So
of what?
You got that covered, the decision-making, the grown man on the floor. Like, you got Butler now, you got Draymond, So is there really a ultra need for that? And I know Pods brings it, and you're going to need it, but I'm just thinking to myself, Kerr probably knows we won't be starving in that department like we were before the trade. So now I need some of this. I need some size. I need some ball, what have you. And Pod said as much to Willard and Dibbs yesterday, Stoney, just about what others bring, to the table, not named Steph, Jimmy, or Dre.
Yeah, and this from the text line. Steve Kerr has to ride the hot hand.
Yeah.
Right, and I'm saying that's not what I think he's going to do. When I hear hot hand, I think of one thing, scoring, right? Right? Like, that's what a hot hand is. You don't get a hot hand from playing defense or rebounding.
But you can stay out on the court if you're doing those things.
Exactly. So, like, I look at Podziemski and Moody as, you know what? They defend pretty good. Podziemski rebounds pretty well. Listen, I'm not saying anything about Kaminga except Steve Kerr we'll have the ability to rationalize not playing Jonathan Kaminga down the stretch.
Right. And if you put anybody else's name in that sentence, I would agree with you. But I'm going to go here, Stoney, because you ain't got to apologize, nor are you saying nothing about Kaminga, but I am. And, Evan, I know this is going to sound crazy, but if I had to set the over-under with, 13, 12 games left, the over-under for Jonathan Kaminga moving forward into the playoffs without seeing the next 13, I'm putting it at the Peyton Manning. I'm putting it at 18 minutes at least. Like, we're going to see him 18 minutes
Kaminga?
a night, Kaminga, in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I thought you would fight me on that.
18?
Yeah. And I want more, but I'm just like, we're going to see that. And that's enough for you to get Arsenio Hall. That's enough to get busy.
Well, certainly enough for, how do you say his name? Let me try it again.
Oh,
hold
for
on.
The Spurs. Sasha.
Mamukelashvili.
Wow, that's impressive.
You know who he is?
From the Spurs.
You know what he did?
No.
He scored 34 points in 19 minutes last night.
Wow. How many from three?
I don't know.
Oh, I thought you were box score Tony.
But if let's say Kaminga plays 20 minutes a night, I don't think that's going to be enough for a lot of people. Like, they're going to want him to play more.
I agree with that.
Evan,
but when you said 18, I thought, wow, that's a really conservative number for you.
But
because you usually
it's
say 30.
predicated on to what Evan said. Evan, it's 18 minimum, but he's going to make that 30. It's up to him to, like, 18's enough to show I need more. That's all. That was my point.
But 18 has never been enough to show more because he doesn't show more. He just shows what he does. I don't want to.
Yeah, I hear you. We did it yesterday, and I'm not. I hate when people say you're trying to pit me. We're not. I'm just telling you, they know they need him in a role.
And I guess that's where I'm.
You don't think so? Because of what they've done without him.
It's not that they think he's useless.
Well, we know that. But, Stoney, I think you're chewing on fool's gold if you think what they've done and worked on and what they've built while he's been gone is going to be that easy in the playoffs.
Nobody can tell me what Kaminga will do to help other than, he'll cook. He'll get him, he'll score 18 to 20. Like, we know he can do that already. That alone hasn't kept him on the floor. It's about all the other things. Like, this is not, they are trying to win a championship here. But they need somebody more than, he's got to do more than just score is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but when we talk about
other players, hasn't done it for his entire career. But he hasn't.
Yeah, but Stoney, I'm gonna say this: the mustard you have on his one thing not being enough is not the same mustard you use on Buddy Hield per se.
That's because Buddy Hield has a specialty. It's 3-point shooting, one of the greatest
and they need it.
In NBA history. That's what he hangs his hat on.
Gotcha.
3-point shooting. He's going to win you some games. If you can get him 3-point shots, he's going to make them. I don't believe Kaminga has anything close to something he can hang his hat on like Buddy Hield, other than, he's got the ha-ha. I mean, that's not a specialty.
Slash to the basket and play off of Dre doing it, Jimmy Butler feeding him. Like the athleticism, that's his thing, attacking the rim.
That's not enough for the playoffs. But athleticism, that's the thing. It's 4 years in, and we're still talking about Kaminga's athleticism. We're not talking about his improvement, his growth, his help defense,
but it's kind of hard because he's been gone, Stoney.
He wasn't doing those things before. He was scoring before he got hurt.
Yeah, he was hooping.
He was scoring a lot of points. He was definitely scoring a lot of points. And again, Kaminga may play 30 minutes a night from here on in. I'm just saying, I think Kerr has more than enough. This is what I'm saying. I'm not saying anything about Kaminga's game. Kerr has more than enough reason to say, matchups is why Jonathan Kaminga didn't play. And just looking at Kerr's history, he's going, when you have 3 star players, I think he's going to lean on the kind of players that are safe or safer than Kaminga. And I think that's what coaches do late in games.
Yeah. And I think Stani physically, he's a mismatch, and that's why they're enamored, and that's why he's going to get the opportunity to prove people like you wrong.
Well, I mean, he's not going to prove me wrong unless he rebounds and unless I see a defensive impact. If he goes out and gets 20 and you lose, that doesn't do it for me. Well, that's all.
Well, that I don't get, because that 20 can one of the 20 points can win you the game. And if you're not getting blown by on defense or get a turnstile, I mean, the plus minus is on your side. So let's just say it's that he's getting you 20 points, not getting you beat on defense. You got a spot on my team all day, every day. Johnny come lately is not just scoring 20 points in the NBA playoff game.
Well, neither's Kaminga. So quit saying he'll get you 20.
Well, we don't know that yet.
He's never averaged 20 in his career.
I understand that this is all going to be a first, but he's going to get the opportunity.
We'll see. Yeah. I'm not saying he won't, but I disagree that he's just going to play. Kerr has to show me that he thinks enough of Kaminga to play him all the time. It's not me. It's Kerr and what he his tendencies as a coach tend to shy him away from Kaminga. That's all. And 888-957-9570 is the number.
What happened?
Nah, we kind of got into it. Let's talk about maybe what the other guys.
All right.
Let's talk about the situation where Kerr would look at and say, I like Buddy Hield in this position. I like Jonathan Kaminga in this position. Or, you know what? I don't like Hield or Kaminga here. I'm going with Brandon Pajemski. Or why would he say maybe, you know what? Tonight, I like Curry, Butler, and Draymond, and I like posting Kaminga with them. I want to know kind of what he sees to make that determination, because I do kind of think at the end of the day, he can make it on his own and rationalize it after the fact, like any coach could when they say matchups. Anyway, 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Once again, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios in downtown San Francisco. And we're loving our new sponsor here at 95.7 The Game, Faux Show. That segment was also brought to you by the San Francisco International.
You got a little cop to you.
It's the Guru Steiny Guru Steiny Guru Steiny show. Let's go.
All right, spring into action at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Stay in your car while friendly technicians check oil, batteries, lights, tires, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. All vehicle types are welcome. The college basketball tournament is here to stay. Stay up to date on all the tournament action via our bracket challenge on 957thegame.com. And be sure to tune in to KPIX Channel 5 for tourney highlights, live updates, and to see your favorite 95.7 The Game hosts share their thoughts on the tournament. The segment upcoming, brought to you by Ceremony Ford.
Good Lord. Speaking of tournaments, Donnie, I'm looking at number 12 seed McNeese State up 31-13 over 5th seed Clemson. And I tell you that panicking, and you say, Goo, I picked McNeese State.
You go to the Sweet 16.
Come on. Ain't over yet, but damn.
I was watching a show. I can't remember what, but they said, who the hell was it? They just said, I like McNeese State swag.
Was it Barkley?
I was about to ask.
No, but it was somebody like Barkley. They said, the manager comes out with a boombox. I was like, I got him going to the Sweet 16.
I got to tell you, you got to pick the brackets with upsets. You just do. It ain't about the number next to the, like you think Duke's a lock? We got to see what that ankle is like.
Nobody's a lock in the tournament.
And there we go, Evan. I'll say that tonight with Vern. Vern, nobody's a lock.
What kind of insight do you have about college basketball, may I ask? And I'm not saying you don't. Just put your resume on the table.
Do I need to show you my betting receipts?
No, just tell me who
Florida, Tennessee,
Auburn's second leading scorer is.
We're not getting into all that. Yeah,
I know we're not.
You got the wrong guy.
Damn right we're not getting into that.
You picked the Cowboys because you heard someone say they play a boombox.
No, they have swag. Somebody said they had swag.
Is that their second score?
And you know what? Here's the Purdue.
That's a 3.
I've never liked Purdue. I've just never liked them. I got McNeese beating them in the second round. Hey, this is what I'm going to avoid. We got a guy, Jason, in Sacramento. It says, Kaminga needs to be defended. You're all are being reckless. Okay.
It's not your all.
Here's what I mean about Steve Kerr. And I noticed he did this on the sound. Kaminga didn't finish the other night. Well, we do have a lot of options to finish. Maybe a different guy each night. Brandon was amazing. Pajemski and Gary Payton was playing great defense. That's why I went with them against the Bucks, and and then he slid this one in. And game before that, Jonathan was in there against Denver. Stop it right there. Hold right there. Kaminga checked into the game when they were down 9 with 4.5 minutes to go.
Made 2 great plays on Westbrook to steal the ball.
The reality is, that's what it could come down to. Are we playing the last 3 minutes with a lead, or are we coming from behind? Because to me, you're down 9 and you need to make something happen. Yeah, that's when he'll put Kaminga in there. But I hate to say it.
No, listen. I think you're wrong, but the bottom line is you talk about crunch time, and I get that. But there's so much that's going to pop off in that game. By the time you get there, Steiny, it will be clear to us all. And I guess I feel like I'm defining hot hand or how a guy's going, but you got to gauge. That's the coach's job, each guy's temperature and what they're doing on that said night. So, I think Kaminga and every other Warrior player, for that matter, the others, control their fate. And it's one of those to where I believe if I could talk to Steve Kerr at the old ship, he would want Kaminga to do whatever they got on that to-do list for him to be effective.
And I think if the to-do list has anything on it other than scoring, he's out. According to Kerr. And so, that's the other thing. You know what? I guess theoretically, when did Kaminga go into this game? They were down 9 with 4:30 to go. Technically, it's not even a clutch game. And
he also was 2 of 10.
No, this is Denver.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So,
yeah, he made some good plays. I remember got the turnovers and the guys didn't do.
Well, I'm looking at I'm just looking at the play-by-play. Miss Kaminga, 2-foot cutting dunk. Miss Curry, Green, Curry, Peyton put back. Kaminga made 2 free throws with 1:18 left.
What about the ball he deflected and got Westbrook to throw it away? There were 2 of those.
He didn't get any steals or turnovers that I see. But that doesn't mean he didn't make a big play. I'm just saying that I think it's easier for Kerr to put him in down 9 when you need something to happen than we're up 5 protecting a lead. We'll watch it. Let's go to Jason in Philly. What's up, Jason? How you doing? What's up? Oh, Jason in Sacramento.
All right, guys. Okay. It's Jason in Sacramento, man. I'm calling because I'm listening to the show. Thank y'all for what y'all do. I love the show.
Thanks.
Steiny, what you stirring up right now with these Warriors fans is insane. And I've been a Warriors fan since we drafted Todd Fuller over Kobe and Jermaine O'Neal. Sometimes greatness takes time to cook. And JK, when we didn't have Curry and Draymond, he had back-to-back 30-point games. Everybody is talking about what they got going on in Houston. JK was the reason 2 times we beat the Houston Rockets. 1 time at home, 1 time in overtime in Houston. When that man gets minutes, he produces. Stop talking about him versus Vance Wagner and all of that, because nobody could play in this system and just be incredible playing championship-level basketball. Now, this past game, he struggled, 2 for 10. But the 2 games prior, everybody was praising the way that he came back, the maturity that he showed. He proved he was willing to get in where he fit in, and you're wrong. Stackhouse talks about JK's on-the-ball defense. He plays with force. He missed some layups. It happens. We move on. But everybody in the chat calling this man out his name is unnecessary. The kid is 22 years old.
That's why he's not going to play in the postseason. That's why Kerr will go away from in the postseason. That's all I'm saying. I think the sky's the limit for Kaminga. I wouldn't have traded him for giving up future first, but he ain't going to be a good player, or like he's got so much longer to go. And in the playoffs, all I'm saying is Kerr's going to go away from him because he's scared of him.
I don't believe that.
Jason, go ahead, finish up. Oh,
he's off?
Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't believe that, Steiny.
Well, you can go with him last night or 2 nights ago. I mean, Kerr wants, he wants a team that fits together. And I think he just prefers other players. Let's go to Keith in San Jose. What's up, Keith? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. How's it going? Thanks for having me on. Kaminga, I love Kaminga. I mean, he's athletic. He has all this potential, but he just is not getting the IQ part yet. I mean, he's a hammer, and he wants to hammer everything. But, like, when you talk about athleticism, you got Jimmy Butler, you got GP2. I mean, they know how to use their athleticism when it's needed, and they're smart to stay out of the way when it's Steph's time, I don't see Kaminga sitting in the short corner just trying to get easy buckets. I mean, he's trying to back guys down. He still does boneheaded stuff like that flagrant he had close to the end of the Milwaukee game. That was, I mean, what is that? I mean, he has to kind of rein things in, do positive plays and not force it too much. I mean, just like Jimmy Butler, I mean, he knows how to get to the line, but he's not trying to hammer it down people's throats. He's throwing pump fakes. He's pivoting, and if it's not there, he's kicking it out. Kaminga is just, okay, man, I have one thought. I'm going to do it whether it works or not, and he's not flexible. He's not able to read the defense. But he'll get there. I mean, I love Kaminga. I don't want him to be gone, but, crunch time, we don't need boneheaded plays. We don't need to give the other team free throws just because you got into your emotions and your feelings, right?
Appreciate it, Keith. Thanks for calling.
Man, it's just funny, Stoney. I'm coming off to some people like I'm saying Jonathan Kaminga's Kobe Bryant. I'm not. I'm just telling you one of us are going to be right in the sense or in the regard of I think Jonathan Kaminga is going to get every ample opportunity to show what he can do even in the playoffs and we're 13 games away from him. And I believe that.
For example, who they play tonight?
Toronto.
I bet you Kaminga plays a lot tonight.
Yeah.
I bet you he plays a lot tonight.
Nothing there. I totally get that.
Well,
and since he's been gone, you would want him to play. You know what I mean? Like, there's just another opportunity. But I just feel like you're making
less against the really good teams.
But it sounds like you got Kerr's notebook, Stoney. The energy behind your words are where you know they're going to go away from them.
Goo, this is where. Like, do you look at the history at all? The history. For 3.5 years, there's been a large segment of Warrior fans that think Steve Kerr has not been fair. Well, I'm using that. Steve Kerr has never shown that he fully trusts Kaminga. And if you say this is the year he's going to show it, maybe he will. But that's what, are we actually going to sit here and pretend like many people haven't been critical of Steve Kerr for not playing Jonathan Kaminga?
No doubt.
Right, and I'm just saying.
But this is what I feel like.
I'm not going to believe Kaminga's going to play every time in crunch time until I see it.
I got you. But this is what I feel like you're just forgetting, Stoney.
Steve Kerr.
But we don't know that.
Yes, we do. Steve Kerr's the coach of the team. He's the one who's been criticized for not playing Kaminga enough.
Right, and I'm just going Bill Cosby. The proof is not in the pudding yet because we haven't got to the playoff games to where we can come in after the game and say, you went away from him. Stoney, this is all I'm telling you and the masses. I'm not fighting for Kaminga. I'm telling you he's a talent. They know he's a talent. And before you brought Jimmy Butler in here, this is what I think the people are forgetting. Steph Curry serenaded him. Draymond Green serenaded him. Steve Kerr said they need him. So, okay, in comes Butler. But let's not act like we're blind to the fact that Jonathan Kaminga was in a zone for him with this team and what they needed before he unfortunately got hurt. So to think you're going to just throw that away, or the team's thinking, oh, we don't need Evan right now, I think I'll bet and I know you don't want to bet because you don't want to see him out there, so we won't do that. But Stoney, they know.
What do you mean I don't want to see him out there? I could care less.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So
I'm just using Steve Kerr's track record.
Get ready for him to get those opportunities.
Okay.
That's all. There's just no way.
So he's going to get the first opportunity that he's ever gotten. That's the other thing.
I got you. So
I don't think he is.
I feel like you're using the past, which Jonathan didn't have against him.
But he also, they don't need him to score 25 anymore. He scored 25 on a 500 team. They weren't winning consistently. Was it all his fault? Of course it wasn't all his fault. But they don't need a guy when you have Butler and Steph. They don't need a guy to score 25 points.
Now you're going to laugh, but what if you got a guy in the post in Kaminga that's got it going, but now they need attention.
Okay.
They're like, oh, we got to double this dude.
Okay, so how often have they used Jonathan Kaminga in the post in 3.5 years?
See, I got you, but Stoney, that's not fair to this discussion.
Well, what's
because
not
now
fair
we're evolving, and now he's back.
Okay,
so before, and they maybe halfway.
No.
Were they doing it before he got hurt? We were seeing him in the post without Jimmy Butler a little more frequently. So I feel like you're just ready to, and I can't argue the last 3 years. I just can't. It's an L. But if you think they're comfortable over there with Joe Lacob courtside, who I believe is his number one fan, to where he's not going to get ample opportunity not to fail and get another chance, I think that
we're not on the same page, you and me right now. We're just not. Yeah. Because to me, what about putting Kaminga in the okay, so he's never really played in the low post. It's not his game, but come playoff time, what if we need a post? They're going to Butler in the post. They would no reason to go to Kaminga in the post.
But I can't win this conversation, Stoney, because you're going to tell me player A can score 20 points and that's still not good enough. That's what you said during this conversation. Jonathan Kaminga could score 20 points, and it's not good enough because that's all he does. I believe that's not fair.
Okay, and I believe that Steve Kerr's track record up until this point has shown that, I'm more right about this one than you. Now, could that change tonight? Yes, it could. He might just say, hey, like we.
But I'm really worried about Steiny. I know you're going to laugh. I do care about tonight because they need to win in the season, but the proof is going to be come game one of the offs.
Yeah.
And hopefully that's not a play-in game. And I really think a physical aspect of this is we're going to see more of him so he can get up and running. Not making any excuses, but by any stretch, do I think this great run that the Warriors have gone on without Jonathan, the bus has kind of left the station? No way. That's just me.
I mean, let's go to Jason in Philly. What's up, Jace? How you doing, buddy?
What up, guys? How y'all doing?
Hey, what's up, man?
Steiny, I'm with you on this one. Goo, I think you have a good point, but we've seen this story with Jordan Poole. Poole was gangbusters the championship year, actually carried them during the regular season. But as the playoffs went on, he played less and less because when you get into the playoffs, you need to be able to do more than just score. And unfortunately, Kaminga hasn't proven that he can bring anything to the table consistently at this point other than points. That's why I'm hoping that he really takes on the role of a POA defender and rebounder, which Kerr has been begging him to do for 4 years now. He hasn't, so that he can find his way onto the court and be impactful. And on top of that, his previous trips in the playoffs have just been awful. And you see times now where he does the same thing over and over. And I like Kaminga, but there are large segments of the game where he becomes a ball stopper. I watch him. He gets the ball. He tries to score, and he'll force up a shot, which sometimes now turns into a foul. And then he'll force out a bad pass. Sometimes he's making great plays, but for the majority of the time, it's not pretty. And in the playoffs, they scout you. Everyone knows if you back off of JK and you push him out of the dunker spot, he's going to be 60%, 70% less effective offensively. I think it's going to be hard for him to. I think it's going to be hard for him to get minutes in the playoffs, where as opposed to somebody like Pods or Gee, who do multiple things to impact the game in multiple ways. I think that's what we're looking at, like a Jordan Poole type situation, guys.
Good stuff, Jace. Appreciate the call. Really good call. Like this one, like I don't feel like this. All right. Yeah. Woe is me. I don't have an opinion on how much Kaminga should or shouldn't play. My whole thing is simply this. I'm going on what I've seen. I'm going to believe that Steve Kerr is going to continue to coach like I've watched him coach, not just for the last 4 years, but for the last 15 years or 12 or 15 years. And he has not embraced Kaminga for whatever reason like we'd all have wanted him to. And so when I fast forward to the playoffs, let's say Kaminga plays 30 minutes a night in the postseason. They play a 6-game series, and he averages 32 minutes a night. I'm not coming in here and saying I'm wrong, because I wouldn't be wrong. All I've said is, up until this point, Kerr hasn't embraced him or trusted him to play 32 minutes a night. If he does it in the first round of the playoffs, then that marks a change for whatever reason in Steve Kerr's thinking.
Right, and I think we saw that early on this season, Steiny. Well, and the rat on the table brought to you by Atco Pest Control is the fact that there's a contract thing going. So the Warriors, and when I only bring that up because it's reality, but, him being hurt, you could say that shot his own self in the foot, but Steiny, they want this guy, I feel, to be around, to be a part, and I know I don't want this to come off wrong. But my goodness, what you talk about might be difficult. I think you, Kenny, Evan, if I'm coming in here dealing with something at my job and you guys know it, you guys can help me get through it, and it makes it easier for me to get through with my job. But I'm not telling you it's Operation Kaminga from everybody on the Warriors in regard to their teammates. It's about going out there and kicking the opponent's ass. But I think it's too early to say, and it sounds like, Steiny, you just feel like you already know come playoff time.
No, I just know what I've seen. I know what I've seen for 3.5 years. And, like,
yeah, Uncle Looney,
who do you think Kerr likes more or trusts more, Podziemski or Kaminga?
I would say Podziemski.
And that's what I think it comes down to late in the game.
Two different players, but
yeah,
I would say
one he trusts and one he doesn't. Like, again,
Uncle Looney said, I really need to check the record when Kaminga plays 28 minutes.
Hey, Steve,
I don't see it.
I don't.
Thank you.
I am not talking about Kaminga's game at all anymore today.
Yeah.
I'm talking about.
But why do you say that?
Because it's not about his game and what he does and what he doesn't do.
But that's what you're critiquing.
No, I'm not. I'm critiquing how Steve Kerr has used Kaminga. And I expect the way he's thought of Kaminga for 3.5 years will be the way he thinks of Kaminga from now until the end of the season. And I feel like the deck's a little stacked against Kaminga.
All right.
It's got nothing to do with what I think of him as a game. It's his relationship with Kerr.
Well, I'll say this because you said we're kind of A and B. But, Stein, if it was that simple, there's no conversation because you're right. There's nothing in the past that would have anybody believing something's going to be different, except I feel like you're blowing past Jonathan Kaminga
Steve Kerr's
first
blowing
half of the season.
Steve Kerr, not me.
But what do you have? What facts do you have since he's come back that he's blowing past? You're omitting. All you guys are forgetting that they tried to give him the keys early on in the season.
Right.
Did I miss that, or am I misquoting somebody?
So you're going to give him the keys again?
No, but he can get in the car.
Okay. I'm not saying he can't,
right.
But if
I'm not saying it's
that's one of the challenges. They gave him a lot of freedom. They didn't win consistently when they gave him freedom, and now they're a damn good team. And he's got to figure it out. And Steve Kerr, I don't think trusts him as much as he trusts some of the other guys. That's all I'm saying. This has nothing to do with what I think of him as a player. It's what Steve Kerr thinks of him as a player and how Steve has used him. And we've done so many shows where fans can't stand that Kerr doesn't seem to trust him.
Oh, that's real.
Well,
and Moody was a part of that, and he got out of it.
So why? Right. And that took the course of 2 or 3 months. And now they got 13 games till they play their most important games of the year. Download. We got crossover time coming up on the other side. Oh, yeah. These guys are live at Splash. Willard and Dibbs are live at Splash. So check them out if you're going to.
Willard and Grandy. Grandy's in for Dibbs.
All right. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also brought to you by San Francisco International Airport.
Traveling in 2025? Start your journey.
we go down the tough roads, Donnie. Toyota Tundra.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, the crossover is brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Let's welcome in Mark Willard and Mark Grandy. It is the crossover, and they join us live from Splash, adjacent to Chase Center. Gentlemen.
Whew. What's up?
It's looking good in here today. This is a lot of TVs and a lot of games all at once.
How's your bracket looking?
Oh, it's busted.
Not good.
That is it's
not
busted,
good.
Grandy.
No, yeah,
I picked Louisville. That was a mistake.
So did
first
I.
game.
So did I.
The 8-9 games are always who cares because everybody's got them losing to the 1 seed in the next round, right?
Yeah.
I'm looking at Clemson, though, right now. How far do you have Clemson going? Because they're down by 22 early in the second half.
To the Sweet 16.
I got McNeese State going to the Sweet 16.
There you go.
Are you for real?
I do. Yeah.
Well, I had originally picked McNeese, but yesterday a news story broke that their head coach is leaving, and it's already decided before their tournament run is over. So I went against my gut, and I changed to Clemson, and now they're down by 22.
Never, ever go against the gut.
Yeah.
That's the most powerful thing in gambling is your gut.
That is great.
I heard somebody on television say that McNeese State team's got a little swag. Their manager carries a boombox out. And I said, sold.
Oh,
they're going to the Sweet 16.
I don't know. Boombox is stock down, right?
Yeah,
Just traded Deebo Samuel. I'm out on Boombox entrances.
Can I run something by you two? Steiny and I, we have different opinion on this, but Barkley and Kenny Smith are part of CBS's in-studio coverage. And I'm a man of the people, but I feel bad for the Barkley and Kenny Smith that they're replacing that have done the damn thing all season long. Fair or foul?
It's pretty foul. No, you know what?
Come on,
Will. You know what I've noticed about you, Goo? And this is probably this is a piece of Swiss cheese for the rest of us. You notice things and get bothered by things in broadcasting that I just don't think they don't even register to me. Like, do you remember that whole Brady thing that you did?
It did. It got better.
And I'm like, I don't want to say I don't care because it sounds so dismissive.
Say that for you.
No, it just never would even occur to me. Like, I would never turn the TV on today. It's March Madness. There's Chuck. There's Kenny. And your mind goes to the strangest place. You're like, what about that guy Billy who was coming up, who did a game 5 weeks ago? I don't know, man.
Help me out, Grandy.
I got to go foul.
Yeah, I think I'm with Willard on this one, Goo. Sorry about it.
Man. Well, the way I look at it is I do think Barkley is terrific on basketball.
Yeah.
When I like his commentary, and I know that a lot of people will never forgive him for the jump shooting team can't win, but I think Barkley knows the game. And I actually would love to watch a game with Draymond Green knowing it's the first time Draymond Green has ever watched either of these teams. Like, I think that's where those guys could be unbelievable, because that's where I just think they got a knack for picking stuff up right off the bat. Or even something like, you know what? Just from what I've seen those 2 trips up, I'd make 13 go to his left, and then maybe he goes to his left. And, I kind of like that.
I might take you a step further to a point where you probably wouldn't agree, Steiny. I would watch those 2 guys talk about volleyball.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care if they know basketball, because I'm not really watching, at least Chuck. Maybe Draymond's different. I'm not watching Chuck for basketball knowledge. I'm watching Chuck because he's funny.
Well, that's a compliment to him, then. I get that.
He's entertaining.
Yeah.
If I turn my TV on and there's an entertainer there, I'm not mad about it. I'm happy.
But also the one thing about this specific tournament and this day, they're watching the first half as much as they can. They're doing their little halftime show. Then there's another game coming up at halftime 5 minutes later, and they have to do a whole nother halftime show about a game they didn't even watch.
Yep.
At least they weren't totally focusing on it. It's got to be difficult to do.
Then again, we all just filled out brackets, and so we're gambling on teams we've never watched. So what the hell? That's kind of what college basketball has become.
Oh, there's also something about they have to come into the game without any preconceived ideas. If they haven't seen either team, which you would think they probably haven't, then you just talking about what you see and only what you see, not what you saw a week ago.
Yep. Yeah,
So.
I mean, I've long said this because I tried it one time and it works, but I'm not mature enough to do it again. And I think this is the fan version of what you just said, Steiny. If you don't fill out a bracket, you will enjoy the tournament more. It's a fact. I tried it.
Willard, no.
I'm telling you, but you can't do it because of our FOMO. Like, I had a bunch of stuff going on last night. I woke up this morning. I got myself to a spot last night where I'm like, I don't care. I don't care. I'm supposed to fill these things out. I'm just not into it. But then you wake up and it's 8 o'clock and I've got kids that I got to take to school. And I'm like, boy, get in the car because you got to hurry because I got to be back by 8:45 so I can put these brackets in because of FOMO. I don't want to be the only person that's not playing this thing.
There you go.
It's probably a waste of $25. I don't know a damn thing about McNeese State.
You want to be a part, man. That's what it signals to me.
But you'll watch the games the way you just said, Steiny. You'll watch them with a much more, I don't know what the word is, but like you watch them with a better basketball eye and just kind of a random fan sort of a way if you don't have skin in the game.
Yeah. Like, for example, I think the Bucks stink right now because I saw them 2 nights ago.
I agree with you.
You know what I mean?
I'm
they
with
stink.
you. Yeah.
But they obviously don't stink. They're 8 games over 500. But we had a lot of fun today with your interview yesterday with Steve Kerr and Jimmy's the alpha of alphas and him and Draymond, their relationship. And it was just pretty interesting. Pretty interesting talk about where Butler fits. And, I mean, I don't think – the way I put it is I don't think any non-champion could have come into this locker room and commanded the respect that he has. And I don't know why. It's obviously because he's Jimmy Butler. And, he's gotten 2 teams to the finals. But, I feel like the Warriors championship players aren't easy to win over. And they were won over as soon as he walked into the locker room because of what he's done.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, Steiny, and I think when it comes to Jimmy Butler specifically, you mentioned he hasn't won a championship, but he kind of is viewed as a champion around the league. He's also the kind of guy where, and I know this was the topic leading up to the trade and maybe right after the trade, where you're worried about his attitude maybe clashing with Draymond's. It's been great so far, and honestly, I don't know how you guys feel. Like, I don't care about like a year from now, 2 years from now. The trade itself is proving worth it just because of what is happening this year. I mean, they were dead in the water.
Damn.
And now they have a chance to actually make some noise in the postseason. So if eventually Draymond and Jimmy clash, maybe similar to what happened with KD down the stretch, although it'll be an entirely different atmosphere because KD and Jimmy are such different players and such different people. Honestly, you hope it doesn't happen, but even if it does, for me, it's kind of like whatever, because they have this great period right now where nothing is going wrong. Jimmy is saying all of the right things. He's doing all of the right things on the court. When he has to score, he's scoring. When he has to get others involved, he's getting others involved. And he's as you said, commanding the respect of everybody in that locker room. And that might not been easy for someone like Kevin Durant to do if he rejoined this team.
No, I agree on all that, but let me ask you guys something on this. And I heard you guys playing this sound. We will too. When Steve was talking about Jimmy Butler as the ultimate alpha. You guys, the alphas in your life, and maybe you're one of them, but have you ever known an alpha to be comfortable in a moment when he or she is not an alpha?
I don't think that it comes with it. If you're an alpha, there's never not a moment, Willard, that you're not an alpha.
Okay. Is there room for 2 alphas?
I believe so. Real quick. Yeah. Especially when I think one loses a little of his power by what happened with Jordan Poole. I think it came at perfect timing from a different alpha.
Ooh, this kind of went a different direction.
Well, and the way
you believe that him punching Jordan Poole 2 years ago has robbed him of even a portion of his alpha status?
And I love how you said that because I didn't want to say all, but no doubt when you say it like that, a portion, no doubt, Willard.
You think?
Yeah.
Or our perception or the players on the team?
I believe both, but the players on the team, and I believe they welcome Jimmy obviously, who was an alpha, but it was almost like a perfect storm. Like, okay, it's time that, we kind of delegate the alphaness because we're lucky to have two.
Obviously, I don't know. I don't hear that from any of the Warrior players. I don't hear them in any way, shape, or form feel like Draymond has sort of lost some of his locker room and loss of juice in the locker room. But I do wonder this, like right now, honeymoon phase, you win almost every game you play. What happens when the stakes get higher? Like I know what Grandy just said, which is, what if it's a problem a year and a half from now? Who cares? What about April? What about May? The stakes go up, and right now everybody's doing the whole we're feeling it all out, and the power structure is getting sort of reshuffled. I think that matters in an NBA locker room. What happens then when the stakes get higher and the frustration of a loss or two losses in a playoff series comes at this group? Then who becomes the voice in the room? Who is it?
Let me answer that on the other side. If you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. I believe, this is my thought, that Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green, they're fine this year. Like, a bigger danger to me than Butler and Draymond going at each other would be Butler and Draymond agreeing or knowing that a certain player or players on the team ain't got it. And they could kind of bury that guy, if you know what I mean. Like, I think Butler and Draymond are on the same page now, but the minute maybe one of the younger players doesn't display the dog that they love or that, then I think it could get, like, they're going to be tough on that guy. And then it's up to that guy to deal with it.
Yeah, I hear you, Steiny, and I think maybe you're kind of beating around the bush a little bit. I mean, I think this goes, in my mind, it goes directly to Kaminga, not because I expect it to happen, but because he's the guy, not necessarily the odd man out, but he's the guy trying to find where he fits exactly. And there was a moment against Milwaukee in the middle of that third quarter where the Warriors committed 10 turnovers, where Kaminga committed turnovers on consecutive possessions, and one of them was where he got called for the flagrant foul for flinging Gary Trent Jr. down to the ground, and it was Jimmy Butler on the baseline next to him who reacts, like puts his hands up in the air, and you can tell he's frustrated, whether it was because he didn't think it was a foul or because he was just like, JK, what are you doing? You can't do that. We're committing all these turnovers. And in my mind, watching it live, I'm kind of thinking, a little bit of friction there, maybe. I feel you, Steiny. I think there could be a moment where in a big moment, in a meaningful moment, in a close game down the stretch, someone commits a terrible turnover, and you might see a little bit of that fire that comes out. But as far as Jimmy and Draymond or Jimmy and Steph or all three of those together, I don't think there's going to be much of an issue because they're all at the stage of their career where we know those three are going to do everything in their power to try to win one more. And if those three come up short, it's simply because they weren't good enough, not because any of them sabotaged the team or anything like that.
Well, I'm with you guys that like, in theory, there can be multiple alphas, but they better have an understanding. They better have an understanding of who does what and when. Like, I remember watching in the Laker locker room, this is one of the reasons that Kobe Bryant and Pau Gasol worked so well together, is good cop, bad cop. Thank you. Good cop, bad cop. Like, who's going to be the negative alpha and then who's going to be the positive alpha? I don't know that Steph Curry is an alpha at all. He is with his play, but I know what we're talking about, that sort of vocal, directed leadership. And I don't know, Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green might be too similar in terms of the way that they lead. And it's big, and it can be loud, and it's on your shoulder. Everybody can see exactly what they're thinking and feeling and all of that. And so I wonder if you do, like I heard, was it a caller earlier on your show who brought up Buddy Hield and said Buddy Hield's on notice? Yeah. And you guys were talking about that a little bit. What if Buddy Hield goes the wrong way in Game 4 at Memphis and you're down 2-1 in the series? How does this group handle that? Well, who's the guy? Yeah. Who's gonna knock him down? Who's gonna pick him up? I'm intrigued by that because I don't know that that's been figured out yet.
Yeah, and I am too, but I'll tell you what, guys, you didn't ask, but I'm sleeping with my thumb in my mouth in regard to the Warrior thoughts, and it stems from Draymond Green, Willard, to your point. We said the answer wasn't in the building. There was a help wanted sign. But Draymond had his own version of what they needed, another a-hole. And they got him in Jimmy Butler. And I'm just thinking to myself, Draymond's so giddy right now that, it's not just him. There's another guy in the room I feel like he trusts that can kind of implement that or enforce expectation. And right now I love it. I just really do. And I think to Grandy's point, Jimmy Butler, I think all cards in his deck have been played. The last thing or fiasco that happened in Miami, you've gotten paid, you're around champs, you're not a champion yet, but the air's thinner and the Warriors needed everything he brings. And I just can't get over the luck also involved in that relationship going bad for the Warriors to get everything, and you tell me if I'm moving too fast, and some times 10 with Jimmy Butler. It's like incredible.
Well, I think you brought up a good point there, Goo, and you're saying that Jimmy's surrounded by champions. This isn't that Jimmy hasn't had good teammates in the past. I mean, he's been a teammate with Embiid. He's been a teammate with Cat. He's been a teammate with Wiggins, been a teammate with Bam Adebayo. Like, he's had a lot of talent around him, but he's never been on a roster that has two bona fide Hall of Famers that have won 4 championships each. And I think Jimmy is aware enough. Maybe he makes us look silly 2 years from now when he pulls a Miami Heat Part 2 all over again. I don't think it's going to play out that way. But if you're Jimmy Butler, you compare what was around you in Miami versus what was around you right now, I think it's going to take a whole lot more to really frustrate him enough to where he gets to the point where he's sabotaging his team. Like, he's got Steph freaking Curry and Draymond Green and Steve Kerr leading the way for this franchise. He doesn't need to be the guy that gets all bent out of shape when one thing doesn't go his way. You don't just step into this group and suddenly become like Alpha 1A. Like, I know that we call Draymond and Jimmy the alphas, but we know the buck stops with Steph. Like, he's not going to do it vocally on the court as much as these other guys do. But I mean, he's the easiest superstar to play with in the history of the NBA. Yeah. I feel like it's a much easier situation for Jimmy to kind of find his way in.
We're a little too past tense on this for my taste. That's all. Like, you guys brought up right out of the gate Jonathan Kaminga, and obviously we talk a lot about, like, where does he fit in and everything. Well, Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kaminga have played 4 games together. That's it, just 4. This is very much still a work in progress. Who they are, what they are, how they deploy their group come playoff time, assuming they get there, is all still very much TBD. Like, that all has to be figured out. We're nowhere near there yet. I think it's why you hear some of the guys go, look, we think we have the makings, but we got a lot of work to do. We got a lot of getting better to all of that stuff. And so I'm not forecasting any sort of doom. I've got all the confidence in the world and the personalities are in the room, but I do think they need to figure it out. And there are probably some discussions that need to happen there. And then probably even further tucking away of the egos. Every playoff run we've ever known in this city, whether it be from the Warriors standpoint, even the Giants, with sitting people like Lincecum or Pablo Sandoval, it takes somebody's ego getting shoved in the back corner, and you got to just sit there and take it if your playoff run is going to go well. And I wonder who that person is.
And that's exactly where I'm at too. It's everything's going great right now, but I think there's a lot of similarities between Butler coming to the Warriors and when Durant came to the Warriors. That team was much, much better, and everything was great with Durant. And they won 2 titles, but something happened. And if you're asking me what happened, my total overview of what happened with Durant and Draymond is that after 2-3 years, Durant, I don't think, respected Draymond's game as much as Draymond respected Draymond's game. And I think that Draymond Green thought, you know what, we won one without you. And we like you here, but we don't need you here. So I'm with you, Mark. Like, there's going to be bumps in the road, and we haven't had any yet, and we're going to have to see how they all handle it. And when I say all of them, I mean all of them. Because Steve will be involved, and so will all the players.
I hear you, Steiny, but that's an entirely different world that the Warriors were in back then. They had just won a championship. They had just won 73 games in the regular season. Meanwhile, this Warrior team is coming off of a loss in the second round of the playoffs, and then not even making the playoffs the last 2 years. I don't think Draymond can fool himself into thinking that the Warriors don't need Jimmy Butler anymore. They desperately need Jimmy Butler. So I don't think maybe there's another way for there to be a collision of attitudes or of wills, but I don't think it's going to be in the same way that it happened with Kevin Durant.
No, I get what you're saying. I do. I meant it more that Durant came, and no matter what anybody's relationship, they were going to win it. They probably might have been one of the few teams in NBA history that could have won it, even if they had terrible chemistry at the time. So, I feel like 2 championships after Durant came just made everything okay, and then we found out it really wasn't okay. So if they don't win it this year, that means somebody's going to have beaten them in the playoffs, and then let's see how everybody kind of reacts to that if they don't get it done right away, because that team with Durant did.
Well, that scenario that you just brought up, I find to be maybe the most interesting thing of all. Nobody sitting at this table right now feels like a first round out would be successful, right?
Yep, no doubt.
Okay.
Correct.
However, mathematically, it remains probable at this hour. So, how does the Warrior organization respond if Jimmy comes in, great regular season run, you push to the 6th seed or the 5 seed, and then in round 1 it goes 6 or 7 games and you lose? Yep. Do you say, okay, we built something for next year, or do we say, well, that ain't good enough, we need more big changes?
Yeah, I'm with you. I think, and
that's tough.
And of course, how does it happen? How do they get beat? Do they get beat because their young guys aren't quite developed enough? Do they get beat because the old guys didn't have enough juice? I'm with you. It's going to be a lot of fun, guys.
It's because Jonathan Kaminga is watching other people get rebounds the entire series.
It's so funny how he's become a lightning rod, man. It's just amazing.
Willard is back.
Grandy. No, but his name now among Bay Area basketball fans is a lightning rod.
Why do you think that is?
It's like Kendrick and Drake. If you're pro Kaminga, you want to see him. Oh no, you're saying he's Kobe, and then on the flip side, you're saying, oh, he hasn't done it because of the last 3 years. I'm like, they want him to succeed, Willard. That's all I'm trying to say.
But think about what you just said. If you're pro Kaminga, how many players on the Warriors would we even have that conversation about?
Wow.
Like if I asked you if you were pro Moody, you'd be like, that's a weird question.
Yeah.
Who isn't pro Moody? Right? There's no other player. Is there any other player on the Warriors where we could even have a debate?
Wow.
There's the reason he's like the way he is because of guys like Guru.
I just want to radio fight him so bad.
He just said one side thinks he's Kobe Bryant. Well, there's your problem. There's your problem.
No, when I say something nice about him, the fans are like, Guru, he's not Kobe. I'm not telling you he is.
They never say Kobe.
But he is divisive. And I've never said that. It's just that's how they're hearing it.
All right.
Yeah. Hey, you guys have a ball, man. We're listening.
Yeah. On 95.7 The Game.
Night.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
No white boys. Hey, cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. Let us set the scene for you. We are live at Splash. Chase Center adjacent. The brand new sports bar experience is the best way that I can say it. With nachos all in the belly.
Oh, man.
They're good, right?
Delicious.
Fantastic. And, I mean, more TVs than I can even figure out. I mean, there's so many.
Take a half hour to count all these screens up.
Oh, my God. And on a day like today, with 1 million basketball games going on at once, it is sensory overload.
There might not be a better spot in the city to be today than right here.
No joke. And a lot of people agree because the place is filling up and it's sensory overload in the best way. And so that's where we are. With Grandy in for Dibs, it's Willard and Dibs, and glad you're with us on 95.7 The Game as we also get ready for the arena right outside to be lit up and alive again tonight with the Toronto Raptors in town and Steph Curry back on the floor.
Another huge basketball game. How many home games are left? There's only like 5 home games left.
They're all big.
And there's still, at this point, Willard, there's still no guarantee they're going to have a play-in or a postseason home game.
But last night helped, didn't it?
It did.
Ooh,
Thank you, Zion.
That felt like a Manhattan at 8:30 at night.
Zion.
I didn't even know. I already told you, like last night was one of those nights, just family stuff going on, things going on. The Warriors finally not playing, so I'm like, I left everything I needed to get done for last night. And all of a sudden, I looked up and I wanted to go to bed, and I hadn't filled out a bracket yet, and nobody had told me that the Pelicans had beaten the Wolves.
119, 115.
I was like, wait a minute, what?
Yep.
So
and the Nuggets also lost too.
Yes, they did, and
although it was to the Lakers,
and they again sat their guys.
Yeah,
and now the Lakers are sitting their guys tonight against the Milwaukee Bucks. No Luka Doncic in the game tonight. So
and the Grizzlies also lost yesterday.
Yeah,
and the Rockets won. And real quickly, as we take a look at the Western standings, you might be rooting for the Rockets to get a few more wins down the stretch because there's a real chance they could be the 3. And you could be the 6, and I think that would be the dream first-round matchup for the Warriors.
I think it'd be great, but if the Rockets keep winning, they're going to get the 2. They're going to get. I mean, they're in the 2-hole right now. They're a game clear of the Lakers and the Nuggets. We'll see where it goes, but you know what? You got to give the Houston Rockets with their young team. They play their guys. Nobody. I'm not getting any underdog notifications before Rockets
Alperen Şengün will not play.
Şengün or Jalen Green sitting out, but with the Lakers and the Nuggets, I mean, and the Clippers, it's every single night that they're sitting somebody out. So in the end, the Warriors sat last night. Steve Kerr informed us that Steph Curry will play tonight. And what they watched happen on the scoreboard was pretty good. It was a pretty good night for them.
And this is officially the 5th to last home game of the year, of the regular season for the Warriors. Crazy that we're already at that point. But yeah, now a full game up on Minnesota, who's down actually to the 8 as the day opens because they're tied with the Clippers, and the Clippers currently have, I guess by percentage points, the Clippers are ahead of them. But you also have the tiebreak on the T-Wolves. So you're essentially 2 full games ahead of Minnesota. If you finish tied with them, you would be ahead of them in the standings. But the Clippers are suddenly red hot. Kawhi's back, and Kawhi's playing great. So maybe the team that you should be looking out for, perhaps more than the T-Wolves, is the Clippers, because the Clippers have the tiebreak on you.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, it changes every single night, exactly who you're worried about and what kind of mathematical
it's impossible to figure out what's best at this point.
Just go win. Just go. Yeah. We're certainly still in that spot. And so the Warriors have absolutely no wiggle room to lose that basketball game tonight. And that'll tip off right here on 95.7 The Game in a little bit less than 5 hours. We'll be with you most of the way leading up to that. And we are at Splash. We got a chance to meet our good friend Dante, who was the winner of the best seat in the house contest that
Shout out
ran.
Dante. Brought his wife.
Dante.
For a date night or date afternoon.
Date day, do whatever. They've got 2 little kids at home. He grabbed his wife, found childcare, and came to Splash for the entire day. I was like, and there he is. Dante, we're talking about you right now. Congrats, man. Enjoy the day. There they are. And I was like, dude, I flashed back to when the kids were that young. And I'm thinking,
how rare it is to get a day off like that in the city.
This isn't the best seat in the house. This is the best day of his life. This is unbelievable. No kids and a full day at Splash. So congratulations to Dante. But yeah, vibes are up here tonight as we're watching the college hoop and getting ready for the Warriors game. And let me ask you this, and we'll throw it out to our listeners as well. We're just talking about the power structure within the Warrior locker room. And we had Steve Kerr on yesterday. We'll play it for you in a little bit, where he spoke about Jimmy Butler being the ultimate alpha. I wonder if we asked it this way, like, come playoff time, who do you want to be the voice in the room for the Warriors?
Are you talking about the voice for like the others?
For the Warriors.
For the youngsters?
Who takes that lead dog role? You have a future Hall of Famer who's held that role for over a decade, but a brand new guy whose nickname is Playoff. That's his nickname. And he has arrived and clearly changed the Warriors markedly.
Well, I think it's an interesting question because I think that, like, from the outside looking at the Warriors, we just view Draymond as the guy that's filled that role. And when you're talking about on court or, like, in the public or to the media, it has generally been Draymond. Mm-hmm. But I think if you were to ask anybody, like, behind the scenes, what it's like in locker rooms and in, the moments where cameras and mics aren't there, I think Steph Curry fills a lot of that still. I know maybe
to a degree.
The one moment we always point to was before Game 7 against Sacramento 2 years ago, and he said, if you don't want to play the way we're asking you to play, don't get on the bus and don't come to Sac with us.
But remember, that also happened after, apparently, a late-night text message from Steph Curry to Draymond Green that said, I got this one, which doesn't happen often.
True.
Doesn't happen often, and that was a very special circumstance of we're about to go on the road for a Game 7. We just got embarrassed on our own floor. That whole thing, that situation could absolutely happen again, and so there's no question that Steph Curry would carry more weight in that locker room than anyone, but he usually chooses to sort of lead in a different way, and I'm not poo-pooing that kind of leadership at all. It's imperative. He's the best. He's the guy. He's the one. He's the MVP. He's all of those things. But I wonder right now, with everything that Draymond Green has been and has been through, both good and bad with the Warriors, and now Jimmy walking in, and Jimmy's just walking on flowers because we've had absolutely no time and no experience with him that's been bad.
Yep.
So therefore, Jimmy simply looks perfect. Whatever he says is perfect. Whatever he does is perfect. His record with the Warriors is almost perfect. So when Buddy Hield goes the wrong way, who do you want to talk to him?
Is it a problem if 2 people talk to him?
I guess not. I don't know, but I do believe that there needs to be, and just organically always is, sort of a power structure. I think, and I don't even just mean this in terms of words. It's rotations. It's everything. When you get to the playoffs, you want to know exactly who is supposed to do what and when.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, I think by default it's going to be Draymond, and we've spent so much time talking about Draymond's past transgressions, and we don't need to go down that rabbit hole again. But, I mean, the way that he's playing right now, I mean, he's backing it up himself, and I think with how he's playing, he therefore comes along with it, the respect that he gets in the locker room, and Jimmy Butler's playing great as well. Not that he doesn't deserve to have a say in some things, but, I mean, he is the new guy, and maybe this will make me sound foolish in the future, but I don't necessarily think Jimmy's going to get to a moment where he's like, oh my God, Draymond isn't holding these dudes accountable enough. I need to step in and become the new leader of this locker room. Like, I think they can work in tandem, and I think Jimmy knows enough about the relationship that Draymond has with this group that he's not going to overstep in those moments. Like, it might get to a point where I don't think it's ever going to get here because Draymond is Draymond, and Draymond won't let something like that go unchecked. But if it does go unchecked, I think Jimmy's also comfortable enough to try to figure it out himself. But Draymond's not going to let it get to that point in the first place.
Yeah, I don't disagree with anything you're saying. I guess this is more, and there's no, worry being expressed here. None of this concerns me at all. I do have full faith in these guys to, quote, figure it out, as they've said they need to. But the way Steve spoke about this to us yesterday, and he referred to Jimmy Butler as the ultimate alpha.
He literally brought up Michael Jordan.
Correct.
When talking about Jimmy Butler.
I asked him, do you have alpha rankings in the NBA, and is Jimmy number one? And he had to go back to Michael Jordan to find someone that he felt was a bigger alpha than Jimmy Butler.
He said, I know Jimmy feels that way.
So
just like MJ did.
If you're Jimmy and you feel you're the ultimate alpha, and your nickname is Playoff Jimmy, and you're telling the media, I'll know when it's time for me to have a big game, and when it's time for me to take over, then that is all pushing the narrative and the idea that when you get to the playoffs, there's going to be some sort of new level that you're going to hit, and that's wonderful. That's great. I hope Jimmy takes over as many games as possible, but I'm very curious to see how this all sort of shakes out in terms of the roles that everybody gets into, especially when the stress goes up. Because the ask is about to be a lot bigger.
I hear you. I think it would be different if, say, the Warriors were the 1 seed and were by far the favorites to win it. And if they get down 2-1 in the first round, and suddenly it's okay, these are the champs. This is the team that's expected to win it all, and they're on the ropes early. I think that situation would lead to something a little bit more immediately combustible. But this is a team, I know internally they feel like they can win it. And they've said as much, even though Steph last week with Steiny and Gu, that great interview from Chase, essentially saying, yeah, we feel like we have a shot, but we're so far away from that still. They feel that way inside their locker room, but I think it's a little different when you have the burden of those outside expectations. And for the most part, I don't think there's a lot of people out there who are predicting the Warriors to go to the finals. No. A lot of us fans feel like it's possible. Certainly possible.
Puncher's chance type of a thing.
But like in your example, like Buddy Hield runs the wrong way or takes a dumb shot with 20 seconds on the shot clock, 2 hands in his face, and there's Steph Curry wide open on the right wing. Like, that's a simple Draymond or Jimmy or whoever's on the floor to say, hey, buddy, come on, man.
Right.
And that's just, you say it, you get it over with, and you move on.
I mean, this is, look, I think these guys have done, obviously, a wonderful job blending quickly together. I would foresee this going largely well in terms of just the way that they all kind of respect one another and the way they're going to maneuver through this whole thing, whether it goes good or bad. But what an interesting comment. Quote, the ultimate alpha. And what went through my head is, like, do you believe that an alpha can become not an alpha, even temporarily? Like, does an alpha ever feel comfortable not taking that lead role?
I think I just have a problem with the connotation of alpha. I feel like we think of it as somewhat of a negative. Like, there's this, he's so big-headed and he's so, like, do things my way or I'm going to get upset. In my mind, Jimmy's an alpha because all he cares about is trying to win basketball games. And if that means he's going to piss somebody off in the process, or he's or if he's going to call somebody out because they're not doing their fair share, that's a good thing.
No,
I want that.
I'm with you. I don't think anything negative about alpha at all. I just wonder whether or not alpha can stop being alpha for a second, or how many alphas are you able to have in the room?
I don't think I ever want an alpha to stop being an alpha.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, like, Jimmy Butler has never gone to the playoffs and not been the dude. Like, we're looking to you, man. And is this
Embiid the one time, I guess.
I guess. Are you ever looking to Joel Embiid? Do you know what I mean? Like, and that's part of why sometimes I think in his past it hasn't worked, is because they're looking to people who aren't able to do what he's able to do. Anyway, something for you to chew on and weigh in on for sure. We'd love to take your calls. 888-957-9570 is the number. This hour is brought to you by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. We may well be bringing on some good stuff, maybe. It was our good good friend Rob Parker with Fox Sports Radio, who said that Steph Curry is not the best shooter of all time. And Rob does this stuff. But I think it's fun to make fun of him, and I think that he might be willing to come on and do that with us next hour. So I think we're going to talk to Rob here in a little bit. But until then, let's hear from you, Warrior fans. Where are you on all of this? The locker room setting for the Warriors as they get ready for another game tonight. Grandy is in for Dibs. Dibs is drinking somewhere in Vegas. This is Willard and Dibs.
Game day traffic is brought to you by
And thank you for coming on yesterday. I was just putting my underdog picks in.
Oh.
Yeah. Jonathan Kaminga's one of them.
You going over? Higher? Lower?
We're going higher.
Okay.
14.5 points.
Okay.
I expect this one to be on cruise control in the fourth quarter. And Steve, to give Jonathan a couple extra minutes. Keep getting those legs underneath you, boy.
Oh, he needs it.
Yeah.
I mean, he only played 3 minutes in the fourth quarter on Tuesday.
Yep. I expect this one to be under control.
And that's what Steve told you and Dibbs yesterday when I think it was Dibbs that asked him about Kaminga not closing the game on Tuesday. And he essentially said, I mean, he didn't say it in these words, but essentially the answer was, if JK's not playing well, doesn't deserve to close, he's not going to close, which he shouldn't. No one should.
I mean, Steve Kerr has been very, very clear that that this whole Jonathan Kaminga return, or any other subject for that matter, nothing is going to get in the way of attempting to win the basketball game. And if anybody on any given night looks like they're not quite up to par, you get less.
It's a classic like Warriors content machine moment, because the Warriors are so good at this. It doesn't matter what's going on. They are always like the main topic, especially for us, but around the NBA as well, even if they're not playing great basketball. Like they were the number one topic around the league before the trade deadline when they hadn't been playing well. It's just so fitting that it was Kaminga who was injured, and it's Kaminga coming back, because if it was, I mean, even if it was Pajemski or if it was Moody, like, it wouldn't be nearly as big of a deal because Moody has a contract extension and he's here for a while. And Kaminga has always been this hot button topic, and he deserves more minutes. He deserves more run. How's he going to play when he comes back? If it was anybody else on this roster, maybe other than the big three, the veterans that were dealing with a 2-month-long injury, it wouldn't be as big of a deal. But it's the Warriors. It's going to be a big story, so of course it's Kaminga.
It's kind of a funny way to look at it. It's a little bit cynical. I get it, and it's just kind of like a joke, but at the same time, if you do step back, if you just left your fandom in the trash for a day, and you look at the Golden State Warriors, as you just said, a content machine. Yep. They are an entertainment entity. And if you just looked at them through that lens, forget winning, forget losing, and forget your care. Just the idea of, are you doing things in an interesting way with interesting people? They've kind of been perfect for 15 years.
Yeah, or you just have a writer in a back room in Hollywood somewhere saying, how could we spice this up a little bit?
I'm telling you.
Let's give their young rising star who's searching for a contract extension a 2-month injury, and when he comes back, the team is playing basketball where they simply can't lose.
I can't believe you're saying this, because my lovely Christy does this every year, because she's not like us. She's not like, oh, Warriors, gotta win, we gotta win a title. She's like, I think Draymond throws a barbecue before every season. And they sit down and they come up with the storylines. I'm gonna get suspended in January. You're gonna get hurt. We're gonna have a lot of rumors. Then we're gonna trade for a big name. Let's find a big personality. Big personalities. Got some history. Maybe he's mad at his team.
Steph, I'm going to get ejected one game, and you're going to cry on the court.
Yeah, how about one day if Steph just starts throwing the ball all over the place for no reason, and then they get in the locker room and go, you can't play tomorrow night. You need a break. You're not good anymore. Like, if you look at it that way, it's just kind of fun. The Warriors are perfect.
Oh, yeah.
They are, and that's why, as you said, like, they've literally joined the Lakers. Have you noticed this? I think we slept on this. Last couple years, the Warriors are neck and neck with the Lakers in terms of the way the National Basketball Association media looks to them and talks about them as a content machine.
Yep.
They're neck and neck.
And guess what? If they lose in the first round, they're going to be the talk of the offseason.
For sure they will.
No matter what.
By the way, if they lose in the first round, this is why my big question for the NBA would be...
If they lose in the play-in.
Well, I mean, Bob Fitzgerald joined us last week and said, I don't want to face the Lakers because of the way they get officiated. I want to know... I don't get mad at that. I want to know why the Warriors aren't officiated the same way. If they're neck and neck as a content creator, help them out.
I thought a lot of it is, and this, honestly, this is a whole nother rabbit hole, and I could talk about it for hours. And
do it. We don't need to do all
that today. it's partly why I respect the Warriors so much. Jimmy Butler changed it a little bit, but the Warriors have never been a team, and this is specifically Steph because he's the torchbearer and he's the ball handler and he takes all the publicity. He has never been the player, and the Warriors have never been the team that try to, for lack of a better term, foul bait, to try to trick officials.
Yeah,
they've never been that team.
They don't have any head snappers.
They've never been that team. And honestly, it's like a compliment that they haven't been that team because it's bad basketball. It's hard to watch. It's why there's so many fans out there who are kind of turned off by the idea that Shea's going to win the MVP because it's the NBA almost encouraging that kind of play. And it's effective. It's what James Harden did. And that James Harden team came damn close to beating the Warriors in the playoffs a couple of times. It's an entirely different style of basketball. And like from a strategic standpoint, it's entirely different, and it's nowhere near as fun to watch. So I appreciate the Warriors that they haven't really ever like committed to doing that because it is something that you actively decide to do.
No doubt.
If you're a player. And honestly, it's a skill. James Harden is amazing at it. Shea is amazing at it. It also takes a little bit out of you physically because you have to be willing to fall to the ground, to take contact, and to accentuate it. And Steph, for the most part, has kind of decided, not for me. Like he'll do it at times, but he doesn't do it to the level that others do. So I get like the Warriors don't get the whistle that some of the other like content machine teams do. I think part of it has kind of been conditioned though because they have never been the team that actively seeks that out in the first place.
No doubt. All right, Grandy's got an interesting take on where the Warriors sit in the Western Conference with regard to one specific angle. We'll get to that in a sec. Always here for your calls. Grandy in for Dibs. March Madness is here, which means Dibs goes into some sort of a where in the world is Carmen Sandiego thing, and I know that's over the heads of some of our listeners, so I apologize for that. I've been here for a minute. But anyway, let's go to Don in Hayward. Hi, Don. Appreciate your call. Don.
Hey, John, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, what's up?
First of all, the ideal matchup, you said earlier was the Rockets. I mean, Alfred Sengun is a much better player at this stage of his career than Triple J. And if it was a one-game, NCAA style tournament, then I would say, Memphis would be a bad matchup because, John Morant can just knock you out like he did a couple of years ago in the play-in. But, I think the Memphis Grizzlies are the ideal matchup, and we need to hope that they can get the third seed.
I don't disagree with that, but at the same time, there's two things there. One, sounds like you've got a little bit more confidence in Houston than I do. It's not that I don't think Houston's good. I just think that matchup, there's so much in terms of things and little tricks that the Warriors will know that Houston won't. And yes, I'm not above saying it. The league will want the Warriors to win that series. There's no question about that. But as far as Memphis getting the three, I just don't see it. I don't think they're good enough to rise up above this group and end up as the three, especially how injured they are with Jaren Jackson Jr. out.
Yeah, and I think Memphis they're more battle tested in that regard. Houston specifically, I think the Warriors also have, you mentioned like all the tricks that they have, and I think you're talking about postseason experience.
For sure.
And that's part of it. I think the Warriors also have like the mental edge over the Rockets because and I know a lot of those players all of those players weren't there for those past Warriors-Rockets postseason battles. But when you're a fan of the Rockets franchise or you're a player, you know the history, and you know that like the Warriors just have ownage over you. It's like Kruk and Kipe talking on a baseball broadcast.
There you go.
Oh, there's a double by Chapman. He's just got ownage on that pitcher. The Warriors just have ownage over the Rockets. It's kind of like the Nuggets have ownage over the Warriors. The Nuggets have won 9 in a row against the Warriors. I think the Rockets won earlier this year in that 1-point game in the play-in Houston, like 91-90 or whatever it was. The Warriors choked that game away down the stretch, and that snapped like a 14-game winning streak or whatever it was for the Warriors versus Houston. So you get into a postseason series and say the Warriors go into Houston and win game 1. Everyone in Houston's thinking, oh, no, they're going to do this again, aren't they?
And I literally couldn't even envision the Warriors going to Memphis or Houston and not at least getting a split.
1 or 2.
Like, I can't even envision those teams beating the Warriors twice in a row to start it. I can't.
The Warriors have the edge over Memphis in the season series. I believe it's 2-1, but if you look at those games, I don't think Ja played in either of the games the Warriors won. They had some injuries, and the one where Ja did, if you remember, it was
win by 50?
It was in Memphis. Yeah. It was Schroeder's debut game, and the Warriors were down by like 40 at halftime.
Well, the Warriors, that was like, to me, that was the poster game for them just being out of sorts and out of sync. Yeah. So, timing is is everything. The playoffs would be a different animal as a whole. I'll put it to you this way. We can get into a conversation of Memphis or Houston. I'd be thrilled with either one.
Yes,
I'd
it's
be
not the
thrilled
Lakers
with
and it's
either
not
one.
the Nuggets.
Yes, I'd be thrilled with either one. So to that end, and by the way, just updating where we sit today for those of you who don't stare at this all day like we do. Houston is sitting in the 2 seed with a 1-game lead on both the Lakers and the Nuggets. The Lakers the 3, the Nuggets the 4. Memphis then another game back is the 5, and the Warriors another 2.5 back are the 6, and they are 1 clear of the Clippers, and then Minnesota the 8. Do you remember last year when we joked, good Lord, the Warriors won 46 games and somehow ended up in the play-in tournament? And how many people with the Warriors are like, that never happens. Like 46 wins, you're usually the 3 or the 4 seed. You're going to win 50 games this year and potentially still be in the play-in.
Yeah, they're 40-29, 13 games left.
The Clippers have 39 wins. The T-Wolves have 40. The Warriors have 40. Those are the 6, 7, 8, and we still have double-digit games to go.
T-Wolves have 11 left. Both the Warriors and the Clippers have 13 left. The T-Wolves have played 2 more. It's important to note the Warriors are 2 up in the loss column. That's a big number.
That's big.
Huge number, because the T-Wolves, obviously, you can't lose any fewer games than you've already lost. The Warriors would have to lose. The Warriors have to lose 3 of their final 13 games just for Minnesota to have a chance to pass them.
I bring it up, though, because if they did 46 wins again this year, I promise you, you're going to not only be in the play-in, you're going to be on the road.
That would mean the Warriors would be 6-7 in their final 13 if they only win 46.
Correct.
They're winning at the very least 8.
Yeah.
At least, probably 9, maybe 10.
I would, yes. Assuming that nothing bad happens. But as we're talking out this grouping, what was the thing you wanted to say with regard to the Warriors and their standing in that group?
Yeah, I woke up this morning with you just said it. We're staring at these standings 24/7. And I woke up this morning thinking about who these teams are today and who they might be a month from now when the postseason starts. And I came to this realization, Willard, and I think the Warriors, among the potential Western Conference playoff teams, I think the Warriors have the most room for growth in terms of who they are in this instant or who they've proven to be throughout the course of the season and who they can be when the postseason comes around. And there's a few reasons why. Number one is Jonathan Kaminga's only been back for 4 games after 2 months off.
Okay, I'll buy that.
Even if he doesn't fit in perfectly and he's not playing like a superstar role player, no matter what, he's going to be better than he is now just for the sake of playing more consistent basketball. He's going to be better.
Yep.
I also think while Tuesday was as playoff Jimmy as we've seen Jimmy be as a Warrior, he has another gear that he can get to. He still does not look confident at all in his shot. He takes it very hesitantly. There will come a moment where he's more in rhythm as a jump shooter. And again, you get him in those postseason environments and he just reaches another level. I want to ask Steve Kerr this. Unfortunately, I'll be on the air here today, so I can't make his pregame presser. But if I was, I would ask Steve, do you think he has another gear that he can get to other than which is what we saw on Tuesday? Because I think no doubt he can't. That's reason number 2.
Not to interrupt, but do we need to introduce a new portion of the Steve Kerr interview every week, which is Grandy's one big question?
Well,
you can enter into that you could have asked Steve. We had him on our show yesterday.
Luke and I help you guys with questions for Coach Kerr.
I don't know what you're talking about. I think of all of those on my own.
And I put on there yesterday that question about there being another level that Jimmy can reach. But you guys did a great interview. It was 20 minutes, which is our general time with him, and there was nothing that was that you should have taken out. Just we didn't have enough time. There's so many things to ask him about.
Yep.
But I think there's another level that Jimmy can get to, and we haven't seen it yet. We definitely haven't seen it on a consistent level. So that's reason 2. And then the third one for me, Willard, and this is what we're talking about with the standings, if you avoid the play-in, you have a week off leading to your first-round series.
This is huge.
There is no one in the NBA that week off will benefit more than the Warriors.
I agree with that.
No one in the entire NBA.
Maybe the Clippers. Their players don't play basketball. maybe the Lakers. Their players.
LeBron will be back. I mean, they got LeBron who's 40, but they've got a lot of young dudes they count on beyond him.
It's true.
The Warriors' three most important players are 35 or older.
I can't argue with you. You know what I mean? Like, I look at these Western Conference playoffs as you're either on this side or that side. And let's take the top 8 teams. I think there's 4 of each. There's 4 teams who have never really achieved much. They've got youth on their side, and if you're healthy, you play, and you just press the gas, and especially come playoff time. That's Oklahoma City. I know they rested their guys actually last night, still won by 33 points. That's how deep they
12
are.
12.5 game edge.
Right, exactly. So they're in a little bit of a different bucket, but I'm still going to put them on this side where they're young, they're short on achievement, and they're high on effort.
And the Cavs have now lost 3 games in a row, oddly enough. So if there was an OKC-Cleveland finals matchup, OKC currently would have home court.
So OKC is 1, Houston is 2, Memphis is 3, Minnesota's 4. Those teams are
pedal
young.
To the metal.
They are pedal to the metal, and they have not achieved a whole lot. I know Minnesota went on a nice run last year. Memphis has done some things, but these teams have not gone to the big stage. And then there's 4 teams who are the exact opposite. That's the Lakers, the Nuggets, the Warriors, and the Clippers. Each of those teams has at least one player who's won a ring. They have veteran leadership. They have know-how. We've been there. And at times, in a frustrating way, similar to what happened to me 2 days ago when I got frustrated by it, they will stay calm, put their feet up, and have a cigar at a time when it feels like, dude, you have got to go win. Like the Lakers last night, they get a bunny because Denver sits their people, so they win. And how are they going to react with Giannis coming to town tonight? Luka's out. He's sitting. And I'm like, how can you do that? Like you're sitting here staring at potentially the 2 seed, and LeBron's not playing, and the Lakers are just like, yeah, dog, whatever. We'll figure it out. And so that's what's intriguing to me is when those 2 styles all meet here in a few weeks, what is going to show as the right way to have conducted yourself?
Yeah, I mean, I hear you, but I also think the Warriors are a team, even though they are as veteran as you come. I mean, we made such a big deal over Steph resting, and it was a big deal. The Warriors have gone pretty pedal to the metal of late, too. Steph had played in the last 22 games.
Fair point.
Now, they are the example of the team that was in major danger and needed to put the pedal to the metal to just be in the situation they are now, which is still kind of danger because you're on the edge of the 6 versus being in the play-in. But they're the team that has kind of been forced to, by circumstances, play like a younger team and just say, you know what, screw the rest. We're going to go after this because we have to. The Lakers, yeah, they've lost a few games and LeBron is out. They still have a built-in leeway where they can take it easy. Denver is interesting because Denver, while they have won a championship, not like they've got any incredibly old guys that need a lot of time off. The Clippers are certainly in that spot, much like the Warriors and the Lakers are, but I don't know. I don't think of this Warrior team as a team that's holding anything back and hoping that results to them being fresher in the postseason. They're a team that's playing as hard as they possibly can right now to win as many possible games, so they set themselves up for success in the postseason.
For the most part, and you're right. I mean, that's obviously that's a function, I think, of 2 things, which is how far down they were in the standings, number 1, and the fact that they've rebooted their team with a new player who plays a lot of minutes, and I think they need to figure that out. They need to play as much together as possible, which actually is my question about the Lakers. And when you say that the Warriors are the team that has the most room for growth with this whole thing, I mean, I wonder more about teams like what we were just talking about, Memphis and Houston, because they are literally still growing, especially Houston. And I look at a team like Minnesota, who I still feel should be better. Like, I just don't understand why the Timberwolves, based on that roster, are not better. But if we're going to go to the veteran teams, I kind of look to the Lakers because in a relative sense, when you look at these 2 huge names they have on their team, I'd have to go back and look at how many games they've actually played together. I think you could do it on one hand. I think you can do it on one hand. And to me, as brilliant as LeBron and Luka are, that threatens them when they get into the playoffs if the 2 of them don't have that chemistry that the other stars in the West do.
Yeah, I think it's kind of similar to Steph. LeBron's superpower, though, is just like immediately fitting with anybody.
That's true.
Even with LeBron, the more reps you get, the better you're going to be. So I hear you there. But like just in terms of, and you say the same exact thing about the Warriors. That wasn't even one of the reasons that I brought up. The more they play with Jimmy, you think the better that it's going to work. I just think the Warriors are in a spot where we always want to be peaking at the right moment, and I think the Warriors are in a prime position to feel like once the postseason comes around, where they look at who they are as a basketball team and they say, we have never played as well as we're playing right now all season. And you could say that about, say, the Rockets, who closed they've won 8 in a row, and say they continue that up for the rest of the regular season. And you could say, well, they are playing their best basketball better than they've played all year, and that might be true. The Warriors have that as a realistic pathway for them to the postseason, and then they have all the other things. Kaminga rounding back into form, playoff Jimmy turning it on, and then you have the added week off, which I know would help LeBron. It would probably help Jokic, and it would help everybody. It's not going to harm anybody. But considering what Steph is dealing with and what Draymond's saying, they're all exhausted. That extra week off, if they avoid the play-in, it's going to help them more than anybody else. And you get that. Remember what happened before the 2022 postseason? Steph missed the last 5 games or whatever it was.
Yeah, it was at least that.
At least, and they won their last 5. He might have missed like the last 10. They had won the last 5, but Steph got to rest leading up to it with what turned out to be a relatively minor injury. And then Steph came back and had the postseason run that we remember. He was amazing all the way through the finals in Boston, Game 4 in Boston, and Game 6 in Boston. I think the Warriors, if they get that 6 or higher seed, they're going to be in a spot where they feel, one, as confident as ever, considering the way in which they close the regular season, because if you are a top 6 seed, you're going to have to play well to do that, and then they're going to feel as good physically as they have perhaps since the All-Star break.
All right, what if I threw this at you, and we can go here next. There's something we want you to hear from Steve Kerr yesterday. What if the alpha in the room for the Warriors is not Draymond Green and it's not Jimmy Butler?
Oh.
What if it's somebody else?
Where are you going here?
I'll tell you exactly where I'm going. Coming up next, we're going to play something for you that we really think you need to hear from Steve Kerr on the conversation we had with him yesterday. We're sponsored by Inn at the Tides. Experience the wonder of Bodega Bay at the iconic Inn at the Tides. We were there last year. It's beautiful. Enjoy a walk on Doran Beach and take a dip in the heated pool. Special midweek rates start at just $199 per night. Now through May 1st. Breakfast included. Book your escape at inatthettides.com. And we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We're here at Splash, just outside Chase Center, watching all of the madness. Grandy is in for Dibs. This is Willard and Dibs.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank.
in the game.
Well, thank you, Moses. We got basketball tonight. We got basketball today. Basketball in the morning, basketball in the afternoon,
all
basketball
over the place.
in the night. Oh, that's right. So it's all over the place, and I know you're pulling hard for VCU to make one last
I think
push.
it's over.
It's not going to happen.
Down 15, 4 minutes left.
He's not here, so it's a great time to rip him. I asked Dan Dibley over text this morning, hey, Mr. Vegas, what you got? Give me some juice today.
And he gave you the Rams of Virginia Commonwealth.
He gave me the Rams +2, and they're down by 15 with 3 minutes to go. How we doing?
Not great.
He also said, let's rock with Auburn. They're going to cover the 32.5.
They won by 20.
They won by 20. And then he did say take Houston minus the 28, and they won by 38.
Okay.
So
1 and 2.
1 out of 3 loses your lunch is what it does.
Hopefully Dibbs bet some other ones that he didn't tell you about and that he's on top. But
hope so, because we're hoping that he calls in live from Vegas here in a couple hours, but who knows? So we penciled that in. But you could put this one in ink. Let me read this to you. This is from our good buddy, Rob Parker of Fox Sports Radio. Quote, Steph Curry is just not the greatest shooter of all time.
Okay.
Because I'd take a lot of other players in a big moment before I would take Steph. You can make all the threes in the world, but calling someone the greatest shooter, it means that under any circumstance, you'd want him to have the ball. He's had 14 looks where he had the chance to tie or win the game in the postseason, and he didn't make one of them. I think he's disqualified from being considered the greatest shooter. We will call Rob in 10 minutes.
Oh,
wow, dude. Yeah, and we will destroy him.
He's had 14 looks where he had the chance to tie or win the game in the postseason. He didn't make one of them. I'd like to figure out exactly what statistic that is. Is it like a shot within the final few seconds?
Yeah.
When the buzzer goes off?
Don't know.
Because you know how many shots he's hit with like 45 seconds left to ice a game or to tie a game, to force overtime, but still with a few seconds left? Those you can make a cutoff point at a certain moment and transform where these statistics lead you to.
Well, look, nobody is ever going to accuse Rob Parker of not being a cherry picker and a grandstander. So we'll go after him. We're big enough for the job, and Rob's going to be on here in about 15 minutes. I wanted to throw this at you, though, this alpha thing, right? Okay. Maybe it's not Jimmy. Maybe it's not Draymond. Maybe it's Steve Kerr. Guys, can you play the Steve Kerr, let's go HL 35. This is him sharing the conversation that he had with Steph Curry when basically informing him that he will not play against the Milwaukee Bucks on Tuesday night.
He's doing great. I mean, he's going to play tomorrow. I think, I know Steph so well. He's a guy who puts his heart and soul into everything, and you almost have to protect him from himself at times. And so that rest last night was something that I felt really strongly about. I went to him, the night before after the Denver game. He fought me on it a little bit, but I just told him, I go, look, I know you well, and you need a night off. And to me, it's no different from a baseball player. Those guys play every single night. Every once in a while, hey, just take a seat and take a night off, and you'll come back refreshed, and your at bats will be a little better the following night. I really feel like basketball players need that too. Occasionally, it's just that it's not the norm. We're not supposed to do that, but screw that, we're doing it, and I think Steph needed a night off.
All right, so I pushed him on it because I was interested when he said, now, Steph fought me on it a little bit. So very next one, guys, 36. When I said, tell us more about the conversation you specifically had with Steph.
He is the absolute best guy I can imagine to coach, because there's never any pretense. There's never any BS. It's so matter of fact, it's just, hey, here's what I think. And then, he lays out what he thinks, and we just come to a conclusion. We make a decision and we move on, and we don't even look back. And I can explain it to the media exactly as it is. I think there are a lot of athletes who might have been offended by me saying, hey, he needed an emotional break. Steph's not offended by that, because he knows it's true. Like, and it's fine. Like, that's part of it. Performance is really about a series of things. It's your physical well-being, but it's also your mental and emotional capacity, where you are, what's going on in your life. Everyone needs a day off once in a while, and that's okay. And I think Steph recognizes that, and the conversation's an easy one, and we just move forward. That's why he's the most amazing guy to coach that I can even imagine.
Okay, so Steve's going to give a lot of the credit to Steph on something like that. Oh, he handles it well. I think guys would be offended. He wasn't offended. You heard everything he just said. But what goes through my mind is, how many people in the NBA, it could be any team, can go to one of the NBA ones, like one of the true, like how many of those guys are there? Where you're like, dude, that's the dude. Yeah. That guy runs this arena, okay? You can walk up to him and say, so you're not playing tomorrow night? And said NBA one goes, yes, I am. And then that other human being goes,
no.
Oh, no, you're not.
And here's why.
And then seen. Like, that was interesting to me. And when we had that conversation earlier in the week about Steve Kerr and what makes him such a great coach that so many people blow off, the ability to manage massive egos and huge brands and all of those things, I thought that was a great example of what we're talking about.
A lot of it is just the person that Steph is,
No doubt.
But Steph isn't going to be that way with just anybody either, and he's that way with Steve because of the relationship that they have and everything that Steve has done over the last decade plus. But you're right, that is Steve's superpower, and I think if you go and you were to ask other people, and I know we've had a little bit of this conversation this week, you and Dibs have, like Steve maybe not like the best X's and O's guy. Now he's really good out of timeouts, and they always seem to have a good play. They get a bucket, like an easy bucket on those out of timeout play calls, it seems like often, but in terms of like, let's draw something up here in clutch time that'll get us an easy bucket, maybe you don't think Steph or Steve is the best ever at that. But we were talking about off the top of the show, this Warrior franchise has been like an elite content machine.
Yep.
And from Steve's perspective, I'm sure that's been annoying as hell. And everything that he's had to put up with, right? Like everything with Clay the last couple of years leading up to his exit last summer. Obviously, all the Draymond stuff and the Jordan Poole stuff. And he was so upset that things got out. But I know he was upset that it happened in the first place. And everything with Kevin Durant the first time around. With all the trade rumors and all these players and all the hand-wringing about you're not playing so-and-so and you drafted this guy. You should, like, all of that stuff that he's had to put up with and all the crazy egos that he's had to deal with. There's probably not another person, maybe on the face of the planet, that's more well-equipped to deal with all of that than Steve Kerr. I think we think of a coach as the guy who just goes out there and has the right tactical adjustment every second. You think of it that way, but you don't think of everything else that goes into creating an environment where you have a situation where, like you're laying out, the one of this, in the history of this franchise, Steph Curry is like, I don't want to sit out, but I'll hear you out, and then Steve Kerr ultimately wins out. And I'm sure that conversation has happened like 20 different times in Steph's career, and Steve has probably won, like, if not all of them, 19 of them.
I mean, that's part of it. Like, think of all the names that this person has coached just here in the Bay with this franchise, and the challenges that must have been associated with it at times. I know in this moment we think of Draymond and we think of Jonathan Kaminga and Shams on Twitter saying he's lost faith in Steve Kerr to be the guy, right? Steve holds down the young people. But what you just brought up, does Steph make it easier than anyone else? Probably. But he's still a massive, not player, brand. That, like, when that person walks into Chase Center, you're not like, oh, there's my point guard. You're like, no.
There's
our franchise. There's Under Armour's franchise. There is all of these things that just walked into the room, and we've got to now blend that. You got to blend that with Draymond. You got to blend it with Kaminga's future. Now you're blending it with Jimmy Butler and his personality. And in the past, it's been Kevin Durant. It's been Kelly Oubre. It's been David West. It's been all of that. to arrive at this point where we've arrived at now, which is, still good and seemingly still has his voice and seemingly still has the players' respect.
That's difficult to do.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
There's been bumps in the road, but how can there not be?
Of course.
But it seems like he's done as good of a job as anybody could do at not letting those bumps turn into major roadblocks.
Rob Parker of Fox Sports Radio is nuts. He's wrong. He's completely out of control. We'll set him straight coming up next. This hour is brought to you by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. We're live at Splash, just next to Chase Center. Great food, the atmosphere all the way up. 1,000 TVs with all the games. We're having an absolute blast and getting ready for Dubs tonight. Grandy is in for Dibs on Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
Mark.
Okay, Steph, you take it away. Get back on the court tonight. Let's go. Got a game to play, best shooter of all time.
There's some people out there thinking he should just take today off, too, because they feel like after what happened on Tuesday, Warriors got this game no problem, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, the NBA, just show up, just roll the ball out. That's how it works,
no
right?
R.J. Barrett, and the Raptors are trying to lose.
No R.J. Barrett. Yeah, yes, and they will. They'll get their wish tonight. I'm quite confident. Grandy is in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs. We're live at Splash, the beautiful sports bar right outside Chase Center, getting ready for Warriors tonight and watching all the college hoops game. And now we've got to take our time out to bring on to the River Islands guest line a good old friend of mine. His name's Rob Parker from Fox Sports Radio. And I just want to know, Rob, is this a bit? Do you miss us? Do you purposefully say things that you know are going to get us to call you because you miss coming on my show? Is that why you're taking shots at Steph Curry yet again?
Mark, thanks for having me on. And you know I don't operate that way. I'm just telling it like I see it. And I figured I'd be getting a phone call from San Francisco any day now.
Yeah. Why don't you start by summarizing for our audience the ridiculous thing that you said this week about Steph Curry?
It's not ridiculous. My point is real simple. If you're going to call somebody the greatest shooter of all time, you would expect the guy to be able to make some big shots in big moments. And when it comes to big moments, and I don't want to hear about, that's clutch. If you're going to call somebody the greatest shooter of all time, that includes making some big shots. I got numbers for you. These are facts, not feelings. Okay? With 50 seconds or less to go with a chance to put his team ahead, Steph Curry is 0 for 14 in playoff games. How about this? In the final minute of games in playoff games, 2 for 17 in those situations. How about in the final 2 minutes, 3 for 25. The final 3 minutes, 6 for 32. The final 4 minutes, 8 for 35. The final 5 minutes, 13 for 49. I can go on and on and on, and nobody can give me that big shot that he's made in a clutch situation. So if I'm going to call somebody the greatest shooter, not the greatest three-point shooter or maker or making the most threes, the greatest shooter of all time, I have to be able to give him the ball to make a big shot for me, and he hasn't done that his entire career. Simple.
Rob, we can find statistics that back up whatever point we want to make, but I mean, you can't tell me that.
No, you can't. You cannot find stats that tell me that Barry Bonds wasn't the greatest home run hitter. You can't give me those stats.
Barry Bonds was a joke in the playoffs until he roided himself up and got to the Angels in 2002, and that's coming from one of his biggest fans. Rob, come on. How'd the 4 rings happen?
What do you mean? Kevin Durant showed up. The other 2 of the rings.
Yeah, and what happened before that?
And what? Kevin Durant came to San Francisco and took Steph's team and his lunch money. Without Kevin Durant.
What happened 3 years ago, Rob? What happened? Who's won a ring?
What do you mean what happened? He finally got one. I got it. Okay. Finally it happened for him. Hey, let me go to the Olympics. Yeah. Oh, Steph made all those threes. He was so big and clutch. Okay, here's another one. Only one of those threes he made was considered clutch. All the rest were not clutch. And this is not Robopedia. This is the NBA definition of a clutch basket, which is within 5 minutes to go and a team within 5 points. Most of those shots that Steph made, all but one, came where they were leading by 6 points or more. They were not clutch. He made one clutch three in the Olympics in that big game. That was it.
So, Rob, you're telling me up by 6 with a minute left, and Steph hits a crazy step-back right-wing three, which we've seen like 20 different times, to put the game on ice. That's not important enough because it was a 6-point lead. He put the game away, didn't even let it get down to the finish.
It's not clutch according to the NBA. Do your homework and look up what they consider a clutch shot. It is, quote, any shot taken in the final 5 minutes of a game in which the score differential is within 5 points.
Yeah, but I'm asking you, Rob. I'm asking you.
That's the NBA. I'm telling you.
Yeah,
I agree with that. That's a clutch shot.
Okay, so anything outside of that realm doesn't count. I think what Grandy's asking you, Rob, is go inside your brain, your heart, and your soul as the NBA longtime fan and reporter you are, and tell me what you see. You genuinely see a player who sucks in the clutch?
100%. I think he's bad. 0 for 14. When you're that good of a three-point shooter and have made some ridiculous shots, for you not to be able to convert in the biggest moments is mind-boggling. I'm not saying he has to be 14 for 14, but 0 for 14? I mean, 0 for 14? That's unbelievable. There's something there that doesn't make sense, that one time he didn't close his eyes and get lucky or bank off a three or something, or rattled around like who was the one who had the bouncing three? Oh, God. But you know what I mean,
Kawhi?
Making some sort of lucky shot. Kawhi
Yes.
shot, where it bounced on the rim 8 times and went in for him. He hasn't had one of those. I'm just shocked.
Rob, I imagine you must have been pretty upset when Steph won last year's clutch player of the year, huh?
Yeah, because it didn't include the playoffs. Absolutely. Anything. If I'm a player today and I'm guarding Steph, I would yell to him while I'm guarding him, playoffs. This is for the game, postseason. And then he'll probably miss the shot.
Rob, they didn't go to the playoffs last year.
I know, because Steph's not clutch. I know.
Because Steph's not clutch. You saw Klay Thompson. You saw Klay Thompson go 0 for 10 in the playing game, didn't you?
I sure did.
Yeah. I mean,
all I'm saying is the numbers speak for themselves. I know people are driving around and you don't want to believe it, but just do some research, do some homework.
Okay.
Get out of your feelings. Do some research.
Yeah, but Rob, let's, you know what? And I do want to get your thoughts on the actual Warriors this year collectively, but you keep making that statement about 14 shots. I think Steph, give or take a year or two, has played almost 14 years in the league. So what you're telling me is that you would like to take someone who's been playing for 14 years and now collectively decide on his legacy based on one shot per year. That's essentially what you're telling me right now. Hold on.
I'm not. I'm telling you.
Stats, Rob. I'm using your numbers against you.
No, I'm telling you, when you want to crown somebody the greatest ever, you should nitpick and look at it for you to really feel good when you talk about it. When I talk about Michael Jordan or I talk about Joe Montana, and I look at those guys and I look through their stats and what they were able to accomplish. Joe Montana is my GOAT when it comes to the NFL and a quarterback, not Tom Brady. Joe Montana, 4-0 in the Super Bowl, 11 touchdowns, no picks, the highest quarterback rating. He won 3 MVPs. He won 2 with Jerry Rice. He won 2 without Jerry Rice. He's my GOAT. And those are the things I look at. He didn't have to have the greatest regular seasons. When it mattered most, Joe Montana showed up. And I'm telling you that Steph hasn't done that, so I can't crown him the greatest. You want to say he's the best three-point maker in the history of the NBA? I'll give you that. But the greatest shooter, I would take Michael Jordan over Steph Curry any day to shoot the basketball. Michael Jordan shot 50% from the field in his career. 50.
But now you're
Go
talking
look it
about
up, 49.7.
But that's scoring, Rob. That's scoring.
No,
if you want to say,
I'm talking about shooting. I still would take MJ.
But Rob, if you're talking about great shooting, again, if you want to not make this about exact words, you're talking about outside shooting. Michael Jordan, I mean, I don't even know how many times he shot a three-pointer in the playoffs. Like, I guarantee you Steph has made more than Michael's even attempted. So, like, that's that cross-era thing, and you're crossing styles there, too. Nobody said Steph's a better scorer than Michael Jordan. Nobody said that.
I didn't use the word scorer. I said shooter.
Right.
I'm going to ask you, Mark Willard. I'm going to ask you one thing, Mark. One thing. Okay, you're down 1, and you need somebody to make a shot for you. Are you giving the ball to Steph Curry or Michael Jordan?
Michael Jordan, but that's not the statement that you made.
Okay, here's my point.
But
that tells you that Steph's not the greatest shooter.
No, that means that you're using the wrong word because you just asked me.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I said to make you a shot.
Right,
no,
make
I
you
didn't
a
say
shot.
a layup or a dunk.
But
yes,
that's a shot. That
shoot
counts
the ball and win the game.
Ask me again which one I want shooting when I'm down by 2 and I'm going for a win on the road.
No, that's not what I asked you. I just asked you, who is it?
But, Rob, that's what we're talking about. You use the word shooter. Steph Curry is twice the shooter that Michael Jordan is. He's not the scorer.
No, he's not.
Yes,
Based on what?
Based on
what?
Well, would you like me to look up Michael Jordan's career three-point shooting percentage?
No, but that's not. No, but look at this. Michael Jordan, if you add in his missed threes or whatever, he still has a higher field goal percentage than Steph Curry. He does. It's fact.
Right, which is completely twisting the numbers in your favor because they shot from.
No, it ain't.
Yes,
no,
it is.
It's field goal percentage is field goal percentage.
Right,
period.
But
that's
Steph
what it is.
But Steph Curry is shooting those shots from further from the rim, and he is 5 inches shorter. You can't compare these things, Rob. If you're going to use the word shooter, and you did, I don't think you can make your point. I really don't.
I can make my point. If you're talking about Steph and three-pointers and you want to crown him your greatest three-point shooter, I would take a big spot to make a three for a game-winning shot. I would take Ray Allen. I would take Reggie Miller. I would take those guys in a heartbeat. Robert Horry. I would take those guys over Steph Curry and wouldn't even think about it. I wouldn't even think about it.
Robert Horry, who no one's paying attention to. Do you know off the top of your head Michael Jordan's career three-point shooting percentage?
No, you can tell me, guys. Tell me what it is. It doesn't matter to me because that's not the game that he's played.
Right, which I think is kind of fundamental to the point I'm making. But the answer is 32. 32% from three-point shooting.
He still has a higher field goal percentage than Steph Curry, period.
10 percentage points lower than what Steph Curry shoots from three.
Okay, but that's fine. But he also has a higher when you mix in his other shots, the mid-range and the other stuff that Michael Jordan did. He's a better shooter than Steph Curry. Not three-point shooter, better shooter.
Little semantics, in my opinion, but I love you, brother. What do you think of Jimmy Butler? What do you think of Jimmy Butler's addition here, and what do you think they look like now?
I think you could ask me, are they bologna or filet? I'm going to go with bologna. I'm not buying into them.
I'm surprised, Rob, after what this conversation has been up to this point. So if you're looking at the West, I imagine you're high on OKC. I would imagine you're high on LeBron and the Lakers. What do you think? How do you view the Western Conference?
I'd imagine he's just high. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, well, that too. Denver's also, you always got to put them in the mix. There's a couple teams. I know everybody wants to poo-poo OKC and act like they can't win or Denver can't win. I'm not as high on LeBron and them because of the defense. We'll see. Warriors will be there. I do not, under any circumstance, expect to see the Warriors in the Western Conference Finals.
What about round 2, Rob?
Round 2, yeah, they can get to round 2. That's doable.
Okay.
If they don't have to go in by the play-in game, are they still got to? They might have to make the play-in game. We'll see.
Yeah. I get it. You do see them though. Like as far as that trade deadline maneuver, like how would you compare what kind of a puncher's chance you give him now versus where they were 2 months ago?
Oh, they were dead 2 months ago. I'll give you that. He's brought some life into the organization and to the team because they were dead on arrival. I don't know, Mark. Were you at the game they lost by 40 points at home?
Missed that one.
Yeah, thank God. I mean, that told me all I needed to know about the Warriors this year. I couldn't believe that.
Rob, your show is getting started here shortly, right? What are you hot on today? What crazy thing are you going to say next?
I don't know how crazy. You know me. Yeah. We're talking some college basketball and about college coaches who really need to win a championship. You know, is it Coach Cal? Is it Tom Izzo? Is it Rick Pitino? Who needs to win a championship the most out of those guys, the old guard?
Who do you like to win this whole thing?
I don't know. I'm thinking about Houston, maybe something different. You know what I mean? And Sampson trying to win his first. I don't know. What about you? Where are you going to Duke, or are you going to some of these other schools?
I like Tennessee, but that's just because I like the color orange. I'm not going to act like I know college basketball, but I do want you to know, Rob, it sounds to me like you haven't filled your bracket out yet. You understand that you're late, right?
Yes, I'm very late. I already got it, yes.
Rob, real quick before we let you go, I want to give you a chance to redeem yourself in the eyes of Warrior fans. So maybe you don't think Steph's the greatest shooter of all time. What do you think about Draymond Green being the best defender we've seen in the NBA the last 10 years?
He's a very good defender. I don't know about if you put a parameter of the last 10 years. I don't know. I think Rudy Gobert has won more defensive player of the year awards than Draymond, hasn't he?
He has, but Draymond.
I think I would go with Rudy
Draymond would tell you that's a voter issue, not a Draymond issue.
No, I would go with Rudy Gobert, and I get it. You know, you're doing a show in San Francisco, so everything there is great, and every player should be in the Hall of Fame 8 times. It's okay, guys, to criticize the local players once in a while. It's not the end of the world. It's okay if they don't talk to you. It means you're doing your job.
He's the GOAT. He's the greatest hot take artist of all time. Rob Parker, Fox Sports Radio. Good to hear your voice, brother.
Always, guys. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Rob.
Rob Parker, Fox Sports Radio. He's the GOAT.
He can't get back in our good graces by sweet-talking Joe Montana.
No.
We're not letting that happen.
No, it's too late. Too late. Christmas card list off.
Rudy Gobert, better defender than Draymond Green. Not quite as crazy as Steph, not the greatest shooter of all time, but pretty darn crazy.
You know, this is funny. Like, you know what was popping in my head listening to him talk is the conversation we had in the crossover the other day about the MVP award in any sport. And the way everybody looks at that sort of differently. They've got their own criteria for MVP. Rob strikes me as somebody, and that's why I think he's arrived at his opinion for 2 reasons. 1, he knows it'll get a lot of attention. And 2, he has made up his own criteria.
Oh, yeah.
That's what he did. I mean, I'm not going to look at Steph Curry and whittle down his legacy to 14 shots that happened at some point during his career. 1 shot per year. That feels to me like Warrior fans who watch a team win 14 of 15, and then when they lose one time, they're like, okay, that's the real Warriors. Finally, the bubble burst. Like, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, you can't possibly tell me what Steph did Game 4, 2022 Finals in Boston wasn't clutch because he didn't hit a game-winning or game-tying shot in the final 15 seconds. He didn't need to because he was so darn good the first 3.5 quarters.
Exactly. Like, I look at Steph Curry and think about how many fourth quarters he gets to sit and watch, and that to me is plenty clutch. You know, did we bring up? I'm in a Game 7 on the road in the playoffs,
50,
and I pump 50 in the face of my in-state rival. That's not clutch. What are we doing? At the same time, you and I are sitting here talking to an audience that I don't think we need to convince.
No.
I don't think we need to convince. So it is all okay. And Rob says it's okay to criticize the local athletes. That's true.
You just ripped Steph the other day.
Oh, I crushed him, blasted him, and the organization. Don't forget that.
Oh, yep.
But, I like to save my criticisms for people who actually deserve to be criticized. And I find the moments of Steph Curry needing to be criticized to be very, very few and far between.
Yes, and especially of late. I was looking at the numbers for Steph since Jimmy Butler made his debut. The percentage points from deep are a couple of ticks lower, but across the board, he's essentially playing at the level that he was playing when he won his unanimous MVP in 2015-2016, when the Warriors won 73 regular season games. He is still, to this point, the only player to ever win a unanimous MVP, and Steph has been playing at that level since Jimmy Butler was acquired. He's been amazing.
Obviously, and I want to keep basking, at least in the moment, in the glow of where the Warriors find themselves today, because as he said, that was the one thing I think I agreed with him on. If you want to go back about 6 to 8 weeks, to consider the conversations that we're all having right now.
They were dead.
Oh my God! Like I like in the wildest dreams, and it was in this building. It was the last show that we did in this building here at Splash. Was trade deadline day, and I had plenty of concerns about the acquisition of the Warriors and the extension that they had just signed with Jimmy Butler. And I'm feeling better about it now.
Just a little bit better.
I'm feeling better today. Thank you for asking.
Now you're feeling like there's not being a postseason team and not winning a postseason series would be a disappointment. When back in that moment you were thinking, might they even miss the play-in entirely?
Entirely, yeah. Like they were dancing around in the 11 seed, the 12 seed.
Think about what happened right before the Warriors made the move. Luka was traded to the Lakers.
Yes.
Which meant AD also back to the Mavs. You had the Spurs acquire De'Aaron Fox,
right? And
Wemby was still active and playing and healthy.
Correct.
And you're thinking, okay, a team behind them just got a whole lot better. The Warriors haven't done anything. The Lakers, who you thought maybe the Warriors would have a chance to catch up to, just got a whole lot better.
Right.
Dallas probably got worse, but they still have AD. It's not like they're going to be a terrible team. They had AD and Kyrie and Clay still at that point. That's still a quality team. And you're thinking, oh, everyone around the Warriors is making moves and getting better, and the Warriors are sitting here feeling like they're dead on arrival. And now you fast forward almost 2 months later, and the feeling has completely shifted. Before the loss to Denver, there was they were only 3.5 games out of the 2 seed, Willard. 3.5 out of the 2 seed.
I wonder if people look at the NBA as a whole. And because you know what conversation comes up right after the deadline is every show will be like, who won the deadline? And
I mean, everyone said the Lakers, no doubt.
Right, and maybe they still would. Maybe they still would. I wonder,
you have a couple of winners.
Yeah, I wonder if we sit here at this hour, if the Warriors wouldn't be the runaway answer on that. Okay, we're reopened for your phone calls at 888-957-9570. I know Grandy has some Jonathan Kaminga stuff he would like to get off of his chest. We'll do that coming up next, and absolutely would love to hear from you. In fact, we're wide open the rest of the way as we head for Warrior basketball. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good at Splash. Taking in all the hoops outside Chase Center, getting ready for a game. Grandy in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs.
For a limited time at Verizon.
area. This is Jonathan Kaminga. You're listening to Wheeler and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, hanging out at Splash where it's starting to ramp up a little bit here, okay? We're getting from the morning games to the afternoon games to a little bit closer to our game, Warriors and Raptors here tonight at Chase Center. We're at Splash where the vibes are all the way up. The food is delicious and the TVs are plentiful, man. This is almost more than I can take in. And I thought, by the way, real quick on this, what the hell do I know? Like, I'll be the first to tell you, I don't watch a whole lot of college hoops leading up, but my gut was telling me we were going to have kind of a chalky tournament, and I don't think that's been blown up as of yet, but I don't know if it's felt very chalky today. There have been a few games that have caught my eye, and I know this was just an 8-9 game, but like Gonzaga, Georgia didn't even belong on the floor with them.
Game was over 5 minutes in.
I mean, it was 11-0. I thought they were going to use the skunk rule. And
both 8-9 games have been not competitive.
No, not at all. So there have been a couple of eyebrow raisers for sure.
McNeese, 12 seed over 5 seed Clemson, although that was kind of a popular upset pick.
All the 12s were.
Yeah.
I think it was Dibs last week who said take all the 12s. And I think I did except for that one. But Clemson did almost come all the way back. Ended up losing it by 2, but we hope good things for your brackets. Grandy has some things to get to about Jonathan Kaminga. We're going to do that in a minute, but let's get to your calls. Rob Parker hates Steph Curry, whatever. We can move on to all things Warriors. 888-957-9570 as we get ready for another one. Pat in Foster City. Hey, Pat, thanks for calling.
Yeah, hey, thanks for taking the call. You know, I had a question for you guys. I wasn't able to research it myself, and I'm a Steph lover, so I'm not a Steph hater. I'm a Steph lover. But I wondered, you know, who's had more turnovers in the past 10 years in the league than Steph Curry? Anybody? I don't know. I don't know the answer, but he's got to be way up there, right?
I'll see if we can look that up. Most turnovers, you're saying in the last 10 years?
10 years, or even during his career. Even during his career, I think he's got to be up there in the top 5 in the league for sure, I would think.
Since 2009, I actually have a list right here. Since 2009, 2010, Steph Curry is number 4 in the NBA in turnovers. Okay. Pat, I'm going to give you a shot to nail the 3 names who have turned it over more than Steph since 2010. And if you get all 3 right, I don't know. I'll come back to my roots there in Foster City and buy you a coffee one of these days. How about that?
Well, all right. Well, I maybe Westbrook, maybe.
Okay, keep going. You have to guess all 3.
All right. Boy. Now it's getting tough. I guess maybe LeBron.
Okay, what's your third guess?
And third, maybe. Oh boy, this is for a drink here. It's in Foster City, huh? So
I know there's a Starbucks right there off the freeway. We can do this.
Yeah, there is. There is. You know, I can't come up with a third. That's the best I can do.
Well, I'm sorry. I was all ready to get your latte order.
You were 2 for 2,
You
Pat.
were 2 for 2, Pat. You got both the the 2 you guessed right. James Harden is the other name.
Oh, there you go.
James Harden is the other name that we're looking for.
Well, thanks for that research.
And thanks for playing, Pat. We appreciate it.
Better luck next time.
Yeah, better luck. Let's go to Reason in Benicia. Hey, Reason, what's happening?
Hello.
Hello.
What's up?
Hey, so I was, if Rob's going to say that, like, field goal percentage is the greatest shooter of all time, Wilt had 54%, and Jordan only had 49%. So you can't say that Jordan was the best shooter of all time. It was Wilt, but Wilt just put it in the basket. You know, I mean, it wasn't.
Yeah, the argument was full of holes. And
you can't use logic with Rob.
Yeah, we all know what Rob was doing. I told him off the top. If you miss our show and you want to be on, just call me. Just text me and say I want to come on. You don't need to say outlandish things about the greatest shooter of all time. All right, thank you, Reason. What's your turnover list? You have a different turnover list.
You have it from since 2010,
since
so like
2010.
the last 15 years.
Yeah.
I have it exactly in the last 10 years. It's a similar list. Harden, Westbrook, LeBron. Steph, though, was all the way down at number 10. I would imagine because he basically missed an entire season. And these turnover lists are essentially who has played and not gotten hurt and who has held the ball in their hands a lot. That's essentially what this list is.
Although, and what I'm looking at, you want to know what jumps out off the page?
What?
Steph Curry has, let's see, about 115 fewer turnovers than Trae Young in about 150 more games. Did everyone just catch what I just said? For those of you who freak out about the way Steph Curry takes care of the ball, Trae Young of the Hawks has more turnovers, significantly more, about 115 more turnovers in 150 fewer games. That's wild.
That is crazy.
That's wild.
That is crazy. Trae Young obviously hasn't been in the league for all 10 of those years, which is why he's only played that many games, 471 to 614 for Steph. But I mean, there's no doubt Steph has some high-profile turnovers. I always think back to Game 7 of the NBA Finals against the Cavs, where he threw the behind-the-back pass to Clay along the right wing. That's the one that pops to mind, I think, for most. But the reality of it is, and it's why it's why Steph, and part of the reason why Steph also has the most made threes in the NBA, because he's taken the most threes in NBA history. When you play a lot of minutes and you have the ball in your hands a lot, you are just bound to turn the ball over every once in a while.
Yeah.
Because these are all Hall of Fame players that are on the top of this list. James Harden, Russell Westbrook, LeBron James, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Nikola Jokic. That's the top 5 most turnovers in the NBA the last 10 years. That's because those guys have had the ball in their hands more often than anybody else through those 10 years.
Like I can see right here also turnover rate, who's 2 slots behind Steph, has maybe about 150 fewer turnovers, but also has played in almost 200 fewer games is Luka.
Yeah.
So I feel this way a lot about the stuff we talk about, and Steph Curry's turnovers is part of it. The reason I do think so many people think Steph Curry turns the ball over at a crazy rate is because those of us in the space here at 95.7 The Game who are talking about it are all emotionally invested in those turnovers. So you remember them a lot more. I actually don't think his turnover rate is any different than any of the other players who handle the ball a lot in the league. As we just said, if he's
turnovers per game in the last 10 years. James Harden, Trae Young, 4.3, the most in the last decade. You got to go all the way down to Steph at number 9. About 3.1 per game.
Would it shock you, Warrior fans, to learn that Steph Curry's turnover rate is the same or even below that of Kevin Durant? Kevin Durant turns the ball over more than Steph.
Giannis does. Joel Embiid does. Yeah.
So, I think that's it. We're just emotionally invested in all of this. Let's go to Eric in Millbrae on 95.7 The Game at Willard and Dibbs. Grandy is here for Dibbs. Obviously, it's March Madness. Hey, Eric, what's up?
What's up, guys? Yeah, I think Rob Parker just likes to be the ultimate hot taker to see what he can come up to get the most go viral. He's been doing it for years. I think his comments about Curry are ridiculous. Curry is probably as clutch as any player of this era in terms of hitting shots. Just because you don't hit a shot at the end of the game to win it in the final seconds doesn't mean it's not clutch. Clutch is what Curry has done pretty much throughout his career, and you can't say that last final in 22 in Boston is clutch as any player, where he single-handedly took over in the most hostile place in the league in Boston, ripping their souls out in that single-handedly putting that game away and closing them out. So it's ridiculous. As far as his turnover goes, when you handle the ball as much as he does, sure, he does get sloppy at times, but one thing about Curry is it's underrated. He's as great as a ball handler as there is. He's underrated in terms of his passing ability and his ball handling ability. So even though at times he has gotten sloppy with the ball, overall, for the most part, I think he's as consistent as anybody. That he's more of a combo guard. So he's not, even though he's considered a point guard, he's more of a combo guard in my mind. And I'll take his ball handling ability as good as anybody in the league. So all the critics that like nationally that think that Curry is just a great shooter are wrongly specify his skill set. He's so much more skilled in being the greatest shooter of this era. So guys like Parker and some of the hot takers out there in the national media need to recognize that.
Eric, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Agree with you across the board. And again, what we were just looking at for somebody who carries the ball and does as much as he does on the court, it's pretty commensurate with the other stars out there as far as his turnover rate. I just think that A, we're emotionally invested in Steph, and B, he does do things sometimes in a little bit of a flashy way. And when you make a flashy turnover, it ticks you off more.
Yeah, and you're just in those situations more often. You're going to be on the wrong end of it sometimes. It's like a shot blocker defensively who isn't afraid of getting posterized. Like, I'd rather have a guy who's been on a poster by Anthony Edwards 10 different times than someone who's not and just allows Ant to easily glide to the rim and dunk, because at least you're trying to defend it.
100%.
You put yourself in the situation to either make a block or to get embarrassed. I'd rather have the guy that is willing to get embarrassed sometimes, because some of the other times you're going to make a play that saves you 2 points.
Grandy in for Dibs, and we're hanging its flash, getting ready for Warrior basketball later. Also watching all the college hoops madness. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Very, very excited to have Laughing Monk along for the ride. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco, multiple locations throughout the Bay. Thank you for that sound. That, for the first time, wasn't actually me. I've already had my sparkling water. But anyway, glad to have Laughing Monk along for the ride. All of us here at 95.7 The Game, so very excited about that. All right, we have now reached our Jonathan Kaminga portion of the program. What do you want to say about him today?
Jonathan Kaminga, I said this a little bit earlier in terms of I think the Warriors have a ton of room to grow and to be better when the postseason comes around. And Kaminga just invariably is part of that, because he's the piece that is working his way back. And if he is able to slide into the role that the Warriors are asking him to fill, then I think they reach another level, because they don't have right now someone who they can bring off the bench and who can fill a dunker spot, who can slash, who can be a point of attack defender, who can get on the offensive glass, who can drive when the shot clock is running down, get to the rim, get to the free throw line, and give them an easy 12 or 14 points off the bench. That gives them something that they don't have. So if he can do that, and he's capable of doing it, the Warriors reach a different level in my mind, and then I start really taking seriously their chances of getting out of the West, or at the very least making the Western Conference Finals. I don't know if they have enough offensive firepower when it gets, to the clutch time in the playoffs, unless they get the best out of Jonathan Kaminga. But where I'm a little concerned, Willard, is I'm not sure if Kaminga is going to feel like that's enough for him personally, and we might get to a point where he's pressing a little bit. I thought the moment in the second half, in the third quarter here at Chase Center on Tuesday, when he's under the basket trying to get away from Gary Trent Jr., and you can tell he was kind of in a little bit of a funk, frustrated, which is natural. This shouldn't be easy. It's not easy. It's difficult to come back after 2 months off, and he throws Gary Trent Jr. to the ground and gets called for an offensive foul and a flagrant foul. That felt to me like a little bit of that frustration coming out, like he's pressing just a little bit, and I'm a little concerned that he might get to a point leading up to the postseason or in the postseason where he feels like he's capable of doing more. Yet the Warriors, because of what this team is now, they don't need that more from him. They just need those 12 points off the bench every game.
I think it's a valid point, and it is part of what we were concerned about before he came back. I will tell you, I've been completely satisfied, impressed, comforted, whatever word you want to use, with regard to Jonathan Kaminga and the way he's gone about this return from a mental standpoint. I loved his comments after the first game back. I think that was against Sacramento, right? Where he
18 points.
18 points, and he talked about the nerves involved of like not wanting to come in and mess things up. I was like, that's all I really need to hear. What I didn't want to hear or see is Jonathan going out there and really like looking for his because the contract is on his mind or whatever. And even though you may see that in moments, I think largely Jonathan's got his head screwed on straight. So here's what I'd love to see this fan base do going forward for this year. I don't know about next year, but for this year, here's what I'd love to see the fan base do with Jonathan Kaminga. Just root for him like you would any other role player. I think that the problem we're having is that the fan base can't seem to figure out if Kaminga's a role player or a key player. And that, to me, is the rub. It's not any longer really about this conversation of, do you think he's a future all-star? Do you think he's great? Do you think he's good? Do you think Steve Kerr's holding him down? I kind of want to push that to the side for the moment, because now that's not the goal anymore. The goal is this year, right now, win basketball games and make a playoff run. So I don't really care if he earns $25 or $30 million. I don't really care if someday he might be the one. Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry are not just here now. They're both signed for at least 2 more years, which means there's no real room for anybody else, in my opinion, to be a 20 to 25 point per game kind of a guy. That ask is now gone. You acquired Jimmy Butler. So if Moses Moody or Quentin Post or even Buddy Hield goes out and has a bad game, we sort of shrug it off. You might be frustrated by Buddy, but we sort of shrug it off as like, yeah, you have some good nights and you have some bad nights. I'd like to put Jonathan Kaminga in that group. I know his ceiling is higher. This particular team is really not going to ask much more from him. Do your job in your 20 minutes and contribute to winning. That's it.
I hear you, and I agree with you 100%, but I think the rub here is, and this isn't just me talking about your opinion, it's any fan's opinion, it's any outside opinion. I don't really care about any outside opinion. I don't really care what you think Kaminga's best role. I care what Kaminga thinks he should be doing, how he should be contributing.
That's fair. That's fair.
If Kaminga feels like I can help this team do more, and he feels like I got to go out there and score, even with everything that I'm sure Steve Kerr and the whole coaching staff, and I'm sure Steph and Jimmy and Dre are telling him, it's difficult for me to put myself in Kaminga's shoes, knowing I have a contract discussion coming up this offseason. I'm restricted. There's not a lot of teams out there who have cap space to make me an offer that I frankly would jump at signing. I'm running out of time to make that impression and to prove my worth. So I get a little concerned about how he views what his role should be, and if he thinks, being a 12-point per game scorer in 20 minutes a night off the bench is enough for him to prove his worth. And the Warriors could say to him, and I'm sure they have, you fill this role, you will be paid handsomely. But the Warriors also have a vested interest in not paying him as much as they have to.
No doubt, and wanting him to stay and all of those things. Look, what you're talking about does happen in the NBA. It flat out does, and we don't need to look far for examples. I can remember, and this is my opinion, and I hate bringing it up because it gets everybody all ruffled and freaking out and hair on back of neck and all those things. But I can remember 3 years ago just wondering how Jordan Poole was going to feel about coming off of the bench come contract time, because NBA players who are that dynamic offensively, they see themselves as future ones. And a future one, that's where we stop talking about $20 million and we start talking about $60 million. And when that's a possibility, it scrambles your brains and you stop caring about winning. I'm not saying Jordan stopped caring about winning, but my point is, like, maybe a better example, I can remember once upon a time when Tracy McGrady and Vince Carter were teammates. And Tracy McGrady was about to be a free agent. And his mom literally went public and went, it's Tracy's time now. He ain't a 2. It's time for Tracy to be a 1. And that was the end of that. And he went to Orlando, and it turns out neither one of them ever won a damn thing. And maybe they could have if they would have stayed together and been like, what about co-ones? What if we work together on this? So what I'm looking for from Jonathan, and this is why I feel all the things I felt about the Poole situation. Draymond, not okay, all of that. But what you noticed was veterans consistently getting sort of frustrated by the way Jordan was behaving, whether it was Klay Thompson poking fun at him overseas, whether it was throwing mouthpieces, throwing hands up, walking off the court. There was frustration there because I think they looked at Jordan as somebody who was butting his head up against a glass ceiling. I want to go higher. I don't see that from Jonathan. I actually see the opposite. I see the veterans almost trying to tell him what he can be someday. But I don't think Jonathan is doing that to this team. I don't think I know he wants to start, but behind the scenes, I think Jonathan has made a lot of good decisions. And what it comes down to is your focus on winning or is your focus on performing? And I do think his focus is on winning.
Yeah, and I agree with you. And I think where my fear or my hesitation comes isn't necessarily like anything to do with Kaminga himself. I think it's more so human nature to feel that way. Like, I try to put myself in that situation. You could put yourself in your situation at your job, whatever you do for a living, and you find yourself kind of naturally competing with your coworkers to prove your worth.
Absolutely.
Like, that's what everybody does.
Of course.
And it's kind of natural not to necessarily like think of a me first, putting myself above the team, but you like try to measure yourself against your colleagues and your coworkers, and you say, I'm going to prove that I'm more valuable than this guy, so when the conversation comes, you got to keep one, cut one, you got to pay one more than the other. I'm going to be the one that makes more. And I can totally feel that pressure on someone like Jonathan Kaminga. I think the other part of this, Willard, is I wouldn't be so fearful or wary of that feeling if I didn't have confidence that Kaminga has that, potential star ability in him. Like, if it was Moses Moody who was due a contract this summer, like, it would still be a topic, but I don't view Moses as a potential all-star. Like, he's been really darn good, but the ceiling that Kaminga could potentially reach, if he reaches his full potential, like, it's honestly, it's a compliment that maybe I'm doing a real oversell job here, but it's a compliment to Kaminga that I am potentially concerned about how this season is going to go, because I believe, and I know that he believes, he's so capable of much more than what the Warriors are asking him to do right now.
I see that. I guess for me, I feel like the acquisition of Jimmy Butler has pushed that conversation down the road.
But for Kaminga's perspective, he doesn't have much more time before he has to come to a conclusion.
That's life, man.
It is.
That's life. I don't think if he wants that job, it's not going to happen here anytime soon. And quite frankly, that's a question for the offseason. Does somebody come in and try to break the bank with him and he wants to go somewhere else and grow? I've heard plenty of people say Jonathan got drafted to the wrong spot for Jonathan. And
he sees all his colleagues, all his fellow draftees from that year getting paid big bucks already.
Maybe he does feel that way, maybe he doesn't. But as a Warrior fan, all I want to know right now is when you get sent out onto the court, are you making good decisions and do you want to win the basketball game? Rather than worry about what the box score is doing. And so far, I see the answers I hope for as a fan from Jonathan. But I get it. What do y'all think? You got any Jonathan Kaminga concerns now that we are 4 games into his return, getting ready for his 5th here in just a few hours? This hour is brought to you by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. We're here at Splash, just outside Thrive City, Chase Center. Warriors and Raptors tonight, and all of the college hoops unfolding in front of our eyes. Glad you're with us. We'll take your calls next. 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Heading to Chase Center, Bay Bridge starts to slow down.
Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Although today, a little Willard and Grandy, Dibs doing the dang thing. Possible that he might give us a call next hour for an update on sports books and give me an alcoholic beverage that starts with S.
I got nothing.
Sports books and Midori sours. That's something Dibs would probably drink.
Yay!
Yeah. Sapporo, sports books in Sapporo. I don't know. But anyway, that's what he's combining in Vegas right now. Watching all the games, doing his thing, and in the meantime, texting us teams that he thinks are about to win. And so far, he's pretty meh as far as the picks are concerned. But we'll see how it's going.
Plenty of time to redeem himself.
Plenty of time.
Game after game after game.
Plenty of time to talk to you as well. And we got to do a little Kaminga discussion there a little bit ago, and just sort of talking out whether or not you're feeling any sort of concerns with regard to his reintroduction. I think it was largely smooth until a couple nights ago when he had a wobbly game, and then everyone noticed he didn't finish. And Dibs asked Steve Kerr about that yesterday. Here's what Steve Kerr said about Jonathan not being in the finishing lineup.
I think if you look at our team right now, we have a lot of options to close games. I mean, the three guys who are going to be automatic are Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy. They're going to be out there every game. The other two slots, look, BP was amazing last night. He deserved to be out there. Gary Payton, he has been playing incredible basketball the last couple weeks, and we needed him on Damian Lillard. So he was the obvious choice last night. Buddy Hield played big minutes down the stretch in that game. It could be Moses. Buddy and Moses we need for the shooting. Quentin Post played big minutes in the fourth quarter. If we want to space the floor with our five-man to create the spacing that Jimmy needs, then Quentin makes sense. And then JK fits in there as well. The athleticism, the switching. If the matchups lead to that decision, then JK will be out there like he was against Denver down the stretch. So we've got a lot of options, but I can tell you right now that it's going to be somebody different each night depending on how the game's going.
So what'd you make of that? But also, before you answer, what he said right there at the end, my reaction is, as a sports radio host, love it. Love it. Love it. Steve just told you he's going to do something different every night, which is going to freak the fan base out every single day after game.
Yeah, I think what Steve said, first of all, he's absolutely right. And all that matters is winning basketball games. So on any given night, Steve's going to assess what's happening on the floor, what's needed, and as a result, what five should be out there. And that's generally what happens during the course of any game and at any point of the game. But for the most part, these teams stick with a general rotation pattern that's been established. But you get to the fourth quarter and you say, all right, what do we need out there? Do we need shooting? Do we need defense? Do we need rebounding? Do we need someone who can drive and get to the free throw line? What do we need? And Steve said essentially last game they needed a little bit more shooting. So there was more Buddy Hield and some Quentin Post and less Jonathan Kaminga, who only played 3 minutes. This is a point made about Kaminga because it's our topic and it's what happened specifically on Tuesday. Yep. But it's the case for literally everybody on the roster, not named Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond. If you're not playing well enough on a given night, say bye-bye to playing closing minutes. Like if you're Pods, if you're Moody, if you're Post, if you're Kaminga, if you're Hield, if you're any one of those guys or any of the other guys deeper on the bench, if you're not playing well, you're not going to play. And I think what has changed for Kaminga is before he got hurt, he was on a team that could hardly win a basketball game.
Yep.
And he was one of their only avenues to winning a basketball game. It was Steph, go crazy, or Kaminga score 28 and we'll have a chance. And by the way, even when Kaminga, this isn't a knock on Kaminga, it was just more about who the team was back then. When Kaminga was scoring 28, the Warriors were still losing those basketball games for the most part. So that's what it was then. And the Warriors, with loss after loss after loss piling up, and Kaminga, one of the only bucket getters they could throw out there, you can play Kaminga 30 minutes almost no matter how he's playing, because who else are you going to turn to?
Right.
And what do you have to lose? You're a 500 basketball team that is on the edge of not even making the play-in. Like, what really are you risking here if you play Kaminga and if he struggles, which is going to happen at times? He's 22 years old. But now Kaminga comes back onto a team that has rocketed up the standings, where one win or one loss, which might come down to one possession,
means everything.
Might be the difference in you being the 6th seed and having a week off and playing in a postseason series, or being in a play-in and having to win a game or two just to go to the postseason. So you don't have the ability, or nor should you have the right to say, I'm the 7th overall pick, and I have a contract coming due, I need to be playing through this. No, if you're not helping the team win, Steve Kerr will not hesitate to put you on the bench for a whole fourth quarter.
Listen, I love it in life, and I think it's actually rare when a meritocracy can come in and take over. I really do. As somebody who works in a performance-based industry, it's just what I think is comfortable. I think it's what's right. Like, whenever it's possible, it's not always possible. Politics come into play. But if the Warriors are going to use their closing lineup, similar to the way the PGA Tour hands out checks, great. You play well, you get a check.
Yeah.
You don't, you don't. Like, I want the same thing whenever possible in sports. I think it's the other stuff that makes us mad, and that's actually what people are worried about in the bigger picture with Jonathan Kaminga. People are worried about giving him $30 million and then having him play like a $15 million player. That's the concern. If you can do this as much as possible on a night-in and night-out basis, which is whoever's playing well and looking good and has a matchup that fits, that's who gets in there. I'm beyond comfortable with it.
The other half of it is, and this is where it becomes more difficult for Kaminga, and it's where, honestly, I feel for the dude, because he's in this unique situation and he's trying to figure out his best path forward. But if I'm Kaminga and I'm off 2 months of an injury where I haven't played, and the ankle was severely injured, more than we thought, and I think you could even see a little bit of hesitation for him on that ankle on Tuesday. Like, he couldn't drive past anyone on that game. Like, he was getting sent away, and I think some of that is, as he continued to get his sea legs back, that will come back. But if I'm Kaminga now and I struggle for the first 8 minutes of my night, I might not see the court again.
Maybe.
Like that, and that isn't because Steve Kerr doesn't believe that Kaminga doesn't have it in him. Of course he has it in him. But it's a situation where a player who might be a little bit rusty is trying to find his way as the regular season ticks down and as a contract decision is looming, when he's not going to be afforded the ability to play through anything. And that's really hard for Kaminga to have to deal with.
Yes, that's the thing that's a scenario that hasn't developed yet, but if it does, that's where I think people are going to get frustrated, because that's sort of the key rub that's been going on for so long, which is, do you let the young players have their bumps and bruises and get better, or do you say, look, I'm sorry, we don't have time for that right now, we're trying to win? And by the way, you already know what that answer is going to be.
Of course,
come playoff time. It's like there's no time. There's no time.
But my point, it was happening before he got hurt.
No doubt.
Because they had no other option.
No doubt. Let's hear from you. 888-957-9570. Are you feeling any Jonathan Kaminga concerns? How about Dan on 101? What's up, Dan? Oh, we lost Dan. All right, 888-957-9570 if you want to weigh in on that. I go back to what Steve Kerr and many others have said about the pace of all of this, that they're going to bring him along slowly. And when I hear that, I don't just think that means, okay, like 15 minutes the first night, 18 minutes the second night, 20. No, it means there's going to be bumps and setbacks. Not huge ones. Doesn't mean he's going to re-injure himself, but there are going to be nights where things take a little bit of a step back, and then gradually you start to move it forward a little bit. That's, to me, that's what they were trying to tell us it was going to look like, and that's what it looks like.
Yeah, no, and Kaminga has a rough game like he did on Tuesday, like no one is going to deny that it wasn't rough. It was rough, similar to how Steph on Monday was rough. And we don't have to make every game and every moment a referendum on somebody's career, because it's not that. But we can also be honest with ourselves. But we can also say, like, that's going to happen. It's not easy trying to do what Kaminga is doing right now. But I firmly believe, Willard, that he has every ability in him to do what the Warriors are asking of him. It's not, I feel like when this conversation gets off the rails is when we talk about Kaminga and we talk about are there going to be any issues, and so many think that it's, Grandy doesn't think that Kaminga is capable of being that guy off the bench to score 14. No, of course I think he's capable of that. It's all these other factors and forces that are maybe making it a little bit more difficult for him to accept something like that, which is where my concern comes from. And we don't have to, again, make every mistake a referendum on the guy's career. It's what he's trying to do and what he's being asked to do is not an easy thing. And I think if we could take it from that perspective, it becomes easier to have a conversation after every single game about it, because Kaminga isn't a quality NBA player. This isn't that I don't think he can be an all-star at some point in the future. This is simply put right now, in this game, in this second, in this moment, is he going to help the Warriors win a basketball game? And if the answer is no, Steve Kerr's going to have absolutely no issue being like, all right, JK, we'll try it again next time.
Well, you know what? This is fascinating, too, because in a couple of minutes here, want to unveil something that I think is actually the extension of the Jonathan Kaminga conversation. And we have it a lot. We know this. Jonathan ends up getting talked about one way or another a lot, which in this moment, I agree. We risk that we're talking about it almost too much. The Warriors are winning almost every night. Jonathan is not one of their lead dogs right now, but I get it because Jonathan is representative of something bigger. He right now is the face of the future. I don't know if it's going to play out that way. I'm not saying he's going to be their one someday, but in this moment, he is the lead representative to that concept.
No doubt.
The Warriors' future.
Even without a contract beyond the next 2 months.
Absolutely. So Hoops Central put something out that we thought was pretty interesting. And it's a graphic that says, how does each fan base feel about your team's future? Okay, and here are the options for answers. You can say great, you can say good, you can say okay, you can say unsure, you can say bad, and you can say awful.
Is awful reserved for the Mavericks?
The Mavericks did get awful. So did the Pelicans. Let me see. So did the Bulls. So did the Sixers. And so did the Suns.
There should be a separate category just for the Mavericks.
You're right. Like double awful. Like vomit awful. But those are the teams that registered as awful.
Okay.
And again, I know I went through that quickly. There's a lot of answers. It's 6 different options.
Okay.
Awful, bad, unsure, okay, or good or great. Now, without telling you how the Warriors registered, we'd love to know which one you would pick. How do you feel about the Warriors' future? Great, good, okay, unsure, bad, or awful? We'll take your calls on that. We'll also let you know what a lot of the other teams around the league registered. We just told you the awful ones. 888-957-9570 if you'd like to weigh in on that. Jose in San Bruno is next up here. Grandy in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs from Splash outside Chase Center getting ready for Warrior basketball. What's up, Jose? Jose. It appears that Jose has gone mute.
Come on, Jose.
I'm right here. I'm right here.
Did you change your name in the last 2 minutes, man?
No, not at all. I was I'm here pumping gas.
Okay, before you start then, what's the price per gallon?
Price per gallon, $4.79.
$4.39.
I think you said 79.
Yeah, it's not.
No, $4.79. $4.79.
$4.79?
Yeah, yikes.
That's too much. It's too much. I think you should drive away.
Sorry, can you say it again?
Now, go ahead, Jose. So let's move on. What do you want to say about Kaminga?
No, well, I just, like you mentioned earlier, Kaminga is here or should be here for the long term because Curry's getting older. He's not getting any younger. Yes, he's coming off an injury right now, but just the way how the situation's played out, I feel like it should be a gradual, he should gradually be included and gradually get in, fit into the system now that Jimmy Butler's here because look how that played out. We almost didn't get Jimmy Butler. We were going to get Kevin Durant or trying to get Kevin Durant, but we got Jimmy Butler just by waiting that extra day, that extra night. And I think with Kaminga, we just have to take him in slowly so he can figure out where to fit in. Because me being an avid, not knowing like the basketball ins and outs like that, just from a third person, perspective and a diehard Warriors fan, it just feels like we should take our time with Kaminga in this new system.
Well, Jose, don't you think that's what they're doing?
Yeah, but it feels like they're trying to, hang this man every night because he's not scoring 20 points, 25 points every night. Like, he's here for the long term, and our team is changing like year in and year out. So I just feel like we got to take time with him.
Well, and Jose, I get it. When you say it feels like they're, living and dying by every possession and every night, I don't think you're talking about the team. I think you're talking about the fan base. It sounds like you probably listen to 95.7 The Game a lot. So we totally get what you're saying there. I will say this. I don't think, and it's almost like the 49ers right now, I don't think that they go on the roller coaster ride that we do. Like, right now, and I truly believe this, like, the 49er front office, I think they're chilling. They're like, we have a plan. You just don't know what it is yet. You may not like it, but we have a reason for what we're doing, and we have a plan. And I think the Warriors feel the exact same way about Jonathan Kaminga. I think they like him. I think that they want to keep him and pay him and all of those things, but that also has to fit into their future and their present. And their present is to try to go win playoff basketball games.
Well, I get your comparison with the Niners. I think this offseason for the Niners is a very unique example, and we can talk a little bit more about that later or maybe tomorrow as well.
Tomorrow, let's get into that. I'd love to. I think the Niners are chilling.
Oh, okay.
I know we're not. I think they're chilling.
Possibly.
I hope they're not chilling.
I really do. They're chilling.
They're not chilling. Yeah. But we can talk about that. We can talk about that tomorrow. But as far as it relates to Kaminga, and again, Kaminga is just the poster child for all these conversations. It's the same for literally every single player. If Steve Kerr is approaching this from I'm trying to develop Kaminga, or I'm trying to develop Moody, or I'm trying to develop Trace Jackson Davis, or I want to make sure that they're happy so that when their contracts come up, they're willing to sign extensions to stay here. The Warrior, if that's the mindset that Steve Kerr and the Warriors organization have had, they wouldn't have 4 championships. Like, you're not. You want to do both. And it's not a 2 timeline thing, but you want to do everything in your power to win as many games as possible while also doing what's best for everyone individually. But if those 2 things ever come into conflict, maybe other than like extreme unique situations where you have like LeBron James as a rookie or Zion Williamson as a rookie, and then maybe someone's future like that takes precedence over something else. But in general, if the idea of trying to win or doing everything in your power to win versus trying to keep someone happy and maybe increase the odds of them being willing to stay with your organization, what's going to win out? For good organizations, it's always what's going to do the best to win a basketball game today.
Absolutely.
100% of the time.
Absolutely. And I think that the Warriors don't get that confused. And that's kind of what I mean by I really do think that in the face of what feels like to us a lot of pressure, which is, think of all the things that we could label as pressurized right now. The ticking clock of Steph's career, the addition of Jimmy Butler and his demeanor and Draymond's demeanor, Jonathan Kaminga's contract, and the growth of the young players, and playing time for Moses Moody. I mean, all the things that sort of are like angst-filled topics that we fans talk about. I think that you can see when a team is not on the same page. And here are the two examples I'll give you. Watch a Warrior game and watch a Suns game. And you will see the difference between a team who's got everybody on the same page versus a team that does not. And that doesn't mean that every game's going to be a win. It doesn't mean that everybody's thrilled and hunky-dory and happy with everything every night. It doesn't mean that. It just means they're on the same page, and they're all pushing for a common goal. And again, that's the only thing I'm looking for from Kaminga. If I were to feel at some point like he was doing or saying something that was not common goal related, then I would be concerned. I don't see that. I don't see it. I haven't felt that.
No, yeah, I haven't felt that either. And I think where the Jimmy Butler acquisition may also help the Warriors when they get into a situation where maybe they say, hey, JK, come over here. Like, today's not your day for whatever reason, whether it's JK not playing up to his standards. And he's set a pretty high standard for himself, whether it's that or whether it's as Steve Kerr said earlier, it's a matchup thing. And this specific matchup doesn't fit Kaminga's skill set. Where Jimmy can help is Jimmy can pull Kaminga aside, and maybe this feeds into the alpha conversation that we're having, but this is less about an alpha convo and more about a veteran who is solely focused on winning, who can pull JK aside and say, hey, like buckle up, like we're going to need you at some point. Like, maybe tonight's not your night, but there's going to be a night where you're going to need to score 25 points for us. It's not going to be tonight because for whatever reason, but as long as you stay ready, you're going to have the opportunity to prove yourself. And where maybe it becomes dangerous is if you get to a point where Steve is obviously choosing winning versus making a young player happy. And in this example, it's Kaminga. But what maybe hurts the future of the team, the soon future, the next week future, the postseason future of this team, is if that conversation ultimately hurts Kaminga on the court,
right,
down the road,
right.
But that's where someone like Jimmy Butler can have a conversation like that and say, all right, hey, JK, like, chin up. Like, we're not going to be able to win a postseason series without you. So just stay right. Tonight's not your night. Guess what? It's not my night every night either.
I mean, it's a dumb comp, but I love that you're saying this because I literally, I sort of, after talking to Steve Kerr every week, I took this conversation to my daughter, who was a reserve soccer player on her high school team this year and was frustrated with playing time at the beginning of the year. And I just kept telling her, like, literally, Steve was bouncing in my head. I'm like, what would Steve say to her right now? And
well, it's just a math problem.
Yeah,
there's only so many minutes to go around.
I'm like, honey, like, I'm going to start calling you Moses Moody at the dinner table. No, I was like, honey, your time is coming. You have to keep pushing and trust that your time was coming. Yeah. And her time came, and she won Most Improved Player at the end of the year.
There you go.
I mean, you know what I mean? So you're not wrong. A lot of you want to weigh in on this. Mark, David, we see you. We're coming. So 888-957-9570. You can also weigh in on that idea. Warrior fan, how do you currently feel about the Warriors' future? Great, good, okay, unsure, bad, or awful? Which one would you pick? We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Grandy is in for Dibs. We're live at Splash at Thrive City outside the Warrior game watching ball. It's Willard and Dibs.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off every Warriors game throughout the season as we get you ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff.
BMO knows your business.
Excuse me?
BMO knows your business is unique and has unique banking needs.
Oh, my business. Yes, it does.
So our expert bankers partner with you to give you the tailored guidance you deserve.
Okay.
Like finding the right payment options.
Dub Nation, it's Terry Stotts. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Dude, do you have something against Terry Stotts?
No.
I didn't even know that was in there. You never play that.
I think I played a Jerry Stackhouse one before.
You did. You played a stack.
Yeah, I don't think I played Terry Stotts before.
Does Terry think that Dibbs' picks stink?
I don't think he recorded one of those.
Okay.
I think he just did the generic, now back to Willard and Dibbs.
Look, so far, I think Dibbs' picks stink.
Is he still 1 and 2?
1 and 2. 1 and 2.
Bay Area, it's Jerry Stackhouse. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Dibbs, your picks stink.
That's right. Yeah. My guy Stack. My guy Stack, who absolutely would not take the slander from Dibbs, ripping North Carolina all week the way he did, telling everybody to take San Diego State plus the points, and then watching San Diego State get blown off the floor by no less than 30 points.
When does Vandy play? Because Stackhouse, former head coach of Vandy.
There.
Tomorrow, 12:15 against St. Mary's.
Against St. Mary's.
I apologize to Stack, but the most of the Bay Area is going to be against your former employer, the Commodores.
I love the Gales in that game. I actually have the Gales maybe winning 2 games.
Oh, they're going to beat Bama?
I got St. Mary's putting the fear of God into them Roll Tides.
Speaking of Terry Stotts and Jerry Stackhouse, the 2 major changes Steve Kerr made to his coaching staff this past offseason leading into this year. The last time the Warriors majorly shook up their coaching staff, they won the championship.
Hey!
Before the 2021-22 season. Okay. Last time they did that.
Well, there you have it. Yeah, put all your money on the Warriors to win it all. All right, so we were talking about Jonathan Kaminga. We're talking about the future of the Warriors. The now is what matters. But in the conversation that we're all having, kind of thinking about his standing within the organization and others for that matter, Pods, Moody, whatnot, it's interesting to see this thing put together by Hoop Central about each team's future and how the fan base feels about it. And you had a few different options, from great to good to okay, to then unsure to bad to awful. How do you feel currently about the Warriors' future? So we could take some calls on that. We've been talking Kaminga as well. We got a game coming up here in just about 2.5 hours. Let's go to Mark in San Jose. Mark, you're on with Willard and Grandy. It's 3 Marks at once, so go slow. How you doing?
Hey, good. How are you?
What's up?
Good. Hey, I just wanted to make a point about Jonathan Kaminga. So, in my mind, we've heard this word about the team lately, that we're a team of connectors lately, if you notice that. Everybody is a connector. Yep. And I just feel like Kaminga, he's got off-the-charts athleticism, but he's just not that connector that goes with the team. So, more often than not, he would find himself in a half-court, isolated offense, and he's just not a good enough ball handler to always be that first or second scoring option. On any given night, with Pods there or Moody, he finds himself being like the third or fourth option. And I think he's just too impatient right now. He's not going to be patient enough to score 10 to 12 points a night. I think he wants to be the second option right now. So maybe it's just not a good fit.
Interesting, Mark. I appreciate it. I'm not there yet. I don't see a lack of patience from Jonathan. I know there are times when it looks that way if things aren't falling. He like when he's driving, it looks like he's forcing it a little bit. But I think you have to take that circumstantially. Who else is on the court at the time? What's the situation in the game? There are times where they do want Jonathan to break down his defender and go to the hole and get fouled and get to the line. There are times where they're asking him to do that. Whether or not he does it well on a given night is a different sort of a thing. But, this kind of goes to the philosophy that Steve Kerr has always had, which is you want to let guys be them, put them in their best position to succeed. And so I don't know, man. It feels to me like a lot of people think that Jonathan is stressed and or selfish or somewhere in that realm. I don't see that at this time.
I could see the stress coming. I don't think it's born through selfishness, though. It's born through just the reality of what a situation is. But in terms of, like, connectors, I oftentimes think of, and Steve Kerr would probably, like, vehemently disagree with me on this, and I'm sure he's not listening right now. In fact, he's probably getting ready to talk to the media inside the Chase Center right now. But when I hear Steve Kerr say, oh, well, that guy's a connector, like, not that it's a negative connotation, but the way that I interpret it, Willard, is more like, well, he doesn't have an incredibly high ceiling. Like, his potential is kind of capped at a certain level, but he's a positive basketball player because he's in the right spots, and he's not a negative defender, and he'll pass when it's time to pass, and he'll shoot when it's time to shoot. Like, he makes solid decisions. Like, when I think of a connector, it's not an insult, but it's like, you're kind of only physically capable of doing so many things. The only way for you to be a positive player and for you to stay on the floor is to not make bad decisions. Kaminga, on the other hand, is so physically capable of doing so much else. Right. And by the way, he's still pretty new to the game of basketball. Like, I'm sure Trace Jackson Davis, who you would call, I don't know, kind of like a connector, Pajemski, who you would call a connector, who's been playing basketball his whole life. Like, that sort of thing comes from time. And there's also just some natural ability and the feeling and the sense that you have for playing basketball. But for someone like Kaminga, who has all of this raw, untapped potential, athleticism, and skill, those kinds of players aren't always the best at always making the right decision and feeling the defense and being in the right spot and cutting at the right time and defensively, right? Like, Buddy Hield loses his defender pretty often. The connectors tend to know where they're supposed to be on both sides of the floor. So it's not that a connector is a negative thing. It's that generally being good at that other stuff is the only way you can be on the floor. And Kaminga, that's never been the way that he's earned playing time. He's earned playing time by just his raw, incredible athleticism because he can do things on the court that no one else can ever dream of doing.
I mean, I can see on our text line right now, 925 just texted in and says, I think it means they have a really high IQ. And I can get where that listener's coming from on that. Like, in other words, when you talk about connectors and all the players you just mentioned, first thought that goes to my mind is, well, what are they trying to connect? It's like no one would ever call Steph Curry a connector because no one's asking him to connect anything. He is at one end of what is being connected, right? Draymond Green, a connector? Yeah. Right?
He
Jimmy
connects.
Butler, connector? Yeah, actually, I think so. Yeah. So if you're being asked to be a connector, in some ways, it by definition means you're not the lead dog because that's the end of the connection. Yeah. And when Jonathan plays, he has characteristics of somebody who wants to be on the end of the rope. Connected to, not someone who's going to connect someone else. It's why he called Guy Santos a connector. Yeah. Because he's like, I'm going to chase down a rebound, I'm going to grab it from someone else's hands, and then I'm going to hand it to Steph Curry and let him shoot.
I'm going to dive on the floor 8 different times over the course of a game.
Totally. Yeah. Totally.
And I think what our caller said, Mark, who made a really good point, it kind of brought up what my concern was with not Kaminga necessarily, but with the Warriors before the Jimmy Butler trade and before Kaminga got hurt. It was Kaminga's skill set isn't necessarily complementary to what the Warriors like to do on offense. And Kaminga, not necessarily freelancing, but Kaminga likes the ball in his hands. Everyone else kind of get out of the way. I'm going to go one-on-one with my guy. I'm going to get past him with my athleticism, and I'm going to get to the line, or I'm going to dunk on you. And that's not always what the Warriors do. And now when the Warriors have more other bodies to make their offensive style work, Kaminga is kind of left not in the background, but in a situation where he has to find a way to fit in with the others versus the others finding a way to fit in with him.
888-957-9570, Warriors future, Jonathan Kaminga, college basketball everywhere, and getting ready for a Dubs game. Warriors Live is an hour away. Let's go to David in Hercules. Hey, David, thanks for the call. What are you doing?
I'm out here walking my little dog.
What's the dog's name?
Can you hear me? Pepper.
Pepper?
Yeah. No spoiled much.
Okay.
Hey,
okay. As long as he's got quickness.
Yeah. I believe the Warriors are going to be in good condition, good shape because of their current ownership. And I also believe J.K. will be okay if he trusts those who are the Warriors' hierarchy. Remember this guy nicknamed the Mississippi Missile, who, after they drafted this number 7 guy, Mississippi Missile said the Warriors will never be relevant again with that draft pick. History speaks for itself. I believe the Warriors will be okay. I believe J.K. will be okay if he trusts the organization. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, I mean, look, David, I think actually it's a really good point because it traces back to the history of where we've been. And there were moments, according to reports, where Jonathan had lost trust in Steve Kerr and lost trust in the organization. I don't know every single thing that's happened since then, but it certainly looks to me like it got earned back. You know what I mean? I do think we're past that. I do think Jonathan trusts. He's at a point where he also has no choice but to. He got hurt at a bad time. The Warriors started playing really well when he wasn't playing. And so now here we are, and there are 13 games left in this regular season, and then it's going to go where it's going to go. And the bottom line is Jonathan is not going to get a prolonged chance to show the world that he's a 25-point per game night. But I tell you what he could do. He could still show the world that he makes great, smart plays in the postseason and becomes a glue player on an important team. And if he does that, the Warriors are going to pay him.
Yeah, and as go back to what you brought up earlier with all the NBA teams and how the fan bases feel about their futures, the Warriors, while they are going to be so much more focused on the here and the now and trying to win this year and trying to win next year and maybe even 2 years from now, it's kind of similar to what John Lynch says every offseason when he's asked about, Nick Bosa, and asked about Fred Warner, and asked about George Kittle, and asked about Debo, and asked about all these players who are due contract extensions. Same thing for Brock Purdy this year. He says the same line over and over and over again. We're not in the business of letting good players leave.
Yep.
And Kaminga has shown that he can be a good player, but as you laid out, he's also like the face of the future of the Warriors. And even if Willard, say he does nothing spectacular over the rest of the regular season and even into the postseason, and not saying that he won't, but let's just pretend that he doesn't, the Warriors are still going to be highly motivated to sign him to an extension because he, at the very least, is a quality basketball player. Who knows if he's going to be a future All-Star, but the Warriors' potential as a basketball organization is certainly higher with him on the roster versus the alternative, which is to let him walk for nothing.
Simplify it. Is he a good player?
Yes.
Okay, you want him on your team?
Yes, of course.
Right, then figure it out from there. And if he obviously sees himself as something bigger than that and doesn't want this situation, then we have a very new conversation. But the Warriors have all of the control here. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. We're also live today from Splash, the beautiful sports bar, restaurant, and experience right outside Chase Center, Thrive City, and we're having a good time on a big sports day with day one of the Madness Tournament. Let's keep going with the calls, though. Arnell in Hayward next up. Arnell, thank you for calling. What's up?
Hey, good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
I don't want to be a party pooper or to break people's heart, but I don't think J.K. is the future for the Warriors. I love him as a player. I want him as a teammate, but we got to find somebody who's going to be a game changer. Maybe a Zion Williams, maybe a Wembanyama, something like that. I know it sounds crazy how we're going to get those people, but Luka is a Laker, where anything can happen.
Well, Arnell, thanks, Arnell. I guess my response to that would be, maybe we need to stop asking if Jonathan Kaminga is the future and simply a part of it. Like, just because Jonathan's on your team doesn't mean you can't go try to acquire some other generational talent going forward. This is part of what I was saying earlier. We've got to stop, at least in this moment, asking ourselves if Jonathan Kaminga is the dude, and simply ask yourself if he's a dude. He doesn't need to be the guy, the future, the anything. He just needs to be Jonathan, and he's a good player, and there's room for him now and very likely room for him in the future.
I mean, as the future comes and as more years pass by, like, there's only going to be more room. Like, even Steph and Jimmy Warriors next year, Steph and Jimmy Warriors the next year, beyond that, and who knows about another year beyond that. But, I mean, Steph's already 37, Jimmy's already 35, Draymond's also 35. Just by nature, even if the roster stays somewhat the same, Kaminga's role is going to grow next year.
Of course.
Kaminga's role is going to be even bigger 2 years from now.
Just
even
stay
with
healthy
Steph,
and it'll grow.
Steph, Jimmy, and Dre all on the roster. The roster could be exactly the same next year. It won't be, but it could be exactly the same next year, and Kaminga will have a bigger role. It would not be shocking if Kaminga were to start at the beginning of next year. Like, Kaminga's role is going to grow, and to our caller's point, to Arnell's point, there is always going to be an opportunity to go and improve the roster. I don't know about Wembanyama. That's not going to happen. Someone like Zion is interesting. That's a name I threw out there a number of times before the trade deadline. But in terms of Kaminga's future, as long as he wants there to be one here, there will be one here.
Absolutely. I think it's all sort of a matter of the perspective that we want to put around it. So this idea of the future, like, that's not even a thought in my mind. Being the guy down the road, I don't necessarily see it, but it's also irrelevant right now. Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry are both here for 2 more years at least, and what that means is this organization is not even going to be asking Jonathan Kaminga to put that kind of pressure on himself or be that kind of a contributor for the Warriors. The truth of the matter is, he's an important piece, but that's all he is, just a piece.
And we also don't know what crazy drastic change is going to happen. We said it earlier, the Warriors are this crazy content machine. Something crazy is going to happen again around this team. If I were to tell you 2 months ago we were about 2 weeks away from the trade deadline, and if I were to tell you 2 months ago the Warriors on March 20th were 40-29 and 6th in the Western Conference, you would have called me crazy.
Yes, I would have.
If I told you that that's how it happened, you would have said a trade would have been made and it would have been a homer. You might have said maybe it was Kevin Durant or something.
Yep.
But and that probably would have cost you Kaminga. But if I told you that it was Jimmy Butler that was traded for Wiggins and a few other pieces, but Kaminga was still a Warrior, you probably would have told me, well, Kaminga took a leap. Kaminga's playing like an all-star, right?
Trade, yeah.
And they did it for the most part without Kaminga, like essentially entirely without Kaminga. So who knows what the future is going to look like? Something that we are not seeing coming could happen, and it probably will happen, and it might change the way that we're thinking about all of this. But yes, I'm with you from the outside perspective. Like, we don't need, and it's also not fair to the player to attach all these crazy expectations to him, even if he feels that for himself. That's enough pressure to put on a guy. We don't need to be piling on and saying he's the only way that this team is successful in the future is if Kaminga becomes a star. I couldn't possibly deal with that kind of pressure.
I think the word to avoid is the. It's not a very big word, but that's the word I want to avoid.
The guy.
He's not the guy.
Future.
He's not the future. He's not the anything. The word is shorter than the. It's the letter A. He's a guy. He's a piece of the future. He is a player that they want to keep. He's not the anything. Dave in San Francisco. Hey, Dave, what's going on?
Hello.
Dave, you with us?
First question. Hey, yeah, can you hear me?
We got you now.
Perfect. So what I'm saying is JK is not going to be the guy. I mean, we've been waiting on him for 4 years already. We are not going to go into the luxury tax and pay him. Dunleavy is playing chess, not checkers. He is going to trade him this summer. That is the big trade piece. They're allowed to pay him the max, and they're going to use those bird rights to bring in a max player that can make a difference these next 2 years. They are all in for now. And I honestly think that they have youngsters that they're going to look towards the future and rather give those keys to them instead of empty calories Kaminga. That's what I got to say.
Okay, Dave, thanks. I'm fascinated still whenever anyone brings up the idea of a trade because as we've learned a lot about over the last handful of months, very complex.
Trades are hard.
Trades are hard. They're very difficult. Finances all have to match. This idea of another max player means that you're asking Joe Lacob to do maybe even non-Joe Lacob things. Like you're asking him to go crazy into the tax if you're going to find another max player to pair with Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green. That is absolute ludicrous speed in terms of money. So I don't know. I actually see it the other way. I think the Warriors go into this offseason, and a lot depends on what they do in the playoffs or what they don't do in the playoffs. But I see it as they go into the offseason knowing they want difference makers, but they're probably going to have to be difference makers. I don't want to say value players, but difference makers that they can get below the max. And so they may well feel, and Joe Lacob has said this, that Jonathan Kaminga is the perfect guy to fill that role.
Yeah, and what they're going to say publicly is not always going to match how they feel in private. But the reality is, and not that the Warriors are purposely trying to keep his value down, but the Warriors do also have a little bit of an interest in every dollar matters, and the Warriors, if they can sign Kaminga for 25 instead of 30, then they're going to do that, and that might help them elsewhere. But as far as the Kaminga conversation goes, and for example, relate it back to the here and the now and the role that the Warriors are trying to get him to fit into and to have it be seamless and to have him help the team come the end of the regular season and into the postseason, what I also can't help but think about is how easily someone like Moody filled in and started playing in the role that it was asked of him and doing a great job of it. Podziemski has been able to do that. When Trace was asked to do it, he did a pretty good job of it. Quinn Post asked to fill his role, and he did it immediately. Now, the part with Kaminga that's different than those others is the burden of expectation.
Sure.
And you're a top 10 pick, and you're the best athlete on the roster by a mile. But there also comes a point where you say, hey, JK, I mean, look at what Moses is doing. He's doing exactly what we're asking. And this isn't that Kaminga hasn't been doing it, but if a situation arises where the Warriors feel like he's not doing exactly what the team needs of him, they're going to point to Moses Moody, and that could be something that leads to the decision the Warriors make about his future, whether it is a sign and trade this offseason or it's only being willing to pay him $20 or $25 million a year.
Yeah.
And Kaminga saying, you know what, I'll go to a terrible team like the Nets because they're going to pay me $5 million more. That might be what it ultimately comes to. But there will be a moment where the Warriors have to make that decision, and all they have left to make that decision is the next 13 games and whatever happens in the postseason.
Exactly right. Yeah. Willard and Grandy. Grandy's in for Dibs. I do think Dibs is going to give us a call live from Vegas here in about 15 minutes.
I mean, he's still standing. That's good.
Well, no, it doesn't. You can make phone calls laying down.
That's true. It means he's still conscious.
Or someone got his phone and is texting on his behalf. I really don't know, but we're going to find these things out in about 15 minutes. We're taking your calls at 888-957-9570. Want to reveal to the audience also, by the way, this Hoop Central poll with regard to how each fan base feels about the future and the 6 options that we gave everybody, where the current voting stands as far as the Warriors fan base. And if you're just joining us, the question is, how do you feel about the Warriors' future, or any NBA team, whoever you root for? How do you feel about your team's future? And the options were great, good, okay, unsure, bad, or awful.
Okay.
What do you think the Warrior fan base voted?
One of the two in the middle, either okay or unsure.
What would you vote?
I'd probably vote okay. So on the top half of the middle.
Okay. That is the answer.
Oh, okay.
The answer was okay. And maybe this is my nature, or maybe I have a point. Let's find out. I want to know why the answer is not good. I understand why it's not great. Your stars have all had their 35th birthday. But after that, to me, it kind of goes to organizational structure. And to me, you get the word great if you can already look at who your people are down the road, which is why the teams that got the answer of great are teams like Oklahoma City.
Yep.
And even though they're terrible right now, San Antonio.
Yep.
They can look at their future and go, okay, I get it. The Cavs, that fan base feels great. The Lakers voted great because they now have Luka. The Pistons fan base voted great. I don't think that would be the answer that I would give. But when I look at least 2 more years of the current crop, and not just Kaminga, young players like Pods and Moody and Post and beyond, the organizational structure that is in place, an owner who is constantly willing to spend, I don't know why you don't get the answer of good.
I get the trust in the organization and the track record and what they've proven, and that's why I chose okay versus unsure. But when you don't have like the future piece that you think might carry you into the future, I can't go anything better than okay, because I could have all the faith in the world in the organization that they're going to make smart basketball decisions, or that they're going to be doing everything possible, including spending an exorbitant amount of money to build a winner, and that could all be true and accurate. The bottom line is you just have to be able to get talent in here. Like, the Warriors lucked out by drafting Steph Curry. Like, that wasn't through any incredible decision or...
See, I don't think that's fair.
And this was an entirely different organization back then, too. But
right. Like, I mean, you can certainly argue that anytime something works out, Brock Purdy, Steph Curry, the Jimmy Butler trade, you tried to get Kevin Durant.
Yeah, it didn't work.
You can argue that you lucked out to a degree. Then again, I don't think it's fair if we're going to criticize teams for their misses, you don't get to dismiss their wins.
Well, it's not
like they scouted Steph, they liked the pick.
Yeah, I hear you.
And they went with the pick.
It's not,
and then they developed the pick. You get credit.
It's not that picking Steph was lucky. It's that the T-Wolves passed on Steph twice, and that he fell to. You took advantage of that luck. You took advantage of it. The other half of this is Steph's ankle issues led to a suppressed contract, which allowed you to build the dynasty that that built the stadium we're sitting right next to.
Iguodala and Durant are never here without ankle injuries.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's flat out true. So
I get the faith in the organization, and I feel that with you. I believe that I think if you were to poll Warrior fans, or you would poll people at our radio station, or whoever, our loyal listeners, our P1s, everyone on the YouTube chat, I would come out in the top half in terms of my faith in Joe Lacob, in Mike Dunleavy, in Steve Kerr, in all the decision makers. I think especially before the Jimmy Butler trade, there was a lot of doubt in the fan base.
No doubt.
Everyone in the front office. And I never really wavered there. So I feel you there. But without like a set person or piece that I can distinctly point to as, I believe that is a guy who can be the face of the franchise. Not just a guy, but the guy in the future. Like, I can't feel good about the future unless I feel pretty confident that guy is already on the roster.
Right, although how many teams have that? How many teams
the ones
right
that feel
now?
Great, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, even them. Like, the Cavs feel great. Okay, you're an awesome team, but do you have a championship one? Do you?
No.
Probably not.
No.
Okay. Oklahoma City, do you?
Yes.
Probably.
You do.
I don't know what Shea's going to do in the playoffs. Just because you lead the league in scoring, your name could be LaMelo Ball. I don't know. You have to do it. You have to do it.
I hear you, but Shea is a bona fide one.
He's awesome.
Yes.
He's a bona fide one.
I feel great about my organization as long as I have Shea.
All right, the Spurs feel great.
Yes, because you have Wemby.
Which has done what so far?
He's in his second year, and he didn't even finish his second year.
The Lakers feel great.
Yes, because they have Luka.
Okay, the Pistons feel great.
Cade Cunningham is a legitimate superstar, yes.
And I'm agreeing with you. However, all of these things that you're saying definitively actually also take a leap of faith, which I would argue is all that
way less of a leap of faith than saying it about Kaminga or Moody or Pods.
No. My point is that dude is not on the roster yet, but the faith that you're showing is that the Warriors will be able to get him. And the Warriors are in position, unlike many NBA franchises, to get people like that. Sacramento doesn't get to do that ever unless they draft him and keep him.
Yeah.
Which they have shown for them is very hard to do.
What did Kings fans vote as their future?
That's a good question.
Probably unsure.
The Kings, I would bet it's way worse than that. But let me see if I can find them. I can't find the Sacramento Kings.
Oh, bad.
Yeah, there they are.
Yeah.
That's what I would have voted if I were them.
So part of a lot of this, if you feel great, you have a young budding superstar on your roster. That's essentially what it is.
Probably.
Maybe the one case where that's not true is the Wizards.
I mean, the Wizards
fans feel great.
And so do the Rockets. I don't think they've got anybody who looks like a championship one.
They're kind of like the Cavs. They're the one piece away from legitimately being. I mean, the Cavs are great this year.
I think the Cavs have even better individuals than the Rockets. I hear you. I just they've got good young players, but I don't see anybody on there that's going to be that dude. And that is a characteristic of almost every NBA championship team. Is there's a dude. And that's my question about the Cavs this year. Who's your dude? Like Donovan Mitchell gets into an NBA street fight with Jason Tatum.
Oh, yeah, no.
Who comes out alive?
Tatum.
Yeah. So that may well be a problem for Cleveland. Let's go to Christian in Fairfield here. Willard and Dibbs. Grandy's in for Dibbs. We're live at Splash. Hey, Christian, thank you for the call.
Hey, fellas. How you doing?
What's up?
I think the Warriors are good. I agree with you, Willard. I don't know why people are saying okay. I think they're in good shape with the future. It's obvious Kaminga's only deficiency is his defensive rotation, and we want him to rebound more, but he's not really deficient in rebounding. So once he learns that, he's going to be like Jaylen Brown, 22 points a game, 6 rebounds, good on defense, and he's in a position now to learn more from Jimmy and Draymond. Like, Jimmy more talks, Draymond more barks, and that's good because Draymond already said he can't really bark at Kaminga. So I think Kaminga's in a good spot, and the fans got to stop focusing on the scoring more and focusing on it isn't Kerr why he's not playing, it's Kaminga why he's not playing. That's his the other Mark, sorry I forgot his last name, pointed out Kaminga earlier. He's the freak athlete that every coach wants, that he just has to learn the game. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes they don't get it, but he is intelligent. I think Kaminga's going to get it. So I think the future is good. We got 2 bona fide NBA starters in Pods and Kaminga. I think Post, once he gains weight and keeps figuring out how to use the angles on defense to stop the guards from going around him, he's a starter. So I don't see why people are saying okay. And I think we just got to let Kaminga play. Just let him play, and he'll play. Either he'll play himself into Jaylen Brown or he'll be Darius Miles, and that's that. Thank you.
Those are interesting comps. Christian, thanks. You might be even more optimistic than me because Christian seemed to answer the question based on who is already on the roster. Yeah. I'm kind of answering it based on who's not already on the roster.
Faith.
I agree that Kaminga is a piece. Pods is a piece. Post is a piece. Moody is a piece. But I also think that if you actually think the Warriors are going to be good someday beyond Steph and Jimmy and Draymond, then there are star-level players who are not yet on the roster. I just think the Warriors, based on where they play, who they are, and who their owner is, they are more than likely to get their hands on those players going forward.
Joe Lacob has said that that's the plan.
Has to be.
When everyone else is out of here and you've got an open checkbook, try to attract the next youngest, best star.
Yeah, and you start that process before they go even.
Yeah.
I mean, that process is constantly ongoing.
But the whole question has always been, well, are the Warriors attractive to others because they're the Warriors and because they've got this fancy new building and they're in San Francisco and the weather is awesome? Or are the Warriors attractive because Steph Curry has been here?
We're going to find out, and that can be a different answer sometimes based on who's there and who you're talking to. You know what I mean? Like, there's 2 more drafts before Steph Curry is going to leave. What do the Warriors do in those? I know they don't have a first-round pick now next year, but, who else do they sign? Does it look like a team that a star could join and win right away? But then sometimes you get a star to listen to your pitch, and that star just really likes it and believes in a vision. This is what Willie Adames just did with the Giants, right? I mean, nobody would look at the Giants right now and be like, I think they're going to win the West. But something was said to Willie that made him believe that this is the place to spend the rest of his career. It's all it takes. That's all it takes is one. And I don't know if he's going to be a superstar or a great player or whatever. He's a very, very good player. And whatever Buster was selling, he bought it.
Yeah, but let's say, I don't know who Willie Adames' NBA equivalent is, but I mean...
Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah, okay, so let's say you had the promise of a Donovan Mitchell in the future. You had Donovan Mitchell, a rookie this year, and you knew that he was going to become what he is today. Is that enough to make you feel good about the future of the Warriors?
I mean, that and then beyond. I mean, the way I look at it is I'm a big fan of Mike Dunleavy. So you've got a GM that is smart. You have an owner who is aggressive and willing to do whatever it takes to win. You have a brand new arena. You have a major market. And you have some pieces on the team already in the building. The rest of that is going on faith. And that's why I didn't say great. I just said good. Like, to me, that's the scenario that leads to good.
How do you think Nuggets fans voted for how they feel? I have the answer, but how do you think they voted for the future of their franchise? Because they're on a similar path as the Warriors are, just maybe like 5 years.
They probably voted younger. The same. I bet they voted okay.
They did vote okay.
Yeah.
Feels like it should be good.
Well, I mean, look.
You've got a championship core, and they are all considerably younger than the Warriors championship core.
They're considerably younger, but they are, like, has Jokic had his 30th birthday yet?
I think he just turned 30.
Yeah, this is going to turn soon. They're also coming off of a year where they bowed out in Game 7 on their own floor. So I can bet that fans are kind of like, wait a minute, what was that? And now you're a year older. Other things are happening in the West that are pushing you down. Yeah. People look at Denver and go, ooh, they're really good. A fan might be like, dude, somebody's 12 and a half games in front of us in the standings right now. So, and we're older than them. So I can get why they would feel just okay right now. Let's go to Bobby in Los Altos. Hey, Bobby, thanks for calling.
Hey, thanks for taking the call. Listen, I guess the thing with JK is I feel like with all your callers, everyone's a fan of the team, right, versus the player. So everyone's just like, hey, just play your role, be a role player. Just do what you have to do, play your 20 minutes, and then everything's going to work out, because that is what's most or least disruptive to the team. But what I feel like people aren't being fair about is what is the best for JK. I think one thing with these, the fact that good teams, maybe get high draft picks, is the players don't get to develop. So if he was on a terrible team and he was a high lottery pick, then he'd have a chance to make all these mistakes, and he doesn't have the luxury to do that. So, of course, all the fans are going to call and say, hey, let's give him a Moses Moody $15 million a year contract. That's not what JK wants, and I don't feel like people are really being fair to what he needs to worry about, which is himself. What's going to make him $30 million a year? And so I think he's in a tough position, and I just don't think fans really care about the player, because they only want to care about the team's success. Now, that being said, he is in a tough position this year, because while he might have been the 2, maybe 2A, 2B with Wiggins score, now he's definitely the number 3 option. And he knows if he screws around, now Draymond and Jimmy Butler are both going to be on him. So he is in a tough position. And then the fact is, I don't believe the Warriors would reward him with a high contract. I don't think they'd give $30 million, because he's not like the piece that gets them over the edge. Like, when we gave Oubre, whatever it was, $8 million or whatever it was, but then Lacob had to pay like $24 million or something in extra luxury tax. So that dude cost like $40 million a year when he was getting $8 million. They're not going to do that.
It was actually a lot more than that, Bobby. And thanks so much. I think you're making some really, really good points. But here's what pops to mind when you say them. It's that age-old question that everybody gets asked in those magazine polls and different things like that. Would you rather be a great player on a bad team or just an okay player on a really good team? Yeah. Like, Bobby, I think you make great points, but I also think you're putting thoughts in Kaminga's head that I don't know if they're true. To say that Kaminga's priorities are, we've got to get every dollar. Maybe some guys are wired that way, but I bet there are players out there, and we've seen it in the past, who would rather make $30 million on a great team than $40 million and play for the Wizards. I don't know. I don't know yet how Jonathan is wired, and so that's still to be revealed.
I also think Bobby is right when, and I'm generalizing, but when talking about how fans in general feel about Kaminga, in terms of, maybe not necessarily fully understanding the difficult situation that he's in, and I think Bobby is 100% right. I feel the same exact way as Bobby. What the reality is, and the reality is unfortunate for Kaminga, or really for any player in a similar situation to him, this is a business, and the organization feels absolutely zero responsibility to do what they feel is fair to Kaminga.
None.
And that's not how you run a successful franchise.
No, and actually, I might even push back a little bit on the idea of them acting that way is not fair to Kaminga, or them thinking about what's fair to Kaminga. What's fair kind of works itself out. It really does. Like, you get paid to play basketball, and this is what we have to offer, and you can either take it or leave it. Jonathan can be a free agent someday if that's what he wants to be.
He won this offseason. Yeah, he's restricted,
but he doesn't have to do anything. He can sit and wait and do whatever if he wants, and so I don't know. I don't necessarily see all these things. I know people say, this ended up being a bad spot for Jonathan Kaminga. I'm not convinced about that at all. He's getting to learn under some really, really good players and be a part of some special seasons, even though it may not be maximizing every single dollar.
The other thing, and maybe it doesn't mean a ton to him now, but it will probably mean a lot to him when his career is over. Jonathan, go ask Wagner how many rings he has. Go ask Jalen Green how many rings he has. Right. Go ask Cade Cunningham how many rings he has. Kaminga has one. I know he didn't really do a ton in that postseason, but he's got a ring. That's got to be meaningful for something.
Yeah, like I wonder if you really got Jonathan in a private space. You'd be like, you wish you were somewhere else? I don't get the feeling
like from the jump, drafted somewhere else.
Yeah.
Drafted to a bad team so you could play 30 minutes a night from the jump.
Right.
Maybe it would have averaged 22 points per game at some point by now.
Maybe
you would have gotten a big bag already.
Yeah.
But you would have won 40% of your games in your career.
Yeah, I really don't know. I don't know the answer to that. Tomas in San Jose. Hey, Tomas, what's going on?
Hey, Mark and Mark, a.k.a. Marky Mark. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
I'm representing Hot Boys of San Jose, and I just want to say this is a callback to Tuesday's show that effort against Milwaukee was I give that a 5-star review. A 5-star Yelp review. TJD was back in action. BP finding his stroke from behind the arc. I think this team doesn't just have a good balance; it has a great balance of youth and experience. Shout out to Dunleavy for making the best of a tough situation, really, that he inherited. Jimmy's hot. Moses Moody's hot. QP is hot. The boards are hot, and I think it's about to be a hot boys summer this summer.
Tomas, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Yeah, look, you know what? And here's something I'm looking for tonight. I don't know if the Warriors are hot. I really don't. They might just be really, really good.
Well, I mean, I started the show off with this. I think they have the most room to grow out of any legitimate playoff team in the Western Conference. I don't think that they have reached anywhere near their peak. I know Steph has been playing awesome basketball, and Draymond has been playing awesome basketball, but that's oftentimes what those guys do this time of year. Once it gets to, like, all right, time to really turn it on, that's kind of what these guys do, and when they get to April and they're in postseason series, that's when they tend to be at their best. I don't think Jimmy Butler is anywhere near playoff Jimmy, right? Like, Tuesday was the most playoff Jimmy kind of game we've seen from him, where you felt like he was just like, all right, I'll will us here. I'll score 9 points in a row, where he did at one point spanning the third and fourth quarters. The Warriors won that game with an 8-0 run down the stretch. They all came off of Jimmy. One of them was a Jimmy hockey assist, but a Jimmy hockey assist and 2 Jimmy assists. Like, everything was through Jimmy. That was the most playoff Jimmy that we've seen, but that wasn't full playoff Jimmy. Like, he has another level to get to. And then the thing that we've been talking about for the last hour and a half about Jonathan Kaminga, as he continues to get his feet under him again, and hopefully, despite my maybe personal questions, hopefully figures it out and settles into the role the Warriors are asking of him. That's only going to make the Warriors better, and if they avoid the play-in and they get a week off leading up to their first postseason series, they're going to be fresh and rejuvenated and ready to take on whoever they meet in the first round. I think they have so much room to improve. So I wouldn't say that they're necessarily like hot. I mean, they're hot. They're playing well, but it's not like this is the best that I think that they could be going forward.
Oh, I totally agree. Yeah, and to me, there are characteristics of hot that I don't see. Characteristics of hot are when balls bouncing your way, you're getting kind of you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, I think that there are people who look back on the 107 wins for the Giants and be like, dude, they're kind of hot all year. They were hot. They got weird stuff happening. They're hitting home runs in the ninth inning constantly. Balls are bouncing off other people's gloves at the right time. I don't see that with the Warriors. I see fairly, not totally, but fairly consistent production on almost all nights, and it's led to winning most of the games. All right, let's go live out to Las Vegas, Nevada. Woo! Standing by is our correspondent on the scene, checking out sports books and Sapporos right in the middle of all of the college basketball madness. It's none other than the great Dan Dibley. Yay! Hello, Dibs.
Oh, boys, what's going on? I'm so sorry that I was a little bit late to the phone, but, man, we are knee-deep in what's going on here, and, boy, I'm so glad I missed the morning wave because, man, I would not have done well.
I was about to say, Dibs, when we sort of said, give us a buzz at 5:30, and then it was 5:34, and I'm like, oh, he's had a lot of drinks.
Well, it's not so much the drinks, but you make a lot of friends out here, and I want to shout out the great people of the Arizona Corrections Prison Institution, because I met about 3 corrections officers, and then, we had drinks, and then they Googled me, and they found out that I'm kind of a big deal, thanks to you, Mark Willard, and so I was a little bit late. I mean, the paparazzi is getting a little crazy here, and, man, we're double-fisting high noons. We are, baby, let's go, high noon. Let's do this. We're on Drake. Dude, it is an absolute Thursday afternoon party here.
How are the picks going?
The picks are good. We like Arkansas. Arkansas's got a lead late. We're on Drake. And, I'm sorry about that. I bumped into somebody much bigger than me. We like Tennessee, but Tennessee needs to get they need to get moving now.
They're playing with their fingertips.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be okay if Tennessee hit a 3. That'd be nice.
Was that a live reaction to a missed 3 that we just heard when you yelled?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's off-offer. That's our ball.
Hey, Dibs, for games that haven't started just yet, what do you like? What are you laying down as you approach the table to put a bet in?
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and bet against sobriety. I'm gonna take sobriety and lay the 12.5. I'm sorry, Grandy. I know you're a straight shooter. I got to pull out my bracket. I love Utah State, Randy.
Okay.
I love Utah State. And St. John's is going to hammer Peyton Manning. Omaha! Omaha! We love St. John's. We love Utah State. And remember, for you kids out there, advice from Dimmerclaws to you, mix in a water. That's all.
Okay. All right. What time did you arrive?
I arrived at 1:30. No, I'm okay. The bartender's trying to continue to serve me. By 1:33, I was locked in. Why are we shooting that? That's a 40-footer.
All right, so
terrible.
So this is what you sound like after only 4 hours.
Yes,
after
of course,
4 hours in
the
Vegas.
section's open.
All right,
dude. Bruce Pearl, control your young people. Control your team. Oh my God, dude.
Hey, Dibs, be safe and have a good time, okay?
I'm sorry, I lost you. I'm betting on the horses at Aqueduct. And one. That's an and one.
All right, hang up on him. That's it. Hang up on him. That's
safe,
enough
Dibs.
of that. Holy crap. That's what he sounds like 4 hours in? He's only been there for 4 hours.
He is an efficient drinker. We'll
Holy
just put it
crap.
that way.
I mean, I know he's a small man, but Jesus. How many drinks did that sound like to you?
He told us he was double fisting high noons. He's probably been doing that for 4 hours.
Oh my God. You better be careful. Wow. That was impressive?
That's one word for it.
Question mark? Should we have done that? Question mark?
We have two recent texts from the same person 6 minutes apart. The 262, has Dibs called yet? His next text, this is classic.
Yeah, that's one word for it. Dibs was not half in the bag. That was well above 50%.
See you Monday, Dibs.
All right,
hopefully.
We're getting close to Warriors Live. We're sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Spring into action at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Stay in your car, unless your name is Dibs, while friendly technicians check oil, batteries, lights, tires, and more. Locations and coupons at Bay Area oilchange.com. All vehicle types are welcome. This is Willard and Dibs.
Tune in to